This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 11a. Bronze by gold heard the hoof-irons, steely ringing imperthnathan. Chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail, chips. Horrid, and gold flushed more. A husky fife note blew. Blue, blue bloom is on the gold pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin, rose of Castile. Trilling, trilling, ay Dolores. Peep, who's in the peep of gold? Tink cried to bronze in pity. And a call, pure, long and throbbing, long in dying call. Decoy, soft word, but look, the bright stars fade. Notes chirruping answer. O rose, Castile, the morn is breaking. Jingle, jingle jaunted, jingling. Coin rang, clock clacked. A vowel, sonnet. I could, rebound of garter, not leave thee, smack, la cloche, thigh smack. A vowel, warm, sweetheart goodbye. Jingle, blue. Boomed crashing chords, when love absorbs. War, war, the tympanum. A sail, a veil, a wave upon the waves. Lost, throstle fluted, all is lost now. Horn, hawthorn. When first he saw, alas, full tup, full throb, warbling, ah lure, alluring. Martha, come. Clap, clap, clip, clap, clappy clap. Good God, never heard in all. Deaf bald brought pad knife took up. A moonlit night call. Far, far. I feel so sad. P.S. So lonely blooming. Listen. The spiked and winding cold sea-horn. Have you the? Each, and for other, plash and silent roar. Pearls, when she lists rhapsodies, hiss. You don't? Did not, no, no, believe, liddy lid, with a cock with a cara, black, deep sounding, do, Ben, do. Wait while you wait, hee, wait while you hee, but wait. Low in dark middle earth, embedded ore. Now mine to mine, preacher is he, all gone, all fallen. Tiny her tremulous fernfoils of maidenhair. Armen, he gnashed in fury, fro, to, fro, a baton cool protruding. Bronze Lydia by Minegold, by bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow. Bloom, old bloom. One rapped, one tapped, with a cara, with a cock. Pray for him, pray, good people. His gouty fingers knackering. Big Benaben, big Ben. Last rose, Castile of summer left bloom, I feel so sad alone. Pwee, little wind piped, wee. True men, lid care cow dee and doll. Aye, like you men, will lift your chink with chunk. Pff, ooh. Where bronze from anear, where gold from afar, where hoofs. Rup, cra, crandle. Then not till then, my epitaph be frit. Done. Begin. Bronze by gold, Miss Douce's head by Miss Kennedy's head, over the cross-blind of the Ormond bar heard the viceregal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Douce said yes, sitting with his ex, pearl grey and eau de Nil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog, Miss Douce said eagerly, Look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Douce's wet lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted bronze to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered. He's killed looking back. She laughed. Oh, wept, aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twisted, twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times, sadly then she said. A man. Blue who went by Moulang's pipes, bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battered plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them unheeding him, he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china, and There's your teas, he said. Miss Kennedy with manners transposed the tea-tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes, low. What is it? Loud Boots unmannerly asked. Find out, Miss Douce retorted, leaving her spying point. Your beau, is it? A haughty bronze replied. I'll complain to Mrs. de Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence. Imperthin, Boots' snout sniffed rudely, as he retreated as she threatened as he had come. Bloom. On her flower frowning, Miss Douce said, Most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself, I'll wring his ear for him a yard long. Ladylike, in exquisite contrast. Take no notice, Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from anear, by gold from afar, heard steel from anear, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring steel. Am I awfully sunburnt? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy. It gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Douce half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror, gilded lettered where hock and claret glasses shimmered, and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerin, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu, Miss Douce. Those things only bring out a rash, replied, reseated. I asked that old fogey in Boyd's for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. Oh, don't remind me of him, for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Douce entreated. Sweet tea, Miss Kennedy having poured with milk, plugged both 2 ears with little fingers. No, don't, she cried. I won't listen, she cried. But Bloom? Miss Douce grunted in snuffy fogey's tone. For your what? Says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear, to speak, but prayed again. Don't let me think of him, or I'll expire, the hideous old wretch, that night in the Antient concert rooms. She sipped distastefully her brew, hot tea, a sip, sipped sweet tea. Here he was, Miss Douce said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nose-wings. Huffa, huffa. Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss Douce huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered imperthin like a snout in quest. Oh! Shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried. Will you ever forget his goggle eye? Miss Douce chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting. And your other eye! Blow whose dark eye read Aaron Figatner's name. Why do I always think Figather? Gathering figs, I think, and Prosper Lore's Huguenot name. By Bassy Blessed Virgin's Bloom's dark eyes went by. Blue-robed, white under, come to me. God they believe she is, or goddess. Those today. I could not see. That fellow spoke, a student, after with Daedalus's son. He might be Mulligan. All comely virgins. That brings those rakes of fellows in, her white. By went his eyes, the sweets of sin, sweet are the sweets of sin. In a giggling peal young gold bronze voices blended, Douce with Kennedy your other eye. They threw young heads back, bronze giggle gold, to let free fly their laughter, screaming, your other, signals to each other, high, piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, ah, fordone, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip, and giggled. Miss Douce, bending over the tea-tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll, fattened eyes. Again Kenny giggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair, stooping, her tortoise nape-comb showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying, "Oh, greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that," she cried, "with his bit of beard!" Douce gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation. "Married to the greasy nose!" she yelled. Shrill with deep laughter, after gold after bronze, they urged each other to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronze gold, gold bronze, shrill deep, to laughter after laughter. And then laughed more. Greasy eye nose, exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided and pinnacled by glossy-combed, against the counterledge. All flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to Bloom, to Grease-a-Bloom. "Oh, saints above," Miss Douce said, sighed above her jumping rose. "I wished I hadn't laughed so much. I feel all wet." "Oh, Miss Douce," Miss Kennedy protested, "you horrid thing!" And flushed yet more, "You horrid," more goldenly. By Cantwell's offices roved Grease-a-Bloom, by Seppi's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as I. Religion pays. Must see him for that par. Eat first. I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing. Clock hands turning. On. Where eat? The Clarence. Dolphin. On. For Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads. The violet silk petticoats. Not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr Daedalus, chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips. He strolled. "Oh, welcome back, Miss Douce." He held her hand. "Enjoyed her holidays?" "Tip-top." He hoped she had nice weather in Rostrevor. "Gorgeous," she said. "Look at the holy show I am, lying out on the strand all day." Bronze whiteness. "That was exceedingly naughty of you," Mr Daedalus told her, and pressed her hand indulgently. "Tempting poor simple males." Miss Douce of Satin douced her arm away. "Oh, go away," she said. "You're very simple, I don't think." He was. "Well, now I am," he mused. "I looked so simple in the cradle they christened me Simple Simon." "You must have been doughy," Miss Douce made answer. "And what did the doctor order today?" "Well now," he mused, "whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half-glass of whiskey." Jingle. With the greatest alacrity Miss Douce agreed. With grace of alacrity towards the mirror-gilt Cantrell and Cochrane's she turned herself. With grace she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat Mr Dedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes, yes. Yes. He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaid's, into the bowl. Chips, shreds, musing, mute. None nought said nothing. Yes. Gaily Miss Douce polished a tumbler, trilling, O ay Dolores, queen of the eastern seas. Was Mr Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr Bloom crossed bridge of Yessex. To Martha I must write. By paper. Dallies. Girl there civil. Bloom. Old Bloom. Blue Bloom is on the Rye. He was in at lunch-time, Miss Douce said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered. Miss Kennedy, was Mr Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered, a second teacup poised, her gaze upon a page. No, he was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard, not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep, who's in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him yet, he made overtures. To mind her stops. To read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle jaunty jingle. Girl Gold she read and did not glance. Take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a solfa fable for her, plappering flatly. Ah, fox met ah, stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my throat and pull up a bone? He droned in vain. Miss Douce turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside. Ah me, oh my. He greeted Mr Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who? Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask? Stephen, the youthful bard. Dry. Mr Dedalus, famous father, laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney's en ville, and in Mooney's sur mer. He had received the rhino for the labour of his muse. He smiled at Bronze's tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The elite of Erin hung upon his lips, the ponderous pundit, Hugh MacHugh, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor, and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west, who is known by the euphonious appellation of the O'Madden Burke. After an interval Mr Dedalus raised his grog and, That must have been highly diverting, said he. I see. He drank, with faraway morning mountain eye, set down his glass. He looked towards the saloon door. I see you moved the piano. The tuner was in today, Miss Douce replied, tuning it for the smoking concert, and I never heard such an exquisite player. Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know, and blind too, poor fellow. Not 20, I'm sure he was. Is that a fact? Mr Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. So sad to look at his face, Miss Douce condoled. God's curse on bitch's bastard. Tink to her pity cried a dinner's bell. A diner's bell. To the door of the bar and dining-room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for dinner. Lager without alacrity she served. With patience Lenehan waited for Boylan with impatience, for Jingle-jaunty Blazes boy. Upholding the lid he, who, gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple piano wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft pedaling, a triple of keys to see the thicknesses of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammer fall in action. 2 sheets cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes, when I was in Wisdom Helly's wise bloom in Daly's Henry Flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me, and a pin cuts low. Means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy? Innocence, that is. Respectable girl, meet after mass. Thanks awfully muchly. Wise Bloom eyed on the door a poster, a swaying mermaid smoking mid-nice waves. Smoke mermaids, coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn. For some man, for Raoul. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is. Again. 3rd time. Coincidence. Jingling on supple rubbers it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow. Risk it. Go quick. At 4. Near now. Out. 2pence, sir, the shop-girl dared to say. Aha, I was forgetting. Excuse. And 4. At 4 she, winsomely she on blue him whom smiled. Blue smy qui go. Ternoon. Think you're the only pebble on the beach? Does that to all. For men. In drowsy silence gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long in dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had that he forgot, that he now struck. A call again. That he now poised, that it now throbbed, you hear? It throbbed, pure, purer, softly and softlier its buzzing prongs. Longer in dying call. Pat paid for Diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray, and pop-corked bottle ere he went he whispered, bald and bothered, without. With Miss Douce. The bright stars fade. A voiceless song sang from within, singing. The morn is breaking. A duodene of bird notes chirruped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys, all twinkling, linked, all harpsichording, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love's leave-taking, life's, love's morn. The dewdrops purl. Lenehan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingle jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading, Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall, or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, slighting. Ask no questions, and you'll hear no lies. Like lady, ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from anear by bronze from afar. Lenehan heard and knew and hailed him. See, the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black wary he-cat walked towards Richie Goulding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were round, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him, but Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a sloe gin for me. Wire in yet? Not yet. At 4 she. Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Goulding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello. Where off to? Something to eat? I too was just. In here. What, Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Douce reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust, that all but burst so high. "Oh, oh," jerked Lenehan, gasping at each stretch. "Oh." But easily she seized her prey and led it low in triumph. "Why don't you grow?" asked Blazes Boylan. She bronze, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed. Flour in his coat, who gave him? And syruped with her voice. "Fine goods in small parcels." That is to say, she. Neatly she poured slow syrupy slow. "Here's fortune," Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. "Hold on," said Lenehan, "till I—" "Fortune," he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. "Sceptre will win in a canter," he said. "I plunged a bit," said Boylan, winking and drinking. "Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine." Lenehan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Miss Douce's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idolores, the eastern seas. Clock whirred. Miss Kennedy passed their way. Flour, wonder who gave. Bearing away tea-tray. Clock clacked. Miss Douce took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins in change. Look to the west. A clack. For me. "What time is that?" asked Blazes Boylan. "4?" "O'clock." Lenehan, small eyes a-hunger on her humming, bust a-humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow-sleeve. "Let's hear the time," he said. The bag of Goulding, Collis, Ward led Bloom by rye-bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door, be near, at 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come. Whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure eyed Blazier's sky-blue brow and eyes. "Go on," pressed Lenehan. "There's no one. He never heard." To Flora's lips did high. High, a high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze Doots communing with her rose that sank and rose sought, Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. "Please, please." He pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. "I could not leave thee." "Afterwits," Miss Douce promised coyly. "No, now," urged Lenehan. "Sonnez la cloche. Oh, do. There's no one." She looked. Quick. Miss Ken out of earshot. Sudden bent. 2 kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering the chords, strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord and lost and found it, faltering. "Go on. Do. Sonnez." Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed. Taunted them still, bending, suspending, with wilful eyes. "Sonnez." Smack. She set free sudden in rebound her nipped elastic garter smack warm against her smackable a woman's warm hosed thigh. "La cloche!" cried gleeful Lenehan. Trained by owner, no sawdust there. She smile smirked supercilious. Wept. Aren't men. But lightward gliding, mild, she smiled on Boylan. "You're the essence of vulgarity," she in gliding said. Boylan eyed, tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet syrupy drops. His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors, gilded arch for ginger ale, hock and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell where it concerted, mirrored, bronze with sunnier bronze. Yes, bronze from a nearby. "Sweetheart, goodbye." "I'm off," said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. "Wait a shake," begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. "I wanted to tell you." Tom Rochford. Come on to Blazes, said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. Got the horn or what? He said. Wait, I'm coming. He followed the hasty creaking shoes, but stood by nimbly on the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. How do you do, Mr. Dollard? How do? Ben Dollard's vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley's woe. He won't give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the long fellow. We'll put a barley straw in that Judas Iscariot's ear this time. Sighing, Mr. Dedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. Ho, ho, we will, Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. Come on, Simon, give us a ditty. We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. 4 now. How warm this black is. Course nerves a bit. Refracts. Is it? Heat. Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider. What's that? Mr. Dedalus said. I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called. Begone, dull care. Come, Bob. He ambled Dollard, bulky slops, before them. Hold that fellow with the... Hold him now. Into the saloon. He plumped him, Dollard, on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped. Stopped abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met tealess gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window watched. Bronze from afar. Jingle, a tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off, light sob of breath. Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers. Jingling. He's gone. Jingle. Here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. God be with old times. Miss Douce's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the cross-blind, smitten by sunlight. Gone. Pensive. Who knows? Smitten, the smiting light. She lowered the drop-blind with a sliding cord. She drew down pensive. Why did he go so quick when I... About her bronze, over the bar where bald stood by Sister Gold, inexquisite contrast, contrast inexquisite, non-exquisite, slow, cool, dim, sea-green, sliding depth of shadow, eau de Nil. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the Collard Grand. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Dedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by japers, I had no wedding garment. They laughed, all three. He had no wed. All trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Dedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar, to the lost chord pipe. Bald Pat carried the 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy, and Father Cowley laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers, too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purply lobes. He saved the situation. Tight trow. Brilliant idea. I know he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration. And who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business? Do you remember? We had to search all Hollis Street to find them till the chap in Keogh's gave us the number. Remember? Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Dedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Marion Square style, ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either, what? Any God's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and trunk hose, what? Aye, Mr. Dedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Jingle jaunted down the quays. Blazes sprawled on bounding tires. Liver and bacon, steak and kidney pie. Right, sir. Right, Pat. Mrs. Marion met him pike hoses, smell of burn, of Paul de Kock, Nice name, he. What's this her name was? A buxom lassie, Marion Tweedy. Yes, is she alive? And kicking. She was a daughter of the regiment. Yes, begad, I remember the old drum major. Mr. Dedalus struck, whizzed, lit, puffed, savoury puff after. Irish? I dunno, faith. Is she, Simon? Puff after stiff, a puff, strong, savoury, crackling. Buccinator muscle is, what? Bit rusty, oh, she is. My Irish Molly, oh. He puffed a pungent, plumy blast. From the Rock of Gibraltar all the way. They pined in depth of ocean shadow, gold by the beer-pull, bronze by maraschino, thoughtful all, too. Mina Kennedy, for Lismore Terrace, Drumcondra with Idolores, a queen, Dolores, silent. Pat served uncovered dishes. Leopold cut liver slices. As said before, he ate with relish the inner organs, nutty gizzards, fried cod's roes, while Richie Golding, Collis, Ward ate steak and kidney, steak, then kidney, bite by bite of pie he ate, Bloom ate, they ate. Bloom with Golding, married in silence, ate. Dinners fit for princes. By bachelor's walk jog-jaunty jingled Blazes Boylan, bachelor, in sun, in heat, mare's glossy rump a-trot, with flick of whip on bounding tires, sprawled, warm-seated, Boylan, impatience, ardent, bold. Horn, have you the? Horn, have you the? Haw, haw, horn. Over their voices Dollard bassooned attack, booming over bombarding chords. When love absorbs my ardent soul. Roll of Bensol Benjamin rolled to the quivery love-shivery roof-panes. War, war, cried Father Cowley. You're the warrior. So I am, Ben Warrior laughed. I was thinking of your landlord. Love or money. He stopped. He wagged huge beard, huge face over his blunder huge. Sure you'd burst the tympanum of her ear, man, Mr. Dedalus said through smoke aroma, with an organ like yours. In bearded abundant laughter Dollard shook upon the keyboard. He would. Not to mention another membrane, Father Cowley added. Half-time, Ben. Amoroso ma non troppo. Let me there. Miss Kennedy served two gentlemen with tankards of cool stout. She passed a remark. It was, indeed, first gentleman said, beautiful weather. They drank cool stout. Did she know where the Lord Lieutenant was going? And heard steel hoofs, ring hoof ring. No, she couldn't say, but it would be in the paper. Oh, she need not trouble. No trouble. She waved about her, outspread independent, searching. The Lord Lieutenant, her pinnacles of hair slow-moving. Lord Lieutenant. Too much trouble, first gentleman said. Oh, not in the least. Way he looked that. Lord Lieutenant. Gold by bronze heard iron steel. My ardent soul, I care not for the morrow. In liver gravy blue mashed potatoes. Love and war someone is. Ben Dollard's famous. Night he ran round to us to borrow a dress suit for that concert. Trousers tight as a drum on him. Musical porkers. Molly did laugh when he went out. Threw herself back across the bed, screaming, kicking. With all his belongings on show. Oh, saints above, I'm drenched. Oh, the women in the front row. Oh, I'd never laughed so many. Well, of course, that's what gives him the bass barrel tone. For instance, eunuchs. Wonder who's playing. Nice touch. Must be Cowley. Musical. Knows whatever note you play. Bad breath he has, poor chap. Stopped. Miss Douce, engaging, Lydia Douce, bowed to suave solicitor, George Lidwell, gentleman, entering. Good afternoon. She gave her moist, a lady's, hand to his firm clasp. Afternoon. Yes, she was back. To the old ding-dong again. Your friends are inside, Mr. Lidwell. George Lidwell, suave, solicited, held a Lydia hand. Bloom ate live as said before. Clean here at least. That chap in the Burton, gummy with gristle. No one here. Goulding and I. Clean tables, flowers, mitres of napkins. Pat to and fro, bald Pat. Nothing to do. Best value in dub. Piano again. Cowley it is, way he sits into it, like one together, mutual understanding. Tiresome shapers scraping fiddles, I on the bow end, sawing the cello, remind you of toothache. Her high long snore. Night we were in the box. Trombone under blowing like a grampus between the acts. Other brass chap unscrewing, emptying spittle. Conductor's legs too, bag's trousers, jiggity-jiggity. Do right to hide them. Jiggity-jingle jaunty-jaunty. Only the harp, lovely, gold glowering light. Girl touched it. Poop of a lovely. Gravy's rather good fit for a. Golden ship. Erin. The harp that once or twice. Cool hands. Ben Houth, the rhododendrons. We are their harps. I. He. Old. Young. Ah, I couldn't, man, Mr. Dedalus said. Shy. Listless. Strongly. Go on, blast you, Ben Dollard growled. Get it out in bits. Mapari, Simon, Father Cowley said. Downstage he strode some paces, grave, tall in affliction, his long arms outheld. Hoarsely the apple of his throat hoarsed softly. Softly he sang to a dusty seascape there. A last farewell. A headland, a ship, a sail upon the billows. Farewell. A lovely girl, her veil a wave upon the headland, what wind around her. Cowley sang, M'appari tout amor, il mio sguardo l'incontra. She waved, unhearing Cowley, her veil to one departing, dear one, to wind, love, speeding sail, return. Go on, Simon. Ah, sure, my dancing days are done, Ben. Well. Mr. Dedalus laid his pipe to rest beside the tuning-fork and, sitting, touched the obedient keys. No, Simon, Father Cowley turned. Play it in the original, one flat. The keys, obedient, rose higher, told, faltered, confessed, confused. Upstage strode Father Cowley. Here, Simon, I'll accompany you, he said. Get up. By Graham Lemon's Pineapple Rock, by Elvery's Elephant jingly jogged. Steak, kidney, liver mashed, at meat fit for princes sat Princes Bloom and Goulding. Princes at meat they raised and drank. Power and cider. Most beautiful tenor air ever written, Richie said. Sonambula. He heard Joel Maas sing that one night. Ah, what McGuckin. Yes, in his way. Choir boy style. Maas was the boy. Mass boy. A lyrical tenor if you like. Never forget it, never. Tenderly Bloom over liverless bacon saw the tightened features strain. Backache he. Bright's bright eye. Next item on the programme. Paying the piper. Pills, pounded bread, worth a guinea a box. Stave it off a while. Sings too, down among the dead men. Appropriate. Kidney pie. Sweets to the. Not making much hand of it. Best value in. Characteristic of him. Power. Particular about his drink. Flaw in the glass. Fresh Vartry water. Fecking matches from counters to save. Then squander a sovereign in dribs and drabs. And when he's not wanted a farthing. Screwed refusing to pay his fare. Curious types. End of chapter 11a. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on June 16th, 2006, in Oceanside, California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox. Audiobook.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 11b. Never would Richie forget that night. As long as he lived, never. In the gods of the old royal with little Peak, and when the first note. Speech paused on Richie's lips. Coming out with a whopper now, rhapsodies about damn all. Believes his own lies, does really, wonderful liar, but want a good memory. Which air is that? Asked Leopold Bloom. All is lost now. Richie cocked his lips a pout. A low incipient note sweet banshee murmured, all. A thrush, a throstle, his breath bird sweet, good teeth he's proud of, fluted with plaintive woe, is lost. Rich sound, 2 notes in one there, blackbird I heard in the hawthorn valley. Taking my motives he twined and turned them. Almost 2 new call is lost in all. Echo. How sweet the answer. How is that done? All lost now. Mournful he whistled. Fall, surrender, lost. Bloom bent Leopold ear, turning a fringe of doily down under the vase. Order. Yes, I remember. Lovely air. In sleep she went to him. Innocence in the moon. Brave. Don't know their danger. Still hold her back. Call name. Touch water. Jingle jaunty. Too late. She longed to go. That's why. Woman. As easy stop the sea. Yes, all is lost. A beautiful air, said Bloom, lost Leopold. I know it well. Never in all his life had Richie Goulding. He knows it well, too, or he feels. Still harping on his daughter. Wise child that knows her father, Daedalus said. Me? Bloom askance over liverless saw. Face of the all is lost. Rollicking Richie once. Jokes old stale now. Wagging his ear, napkin ring in his eye. Now begging letters he sends his son with. Cross-eyed Walter, sir, I did, sir. Wouldn't trouble only was I expecting some money. Wouldn't trouble only I was expecting some money. Apologize. Piano again. Sounds better than last time I heard. Tuned, probably. Stopped again. Dollard and Cowley still urged the lingering singer out with it. With it, Simon. It, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am most deeply obliged by your kind solicitations. It, Simon. I have no money, but if you will lend me your attention, I shall endeavour to sing to you of a heart bowed down. By the sandwich bell in screening shadow, Lydia, her bronze and rose, a lady's grace, gave and withheld. As in cool Glaucus O'Denil Mina 2 tankards to her pinnacles of gold. The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing. Richie turned. See Daedalus's voice, he said. Brain-tipped, cheek-touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow, endearing flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So, that will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air a voice sang to them, low, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what do you call them, dulcimers, touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good to hear. Sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard. When first they saw, lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful love-soft, oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet. Love's old sweet sonnet la gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double fourfold in octave gyved them fast. Full of hope and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score, increase their flow, throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head it simply jingle all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head it simply swirls, perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing, stop, knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall. There? How do you? I do well. There? What? Or, phial of cautious, kissing comfits in her satchel. Yes? Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still, cork air softer also their brogue. Silly man, could have made oceans of money, singing wrong words. Wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell. Only the two themselves, if he doesn't break down. Keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too. Drink, nerves overstrung. Must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream. For creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha! Give, take, throb, a pulsing, proud, erect. Words? Music? No, it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, nodded, disnodded. Bloom, flood of warm jam lick-it-up secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick, flow invading, tipping her, tapping her, topping her, tup, pores to dilate, dilating, tup, the joy, the feel, the warm, the tup, to pour o'er sluices, pouring gushes, flood, gush, flow, joy gush, tup throb, now language of love. Ray of hope is beaming. Lydia for Lidwell squeak scarcely here, so ladylike the muse unsqueaked a ray of hope. Martha it is. Coincidence. Just going to write. Lionel's song. Lovely name you have. Can't write. Except my little Prez. Play on her heartstrings, purse strings too. She's a... I called you naughty boy. Still the name. Martha. How strange. Today. The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy Lydia Lidwell, also sang to Pat, open-mouth ear, waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him, Gould Lidwell, won Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though, explain better. Why the barber in Drago's always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar, though farther. Each graceful look. First night when first I saw her at Matt Dillon's in Terenure. Yellow, black lace she wore. Musical chairs. We two the last. Fate. After her. Fate. Round and round, slow, quick round, we two, all looked. Halt. Down she sat. All ousted looked. Lips laughing. Yellow knees. Charmed my eye. Singing, waiting, she sang. I turned her music. Full voice of perfume, of what perfume does your lilac trees. Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling. First I saw. She thanked me. Why did she me? Fate. Spanishy eyes. Under a pear tree, alone patio this hour in old Madrid, one side in shadow, Dolores, she Dolores, at me, luring, ah, alluring. Martha, ah, Martha. Quitting all languor, Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony. In cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited, where? Here, there, try there, here, all try where? Somewhere. Come, thou lost one, come, thou dear one. Alone, one love, one hope, one comfort me. Martha, chestnote, return. Come. It soared, a bird, it held its flight, a swift pure cry. Soar silver orb, it leaped serene, speeding, sustained, to come. Don't spin it out too long, long breath, he breath, long life. Soaring high, high resplendent, aflame, crowned, high in the effulgence symbolistic, high of the ethereal bosom, high of the high vast irradiation everywhere, all soaring all around, about the all, the endlessness. To me. Siepold. Consumed. Come, well sung, all clapped, she ought to. Come, to me, to him, to her, you too, me, us. Bravo! Clap, clap! Good man, Simon! Clappy, clap, clap! Encore! Clap, clip, clap, clap! Sound as a bell! Bravo, Simon! Clap, clap, clap! Encore! Enclap! Cried, clapped all. Ben Dollard, Lydia Douce, George Lidwell, Pat, Mina Kennedy, 2 gentlemen with 2 tankards, Cowley, first gent with tank and bronze Miss Douce and gold Miss Mina. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor, said before. Jingle by monuments of Sir John Gray, Horatio one-handled Nelson, Reverend Father Theobald Matthew, jaunted as said before just now. A trot in heat, heat-seated. Cloche, sonnez-la, cloche, sonnez-la. Slower the mare went up the hill by the rotunda, Rutland Square. Too slow for Boylan, Blazes Boylan, Impatience Boylan, joggled the mare. An after-clang of Cowley's chords closed, died on the air made richer. And Richie Goulding drank his power, and Leopold Bloom his cider drank, Lidwell his Guinness, second gentlemen said they would partake of 2 more tankards if she did not mind. Miss Kennedy smirked, disserving, coral lips at first at second. She did not mind. 7 days in jail, Ben Dollard said, on bread and water, then you'd sing, Simon, like a garden thrush. Lionel Simon, singer, laughed. Father Bob Cowley played. Mina Kennedy served. Second gentleman paid. Tom Kernan strutted in. Lydia admired. But Bloom sang dumb. Admiring. Richie, admiring, descanted on that man's glorious voice. He remembered one night long ago, never forget that night. She sang, 'twas rank and fame, in Ned Lambert's 'twas. Good God, he never heard in all his life a note like that, he never did then, false one, we had better part so clear, so God he never heard since love lives, not a clinking voice lives, not ask Lambert, he can tell you too. Goulding, a flush struggling in his pale, told Mr. Bloom, face of the night, see in Ned Lambert's, Dedalus house, sang 'twas rank and fame. He, Mr. Bloom, listened while he, Richie Goulding, told him 'twas Mr. Bloom. He, Mr. Bloom, listened while he, Richie Goulding, told him, Mr. Bloom, of the night he, Richie, heard him, see Dedalus, sing 'twas rank and fame in his, Ned Lambert's house. Brothers-in-law, relations, we never speak as we pass by. Rift in the lute, I think. Treats him with scorn, see, he admires him all the more. The night she sang, the human voice, 2 tiny silky chords, wonderful more than all others. That voice was a lamentation, calmer now. It's in the silence after you feel you hear. Vibrations, now silent air. Bloom ungived his crisscrossed hands and with slack fingers plucked the slender catgut thong. He drew and plucked. It buzz, it twanged. While Goulding talked of Barraclough's voice production, while Tom Kernan, harking back in a retrospective sort of arrangement, talked to listening Father Cowley, who played a voluntary, who nodded as he played. While Big Ben Dollard talked with Simon Dedalus, lighting, who nodded as he smoked, who smoked. Thou lost one. All songs on that theme. Yet more Bloom stretched his string. Cruel, it seems. Let people get fond of each other, lure them on, then tear asunder. Death, explose, knock on the head. Out o' hell of that. Human life. Dignam. Ugh, that rat's tail wriggling. 5 bob I gave. Corpus paradisum. Corncake croaker. Belly like a poisoned pup. Gone. They sing. Forgotten. I too, and one day she with. Leave her. Get tired. Suffer then. Snivel. Big Spanishy eyes goggling at nothing. Her wavy, heavy hair uncombed. Yet too much happy bores. He stretched more. Are you not happy in your... Twang. It snapped. Jingle into Dorset Street. Miss Douce withdrew her satiny arm, reproachful, pleased. Don't make half so free, said she, till we are better acquainted. George Lidwell told her really and truly, but she did not believe. First gentleman told Mina that was so. She asked him was that so, and second tankard told her so, that was so. Miss Douce, Miss Lydia, did not believe. Miss Kennedy, Mina, did not believe. George Lidwell, no. Miss Dew did not. The first gent with the tank, believe, no, did not. Miss Ken. Lydia well, the tank. Better write it here. Quills in the post office chewed and twisted. Bald Pat at a sign drew nigh. A pen and ink, he went. A pad, he went. A pad to blot. He heard, deaf Pat. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, teasing the curling catgut line. It certainly is. Few lines will do. My present. All that Italian florid music is. Who this wrote? Know the name you know better. Take out sheet, notepaper, envelope, unconcerned. It's so characteristic. Grandest number in the whole opera, Goulding said. It is, Bloom said. Numbers it is. All music when you come to think. 2 multiplied by 2 divided by half is twice 1. Vibrations. Chords those are. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 7. Do anything you like with figures juggling. Always find out this equal to that. Symmetry under a cemetery wall. He doesn't see my mourning. Callous, all for his own gut. Muse mathematics. And you think you're listening to the ethereal, but suppose you said it like, Martha, 7 times 9 minus x is 35,000. Fall quite flat. It's on account of the sounds, it is. Instance he's playing now, improvising. Might be what you like till you hear the words. Want to listen sharp, hard. Begin all right, then hear chords a bit off. Feel lost a bit. In and out of sacks, over barrels, through wire fences, obstacle race. Time makes the tune. Question of mood you're in. Still always nice to hear. Except scales up and down, girls learning. 2 together next-door neighbors. Ought to invent dummy pianos for that. Blumenlied I bought for her, the name. Playing it slow, a girl, night I came home, the girl. Door of the stables near Cecilia Street. Millie no taste. Queer, because we both, Bald deaf Pat brought quite flat pad ink. Pat set with ink pen quite flat pad. Pat took plate dish knife fork. Pat went. It was the only language Mr. Dedalus said to Ben. He heard them as a boy in Ringabella, Crosshaven. Ringabella singing their barcarolles. Queenstown harbour full of Italian ships. Walking, you know, Ben, in the moonlight with those earthquake hats. Blending their voices. God, such music, Ben. Heard as a boy. Cross Ringabella Haven moon carol. Sour pipe removed, he held a shield of hand beside his lips that cooed a moonlight night call. clear from a near, a call from afar, replying. Down the edge of his Freeman baton ranged Bloom's, your other eye, scanning for where did I see that? Callan, Coleman, Dignam, Patrick. Hey-ho, Fawcett. Aha, just I was looking. Hope he's not looking, cute as a rat. He held unfurled his Freeman. Can't see now. Remember, write Greek S. Bloom dipped. Blue myrrh. Dear Sir. Dear Henry wrote. Dear Maddie. Got your let and flow. Hell did I put? Some pock or oth. It is utterl imposs. Underline imposs. To write today. Bore this. Bored Bloom tambourined gently with I am just reflecting fingers on flat pad Pat brought. On. Know what I mean. No, change that E. Accept my poor lit pres enclose. Ask her no ance. Hold on. 5 dig. 2 about here. Penny the gulls. Elijah is come. 7 Davy Burns. 8 is about. Say half a crown. My poor little pres. P.O. 2 and 6. Write me along. Do you despise? Jingle, have you the... So excited. Why do you call me naught? You naughty too? Oh, Myrie lost the string of her. Bye for today. Yes, we'll tell you. Want to keep it up. Call me that other world, she wrote. My patience are exhaust. To keep it up, you must believe, the tank, it is true. Folly am I writing? Husbands don't. That's marriage does, their wives. Because I'm away from, suppose. But how? She must. Keep young. If she found out. Card in my high grade, ha! No, not tell all. Useless pain, if they don't see. Woman. Sauce for the gander. A hackney car, number 324, driver Barton James of number 1 Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, on which sat a young gentleman, stylishly dressed in an indigo blue serge suit made by George Robert Messias, tailor and cutter, of number 5 Eden Quay, and wearing a straw hat very dressy, bought of John Plasto of number 1 Great Brunswick Street, hatter. Eh? This is the jingle that joggled and jingled. By Dlucad's pork shop, bright tubes of Agendath trotted a gallant buttocked mare. Answering an ad? Keen Richie's eyes asked Bloom. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Town traveller. Nothing doing, I expect. Bloom mur. Best references. But Henry wrote. It will excite me. You know how. In haste. Henry. Greek E. Better add postscript. What is he playing now? Improvising. Intermezzo. P.S. The rum-tum-tum. How will you pun? You punish me? Crooked skirt swinging, whack by. Tell me I want to. No. Oh. Course if I didn't I wouldn't ask. La 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 re. Trails off there sad in minor. Why minor sad? Sign H. They like sad tail at end. P.P.S. La 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 re. I feel so sad today. La re. So lonely. D. He blotted quick on pad of Pat. Envel. Address. Just copy out of paper. Murmured. Messrs. Callan, Coleman and Company, Limited. Henry wrote. Miss Martha Clifford. Care of P.O. Dolphin's Barn Lane. Dublin. Blot over the other so he can't read. There, right. Idea prize titbit. Something detective read off blotting pad. Payment at the rate of guinea per call. Matcham often thinks the laughing witch. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. U.P. Up. Too poetical that about the sad. Music did that. Music hath charms, Shakespeare said. Quotations every day in the year. To be or not to be. Wisdom while you wait. In Gerard's rosary of Fetter Lane he walks. Grey Adow burn. One life is all, one body do, but do. Done anyhow. Postal order, stamp, post office lower down. Walk now, enough. Barney Kiernan's, I promised to meet them. Dislike that job. House of mourning. Walk. Pat. Doesn't hear. Deaf beetle he is. Car near there now. Talk. Pat! Doesn't. Settling those napkins. Lot of ground he must cover in the day. Paint face behind on him, then he'd be two. Wish they'd sing more. Keep my mind off. Bald Pat, who is bothered, mitered the napkins. Pat is a waiter hard of his hearing. Pat is a waiter who waits while you wait. He waits while you wait. A waiter is he. He waits while you wait. While you wait, if you wait, he will wait while you wait. Ho, wait while you wait. Deuce now, deuce Lydia, bronze and rose. She had a gorgeous, simply gorgeous time, and look at the lovely shell she brought. To the end of the bar to him she bore lightly the spiked and winding sea-horn that he, George Lidwell, solicitor, might hear. Listen, she bade him. Under Tom Kernan's gin-hot words the accompanist wove music slow. Authentic fact. How Walter Bapty lost his voice. Well, sir, the husband took him by the throat. Scoundrel, said he, you'll sing no more love-songs. He did, faith, Sir Tom. Bob Cowley wove. Tenors get wom. Cowley lay back. Ah, now he heard, she holding it to his ear. Here, he heard. Wonderful. She held it to her own, and through the sifted light pale gold in contrast gilded. To hear. Tap. Bloom through the bar door saw a shell held at their ears. He heard more faintly that they heard, each for herself alone, than each for other, hearing the plash of waves, loudly, a silent roar. Bronze by a weary gold, anear, afar, they listened. Her ear too is a shell, the peeping lobe there. Been to the seaside. Lovely seaside girls. Skin tanned raw. Should have put on cold cream first, make it brown. Buttered toast. Oh, and that lotion mustn't forget. Fever near her mouth. Your head it simply. Hair braided over, shell with seaweed. Why do they hide their ears with seaweed hair? And Turks the mouth, why? Her eyes over the sheet. Yashmak. Find the way in. A cave. No admittance except on business. The sea they think they hear. Singing. A roar. The blood it is. Souse in the ear sometimes. Well, it's a sea. Corpuscle Islands. Wonderful really. So distinct. Again. George Lidwell held its murmur, hearing, then laid it by gently. What are the wild waves saying? He asked her, smiled. Charming, sea smiling and unanswering Lydia on Lidwell smiled. Tap. By Larry O'Rourke's by Larry, bold Larry O. Boylan swayed and Boylan turned. From the forsaken shell Miss Mina glided to her tankards waiting. No, she was not so lonely, archly Miss Douce's head let Mr. Lidwell know. Walks in the moonlight by the sea. No, not alone. With whom? She nobly answered, with a gentleman friend. Bob Cowley's twinkling fingers in the treble played again. The landlord has the prior. A little time. Long John, Big Ben, lightly he played a light, bright, tinkling measure for tripping ladies, arch and smiling, and for their gallants, gentlemen friends. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Sea, wind, leaves, thunder, waters, cows lowing, the cattle market, cocks, hens don't crow, snakes hiss. There's music everywhere. Rutledge's door, creaking. No, that's noise. Minuet of Don Giovanni he's playing now. Court dresses of all descriptions in castle chambers dancing. Misery. Peasants outside. Green starving faces eating dock leaves. Nice that is. Look, 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 look. You look at us. That's joyful I can feel. Never have written it. Why? My joy is other joy, but both are joys. Yes, joy it must be. Mere fact of music shows you are. Often thought she was in the dumps till she began to lilt. Then no. McCoy valise. My wife and your wife. Squealing cat. Like tearing silk. Tongue when she talks like the clapper of a bellows. They can't manage men's intervals. Gap in their voices too. Fill me. I'm warm, dark, open. Molly in qui est homo, mercadante. My ear against the wall to hear. Want a woman who can deliver the goods. Jog, jig, jogged, stopped. Dandy tan shoe of dandy Boylan socks, sky blue clocks, came light to earth. Oh, look, we are so. Chamber music. Could make a kind of pun on that. It is a kind of music, I often thought when she. Acoustics, that is, tinkling. Empty vessels make most noise. Because the acoustics, the resonance changes according as the weight of the water is equal to the law of falling water. Like those rhapsodies of Liszt's, Hungarian, gypsy-eyed. Pearls, drops, rain, diddle-idle-addle-addle-oodle-oodle, hiss. Now, maybe now, before. One rapped on a door, one tapped with a knock. Did he knock Paul de Kock with a loud proud knocker with a cock, cara 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 cock, cock cock? Tap. Qui sdegno, said Ben. Qui sdegno, Ben, said Father Cowley. No, Ben, Tom Kernan interfered. The croppy boy, our native Doric. Aye, do, Ben, Mr Dedalus said. Good men and true. Do, do, they begged in one. I'll go. Here, Pat, return, come. He came, he did not stay. To me, how much? What key? 6 sharps? F sharp major, Ben Dollard said. Bob Cowley's outstretched talons griped the black deep-sounding chords. Must go, Prince Bloom told Richie Prince. No, Richie said. Yes, must. Got money somewhere. He's on for a razzle backache spree. Much? He see hears lip speech. 1 and 9. Penny for yourself. Here, give him 2pence tip. Deaf, bothered, but perhaps he has wife and family waiting Patty come home. He, deaf wait while they wait. But wait, but here, chords dark, lugugubrious, low, in a cave of the dark middle earth, embedded ore, lump music. The voice of dark age, of unlove, earth's fatigue made grave approach and painful, come from afar, from hoary mountains, called on good men and true. The priest he sought. With him would he speak a word. Tap. Ben Dollard's voice, bass barrel tone, doing his level best to say it. Croak of vast, manless, moonless, womanless marsh. Other come down. Big ship's chandler's business he did once. Remember, rosiny ropes, ship's lanterns. Failed to the tune of £10,000. Now in the Ivig home. Cubicle number so-and-so. Number 1 bass did that for him. The priest's at home. A false priest's servant bade him welcome. Step in, the Holy Father. With bows a traitor servant. Curlicues of chords. Ruin them, wreck their lives, then build them cubicles to end their days in. Hushaby, lullaby, die, dog. Little dog, die. The voice of warning, solemn warning, told them the youth had entered a lonely hall, told them how solemn fell his footsteps there, told them the gloomy chamber, the vested priest sitting to shrive. Decent soul, bit addled now, thinks he'll win in answers, poet's picture puzzle. We hand you crisp £5 note. Bird sitting hatching in a nest. Lay of the last minstrel he thought it was. C-T, what domestic animal? T-R, most courageous mariner. Good voice he has still. No eunuch yet, with all his belongings. Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Goulding listened, and by the door deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat, listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, mea culpa. Latin again. That holds them like bird-lime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee, corpus nomine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened, tankards and Miss Kennedy, George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive, full-busted satin, Kernan, sigh. The sighing voice of sorrow sang, his sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times, you bitch's bast, and once at mass-time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy, a croppy boy. Bronze, listening by the beer-pole, gazed far away, soulfully. Doesn't half know I'm. Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Cock-cara-cara. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Night Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of Home Sweet Home. Wiped his nose in curtain, too. Custom his country, perhaps. That's music, too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses through up-trunks. Double basses, helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand open crocodile music hath jaws. Woodwind, like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low cut, belongings on show. Clove her breath was always in theatre when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papa's. Hypnotized, listening. Eyes like that. She bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman half a look. God made the country, man the tune, met him pike hoses, philosophy, oh rocks. All gone, all fallen. At the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would. Last of his name and race. I too, last of my race. Milly young student. Well, my fault perhaps. No son. Rudy? Too late now. Or if not, if still? He bore no hate. Hate, love, those are names. Rudy. Soon I am old. Big Ben, his voice unfolded. Great-voiced Richie Goulding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to bloom soon old. But when was young? Ireland comes now, my country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, father, Dollard the croppy cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed, to go. Got up to kill, on 18 bob a week. Fellows shell out the dibs. Want to keep your weather eye open, those girls, those lovely. By the sad sea waves. Chorus girls romance. Letters read out for breach of promise. From Chickabiddy's owny Mumpsy-pum. Laughter in court. Henry, I never signed it. The lovely name you. Low sank the music, air and words. Then hastened. The false priest rustling soldier from his cassock. A yeoman captain. They know it all by heart. The thrill they itch for. Yeoman cap. Tap, tap. Thrilled she listened, bending in sympathy to hear. Blank face. Virgin should say, or fingered only. Write something on it. Page. If not, what becomes of them? Decline, despair. Keeps them young. Even admire themselves. See, play on her. Lip blow. Body of white woman, a flute alive. Blow gentle. Loud. 3 holes, all women. Goddess I didn't see. They want it. Not too much polite. That's why he gets them. Gold in your pocket, brass in your face. Say something. Make her hear. With look to look. Songs without words. Molly, that hurdy-gurdy boy. She knew he meant the monkey was sick. Or because so like the Spanish. Understand animals, too, that way. Solomon did. Gift of nature. Ventriloquies. My lips closed. Think in my stum. What? Will? You? I? Want, you, too? With hoarse rude fury the yeoman cursed, swelling an apoplectic bitch's bastard. A good thought, boy, to come. 1 hour's your time to live, your last. Tap, tap. Thrill now, pity they feel, to wipe away a tear for martyrs that want to, dying to, die. For all things dying, for all things born. Poor Mrs. Purefoy, hope she's over, because they're wombs. A liquid of womb of woman eyeball gazed under a fence of lashes, calmly hearing. See real beauty of the eye when she not speaks. On yonder river. At each slow, satiny, heaving bosom's wave. Her heaving embon. Red rose, rose, slowly sank red rose. Heartbeats, her breath, breath that is life, and all the tiny, tiny fern-foils trembled of maidenhair. But look, the bright stars fade. O rose, Castile, the morn, ha, Lidwell. For him then, not for. Infatuated, I like that. See her from here, though. Popped corks, splashes of beer froth, stacks of empties. On the smooth jutting beer-pull laid Lydia hand, lightly, plumply, leave it to my hands. All lost in pity for Croppy. Fro, to, fro, over the polished knob. She knows his eyes, my eyes, her eyes. Her thumb and finger passed in pity, passed, reposed, and, gently touching, then slid so smoothly, sliding down, a cool, firm, white enamel baton protruding through their sliding ring. With a cock with a cara. Tap, tap, tap. I hold this house, amen. He gnashed in fury, traitors swing. The chords consented. Very sad thing, but had to be. Get out before the end. Thanks, that was heavenly. Where's my hat? Pass by her. Can leave the freeman. Letter I have. Suppose she were the... No, walk, walk, walk. Like Cashel Boylo, Conoro, Coilo, Tisdall, Maurice, Tisntdall, Farrell. Walk. Well, I must be. Are you off? You're from Spies. Bloomstup. O'er a high blue. Ow. Bloom stood up. Soap feeling, rather sticky behind. Must have sweated. Music. That lotion. Remember. Well, so long. High grade. Card inside. Yes. By deaf Pat in the doorway, straining ear, Bloom passed. At Geneva Barrack that young man died. At Passage was his body laid. Dolor. O he Dolores. The voice of the mournful chanter called to dolorous prayer. By rose, by satiny bosom, by the fondling hand, by slops, by empties, by popped corks, greeting and going, past eyes and maiden hair, bronze and faint gold in deep sea shadow, went Bloom, soft Bloom, I feel so lonely, Bloom. Tap, tap, tap. Pray for him, prayed the bass of Dollard. You who hear in peace, breathe a prayer, drop a tear, good men, good people. He was the croppy boy. Scaring, eavesdropping, boots, croppy boots boy Bloom in the Ormond hallway heard the growls and roars of Bravo, fat backslapping, their boots all treading, boots, not the boots, the boy. General chorus off for a swill to wash it down, glad I avoided. Come on, Ben, Simon Dedalus cried. By God, you're as good as ever you were. Better, said Tom Gin Kernan. Most trenchant rendition of that ballad, upon my soul and honour, it is it. It is. La Blache, said Father Cowley. Ben Dollard bulkily cashicad towards the bar, mightily praise-fed, and all big roseate on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castagnettes in the air. Big Ben-a-Ben Dollard, Big Ben-Ben, Big Ben-Ben. Rrrr. And deep-moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing, they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Douce composed her rose to wait. Ben Machree, said Mr Dedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder-blade. Fit as a fiddle, only has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. Fat of death, Simon. Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute, alone sat, Goulding Collis Ward. Uncertainly he waited, unpaid pat too. Tap, 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 tap. Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured tankard. Tank one believed. Miss Ken when she, that doll he was, she-doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina, Mr. Dollard. And The Last Rose of Summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. 'Tis the last rose of summer, Dollard left bloom, felt wind, wound round inside. Gassy thing that cider, binding too. Wait, post office near Reuben J's, 1 and 8 too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music. Gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the... Ben Houth. That rules the world. Far, 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 far. Tap, 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 tap. Up the quay went Lionel Leopold, naughty Henry with letter for Maddie, with sweets of sin, with frillies for Raoul, with met him pike hoses went Poldy on. Tap, blind walked, tapping by the tap, the curbstone tapping, tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it, kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts. All ears. Not lose a demi-semi-quaver. Eyes shut. Head nodding in time. Dotty. You daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes. All a kind of attempt to talk. Unpleasant when it stops, because you never know exact. Organ in Gardiner Street. Old Glynn 50 quid a year. Queer up there in the cockloft alone with stops and locks and keys. Seated all day at the organ. Maunder on for hours talking to himself or the other fellow blowing the bellows. Growl angry, then shriek cursing. Want to have wadding or something in his... No, she don't, she cried. No, don't, she cried. Then all of a soft sudden, wee little pipey wind. Pwee, a wee little wind piped ee in Bloom's little wee. Was he? Mr. Dedalus said, returning with fetched pipe. I was with him this morning at poor little Paddy Dingham's. Aye, the Lord have mercy on him. By the by, there's a tuning fork in there on the... Tap, 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 tap. The wife has a fine voice, or had. What? Lidwell asked. Oh, that must be the tuner, Lydia said to Simon Lionel. First I saw, forgot it when he was here. Blind he was, she told George Lidwell, second I saw, and played so exquisitely, treat to hear, exquisite contrast, bronze lid, Mina gold. Shout, Ben Dollard shouted, pouring, sing out. 'Ull do, cried Father Cowley. Rrr. I feel I want... Tap, 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 tap. Very well, Mr. Dedalus said, staring hard at a headless sardine. Under the sandwich bell lay on a bier of bread one lonely last sardine of summer. Bloom alone. Very, he stared, the lower register for choice. Tap, 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 tap. Bloom went by Barry's. Wish I could. Wait. That wonder worker if I had. 24 solicitors in that one house. Counted them. Litigation. Love one another. Piles of parchment. Messrs. Pick and Pocket have power of attorney. Goulding, Collis, Ward. But, for example, the chap that wallops the big drum. His vocation. Mickey Rooney's band. Wonder how it first struck him. Sitting at home after pig's cheek and cabbage, nursing it in the armchair. Rehearsing his band part. Pompedy. Jolly for the wife. Asses' skins. Welt them through life, then wallop after death. Pom, wallop. Seems to be what you call yashmak, or I mean kismet, fate. Tap, tap. A stripling, blind, with a tapping cane came tap-tap-tapping by Dally's window where a mermaid hair all streaming, but he couldn't see, blew whiffs of a mermaid. Blind couldn't. Mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments, a blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn, haw, have you the cloche, sonnez-la, shepherd his pipe, pwee little wee, policeman a whistle, locks and keys, sweep, 4 o'clock, all's well, sleep. All is lost now, drum, pompody, wait, I know, town crier, bumbailiff, long john, waken the dead, pom, dignum, poor little nominy dominy, pom, it is music. I mean, of course, it's all pom, 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 very much what they call da capo. Still, you can hear, as we march along, pom. I must, really. Now, if I did that at a banquet, just a question of custom, Shah of Persia, breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same, he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap, muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown mackin'. Oh, the whore of the lane. A frowsy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing. Yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had the... Hee-haw, she saw. Off her beat there. What is she? Hope she... Psst! Any chance of your wash? New Molly. Had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that. Appointment we made knowing we'd never, well, hardly ever. Too dear, too near to home, sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day. Face like a dip. Damn her. Oh, well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Marks's antique sale shop window, haughty Henry Lionel Leopold, dear Henry Flower, earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks, melodeon, oozing maggoty blow-bags. Bargain, 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider, or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from a near gold from afar, they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First Lyd, D, Cow, Care, Doll, a 5th, Lidwell, Cy, Dedalus, Bob Cowley, Kernan, and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Marks's window. Robert Emmett's last words, 7 last words, of Meyerbeer, that is. True men like you, men. Aye, aye, Ben. Will lift your glass with us. They lifted. Chink, chunk. Tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze, he saw not gold. Nor Ben, nor Bob, nor Tom, nor Cy, nor George, nor Tanks, nor Richie, nor Pat. He did not see. Sea Bloom, Grease-a-Bloom viewed last words, softly. When my country takes her place among. Purr. Must be the burr. Ooh, rupper. Nations of the earth. No one behind, she's past. Then and not till then. Tram, cran, cran, cran. Good opper. Coming. Crandall, cran, cran. I'm sure it's the Burgund. Yes, 1, 2. Let my epitaph be. Cra. Written I have. Perf. Done. End of chapter 11b. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on June 16th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That's LibriVox.org. Today's reading by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast. Ulysses by Joyce. Chapter 12. I was just passing the time of day with old Troy of the DMP at the corner of Arbour Hill there, and be damned but a bloody sweep came along and he nearly drove his gear into my eye. I turned around to let him have the weight of my tongue when who should I see dodging along Stony Batter? Only Joe Hines. "'Lo, Joe," says I. "How are you blowing? Did you see that bloody chimney sweep near shove my eye out with his brush?" "Soot's luck," says Joe. "Who's the old ballocks you were talking to?" "Old Troy," says I, "was in the farce. I'm on two minds not to give that fellow in charge for obstructing the thoroughfare with his brooms and ladders." "What are you doing round these parts?" says Joe. "Devil a much," says I. "There's a bloody big foxy thief beyond by the Garrison Church at the corner of Chicken Lane. Old Troy was just giving me a wrinkle about him. Lifted any god's quantity of tea and sugar to pay £3 a week. Said he had a farm in the county down off a hop of my thumb by the name of Moses Herzog over there near Hylesbury Street." "Circumcised?" says Joe. "Aye," says I, "a bit off the top. An old plumber named Garrity. I'm hanging on to his towel now for the past fortnight and I can't get a penny out of him." "That the lay you're on now?" says Joe. "Aye," says I. "How are the mighty fallen, collector of bad and doubtful debts. But that's the most notorious bloody robber you'd meet in a day's walk, and the face on him all pockmarks would hold a shower of rain." "Tell him," says he, "I dare him," says he, "and I double dare him to send you round here again, or if he does," says he, "I'll have him summonsed up before the court, so I will, for trading without a licence." And after he's stuffing himself till he's fit to burst. Jesus, I had to laugh at the little Jewy getting his shirt out. "He drinks me my teas, he eat me my sugars, because he pay me my monies." "'Cause he no pay me my monies?" "For non-perishable goods bought out of Moses Herzog of 13 St. Kevin's Parade in the city of Dublin, Wood Quay Ward, merchant, hereinafter called the vendor, and sold and delivered to Michael E. Garrity, Esquire of 29 Arbour Hill in the city of Dublin, Aaron Quay Ward, gentleman, hereinafter called the purchaser, videlicet £5 avoir du pois of first choice tea at 3 shillings and no pence per pound avoir du pois, and 3 stone avoir du pois of sugar, crushed crystal at 3 pence per pound avoir du pois. The said purchaser debtor to the said vendor of £1 5 shillings and 6 pence sterling for value received, which amount shall be paid by said purchase to said vendor in weekly instalments every 7 calendar days, of 3 shillings and no pence sterling. And the said non-perishable goods shall not be pawned or pledged or sold or otherwise alienated by the said purchaser, but shall be and remain and be held to be the sole and exclusive property of the said vendor, to be disposed of at his good will and pleasure, until the said amount shall have been duly paid by the said purchaser to the said vendor in the manner herein set forth, as this day hereby agreed between the said vendor, his heirs, successors, trustees, and assigns of the one part, and the said purchaser, his heirs, successor, trustees, and assigns of the other part. Are you a strict T.T.? Says Joe. Not taking anything between drinks, says I. What about paying our respects to our friend? Says Joe. Who? Says I. Sure, he's out in John of God's off his head, poor man. Drinking his own stuff, says Joe. Aye, says I. Whiskey and water on the brain. Come round to Barney Kiernan's, says Joe. I want to see the citizen. Barney Mavon needs be it, says I. Anything strange or wonderful, Joe? Not a word, says Joe. I was up at that meeting in the City Arms. What was that, Joe? Says I. Cattle traders, says Joe, about the foot and mouth disease. I want to give the citizen the hard word about it. So we went around by Linenhall Barracks and the back of the courthouse talking of one thing or another. Decent fellow Joe when he has it, but sure like that he never has it. Jesus, I couldn't get over that bloody Foxy Garrity, the daylight robber. For trading without a licence, says he. In Innisfail, the fair there, lies a land, the land of holy Mishan. There rises a watchtower beheld of man afar. There sleep the mighty dead as in life they slept, warriors and princes of high renown. A pleasant land it is, in sooth, of murmuring waters, fishful streams where the sport, the gurnard, the plaice, the roach, the halibut, the gibbed haddock, the grilse, the dab, the brill, the flounder, the pollock, the mixed coarse fish, generally, and other denizens of the aqueous kingdom too numerous to be enumerated. In the mild breezes of the west and of the east the lofty trees wave in different directions their first-class foliage, the wafty sycamore, the Lebanonian cedar, the exalted plane tree, the eugenic eucalyptus, and other ornaments of the arboreal world, which that region is thoroughly well supplied. Lovely maidens sit in close proximity to the roots of the lovely trees, singing the most lovely songs, where they play all kinds of lovely objects, as for example, golden ingots, silvery fishes, crans of herrings, draughts of eels, codlings, creels of fingerlings, purple sea gems, and playful insects. And heroes voyage from afar to woo them, from Ebelana to Sleeve Margie, the peerless princess of unfettered Munster and of Connacht, the just and of smooth, sleek Leinster, and of Cruachan's land, and of Armagh the splendid, and of the noble district of Boyle, princes, the sons of kings. And there rises a shining palace, whose crystal glittering roof is seen by mariners who traverse the extensive sea in barks built expressly for that purpose, and thither come all herds and fatlings and fistfuls of that land, for O'Connell Fitzsimon takes toll of them, a chieftain descended from chieftains. Thither the extremely large wains bring foison of the fields, flaskets of cauliflowers, floats of spinach, pineapple chunks, Rangoon beans, strikes of tomatoes, drums of figs, trills of swedes, spherical potatoes, and tallies of iridescent kale, York and Savoy, and trays of onions, pearls of the earth, and punnets of mushrooms, and custard marrows, and fat vetches, and beer, and rape, and red, green, yellow, brown, russet, sweet, big, bitter, ripe, pommelated apples, and chips of strawberries and seeds of gooseberries, pulpy and pelurious, and strawberries fit for princes, and raspberries from their canes. I dare him, says he, and I double dare him. Come out here, Garrity, you notorious bloody hill and dale robber. And by that way wend the herds innumerable of bellwethers and flushed ewes and shealing rams and lambs and stubble geese and medium steers and roaring mares and polled calves and longwoods and store sheep and coufs, prime springers and culls and sow pigs and bacon hogs and the various different varieties of highly distinguished swine and Angus heifers and pulley bullocks of immaculate pedigree together with prime premiated milk cows and beeves. And there has ever heard a trampling, cackling, roaring, lowing, bleating, bellowing, rumbling, grunting, champing, chewing of sheep and pigs and heavy-hooved kine from pasture lands of Lusk and Rush and Carrick mines, and from the steamy vales of Thomond. From the McGiddies reeks the inaccessible and lordly Shannon the unfathomable, and from the gentle declivities of the place of the race of Keir. Their udders distended with superabundance of milk, and butts of butter, and rennets of cheese, and farmers' firkins, and targets of lamb, and crannocks of corn, and oblong eggs in great hundreds, various in size, the agate with this done. So we turned into Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was the citizen up in the corner having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel Gary Owen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole, with his cruising lawn and his load of papers, working for the cause. The bloody mongrel let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact he ate a good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came round one time with a blue paper about a licence. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, citizen, says Joe. Friends here? Pass, friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, What's your opinion of the times? Doing the rapparee and the roary of the hill, but begob Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob the citizen claps his paw on his knee and he says, Foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, It's the Russians wish to tyrannize. Arrah, give over your bloody cuddling, Joe, says I. I've a thirst in me that wouldn't sell for half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Wine of the country, says he. What's yours, says Joe. Ditto McNaspy, says I. 3 pints, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen, says he. Never better. A chara, says he. What, Gary? Are we going to win, eh? And with that he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of the neck and, by Jesus, he near throttled him. The figure seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, frank-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shaggy-bearded, wide-mouthed, large-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder he measured several ells, and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny prickly hair in hue, and toughness similar to the mountain gorse, Ulex europaeus. The wide-winged nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field-lark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes, in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery, were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance the loud, strong, hale reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly, causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower, and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. He wore a long, unsleeved garment of recently flayed oxhide reaching to the knees in a loose kilt, and this was bound about his middle by a girdle of plaited straw and rushes. Beneath this he wore trews of deerskin, roughly stitched with gut. His nether extremities were encased in high balbriggan buskins dyed in lichen purple, the feet being shod with brogues of salted cowhide laced with the windpipe of the same beast. From his girdle hung a row of sea-stones which jangled at every movement of his portentous frame, and on these were graven with rude yet striking art the tribal images of many Irish heroes and heroines of antiquity. Cuchulainn, Conn of 100 battles, Niall of 9 hostages, Brian of Kincora, the Ardry Malachi, Art MacMurrough, Shane O'Neill, Father John Murphy, Owen Roe, Patrick Sarsfield, Red Hugh O'Donnell, Red Jim MacDermott, Suggath Eowyn O'Grony, Michael Dwyer, Francie Higgins, Henry Joy McCracken, Goliath, Horace Wheatley, Thomas Conniff, Peg Woofington, the village blacksmith, Captain Moonlight, Captain Boycott, Dante Alighieri, Christopher Columbus, S. Fiercer, S. Brendan, Marshall McCowan, Charlemagne, Theobald Wolfe Tone, the mother of the Maccabees, the last of the Mohicans, the Rose of Castile, the man for Galway, the man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo, the man in the Gap, the woman who didn't, Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon Bonaparte, John L. Sullivan, Cleopatra, Savunin Delish, Julius Caesar, Paracelsus, Sir Thomas Lipton, William Tell, Michelangelo Hayes, Muhammad, the Bride of Lammermoor, Peter the Hermit, Peter the Packer, Dark Rosaline, Patrick W. Shakespeare, Brian Confucius, Myrtle Gutenberg, Patricio Velasquez, Captain Nemo, Tristan and Isolde, the first Prince of Wales, Thomas Cook and Son, the Bold Soldier Boy, Ara Pogue, Dick Lurpin, Ludwig Beethoven, the Colleen Bawn, Wada Healy, Angus the Gouldy, Dolly Mount, Sidney Parade, Ben Houth, Valentine Greatrix, Adam and Eve, Arthur Wellesley, Boss Crocker, Herodotus, Jack the Giant Killer, Gautama Buddha, Lady Godiva, the Lily of Killarney, Balor of the Evil Eye, the Queen of Sheba, Aki Nagel, Joe Nagel, Alessandra Volta, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rusa, Don Philip O'Sullivan Beer, a couched spear of acuminated granite rested by him while at his feet reposed a savage animal of the canine tribe, whose stertorous gasps announced that he was sunk in uneasy slumber, a supposition confirmed by the hoarse growls and spasmodic movements which his master repressed from time to time by tranquilizing blows of a mighty cudgel rudely fashioned out of Paleolithic stone. So anyhow, Terry brought the 3 pints. Joe was standing and begobbed. The sight nearly left my eyes when I saw him land out a quid. Oh, as true as I'm telling you. A good-looking sovereign. And there's more where that came from, says he. Were you robbing the poor box, Joe? Says I. Sweat of my brow, says Joe. 'Twas the prudent member gave me the wheeze. I saw him before I met you, says I, sloping around by Pillar Lane and Greek Street with his cod's eye, counting up all the guts of the fish. Who comes through Mission's land, bedlight and sable armour? O Bloom, the son of Rory, it is he, impervious to fear is Rory's son, he of the prudent soul. For the old woman of Prince's Street, says the citizen, the subsidised organ. The pledge-bound party on the floor of the house. And look at this blasted rag, says it. Look at this, says he, the Irish Independent, if you please, founded by Parnell to be the working man's friend. Listen to the births and deaths in the Irish for all Ireland Independent, and I'll thank you and the marriages. And he starts reading them out. Gordon, Barnfield Crescent, Exeter, Redmayne of Iffley, St. Anne's-on-Sea, the wife of William T. Redmayne of a son. How's that, eh? Wright and Flint, Vincent and Gillette to Rotha Marion, daughter of Rosa and the late George Alfred Gillette, 179, Chapham Road, Stockwell, Playwood and Risdale, at St. Jude's, Kensington, by way of the very Reverend Dr. Forrest, Dean of Worcester, eh? Deaths! Bristow at Whitehall Lane, London, Carr/Newington of gastritis and heart disease. Cockburn at the Moat House, Chepstow. I know that fellow, says Joe, from bitter experience. Cockburn, Dimsey, wife of David Dimsey, late of the Admiralty. Jesus. Miller Tottenham, aged 85, Welsh, June 12th, at 35 Canning Street. Liverpool, Isabella Helen. How's that for a national press, eh, my brown son? How's that for Martin Murphy, the Bantry jobber? Ah, well, says Joe, handing round the booze. Thanks be to God they had the start of us. Drink that, citizen. Health, Joe, says I, and all down the farm. Ah, ow, don't be talking. I was blue mouldy for the want of that pint. Declare to God I could hear it hit the pit of my stomach with a click. And lo, as they quaffed their cup of joy, a godlike messenger came swiftly in, radiant as the eye of heaven, a comely youth, and behind him there passed an elder of noble gait and countenance, bearing the sacred scrolls of law, and with him his lady, wife, a dame of peerless lineage, fairest of her race. Little Alf Bergen popped in round the door and hid behind Barney's snug, squeezed up with the laughing. And who was sitting up there in the corner that I hadn't seen snoring drunk, blind to the world? Only Bob Doran. I didn't know what was up, and Alf kept making signs out of the door. And begob, what was it only that bloody old pantaloon Dennis Breen in his bath slippers with two bloody big books tucked under his oxter and the wife hot foot after him, unfortunate wretched woman, trotting like a poodle. I thought Alf would spit. Look at him, says he. Breen, he's traipsing all round Dublin with a postcard someone sent him with U.P. up on it to take a lit. And he doubled up. Take a what? Says I. Libel action, says he, for £10,000. Oh, hell, says I. The bloody mongrel began to growl. That had put the fear of God in you, seeing something was up. But the citizen gave him a kick in the ribs. Be ideo husht, says he. Who? Says Joe. Breen, says Alf. He was in John Henry Menton's, and then he went round to Collins and Ward's, and then Tom Rookford met him and sent him round to the sub-sheriff's for a lark. Oh God, I've a pain laughing. U.P. up. The long fellow gave him an eye as good as a process, and now the bloody old lunatic has gone round to Green Street to look for a G-man. When is Long John going to hang that fellow in Mountjoy? says Joe. Bergin, says Bob Doran, waking up. Is that Alf Bergin? Yes, says Alf. Hanging? Wait till I show you. Here, Terry, give us a pony. That bloody old fool, £10,000. You should have seen Long John's eye. U.P. And he started laughing. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. Is that Bergin? Hurry up, Terry boy, says Alf. Terence O'Ryan heard him and straightway brought him a crystal cup full of the foamy eben ale, which the noble twin brothers Bonnevet and Bunganan brew ever in their divine ale-vats, cunning as the sons of deathless Leda. For the garner the succulent berries of the hop and mass and sift and bruise and brew them, and they mix therewith sour juices and bring the must to the sacred fire, and cease not night or day from their toil, those cunning brothers, lords of the vat. Then did you, chivalrous Terence, hand forth as to the manner born, and you offered the crystal cup to him that thirsted, the soul of chivalry in beauty akin to the immortals. But he, the young chief of the O'Bergins, could ill brook to be outdone in generous deeds, but gave therefore with gracious gesture a testoon of costliest bronze. Thereon embossed in excellent smithwork was seen the image of a queen of regal port, scion of the house of Brunswick, Victoria her name, her most excellent majesty by grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland and of the British dominions beyond the sea, queen, defender of the faith, empress of India, even she who bore rule, a victress over many peoples, the well-beloved, for they knew and loved her from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, the pale, the dark, the ruddy, and the Ethiop. What's that bloody Freemason doing? Says the citizen, prowling up and down outside. What's that? Said Joe. Here you are, says Alf, chucking at the rhino. Talking about hanging, I'll show you something you never saw. Hangmen's letters. Look at here. So he took a bundle of wisps of letters and envelopes out of his pocket. Are you codding? Says I. Honest Injun, says Alf. Read them. So Joe took up the letters. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. So I saw there was going to be a bit of a dust. Bob's a queer chap when the porter's up in him, so says I, just to make talk. How's Willie Murray these times, Alf? I don't know, says Alf. I saw him just now in Capel Street with Paddy Dingham, only I was running after that. You what? Says Joe, throwing down the letters. With who? With Dingham, says Alf. Is it Paddy? Says Joe. Yes, says Alf. Why? Don't you know he's dead? Says Joe. Paddy Dingham dead? Says Alf. Aye, says Joe. Sure, I'm seeing him not 5 minutes ago, says Alf, as plain as a pikestaff. Who's dead? Says Bob Doran. You saw his ghost then, says Joe. God between us and harm. What? Says Alf. Good Christ, only 5. What? And Willie Murray with him, the two of them there near, who do you call him? What? Dingham dead. What about Dingham? Says Bob Doran. Who's talking about? Dead, says Alf. He's no more dead than you are. Maybe so, says Joe. They took the liberty of burying him this morning anyhow. Paddy, says Alf. Aye, says Joe. He paid the debt of nature. God be merciful to him. Good Christ, says Alf. Begob, he was what you might call flabbergasted. In the darkness, spirit hands were felt to flutter, and when prayer by tantras had been directed to the proper quarter, a faint but increasing luminosity of ruby light became gradually visible, the apparition of the etheric double being particularly lifelike owing to the discharge of jivic rays from the crown of the head and face. Communication was effected through the pituitary body and also by means of the orange fiery and scarlet rays emanating from the sacral region and solar plexus. Questioned by his earth name as to his whereabouts and the heavenward, he stated that he was now on the path of Priya, or return, but was still submitted to trial at the hands of certain bloodthirsty entities on the lower astral levels. In reply to a question as to his first sensations in the general divide beyond, he stated that previously he had seen as in a glass darkly, but that those who had passed over had summit possibilities of atmic development opened up to them. Interrogated as to whether life there resembled our experiences in the flesh, he stated that he had heard from the more favoured beings now in the spirit that their abodes were equipped with every modern home comfort, such as Talafana, Alvatar, Hatakaeda, Wataklasset, and the highest adepts were steeped in waves of volupcy of the purest nature. Having requested a quart of buttermilk, this was brought and evidently afforded relief. Asked if he had any message for the living, he exhorted all who were still at the wrong side of Maya to acknowledge the true path, for it was reported in divanic circles that Mars and Jupiter were out for mischief on the early eastern angle where the ram has power. It was then queried whether there was any special desires on the part of the defunct, and the reply was, "We greet you, friends of earth, who are still in the body. Mind CK doesn't pile it on." It was ascertained that the reference was to Mr. Cornelius Kelleher, manager of Messrs. H. J. O'Neill's popular funeral establishment, a personal friend of the defunct who had been responsible for the carrying out of the interment arrangements. Before departing, he requested that it should be told to his dear son Patsy that the other boot which he had been looking for was at present under the commode in the return room, and the pair should be sent to Cullen's to be sold only as the heels were still good. He stated that this had greatly perturbed his peace of mind in the other region, and earnestly requested that his desire should be made known. Assurances were given that the matter would be attended to, and it was intimated that this had given satisfaction. He is gone from mortal haunts, O Dingham, son of our morning. Fleet was his foot on the bracken. Patrick of the beamy brow, wail, Banba, with your wind, and wail, O ocean, with your whirlwind. There he is again, says the citizen, staring out. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. He's on point duty up and down there for the last 10 minutes. And begob, I saw his physog do a peep in and then slither off again. Little Alf was knocked backwards. Faith he was. Good Christ, says he, I could have sworn it was him. And says Bob Doran, with the hat on the back of his pole, lowest blackguard in Dublin when he's under the influence. Who said Christ is good? I beg your parsnips, says Alf. Is that a good Christ, says Bob Doran, to take away the poor little Willie Dingham? Ah, well, says Alf, trying to pass it off. He's over all his troubles. But Bob Doran shouts out of him. He's a bloody ruffian, I say, to take away poor little Willie Dingham. Terry came down and tipped him the wink to keep quiet, that they didn't want that kind of talk in a respectable licensed premises. And Bob Doran starts doing the weeps about Paddy Dingham, true as you're there. The finest man, he says, snivelling, the finest, purest character. The tear is bloody near your eye, talking through his bloody hat. Fitter for him to go to the little sleepwalking bitch he married, Mooney, the bumber bailiff's daughter. Mother kept a kip in Hardwick Street. That used to be stravaging about the landings. Bantam Lyons told me that he was stopping there at 2 a.m. without a stitch on her, exposing her person, open to all corners, fair field and no favour. The noblest, the truest, says he, and he's gone, poor little Willie, poor little Paddy Dingham. And mournful, and with a heavy heart, he bewept the extinction of that beam of heaven. Old Garryowen started growling again at Bloom that was skeezing round the door. Come in, come on, he won't eat you, said the citizen. So Bloom slopes in with his cod's eye on the dog, and he asks Terry, was Martin Cunningham there? Oh, Christ McGowan, says Joe, reading one of the letters. Listen to this, will you? And he starts reading out one. 7 Hunter Street, Liverpool. To the High Sheriff of Dublin. Dublin. Honoured Sir, I beg to offer my services in the above-mentioned painful case. I hanged Joe Gann in Bootle Jail on the 12th of February 1900, and I hanged... Show us, Joe, says I. Private Arthur Chase for foul murder of Jessie Tilsit in Pentonville Prison, and I was assistant when... Jesus, says I. Billington executed the awful murderer Toad Smith. The citizen made a grab at the letter. Hold hard, says Joe. I have a special knack of putting the noose. Once in, he can't get out. Hoping to be favoured, I remain, honoured sir. My terms is 5 guineas. Hitch rumbled. Master Barber. And a barbarous bloody barbarian he is too, says the citizen. And the dirty scrawl of the wretch, says Joe. Here, says he, take them to hell out of my sight. Hello, Bloom, says he. What will you have? So they started arguing about the point. Bloom saying he wouldn't and he couldn't and excuse him no offence and all to that. And then he said, well, he'd just take a cigar. Gorby's a prudent member and no mistake. Give us one of your prime stinkers, Terry, says Joe. And Alf was telling us there was one chap sent in a mourning card with a black border round it. They're all barbers, says he, from the Black Country that would hang their own fathers for 5 quid down and travelling expenses. And he was telling us there's 2 fellows waiting below to pull his heels down when he gets the drop and choke him properly, and then they chop up the rope after and sell the bits for a few bob a skull. In the dark land they bide, the vengeful knights of the razor. Their deadly coil they grasp, yea, and therein they lead to Erebus whatsoever wight hath done a deed of blood, for I will on no wise suffer it, even so saith the Lord. So they started talking about capital punishment, and of course Bloom comes out with the why and the wherefore and all the codology of the business, and the old dog smelling him all the time. I'm told those Jewies does have a sort of queer odour coming off them for dogs, about I don't know what, all that deterrent effect and so forth and so on. There's one thing it hasn't had a deterrent effect on, says Alf. What's that? Said Joe. The poor bugger's tool that's being hanged, says Alf. That's so, says Joe. God's truth, says Alf. I heard that from the head warder that was in Kilmaine when they hanged Joe Brady, the Invincible. He told me when they cut him down after the drop it was standing up in their faces like a poker. Ruling passion strong in death, says Joe, as someone said. That can be explained by science, says Bloom. It's only a natural phenomenon, don't you see, because on account of the... And then he starts with his jawbreakers about phenomenon and science and this phenomenon and the other phenomenon. The distinguished scientist, Herr Professor Luitpold Blumenduft, tendered medical evidence to the effect that the instantaneous fracture of the cervical vertebrae and consequent scission of the spinal cord would, according to the best approved tradition of medical science, be calculated to inevitably produce in the human subject a violent ganglionic stimulus of the nerve centres of the genital apparatus, thereby causing the elastic pores of the corpora cavernosa to rapidly dilate in such a way as to instantaneously facilitate the flow of blood to that part of the human anatomy known as the penis or male organ, resulting in the phenomenon which has been denominated by the faculty a morbid upwards and outwards philoprogenitive erection in articulo mortis per diminuendum captis. So, of course, the citizen was only waiting for the wink of the word, and he starts gassing out of him about the Invincibles and the Old Guard and the men of 67 and who fears to speak of 98, and Joe with him all the fellows that were hanged, drawn and transported for the cause by drumhead court-martial, and a new Ireland and new this, that and the other. Talking about New Ireland, he ought to go and get a new dog, so he ought. Mangy, ravenous brute sniffing and sneezing all round the place and scratching his scabs. And round he goes to Bob Durrin that was standing out for half one sucking up for what he could get. So of course Bob Durrin starts doing the bloody fool with him. Give us the paw, doggy, good old doggy, give that paw here, give us the paw. Bloody end to the paw, he'd paw enough trying to keep him from tumbling off the bloody stool of the bloody old dog, and he's taking all kinds of drivel about training by kindness and thoroughbred dog and intelligent dog. Give you the bloody pip. Then he starts scraping a few bits of old biscuit out of the bottom of a Jacob's tin he told Terry to bring. Gob, he galloped it down like old boots, and his tongue hanging out of him a yard long for more. Near ate the tin in all, hungry bloody mongrel. And the citizen and Bloom having an argument about the point, the brothers Shears and Wolfe Tone beyond on Arbour Street, and Robert Emmett and Die for Your Country, and Tommy Moore touch about Sarah Curran, and she's far from the land. And Bloom, of course, with his knock-me-down cigar, putting on swank with his lardy face. Phenomenon! The fat heap he married is a nice old phenomenon with a back on her like a ballalley. Time they were stopping up in the City Arms pisser, Burke told me there was an old one there with a cracked Ludenren of a nephew, and Bloom trying to get the soft side of her doing the mollycoddle playing bezique to come in for a bit of the wampum in her will and not eating meat of a Friday because the old one was always thumping her craw and taking the lout out for a walk. And one time he led him round the rounds of Dublin, and by the Holy Farmer, he never cried crack till he brought him home as drunk as a boiled owl, and said he did it to teach him the evils of alcohol, and by herrings, if the three women didn't near roast him, it's a queer story, the old one, Bloom's wife, and Mrs. O'Dowd that kept the hotel. Jesus, I had to laugh at Pisser Burke taking them off chewing the fat. And Bloom with his but don't you see and but on the other hand. And sure, must be taken, the lout I'm told was in Powers afar, the blenders, round in Cope Street, going home footless in a cab 5 times in the week after drinking his way through all the samples in the bloody establishment. phenomenon. The memory of the dead, says the citizen, taking up his pint-glass and glaring at Bloom. Aye, aye, says Joe. You don't grasp my point, says Bloom. What I mean is... Sinn Fein, says the citizen. Sinn Fein am hain. The friends we love are by our side and the foes we hate before us. The last farewell was affecting in the extreme. From the belfries far and near the funereal death bell toiled unceasingly, while all around the gloomy precincts rolled the ominous warning of 100 muffled drums punctuated by the hollow booming of pieces of ordnance. The deafening clasps of thunder and the dazzling flashes of lightning which lit up the ghastly scene testified that the artillery of heaven had lent its supernatural pomp to the already gruesome spectacle. A torrential rain poured down from the floodgates of the angry heavens upon the bared heads of the assembled multitude, which numbered at the lowest computation 500,000 persons. A posse of Dublin Metropolitan Police, superintended by the Chief Commissioner in person, maintained order in the vast throng for whom the York Street Brass and Reed Band whiled away the intervening time by admirably rendering on their black-draped instruments the matchless melody endeared to us from the cradle by Speranza's plaintive muse. Special quick excursions, trains and upholstered charablancas had been provided for the comfort of our country cousins, of whom there were large contingents. Considerable amusement was caused by the favourite Dublin street singers, LNHN and MLLGN, who sang the night before Larry was stretched in their usual mirth-provoking fashion. Our two inimitable drolls did a roaring trade with their broadsheets among lovers of the comedy element, and nobody who has a corner in his heart for real Irish fun without vulgarity will grudge them their hard-earned pennies. The children of the male and female foundling hospital, who thronged the windows overlooking the scene, were delighted with this unexpected addition to the day's entertainment, and a word of praise is due to the Little Sisters of the Poor for their excellent idea of affording the poor fatherless and motherless children a genuinely instructive treat. The viceregal house party, which included many well-known ladies, was chaperoned by their excellencies to the most favourable positions on the grandstand, while the picturesque foreign delegation known as the Friends of the Emerald Isle was accommodated on a tribune directly opposite. The delegation, present in full force, consisted of Commendatore Bacabacci Beninobeninum, the semi-paralysed doyen of the party, who had to be assisted to a seat by the aid of a powerful steam crane, Monsieur Pierre-Paul Petit-Paton, the grand joker Vladimir Pokethaneshev, the art joker Leopold Rudolf von Schwarzenbard-Hoddenthaler, Countess Maha Viraja Kisazoni Putapesti, Hiram Y. Bombust, Count Athanatos Karamapoulos, Ali Baba Bakshish, Rahat Locum Effendi, Senor Hidalgo Caballero Don Pecadillo y Palibras y Paternoster de la Mallorca de la Malaria, Hoko Poko Harakiri, He Hung Chang, Olaf Koberdetlesen, Mynheer Trick von Trumps, Pan Poliax Padiriski, Goosepond Prixler Karabeshcha, Boris Hubenov, Herr Hurhaus Director President Hans Schulers Storelli, National Gymnasium Museum Sanatorium and Suspendorium Ordinary Privat Docent General History Special Professor Dr. Creekfield Unibangemen. All of the delegates, without exception, expressed themselves in the strongest possible heterogeneous terms concerning the nameless barbarity which they all had been called upon to witness. An animated altercation in which all took part ensued among the FOTEI as to whether the 8th or 9th of March was the correct date of birth of Ireland's patron saint. In the course of argument cannonballs, scimitars, boomerangs, blunderbusses, stink pots, meat choppers, umbrellas, catapults, knuckle dusters, sandbags, lumps of pig iron were resorted to and blows were freely exchanged. The baby policeman, Constable McFadden, summoned by special courier from Booterstown, quickly restored order and with lightning promptitude proposed the 17th of the month as a solution equally honourable for both contending parties. The ready-witted 9-footer's suggestion at once appealed to all and was unanimously accepted. Constable McFadden was heartily congratulated by all the FOTEI, several of whom were bleeding profusely. Commendatore Benoni having been extricated from underneath the presidential armchair, it was explained by his legal adviser Avvocato Pagamini that various articles secreted in his 32 pockets had been abstracted by him during the affray from the pockets of his junior colleagues in the hope of bringing them to their senses. The objects, which included several hundred ladies' and gentlemen's gold and silver watches, were promptly restored to their rightful owners, and generally harmony reigned supreme. Quietly, unassumingly, Rumbold stepped onto the scaffold in faultless morning dress, and wearing his favourite flower, the gladiolus cruentus, he announced his presence by that gentle Rumboldian cough, which so many have tried, unsuccessfully, to imitate. Short, painstaking, yet withal so characteristic of the man. The arrival of the world-renowned headsman was greeted by a roar of acclamation from the huge concourse, the viceregal ladies waving their handkerchiefs in their excitement, while the even more excitable foreign delegates cheered vociferously in a medley of cries, Hook, Bonsai, Elgin, Zivio, Chin Chin, Polychronia, Hip Hip, Viva, Allah, amid which the ringing Aviva of the delegate of the land of song, a high double F recalling these piercingly lovely notes with which the eunuch Catalani beglamoured our great-great-grandmothers, was easily distinguishable. It was exactly 17 o'clock. The signal for prayer was then promptly given by megaphone, and in an instant all heads were bared, the commendadore's patriarchal sombrero, which has been in the possession of his family since the revolution of Rienzi, being removed by his medical adviser in attendance, Dr. Pippi. The learned prelate, who administered the last comforts of holy religion to the hero-martyr when about to pay the death penalty, knelt in a most Christian spirit in a pool of rainwater, his cassock above his hoary head, and offered up to the throne of grace fervent prayers of supplication. Hand by the block stood the grim figure of the executioner, his visage being concealed in a tangalun pot, with 2 circular perforated apertures through which his eyes glowered furiously. As he awaited the fatal signal, he tested the edge of his horrible weapon by honing it upon his brawny forearm, or decapitated in rapid succession a flock of sheep which had been provided by the admirers of the fell but necessary office. On a handsome mahogany table near him were neatly arranged the quartering knife, the various finely tempered disemboweling appliances, specially supplied by the world-famous firm of cutlers, Messrs. John Round and Sons, Sheffield. A terracotta saucepan for the reception of the duodenum, colon, blind intestine and appendix, etc. once successfully extracted, and 2 commodious milk jugs, destined to receive the most precious blood of the most precious victim. The house steward of the amalgamated cats and dogs home was in attendance to convey these vessels when replenished to that beneficent institution. quite an excellent repast consisting of rashers and eggs, fried steak and onions, done to a nicety, delicious hot breakfast rolls and invigorating tea, had been considerately provided by the authorities for the consumption of the central figure of the tragedy, who was in capital spirits when prepared for death, and evinced the keenest interest in the proceedings from beginning to end, but he, with an abnegation rare in our times, rose nobly to the occasion and expressed the dying wish, immediately acceded to, that the meal should be divided in aliquot parts among the members of the sick and indulgent room-keepers' association, as a token of his regard and esteem. The nec and non plus ultra of emotion were reached when the blushing bride-elect burst her way through the serried ranks of the bystanders, and flung herself upon the muscular bosom of him who was about to be launched into eternity for her sake. The hero folded her willowy form in a loving embrace, murmuring fondly, "Sheila, my own." Encouraged by this use of her Christian name, she kissed passionately all the various suitable areas of his person, which the decencies of prison garb permitted her ardour to reach. She swore to him, as they mingled the salt streams of their tears, that she would ever cherish his memory, that she would never forget her hero boy who went to his death with a song on his lips as if he were but going to a hurling match in Clontarf Park. She brought back to his recollection the happy days of blissful childhood together on the banks of Anna Liffey, when they had indulged in the innocent pastimes of youth, and, oblivious of the dreadful present, they both laughed heartily, all the spectators, including the venerable pastor, joining in the general merriment. That monster audience simply rocked with delight. But anon they were overcome with grief and clasped their hands for the last time. A fresh torrent of tears burst from the lachrymal ducts, and the vast concourse of people, touched to the inmost core, broke into heart-rending sobs, not the least affected being the aged prebendary himself. Big strong men, officers of the peace and genial giants of the Royal Irish Constabulary, were making frank use of the handkerchiefs, and it is safe to say that there was not a dry eye in that record assemblage. A most romantic incident occurred when a handsome young Oxford graduate, noted for his chivalry towards the fair sex, stepped forward and, presenting his visiting card, bank book and genealogical tree, solicited the hand of the hapless young lady, requesting her to name the day, and was accepted on the spot. Every lady in the audience was presented with a tasteful souvenir of the occasion, in the shape of a skull and crossbones brooch, a timely and generous act which evoked a fresh outburst of emotion. And when the gallant young Oxonian, the bearer, by the way, of one of the most time-honoured names in Albion's history, placed on the finger of his blushing fiancée an expensive engagement ring with emeralds set in the form of a four-leaved shamrock, the excitement knew no bounds. Nay, even the stern provost-marshal, Lieutenant-Colonel Tompkin Maxwell French Mullen Tomlinson, who presided on the sad occasion, he who had blown a considerable number of sepoys from the cannon mouth without flinching, could not now restrain his natural emotion. With his mailed gauntlet he brushed away a furtive tear, and was overheard by those privileged burghers who happened to be in his immediate entourage, to murmur himself in a faltering undertone, "God blimey if she ain't a clinker. That bleeding tart. Blimey, it makes me kind of bleeding cry, straight it does, when I sees her, 'cause I thinks of me old mash tub, what's waiting for me down Limehouse way." So then, The citizen begins talking about the Irish language in the corporation meeting, and all to that, and the shoonies that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for £1, and Bloom putting his old goo with his 2-penny stump that he cadged off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League, and the Anti-Treating League, and drink the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour out all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fellow into one of their musical evenings, song and dance about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could my Maureen lay, and there was a fellow with a ballyhooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen Brows going on with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob, flag entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fellow starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune of the old cow died of. And 1 or 2 sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings-on with the females, hitting below the belt. So however, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. Afraid he'll bite you, says the citizen, jeering. No, says I, but he might take my leg for a lamppost. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary? Says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old towser growling, letting on to answer like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they left off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do than to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about the muzzling order for a dog the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from their druth is in it, and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is Legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvellous exhibition of scianthropy given by the famous old Irish red setter wolf dog, formerly known by the sobriquet of Gary Owen, and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances, Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought-out dietary system, comprises among other achievements the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, Wild Horses Shall Not Drag It From Us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to delucidate and compare the verse recited, and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the ranns of ancient Celtic bards. We are not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer, who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of the Little Sweet Branch, has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as a contributor D.O.C. points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Rafferty and of Donald McConsign, to say nothing of a more modern lyrist at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe that our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and isosyllabic rules of the Welsh Englim, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctly in a tone suggestive of suppressed rancour. The curse of my curses, 7 days every day, and 7 dry Thursdays on you, Barney Kiernan, has no sup of water to cool my courage, and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights. So he told Terry to bring some water for the dog, and gob, you could hear him lapping it up a mile off. And Joe asked him would he have another. I will, says he, a chara to show there's no ill feeling. Gob, he's not as green as he's cabbage looking. Arsing around from one pub to another, leaving it to your own honour, with old Giltrap's dog and getting fed up by the ratepayers and corporators. Entertainment for man and beast. And says Joe, could you make another hole in another pint? Could a swim duck, says I. Same again, Terry, says Joe. Are you sure you won't have anything in the way of liquid refreshment, says he. Thank you, no, says Bloom. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to meet Martin Cunningham, don't you see, about this insurance of poor Dingham's. Martin asked me to go to the house. You see, Dingham, didn't serve any notice of the assignment on the company at the time, and nominally, under the Act of the mortgages, can't recover on the policy. Holy wars, says Joe, laughing. That's a good one if old Shylock is landed. So the wife comes out top dog, what? Well, that's a point, says Bloom, for the wife's admirers. Whose admirers? Says Joe. The wife's advisers, says Bloom. Then he starts all confused, mucking it up about mortgager under the Act like the Lord Chancellor, giving it out on the bench and for the benefit of the wife, and that a trust is created, but on the other hand that Dingham owed Bridgman the money, and if now the wife or the widow contested the mortgage's right till he near had the head of me addled with his mortgager under the Act. He was bloody safe, he wasn't running himself until that time, as a rogue and vagabond, only he had a friend in court. Selling bazaar tickets to what you call it, Royal Hungarian Privileged Lottery. True as you're there. Oh, commend me to an Israelite, royal and privileged Hungarian robbery. So, Bob Doran comes lurching around asking Bloom to tell Mrs. Dingham he was sorry for her trouble, and he was very sorry about the funeral, and to tell her he said, and everyone who knew him said, that there was never a truer, finer person than poor little Willie that's dead to tell her. Choking with bloody foolery, and shaking Bloom's hand doing the tragic to tell her that. Shake hands, brother, you're a rogue, and I'm another. Let me, said he, so far presume upon our acquaintance, which, however slight it may appear, if judged by the standard of mere time, is founded, as I hope and believe, on a sentiment of mutual esteem, as to request of you this favour. But, should I have overstepped the limits of reserve, let the sincerity of my feelings be the excuse for my boldness. No, rejoined the other, I appreciate to the full the motives which actuate your conduct, and I shall discharge the office you entrust to me consoled by the reflection that, though the errand be one of sorrow, this proof of your confidence sweetens in me some measures of the bitterness of the cup. Then suffer me to take your hand, said he. The goodness of your heart, I feel sure, will dictate to you better than my inadequate words the expressions which are most suitable to convey an emotion whose poignancy, were I to give vent to my feelings, would deprive me even of speech. And off with him and out trying to walk straight. Boost at 5 o'clock. Night he was near being lagged, only Paddy Leonard knew the bobby, Faultinet. Blind to the world, up in a shebeen in Bride Street after closing time, fornicating with 2 shawls and a bully on guard, drinking porter out of teacups. and calling himself a Frenchie for the shawls, Joseph Manuel, and talking against the Catholic religion, and he serving mass in Adam and Eve's when he was young with his eyes shut, who wore the New Testament and the Old Testament, and hugging and smugging. And the two shawls killed with a laughing, picking his pockets, the bloody fool, and he spilled the porter all over his bed, and the two shawls screeching, laughing at one another. How is your testament? Have you got an Old Testament? Old Paddy was passing there, I tell you what. Then see him of a Sunday with his little concubine of a wife, and she wagging her tail up the aisle of the Channels with her patient boots on her, no less, and her violets nice as pie doing the little lady. Jack Mooney's sister, and the old prostitute of a mother procuring rooms to street couples. Gob. Jack made him toe the line. Told him if he didn't patch up the pot, Jesus, he'd kick the shite out of him. So, Terry brought the 3 pints. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That's LibriVox.org. Today's reading by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 12, Part 2. Here, says Joe, doing the honours. Here, citizen. Slan late, says he. Fortune, Joe, says I. Good health, citizen. Gob, he had his mouth halfway down the tumbler already. What a small fortune to keep him in drinks. Who is the long fellow running for the mayoralty, Alf? Says Joe. Friend of yours, says Alf. None, says Joe. The member? I won't mention any names, says Alf. I thought so, says Joe. I saw him up at that meeting now with William Field MP, the cattle traders. Harry Lopez, says the citizen, that exploded volcano, the darling of all countries and the idol of his own. So, Joe starts telling the citizen about the foot and mouth disease and the cattle traders and taking action in the matter, and the citizen sending them all to the right about, and Bloom coming out with the sheep dip for the scab, and a hoose drench for coughing calves, and the guaranteed remedy for timber tongue. Because he was up one time in a knacker's yard, walking about with his book and pencil. Here's my head and my heels are coming till Joe Cuff gave him the order of the boot for giving lip to a grazier. Mr. Know-all. Teach your grandmother how to milk ducks. Pisser Burke was telling me in the hotel the wife used to be in the rivers of tears sometimes with Mrs. O'Dowd crying her eyes out with her 8 inches of fat all over her. Couldn't loosen her farting strings, but old Cod's Eye was waltzing around her, showing her how to do it. What's your programme today? Aye, humane methods. Because the poor animals suffer, and experts say, and the best known remedy that doesn't cause pain to the animal, and on the sore spot administer gently. Gob. He'd have a soft hand under a hen. Gaga gara, klook, klook, klook. Black Liz is our hen. She lays eggs for us. When she lays her eggs, she is so glad. Gara, klook, klook, klook. Then comes good old Uncle Leo. He puts his hand under Black Liz and takes a fresh egg. Gaga, gaga, gara, klook, klook, klook. Anyhow, says Joe, Field and Nanetti are going over tonight to London to ask about it on the floor of the House of Commons. Are you sure, says Bloom, the councillor is going? I wanted to see him, as it happens. Well, he's going off by the mailboat, says Joe. Tonight. That's too bad, says Bloom. I wanted, particularly. Perhaps only Mr. Field is going. I couldn't phone. No. You're sure? Nanan's going too, says Joe. The League told him to ask a question tomorrow about the Commissioner of Police forbidding Irish games in the park. What do you think of that, citizen? The Slua Naharian. Mr. Coconacre, multifanem nat. Arising out of the question of my honourable friend, the member for Shelag, may I ask the right honourable gentleman whether the government has issued orders that these animals shall be slaughtered, though no medical evidence is forthcoming as to their pathological condition? Mr. All Fours, Tamashant Count. Honourable members are already in possession of the evidence produced before a committee of the whole House. I feel I cannot usefully add anything to that. The answer to the honourable member's question is in the affirmative. Mr. O'Reilly, Montnutte Nat. Have similar orders been issued for the slaughter of human animals who dare to play the Irish games in the Phoenix Park? Mr. All Fours. The answer is in the negative. Mr. Coconacre. Has the right honourable gentleman's famous Mitchelstown telegram inspired the policy of gentlemen on the Treasury bench? Oh. Mr. All Fours. I must have notice of that question. Mr. Stalewit. Buncombe Ind. Don't hesitate to shoot. Ironical opposition cheers. The Speaker. Order! The House rises. Cheers. There's the man, says Joe, that made the Gaelic sports revival. There he is, sitting there. The man that got away James Stephens, the champion of all Ireland, at putting the 16-pound shot. What was your best throw, citizen? Now, Berkeley's, says the citizen, letting on to be modest. There was a time I was good as the next fellow anyhow. Put it there, citizen, says Joe. You were in a bloody sight better. Is that really a fact, says Alf. Yes, says Bloom, that's well known. Did you not know that? So, off they started about Irish sports and shoning games and the like of lawn tennis and about hurley and putting the stone and racy of the soil and building up as nation once again and all to that. And of course Bloom had to have his say too about it, for fellow had a rower's heart, violent exercise was barred. I declare to my antimacassar, if you look up at a straw from the bloody floor, and if you said to Bloom, look at Bloom, do you see that straw? That's a straw. Declare to my aunt he'd talk about it for an hour or so, and he would talk steady. A most interesting discussion took place in the ancient hall of Brian O'Sarnans in Shred na Bretagne Bieg, under the auspices of Slugnarenin, on the revival of ancient Gaelic sports and the importance of physical culture, as understood in ancient Greece and ancient Rome and ancient Ireland, for the development of the race. The venerable president of the noble order was in the chair, and the attendance was of large dimensions. After an instructive discourse by the chairman, a magnificent oration eloquently and forcibly expressed, a most interesting and instructive discussion of the usual high standard of excellence ensued as to the desirability of the revivability of the ancient games and sports of our ancient pan-Celtic forefathers. The well-known and highly respected worker in the cause of our old tongue, Mr. Joseph McCarthy Hines, made an eloquent appeal for the resuscitation of the ancient Gaelic sports and pastimes, practised morning and evening by Finn McCool as calculated to revive the best traditions of manly strength and prowess handed down to us from the ancient ages. L. Bloom, who met with a mixed reception of applause and hisses, having espoused the negative, the vocalist chairman brought the discussion to a close. In response to repeated requests and hearty plaudits from all parts of a bumper house, by a remarkably noteworthy rendering of the immortal Thomas Osborne Davis's evergreen verses, happily too familiar to need recalling here. A nation once again in the execution of which the veteran patriot champion may be said without fear of contradiction to have fairly excelled himself. The Irish Caruso Garibaldi was in superlative form, and his stentorian notes were heard to the greatest advantage in the time-honoured anthem sung as only our citizen can sing it. His superb high-class vocalism, which by its super quality greatly enhanced his already international reputation, was vociferously applauded by the large audience, among which were to be noticed many prominent members of the clergy, as well as representatives of the press and the bar and the other learned professions. The proceedings then terminated. Amongst the clergy present were the very revered William Delaney, S.J. LL.D., the Ret Rev. Gerald Molloy, D.D., the Rev. P.J. Kavanagh, C.S.S.P., the Rev. T. Walters, C.C., the Rev. John M. Ivers, P.P., the Rev. P.J. Cleary, O.S.F., the Rev. L.J. Hickey, O.P., the Very Rev. Fr. Nicholas, O.S.F.C., the Very Rev. B. Gorman, O.D.C., the Rev. T. Mayer, S.J., the Very Rev. James Murphy, S.J., the Rev. John Lavery, V.F., the Very Rev. William Doughty, D.D., the Rev. Peter Fagan, O.M., the Rev. T. Brangan, O.S.A., the Rev. J. Flavin, C.C., the Rev. M.A. Hackett, C.C., the Rev. W. Hurley, C.C., the Right Rev. Manager McManus, V.G., the Rev. B.R. Statterley, O.M.I., the Very Rev. M.D. Scally, P.P., the Rev. F.T. Purcell, O.P., the Very Rev. Timothy Cannon Gorman, P.P., the Rev. J. Flanagan, C.C., the laity included P. Fay, T. Quirk, etc., etc. Talking about violent exercise, says Alf. Were you at that Coe-Bennett match? No, says Joe. I heard so-and-so made a cool £100 over it, says Alf. Who? Blazes, says Joe. And says Bloom, what I meant about tennis, for example, is the agility and training the eye. Aye, Blazes, says Alf. He let out that Milo was on the beer to run up the odds and swatting it all the time. We know him, says the citizen. The traitor's son. We know what put English gold in his pocket. True for you, says Joe. And Bloom cuts in again about lawn tennis and the circulation of the blood, asking Alf, now, don't you think, Bergen? Milo dusted the floor with him, says Alf. Heenan and Sayers was only a bloody fool to it. handed him the father and mother of a beating. See the little kipper not up to his navel and the big fellow swiping. God, he gave him that one last puck in the wind, Queensberry rules and all. Made him puke what he never ate. It was a historic and a hefty battle when Myler and Percy were scheduled to don the gloves for the purse of 50 sovereigns. Handicapped as he was by lack of poundage, Dublin's pet lamb made up for it by a superlative skill in ringcraft. The final bout of fireworks was a gruelling for both champions. The welterweight sergeant major had tapped some lively claret in the previous mix-up, during which Coe had been received general of rights and lefts, the artilleryman putting in some neat work on the pet's nose, and Myler came on looking groggy. The soldier got to business, leading off with a powerful left jab, to which the Irish gladiator retaliated by shooting out a little stiff one flush to the point of Bennett's jaw. The redcoat ducked, but the Dubliner lifted him with a left hook, the body punch being a fine one. The men came to handy grips. Myler quickly became busy and got his man under, the bout ending with the bulkier man on the ropes, Myler punishing him. The Englishman, whose right eye was nearly closed, took his corner where he was liberally drenched with water, and when the bell went came on gamey and brimful of pluck, confident of knocking out the fistic Eblanite in jig time. It was a fight to a finish, and the best man for it. The two fought like tigers, and excitement ran fever high. The referee twice cautioned pucking Percy for holding, but the pet was tricky and his footwork is a treat to watch. After a brisk exchange of courtesies, during which a smart uppercut of the military man brought blood freely from his opponent's mouth, the lamb suddenly waded in all over his man and landed a terrific left to battling Bennett's stomach, flooring him flat. It was a knockout, clean and clever. Amid tense expectation, the Portobello bruiser was being counted out when Bennett's second Ordfots Wetstein threw in the towel, and the Santry boy was declared victor to the frenzied cheers of the public, who broke through the ring ropes and fairly mobbed him with delight. He knows which side his bread is buttered, says Alf. I hear he's running a concert tour now up in the north. He is, says Joe. Is he? Who? Says Bloom. Ah, yes, that's quite true. Yes, a kind of summer tour, you see, just a holiday. Mrs. B is the bright particular star, isn't she? Says Joe. My wife? Says Bloom. She's singing, yes. I think it will be a success too. He's an excellent man to organise. Excellent. Ho ho, begob, says I to myself, says I. That explains the milk in the coconut and absence of hair in the animal's chest. Blaze is doing the tootle on the flute. Concert tour. Dirty down the Dodger's son off Island Bridge. That sold the same horses twice over to the government to fight the Boers. Old what? I called about the poor and water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? The water rate, Mr. Boylan. You what? That's the bucko that'll organise her, take my lip. Twixt me and you, Cadarish. Pride of Calpe's Rocky Mount, the raven-haired daughter of Tweedy. There grew she to peerless beauty, where loquat and almond scent the air. The gardens of Alameda knew her step, the garths of olives new and bowed, the chaste spouse of Leopold is she, Marion of the bountiful bosoms. And lo, there entered one of the clan of the O'Malloys, a comely hero of white face, yet withal somewhat ruddy, his Majesty's counsel learned in the law, and with him the prince and heir of the noble line of Lambert. Hello, Ned. Hello, Alf. Hello, Jack. Hello, Joe. God save you, says the citizen. Save you kindly, says JJ. What'll it be, Nate? 1:30, says Nate. So, JJ ordered the drinks. Were you round at the court, says Joe. Yes, says JJ. He'll square that, Ned, says he. Hope so, says Nate. Now, what were those two at? JJ getting him off the grand jury list and the other giving him a leg over the steel, with his name in stubs, playing cards, hobnobbing with flash toffs with a swank glass in their eye, a drinking fizz, and he half smothered in writs and garnishy orders, pawning his gold watch in Commons of Francis Street, where no one would know him in the private office when I was there, with Pisser releasing his boots out the pop. What's your name, sir? Dunn, says he. Aye, and Dunn, says I. Gob, he'll come home by Weeping Cross one of these days, I'm thinking. Did you see that bloody lunatic bringing round there, says Alf. U.P. Up. Yes, says JJ, looking for a private detective. Aye, says Nate, and he wanted right to go wrong to address the court, only Corny Kelleher got round to telling him to get the handwriting examined first. £10,000, says Alf, laughing. God, I'd give anything to hear him before a judge and jury. Was it you did it, Alf, says Joe. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, Jimmy Johnson. Me, says Alf, don't cast your nasturtiums on my character. Whatever statement you make, says Joe, will be taken down in evidence against you. Of course an action would lie, says JJ. It implies that he is not compos mentis. U.P. Up. Compos your eye, says Alf, laughing. Do you know that he's balmy? Look at his head. Do you know that some mornings he has to get his hat on with a shoehorn? Yes, says JJ, but the truth of a libel is no defence to an indictment for publishing it in the eyes of the law. Ha ha, Alf, says Joe. Still, says Bloom, on account of the poor woman, I mean his wife. Pity about her, says the citizen, or any other woman marries a half and half. How half and half, says Bloom. Do you mean he... Half and half I mean, says the citizen. A fellow that's neither fish nor flesh. No good red herring, says Joe. That's what I mean, says the citizen. A pishog, if you know what that is. Begob, I saw there was trouble coming. And Bloom explaining he meant on account of it being cruel for the wife having to go round after the old stuttering fool. Cruelty to animals, so it is to let that bloody poverty-stricken breen out on grass with his beard out tripping him, bringing down the rain. And she with her nose cock-a-hoop after she married him because a cousin of his old fellow's was pewhopping her to the Pope. Picture of him on the wall with his smash-all Sweeney's moustaches, the Signor Brini from Summerhill, the Italiano, Papal Zouave to the Holy Father, has left the quay and gone to Moss Street. And who was he, tell us? A nobody. 2 pair back and passages at 7 shillings a week, and he covered with all sorts of breastplates, bidding defiance to the world. And moreover, says J.J., a postcard is publication. It was held to be sufficient evidence of malice in the test case Sadgrove v. Hole. In my opinion, an action might lie. 6 and 8 pence, please. Who wants your opinion? Let us drink our pints in peace. God won't even let do that much himself. Well, good health, Jack, says Nate. Good health, Nate, says J.J. There he is again, says Joe. Where? Says Alf. And begob there he was, passing the door with his books under his oxter and the wife beside him and Corny Kelleher with his wall eye looking in as they went past, talking to him like a father, trying to sell him a second-hand coffin. Remanded, says J.J. One of the bottle-nosed fraternity, it was went by the name of James Watt, alias Saphiro, alias Spark and Spiro, put an ad in the papers saying he'd give a passage to Canada for 20 bob. What? Do you see any green in the white of my eye? Course, it was a bloody Barney. What? Swindled them all, skivvies and bad hacks from the county Meath. Aye, and his own kidney too. J.J. was telling us there was an ancient Hebrew Zaretsky or something weeping in the witness box with his hat on him, swearing by the holy Moses he was stuck for 2 quid. Who tried the case? Said Joe. Recorder, said Ned. Poor old Sir Frederick, says Alf. You can cord him up to the last 2 eyes. Heart as big as a lion, says Ned. Tell him a tale of woe about arrears of rent and a sick wife and a squad of kids and faith he'll dissolve in tears on the bench. Aye, aye, says Alf. Reuben J. was bloody lucky he didn't clap him in the dock the other day for suing poor little Gumley that's minding stones for the corporation there near Butt Bridge. And he starts taking off the old recorder, letting on to cry. A most scandalous thing. This poor hard-working man. How many children? 10, did you say? Yes, your worship, and my wife has the typhoid. And the wife with typhoid fever. Scandalous. Leave the court immediately, sir. No, sir, I'll make no order for payment. How dare you, sir, come up before me and ask me to make an order? A poor, hard-working, industrious man. I dismiss the case. And whereas on the 16th day of the month of the Oxide Goddess and in the 3rd week after the feast day of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the daughter of the skies, the Virgin Moon being then in her 1st quarter, it came to pass that those learned judges repaired them to the halls of law. There Master Courtney, sitting in his own chamber, gave him rede, and Master Justice Andrews, sitting without a jury of the probate court, weighed well and pondered the claim of the first chargeant upon the property in the manner of the will propounded and the final testamentary disposition in re the real and personal estate of the late lamented Jacob Halliday, Vinter, deceased versus Livingstone, an infant of unsound mind, and another. And to the solemn court of Green Street there came Sir Frederick the Falconer, and he sat him there about the hour of 5 o'clock to administer the law of the Brians at the commission for all that and those parts to be holden in, and for the county of the city of Dublin. And there sat with him the high Syndrahim of the 12 tribes of Lar, for every tribe 1 man, of the tribe of Patrick, and of the tribe of Hugh, and of the tribe of Owen, and of the tribe of Con, and of the tribe of Oscar, and of the tribe of Fergus, and of the tribe of Finn, and of the tribe of Dermot, and of the tribe of Cormac, and of the tribe of Kevin, and of the tribe of Caelet, and of the tribe of Ossian, there being in all 12 good men and true. And he conjured them by him who died on rude they should well and truly try to true deliverance make in that issue, joined between their sovereign lord, the king, and the prisoner at the bar, and true verdict give according to the evidence, so help them God, and kiss the book. And they rose in their seats, those 12 of law, and they swore by the name of him who is from everlasting, that they would do his right wiseness. And straightway the minions of the law led forth from their donjon keep one whom the sleuth-hounds of justice had apprehended in consequence of information received. And they shackled him hard and hand and foot, and would take of him ne bail ne mainprise, but preferred a charge against him, for he was a malefactor. Those are nice things, said the citizen, coming over here to Ireland, filling the country with bugs. So Bloom lets on he heard nothing, and he starts talking with Joe, telling him he needn't trouble about that little matter till the first, but if he would just say a word to Mr. Crawford. And so Joe swore high and holy by this, and by that he'd do the devil and all.
Because, you see, says Bloom, for an advertisement you must have repetition. That's the whole secret.
Rely on me, says Joe.
Swindling the peasants, says the citizen, and the poor of Ireland. We want no more strangers in our house.
Oh, I'm sure that will be all right, Hines, says Bloom. It's just that keys, you see.
Consider that done, says Joe.
Very kind of you, says Bloom.
The strangers, says the citizen.
Our own fault. We let them come in. We brought them in. The adulteress and her paramour brought the Saxon robbers here.
Decree nisi, says J.J.
And Bloom, letting on to be awfully deeply interested in nothing, a spider's web in the corner behind the barrel, and the citizen scowling after him, and the old dog at his feet looking up to know who to bite and when. A dishonoured wife, says the citizen, that's what the cause of our misfortunes. And here she is, says Alf, that was giggling over the Police Gazette with Terry on the counter in all her war paint.
Give us a squint at her, says I.
And what was it, only one of the smutty Yankee pictures Terry borrows off of Corny Kelleher? Secrets for enlarging your private parts. Misconduct of Society Belle. Norman W. Tupper, wealthy Chicago contractor, finds pretty but faithless wife in lap of Officer Taylor. Belle in her bloomers misconducting herself, and her fancy man feeling for her tickles, and Norman W. Tupper bouncing in with his pea-shooter just in time to be late after she doing the trick of the loop with Officer Taylor.
"Oh, Jakers, Jenny," says Joe, "how short your skirt is."
"There's hair, Joe," says I. "Get a queer old tail end of corned beef off of that one, what?" So anyway, in came John Wyse Noland and Lenehan with him, with a face on him as long as a late breakfast. "Well," says the citizen, "what's the latest from the scene of action? What did those tinkers in the City Hall at their caucus meeting decide about the Irish language?" O'Nolan, clad in shining armour, low bending, made obeisance to the puissant and high and mighty chief of all Erin, and did him to wit of that which had befallen, how that the grave elders of the most obedient city, second of the realm, had met them in the hostel, and there, after due prayers to the gods who dwell in either supernal, had taken solemn counsel whereby they might,
if so be it might be, bring once more into honour among mortal men the winged speech of the sea-divided gale. It's on the march, says the citizen. To hell with the bloody brutal Cernacs and their patois. So, J.J. puts in a word. Doing the tough about one story was good till you heard another and blinking facts and the Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope and drawing up a bill and a tainer to impeach a nation. And Bloom trying to back him up moderation and botheration and their colonies and their civilization. Their civilization, you mean, says the citizen. To hell with them. The curse of a good-for-nothing god light sideways on the bloody thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they have stole from us, tongue-tied sons of bastards ghosts. The European family, says J.J. They're not European, says the citizen. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet d'essence. And says John Wise, full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenehan, that knows a bit of the lingo, conspuez les Anglaises, perfide à bien. He said, and then lifted he in his rude great brawny strengthy hands the medher of dark foamy ale, and, uttering his tribal slogan, Lam Dieg Abu, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster, silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you, says I to Lenehan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Gold cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenehan, says Terry. Throw away, says he, at 20-1. A rank outsider, and the rest nowhere. And Bass's mare, says Terry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip sceptre for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Terry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me. Lord Howard de Walden's. 20-1, says Lenehan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throw away, says he, takes the biscuit, and, talking about bunions, Frailty, thy name is Sceptre. So, he went over to the biscuit tin Bob Doran left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod, the old cur after him backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. She'd have won the money only for the other dog. And J.J. and the citizen arguing about law and history with Bloom sticking in an odd word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mole in others' eyes, but they can't see the beam in their own. Rye mice, says the citizen. There's no one as blind as the fellow that won't see, if you know what that means. Where are our missing 20 millions of Irish should be here today instead of 4, our lost tribes? And our potteries and textiles, the finest in the whole world. And our wool that was sold in Rome in the time of Juvenal, and our flax and our damask from the looms of Antrim, and our Limerick lace, our tanneries, and our white flint glass down there by Ballybor, and our Huguenot poplin that we have since, Jacquard de Lyon, and our woven silk, and our Foxford tweeds, and ivory raised point from the Carmelite convent in New Ross, nothing like it in the whole wide world. Where are the Greek merchants that came through the Pillars of Hercules, the Gibraltar now grabbed by the foe of mankind with gold and Tyrian purple to sell in Wexford at the Fair of Carmen? Read Tacitus and Ptolemy, even Giraldus Cambrensis, wine, peltries, Connemara marble, silver from Tipperary, second to none. Our far-famed horses even today, the Irish hobbies with King Philip of Spain offering to pay customs duties for the right to fish in our waters. What do the Yellow Johns of Anglia owe us for our ruined trade and our ruined hearths? And the beds of the Barrow and Shannon, they won't deepen with millions of acres of marsh and bog to make us all die of consumption? As treeless as Portugal we'll be soon, says John Wise, or Helioland, with its one tree, if something is not done to reforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castleton's. Save them, says the citizen, the giant ash of Galway and the chieftain elm of Kildare with the 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage. Save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the far hills of Ire. Oh! Europe has its eyes on you, says Lenehan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Wyse de Nolan, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley, Lady Sylvester Elmshade, Mrs. Barbara Love Birch, Mrs. Paul Ash, Mrs. Holly Hazel Eyes, Mrs. Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Cairnbrake, Mrs. Clyde Twelvetrees, Mrs. Rowan Green, Mrs. Helen Vingading, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth, Miss Blanche Maple, Miss Maud Montgomery, Miss Mira Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss B. Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O. Mimosa San, Miss Rachel Cedarfrond, the Misses Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall, Miss Kitty Dewey Moss, Miss May Hawthorne, Mrs. Gloriana Palm, Mrs. Liana Forrest, Mrs. Arabella Blackwood and Mrs. Norma Hollyoake of Oakholm Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the McConifer of the Glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerized silk, moulded on an underslip of gloaming grey, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald, and finished with a triple flounce of darker-hued fringe, the scheme being relieved by bretelles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honour, Miss Larch Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone, a dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe and repeated capriciously in the jade-green toques in the form of heron feathers of palantined coral. The Senor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability and, in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman Spare That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of St. Fiacre in Horto after the papal blessing, the happy pair were subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech mast, bay leaves, catskins of willow, ivy tod, hollyberries, mistletoe springs and quicken shoots. Mr. and Mrs. Wise Conifer Newland will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest. And our eyes are on Europe, says the citizen. We had our trade with Spain and the French and the Flemings before these mongrels were pupped. Spanish Ale and Galway, the wine bark on the wine dark waterway. And will again, says Joe. And with the help of the Holy Mother of God we will again, says the citizen, clapping his thigh. Our harbours that are empty will be full again. Queenstown, Kinsale, Galway, Blacksword Bay, Ventry in the kingdom of Kerry, Killybegs, the third largest harbour in the wide world, with a fleet of masts, and the Galway Lynches, and the Cavan O'Reillys, and the O'Kennedys of Dublin, when the Earl of Desmond could make a treaty with the Emperor Charles V himself. And will again, says he, when the first Irish battleship is seen breasting the waves with our own flag to the fore. None of your Henry Tudor's harps, no. The oldest flag afloat, the flag of the province of Desmond and Thomond. 3 crowns on a blue field, the 3 sons of Milesius. And he took the last swig out of the pint. Moya. All wind and piss like a tan-yard cat. Cows in Connacht have long horns. As much as his bloody life is worth to go down and address his tall talk to the assembled multitude in Shanagolden, where he daren't show his nose with the Molly Maguires looking for him to let daylight through him for grabbing the hoarding of an evicted tenant. Hear, hear to that, says John Wise. What will you have? An imperial yeomanry, says Lenehan, to celebrate the occasion. 1:30, Terry, says John Wise, and a hands up. Terry, are you asleep? Yes, sir, says Terry. Small whisky and bottle of Alsop, right, sir. Handing over the bloody paper with Alf looking for spicy bits instead of attending to the general public. Picture of a butting match. Trying to crack their bloody schools, one chap going for the other with his head down like a bull at a gate. And another one, Black Beast, burned in Omaha, Georgia. No, Omaha, GA. A lot of Deadwood Dixon slouch hats, and they're firing at a Sambo strung up in a tree with his tongue out and a bonfire under him. God, they ought to drown in the sea and electrocute and crucify him to make sure of their job. But what about the fighting navy, says Ned, that keeps our foes at bay? I'll tell you about it, says the citizen. Hell upon earth it is. Read the revelations that's going on in the papers about flogging on the training ships at Portsmouth. A fellow writes that calls himself Disgusted One. So he starts telling us about corporal punishment, and about the crew of tars and officers and admirals drawn up in cocked hats, and the parson with his Protestant Bible to witness punishment, and a young lad brought out, howling for his ma, as they tie him down on the butt end of a gun. A romp and dozen, says the citizen. What was that old ruffian Sir John Beresford called it, but the modern God's Englishman calls it caning on the breech. And says John Wise, 'tis a custom move honoured in the breach than in the observance. Then he was telling us the master-at-arms comes along with a long cane, and he draws out, and he flogs the bloody backside of the poor lad till he yells "May a murder." That's your glorious British Navy, says the citizen, that bosses the earth. The fellow that never will be slaves, with the only hereditary chamber on the face of God's earth, and their land in the hands of a dozen game hogs and cotton ball barons. That's the great empire they boast about, of drudges and whipped serfs, on which the sun never rises, says Joe. And the tragedy of it, says the citizen, they believe it. The unfortunate yahoos believe it. They believe in Rod, the Scourger Almighty, creator of hell upon earth, and in Jackie Tar, the son of a gun, who was conceived of holy boast. born of the fighting navy, suffered under rump and dozen, was scarified, flayed and curried, yelled like bloody hell. The third day he rose again from the bed, steered into haven, sitteth on his beam end, till further orders whence he shall come to drudge for a living and be paid. But, says Bloom, isn't discipline the same everywhere? I mean, wouldn't it be the same here if you put force against force? Didn't I tell you, as true as I'm drinking this porter, if he was at his last gasp, he'd try to downface you that dying was living. We'll put force against force, says the citizen. We have our greater island beyond the sea. They were driven out of house and home in the Black 47. Their mud cabins and the sheilings by the road were laid down low by the battering ram, and the Times rubbed its hands and told the white-livered Saxons there would soon be as few Irish in Ireland as redskins in America. Even the Grand Turk sent us his pastries, but the Sacnock tribe to starve the nation at home while the land was full of crops that the British hyenas bought and sold in Rio de Janeiro. Aye, they drove out the peasants in hordes. 20,000 of them died in the coffin shops. But those that came to the land of the free remember the land of bondage. And they will come again, and with a vengeance, no cravens, the sons of Granai, the champions of Kathleen and Houlihan. Perfectly true, says Bloom, but my point was, we are a long time waiting for that day, citizen, says Ned, since the poor old women told us that the French were on the sea and landed at Calais. Aye, says John Wise, we fought for the royal Stuarts that reneged us against the Williamites that betrayed us. Remember Limerick and the broken treaty stone? We gave our best blood to France and Spain, the wild geese. Fontenoy, eh? And Sarsfield and O'Donnell, Duke of Tetuan in Spain, and Ulysses Brown of Camus that was field marshal to Maria Theresa. But what did we ever get for it? The French, says the citizen. Set of dancing masters. Do you know what it is? They were never worth a roasted fart to Ireland. Aren't they trying to make an entente cordiale now at Tepe's dinner party with perfidious Albion? Firebrands of Europe. And they always were. Conspuez les Français, says Lenehan, nubbing his beer. And as for the Prussians and the Hanoverians, says Joe, haven't we had enough of those sausage-eating bastards on the throne from George the Elector down to the German lad and the flatulent old bitch that's dead? Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in a royal palace every night of God, old Vic, with her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her up body and bones to roll into bed, and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing upon him old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says JJ, we have Edward the Peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pucks about that boyo. Edward Gulf-Wettin. And what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests and the bishops of Ireland, doing up his room in Maynooth, his satanic majesty's racing colours, and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode? The Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf. And says JJ, considerations of space influenced their lordship's decision. Will you try another, citizen, says Joe. Yes, sir, says he, I will. You, says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I. May your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking with John Wyse, and he, quite excited with his Dunduckety mud-coloured mug on him and his old plume eyes rolling about. Persecution, says he, all the history of the world is full of it, perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means, says John Wyse. Yes, says Bloom. What is it, says John Wyse. A nation, says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. By God then, says Ned, laughing. If that's so, I'm a nation, for I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So, of course, everyone had the laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it, or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I might ask, says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here. Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet, and, gob, he spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with the push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words. The much-treasured and intricately embroidered ancient Irish face-cloth attributed to Solomon of Droma and Manus Tollemache of MacDonald, authors of the Book of Ballymote, was then carefully produced and called forth prolonged admiration. No need to dwell on the legendary beauty of the corner pieces, the acme of art, wherein one can distinctly discern each of the four evangelists in turn, presenting to each of the four masters his evangelical symbol, a bughook's sceptre, a North American puma, a far nobler creature of beasts than the British article, be it said in passing, a carrycalf and a golden eagle from Carrantwell. The scenes depicted on the emunctory field, showing our ancient duns and raths and comlex and greenews and seats of learning and maledictive stories, are as wondrously beautiful, and the pigments as delicate as when the Sligo illuminators gave rein to their artistic fantasy long ago in the time of the Barmenacles. Glendalough, the lovely licks of Killarney, the ruins of Clonmacnoise, Clon Abbey, Glenanag and the 12 Pins, Island's Eye, the green hills of Tallaght, Clough-Patrick, the brewery of Messrs. Arthur Guinness, Sons and Company, Limited, Lough-Neas Banks, the Vale of Avoca, Isolde's Tower, the Mapis Obelisk, Sir Patrick Dunn's Hospital, Cape Clear, the Glen of Irehoe, Lynch's Castle, the Scotch House, Rathown Union Workhouse at Lowestown, Tullamore Jail, Castle Connell Rapids, Kilballymacshonhall, the Cross at Monasterboice, Jury's Hotel, St. Patrick's Purgatory, the Salmon Leap, Maynooth College Refectory, Curly's Hole, the three birthplaces of the first Duke of Wellington, the Rock of Cashel, the Bog of Allen, the Henry Street Warehouse, Fingal's Cave. All these moving scenes are still there for us today, rendered more beautiful still by the waters of sorrow which have passed over them and by the rich incrustations of time. Show us over the drink, says I. Which is which? That's mine, says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. And I belong to a race too, says Bloom, that is hated and persecuted. Also now, this very moment, this very instant. Gob, he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. Robbed, says he. Plundered, insulted, persecuted, taking what belongs to us by right. At this very moment, says he, putting up his fist, sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle. Are you talking about New Jerusalem? Says the citizen. I'm talking about injustice, says Bloom. Right, says John Wyse. Stand up to it then with force like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Mark for a soft-nosed bullet. Old lardy face standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if only he had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. There's not life for men and women, insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that is really life. What? Says Alf. Love, says Bloom. I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now, he says to John Wyse. Just round to a court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes, just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering you? And off he pops like greased lightning. A new apostle to the Gentiles, says the citizen. Universal love. Well, says John Wyse, isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbour? That chap, says the citizen. Beggar my number is his motto. Love Moya, he's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. M.B. loves the fair gentleman. Lee Chan Han lovey up kissy cha poo chow. Jumbo the elephant loves Alice the elephant. Old Mr. Verschoyle with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verschoyle with the turned-in eye. The man in the brown mackintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty, the King, loves Her Majesty, the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person, and this person loves that other person because everybody loves somebody, but God loves everybody. Well, Joe, says I, you're very good health and song. More power, citizen. Hurrah there, says Joe. The blessing of God and Mary and Patrick on you, says the citizen. And he ups with his pint to wet his whistle. We know those canters, says he, preaching and picking your pocket. What about sanctimonious Cromwell and his Ironsides that put the women and children of Drogheda to the sword with the Bible text, God is love, pasted round the mouth of his cannon? The Bible. Did you read that skit in the United Irishman today about that Zulu chief that's visiting England? What's that? Says Joe. So the citizen takes up one of his paraphernalia papers and he starts reading out. A delegation of the chief cotton magnates of Manchester was presented yesterday to His Majesty the Alakai of Albuquerque in gold stick in waiting, Lord Walkup of Walkup the Eggs, Walkup on Eggs, to tender to His Majesty the heartfelt thanks of British traders for the facilities afforded them in his dominions. The delegation partook of luncheon, at the conclusion of which the dusky potentate, in the course of a happy speech freely translated by the British chaplain, the Reverend Ananias Praise God Barebones, tendered his best thanks to Massa Walkup and emphasised the cordial relations existing between Abiquiu and the British Empire, stating that he treasured as one of his dearest possessions an illuminated Bible, the volume of the Word of God and the secret of England's greatness, graciously presented to him by the white chief woman, the great squaw Victoria, with a personal dedication from the august hand of the royal donor. The Alakai then drank a loving cup of fist-shot usbak to the toast black and white from the skull of his immediate predecessor in the dynasty Takatachak. skull of his surnamed 40 Worts, after which he visited the chief factory of Cottonopolis and signed his mark in the visitor's book, subsequently executing a charming old archibutic wardens, in the course of which he swallowed several knives and forks, amid hilarious applause from the girl Hans. Widow woman, says Ned. I wouldn't doubt her. Wonder did he put that Bible to the same use as I would. Same, only more so, says Lenehan. And thereafter in that fruitful land the broad-leaved mango flourished exceedingly. Is that by Griffith? Says John Wise. No, says the citizen. It's not signed Shagatna. It's only initialed. P. And a very good initial too, says Joe. That's how it worked, said the citizen. Trade follows the flag. Well, says J.J., if they're any worse than those Belgians in the Congo Free State, they must be bad. Did you read that report by a man, what's his name is? Casement, says the citizen. He's an Irishman. Yes, that's the man, says J.J., raping the women and girls and flogging the natives on the belly to squeeze all the red rubber they can out of them. I know where he's gone, says Lenehan, cracking his fingers. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. The courthouse is a blind. He has a few bob on throwaway and he's gone to gather in the shekels. Is it that white-eyed Kaffir, says the citizen, that never backed a horse in anger in his life? That's where he's gone, says Lenehan. I met Bantam Lions going to back that horse, only I put him off it and he told me Bloom gave him the tip. Bet you what you like, he has 100 shillings to 5 on. He's the only man in Dublin has it, a dark horse. He's a bloody dark horse himself, says Joe. Mind, Joe, says I. Show us the entrance out. There you are, says Terry. Goodbye, Ireland, I'm going to God. So I just went round the back of the yard to pump a ship and begob 100 shilling to 5 while I was letting off my throwaway 22. Letting off my load, gob, I say to myself, I knew he was uneasy in his 2 pints off of Joe and 1 in Slattery's off. In his mind to get off the mark to 100 shillings is 5 quid. And when they were in that dark horse, Pisser Burke was telling me card plenty and letting on the child was sick. God must have done about a gallon. Flabby ass of a wife speaking down the tube, she's better or she's ow. All the plans so that he could vamoose with the pool if he won. Oh, Jesus, full up I was, trading without a license. Ow. Ireland, my nation, says he, hoik, thuk. Never be up to those bloody, that's the last of it, Jerusalem. Ah, cuckoos. So anyhow, when I got back, they were at it, ding dong. John Wise saying it was Bloom gave the ideas for send fine to Griffiths to put in his paper all kinds of gerrymandering, packed juries and swindling the taxes of the government and appointing consuls all over the world to walk about selling Irish industries. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Gob, that puts the bloody kibosh on it if old Sloppy Eyes is mucking up the show. Gives us a bloody chance. God save Ireland from the likes of that bloody mouse about. Mr. Bloom with his argle-bargle and his old fellow before him perpetrating frauds. Old Methuselah Bloom, the robbing bagman, that poisoned himself with the prussic acid after he's swamping the country with his baubles and his penny irons, loaned by post on easy terms. Any amount of money advanced on note of hand. Distance, no object, no security. Gob, he's like Lanty McHale's goat that'd go a piece on the road with everyone. Well, it's a fact, says John Wise, and there's the man now that'll tell you all about it, Martin Cunningham. Sure enough, the castle car drove up with Martin on it, and Jack Power with him, and a fellow named Crofter or Crofton, pensioner out of the Collector General's, an Orangeman Blackburn does have on the registration, and he drawing his pay or Crawford gallivanting around the country at the king's expense. Our travellers reached the rustic hostelry and alighted from their palfreys. "Oh, varlet!" he cried, who by his mien seemed the leader of the party. "Saucy knave! To us!" So saying, he knocked loudly with his sword hilt upon the open lattice. Mine host came forth at the summons, girding him with his tabard. "Give you good den, my masters," said he with an obsequious bow. "Bestir thyself, sirrah," cried he who had knocked. "Look to our steeds, and for ourselves give us of your best, for i' faith we need it." "Lack a day, good masters," said the host, "my poor house has but a bare larder. I know not what to offer your lordships." "How now, fellow?" cries the second of the party, a man of pleasant countenance. "So servest thou the king's messengers, Mr. Tapton?" An instantaneous change overspread the landlord's visage. "Cry you mercy, gentlemen," he said humbly. "And you be the king's messengers, God shield his majesty. You shall not want for aught. The king's friends, God bless his majesty, shall not go a-fasting in my house, I warrant me." "Then about," cried the traveller, who had not spoken, a lusty trencherman by his aspect. "How ought to give us?" Mine host bowed again as he made answer. "What say you, good masters, to a squab pigeon pastry, some collops of venison, a saddle of veal, widgeon with crisp hog's bacon, a boar's head with pistachios, a basin of jolly custard, a metier tansy, and a flagon of old Rhenish?" "Gadzooks," cried the last speaker, "that likes me well. Pistachios?" "Aha," cried he of the pleasant countenance. "A poor house and a bare larder, quotha, 'tis a merry rogue." So in comes Martin, asking where was Bloom. "Where is he?" says Lenehan, "defrauding widows and orphans?" "Isn't that a fact?" says John Wise. "What I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Fein." "That's so," said Martin, "or so they allege." "Who made those allegations?" said Alf. "I," says Joe, "I'm the alligator." "And after all," says John Wise, "why can't a Jew love his country like the next fellow?" "Why not?" says J.J., "when he's quite sure which country it is." "Is he a Jew or a Gentile or a Holy Roman or a swaddler or what the hell is he?" says Ned. "Or who is he? No offence, Crofton." "Who is Junius?" says J.J. "We don't want him," says Crofter the Orangeman of Presbyterian. "He's a perverted Jew," says Martin, "from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle." "Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist?" says Jack Power. "Not at all," says Martin, "only namesakes. His name was Virag, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did." "That's the new Messiah for Ireland," says the citizen. "Island of saints and sages." "Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer," says Martin. "For that matter, so are we." Yes, says J.J., and every male that's born they think it may be their Messiah. And every Jew is in a total state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a father or a mother. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenehan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets buying a tin of Neve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. On vente sa mère, says J.J. J.J. Do you call that a man, says the citizen. I wonder, did he ever put it out of sight, says Joe. Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Power. And who does he suspect, says the children. Gob, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed middlings he is, lying up in the hotel pisser, was telling me once a month with headache like a tutty with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fellow the like of that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then slopping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing, not as much as would blind your eye. Charity to the neighbour, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. Wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is. A virag from Hungary. Ahasuerus, I call him. Cursed by God. Have you time for a brief libation, Martin? Says Nate. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick, J.J. and S. You, Jack. Crofton. 3 half ones, Terry. St. Patrick would want to land again at Ballykinlar and convert us, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass, God bless all, here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe. And at the sound of the sacring bell, headed by a crucifer with acolytes, thurifers, boat-bearers, readers, ostiari, deacons and subdeacons, the blessed company drew nigh of mitred abbots and priors and guardians and monks and friars, the monks of Benedict of Spotello, Carthusians and Carmodolesi, Cistercians and Olivetians, Oratorians and Valambrosians, and the friars of Augustine, Brigantines, Premonstratarians, Servi, Trinitarians, and the children of Peter Nolasco. And therewith, from Carmel, mount the children of Elijah, prophet led by Albert Bishop and by Teresa of Avila, Celt and other, and friars brown and grey, sons of poor Francis, Capuchins, Cordelias, Minimes and Observants, and the daughters of Clara, and the sons of Dominic, the friars preachers, and the sons of Vincent, and the monks of St. Wulstan, and Ignatius his children, and the confraternity of the Christian brothers led by the Reverend Brother Edmund Ignatius Rice. And after came all saints and martyrs, virgins and confessors, Saint Cyr and Saint Isidore Arator, and Saint James the Less, and Saint Phocas of Sinope, and Saint Julian Hospitator, and Saint Felix de Cantalis, and Saint Simon Stilts, and Saint Stephen Protomator, and Saint John of God, and Saint Ferrero, and Saint Lugard, and Saint Theodotus, and Saint Vulman, and Saint Richard, and Saint Vincent de Paul, and Saint Martin of Todi, and Saint Martin of Tours, and Saint Alfred, and Saint Joseph, and Saint Denis, and Saint Cornelius, and Saint Leopold, and Saint Bernard, and Saint Terence, and Saint Edward, and Saint Owen Caniculus, and Saint Anonymous, and Saint Eponymous, and Saint Pseudonymous, and Saint Homonymus, and Saint Paronymus, and Saint Synonymous, and Saint Lawrence O'Toole, and Saint James of Dingle and Compostela, and Saint Columcille, and Saint Columba, and Saint Celestine, and Saint Colman, Saint Kevin, and Saint Brendan, and Saint Figidian, and Saint Senan, and Saint Falknan, and Saint Columbanus, and Saint Gall, and Saint Percy, and Saint Fitton, and Saint Fuca, and Saint Nepomuk, and Saint Thomas Aquinas, and Saint Ives of Brittany, and Saint Mission, and Saint Herman Joseph, and the three patrons of holy youth, Saint Aloysius Gonzaga, and Saint Stanislaus Kostka, and Saint John Berkmans, and the Saints Gervasius, Servasius, and Bonifacius, and Saint Bride, and Saint Kiernan, and Saint Canis of Kilkenny, and Saint Jarlath of Tuam, and Saint Finbarr, and Saint Papin of Ballymun, and Brother Aloysius Pacificus, and Brother Louis Bellicosus, and the Saints Rose of Lima, and of Viterbo, and Saint Martha of Bethany, and Saint Mary of Egypt, and Saint Lucy, and Saint Bridget, and Saint Attractor, and Saint Dimpna, and Saint Eta, and Saint Marian Calpensis, and the Blessed Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus, and Saint Barbara, and Saint Scholastica, and Saint Ursula, with 11,000 virgins. And all came with nimbi and aureoles and gloriae, bearing palms and harps and swords and olive crowns, in robes whereon were woven the blessed symbols of their efficacies, ink horns, arrows, loaves, cruces, fetters, axes, trees, bridges, babes in a bathtub, shells, wallets, shears, keys, dragons, lilies, buckshots, beards, hogs, lamps, bellows, beehives, soup ladles, stars, snakes, anvils, boxes of Vaseline, bells, crutches, forceps, stag horns, watertight boots, hawks, millstones, eyes on a dish, wax candles, aspergills, unicorns, and as they wended their way by Nelson's Pillar, Henry Street, Mary Street, Capel Street, Little Britain Street, chanting the introit in Epiphania Domini, which beginneth a surge illuminare, and thereafter most sweetly the gradual omnes which saith de Saba veniet, did they diverse wonders such as casting out devils, raising the dead to life, multiplying fishes, healing the halt and the blind, discovering various articles which had been mislaid, interpreting and fulfilling the scriptures, blessing and prophesying, and last beneath a canopy of cloth of gold came the Reverend Father O'Flynn, attended by Malachi and Patrick. And when the good fathers had reached the appointed place, the house of Bernard Kiernan and Company, Limited, 8, 9 and 10 Little Britain Street, wholesale grocers, wine and brandy shippers, licensed for the sale of beer, wine and spirits for consumption on the premises, the celebrant blessed the house, and censed the mullioned windows, and the groins, and the vaults, and the arches, and the capitals, and the pediments, and the cornices, and the engrailed arches, and the spires, and the cupolas, and sprinkled the lintels thereof with blessed water, and prayed that God might bless that house as he had blessed the house of Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob, and make the angels of his light to inhabit therein. And entering he blessed the viands, and the beverages, and the company of all the blessed answered his prayers. Adiutorium nostrum in nomine Domini, qui felit colium et tarum, Dominus vobiscum, et cum spiritu tuo. And he laid his hands upon that he blessed, and gave thanks, and he prayed, and they all with him prayed. Deus, quius verbo sanctificantur omnia, benedictionem tuam effundi super creaturas istas, et praesta ut quisquis ex secundum legem et voluntatem, tuum cum gratiarum actione usus fuerit per invocationem sanctissimi nominis tui corporis santianum et anime tutelam ti octore percipiat per Christum Dominium nostrum. And so say all of this, says Jack. 1,000 a year, Lambert, says Crofton or Crawford. Right, says Ned, taking up his John Jameson. And butter for fish. I was just looking around to see who the happy thought would strike, when be damned, but in he comes again, letting on to be in a hell of a hurry. I was just round at the courthouse, says he, looking for you. I hope I'm not. No, Martin says, we're ready. Courthouse, my eye, and your pockets hanging down with gold and silver. Mean bloody scut. Stand us a drink itself. Devil a sweet fear. There's a Jew for you. All for number 1. Cute as a shithouse rat. 100 to 5. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen. Beg your pardon, says he. Come on, boys, says Martin, seeing it was looking blue. Come along now. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen, letting a bawl out of him. It's a secret. And the bloody dog woke up and let a growl. Bye-bye all, says Martin. And he got them out as quick as he could, Jack Power and Crofton or whatever you call them, and in the middle of them letting on to be all at sea and up with them on the bloody jaunting car. Off with you, says Martin to the jarvey. The milk-white dolphin tossed his mane and, rising in the golden poop, the helmsman spread the bellying sail upon the wind and stood off forward with all sail set, the spinnaker to larboard. And many comely nymphs drew nigh to starboard and larboard and, clinging to the sides of the noble bark, they linked their shining forms as doth the cunning wheelwright when he fashions about the heart of his wheel, the equidistant rays whereof each one is sister to another, and he binds them all with an outer ring, and giveth speed to the feel of men, whereas they ride to a hosting or contend for the smile of ladies fair. Even so did they come and set them, those willing nymphs, the undying sisters, and they laughed, sporting in a circle of their own foam, and the bark clave the waves. But, begob, I was just lowering the heel of the pint when I saw the citizen getting up to waddle to the door, puffing and blowing with a dropsy, and he cursed the curse of Cromwell on him, bell, book and candle in Irish, spitting and spatting out of him, and Joe and Little laugh around him like a leprechaun, trying to peacify him. Let me alone, says he. And begob, he got as far as the door, and they were holding him, and he bawls out of him, 3 cheers for Israel. Arrah, sit down on the parliamentary side of your arse, for Christ's sake, and don't be making a public exhibition of yourself. Jesus, there's always some bloody clown or other kicking up a bloody murder about bloody nothing. God would turn the porter sour in your guts, so it would. And all the ragamuffins and sluts of the nation round the door, and Martin telling the jarvey to drive ahead, and the citizen bawling, and Alf and Joe at him to whist, and he on his high horse about the Jews and the loafers calling for a speech, and Jack Power trying to get him to sit down on the car and hold his bloody jaw with a loafer, with a patch over his eye, start singing, If the Man in the Moon Was a Jew, 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 and a slut shouts out of her, "Oh, mister, your flyer's open, mister." And says he, Mendelssohn was a Jew, and Karl Marx, and Mercadante, and Spinoza, and the Saviour was a Jew, and his father was a Jew. You're good. He had no father, says Martin. That'll do now. Drive ahead. Who's God? Says the citizen. Well, his uncle was a Jew, says he. Your God was a Jew. Christ was a Jew like me. Gob! The citizen made a plunge back into the shop. By Jesus, he said, I'll brand that bloody Jewman for using the holy name. By Jesus, I'll crucify him, so I will. Give us that biscuit box here. Stop! Stop, says Joe. A large and appreciative gathering of friends and acquaintances from the metropolis and Greater Dublin assembled in the thousands to bid farewell to Nagyasosis Urim Lipoti Virag, late of Mrs. Alexander Tomes, printer to His Majesty, on the occasion of his departure for the distant clime of Sags Harmonious Brutalius Jugulas, meadow of murmuring waters. The ceremony, which went off with great éclat, was characterized by the most affecting cordiality. An illuminated scroll of ancient Irish vellum, the work of Irish artists, was presented to the distinguished phenomenologist on behalf of a large section of the community and was accompanied by the gift of a silver casket, tastefully executed in the style of ancient Celtic ornament, a work which reflects every credit on the makers, Messrs. Jacob Agus Jacob. The departing guest was the recipient of a hearty ovation, many of those who were present being visibly moved when the select orchestra of Irish pipes struck up the well-known strains of Come Back to Erin, followed immediately by Rakowski's March. Tar barrels and bonfires were lighted along the coastlines of the four seas on the summits of Hill of Howth, Three Rock Mountain, Sugarloaf, Brayhill, the Mountains of Mourne, the Galties, the Oaks and Donegal and Sperrin Peaks, the Nagels and the Bogras, the Connemara Hills, the Reeks of Kilguddy, Slieve Orty, Slieve Bernag and Slieve Bloom. Amid cheers that we rent the welkin, responded to by answering cheers from a big muster of henchmen on the distant Cambrian and Caledonian hills, the mastodontic pleasure ship slowly moved away, saluted by a final floral tribute from the representatives of the fair sex who were present in large numbers while, as it proceeded down the river, escorted by a flotilla of barges, the flags of the ballast office and the custom house were dipped in salute, as were also those of the electrical power station at the Pigeon House and the Poolberg Light. Viz Zodlatsara, Kedves, Baraton, Viz Zodlatsara, gone but not forgotten. Gob, the devil wouldn't stop him till he got hold of the bloody tin anyhow, and out with him and little Alf hanging on to his elbow and he shouting like a stuck pig, as good as any bloody play in the Queen's Royal Theatre. Where is he till I murder him? And Ned and J.J. paralysed with the laughing. Bloody wars, says I, I'll be in for the last gospel. But as luck would have it, the Jarvey got the nag's head round the other way, and off with him. Hold on, citizen, says Joe. Stop. Begorby drew his hand and made a swipe and let fly. Mercy of God, the sun was in his eyes, or he'd have left him for dead. Gorby never sent it into the county Longford. The bloody nag took fright and the old mongrel after the car like bloody hell, and all the populace shouting and laughing and the old tin box clattering along the street. The catastrophe was terrific and instantaneous in its effect. The observatory of Dunsink registered in all 11 shocks, all of the 5th grade of Macaulay's scale, and there is no record extant of a similar seismic disturbance in our islands since the earthquake of 1534, the year of the rebellion of Silken Thomas. The epicentre appears to have been that part of the metropolis which constitutes the Inns Quay ward and the parish of St. Michan, covering a surface of 41 acres, 2 roods and 1 square pole or perch. All the lordly residences in the vicinity of the Palace of Justice were demolished, and that noble edifice itself, in which at the time of the catastrophe important legal debates were in progress, is literally a mass of ruins beneath which it is feared all the occupants have been buried alive. From the reports of eyewitnesses, it transpires that the seismic waves were accompanied by a violent atmospheric perturbation of cyclonic character. An article of headgear since ascertained to belong to the much respected Clerk of the Crown and Peace, Mr. George Fortrell, and a silk umbrella with gold handle with the engraved initials, crest, coat of arms, and house number of the erudite and worshipful chairman of Quarter Sessions, Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, have been discovered by search parties in remote parts of the island, respectively the former on the third basaltic ridge of the Giant's Causeway, the latter embedded to the extent of 1 foot 3 inches in the sandy beach of Holesopen Bay near the old head of Kinsale. Other eyewitnesses deposed that they observed an incandescent object of enormous proportions hurtling through the atmosphere at a terrifying velocity in a trajectory directed southwest by west. Messages of condolence and sympathy are being hourly received from all parts of the different continents, and the Sovereign Pontiff has been graciously pleased to decree that a special Missa pro defunctis shall be celebrated simultaneously by the ordinaries of each and every cathedral church of all the episcopal dioceses, subject to the spiritual authority of the Holy See in suffrage of the souls of those faithful departed who have been so unexpectedly called away from our midst. The work of salvage, removal of debris, human remains, etc. had been entrusted to Messrs. Michael Mead and Son, 159 Great Brunswick Street, and Messrs. T. and C. Martin, 77, 78, 79 and 80 North Wall, assisted by the men and officers of the Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry under the general supervision of H.R.H. Rear Admiral the Right Honourable Sir Hercules Hannibal Habeas Corpus Anderson, K.G., K.P., K.T., P.C., K.C.B., M.P., J.P., M.B., D.S.O., S.O.D., M.F.H., M.R.I.A., B.L., Muse.Duck, P.L.G., F.T.C.D., F.R.U.I., F.R.C.P.I., and F.R.C.S.I. You never saw the like of it in all your born puff. Gob, if he got that lottery ticket on the side of his pole, he'd remember the gold cup. He would so, but begold the citizen would have been lagged for assault and battery, and Joe for aiding and abetting. The Jarvey saved his life by furious driving, as sure as God made Moses. What? Oh, Jesus, he did, and he let a volley of others after him. Did I kill him, says he, or what? And he shouting to the bloody dog, After him, Gary! After him, boy! And the last we saw, the bloody car rounding the corner, an old sheep's face on it, gesticulating, and the bloody mongrel after it, with its lugs back, for all he was bloody well worth to tear from limb to limb. 100 to 5. Jesus! He took the value out of it, I promise you. When, lo, there came about them all a great brightness, and they beheld the chariot wherein he stood ascend to heaven. And they beheld him in the chariot, clothed upon the glory of the brightness, having raiment as of the sun, fair as the moon, and terrible, that for all they durst not look upon him. And there came a voice out of heaven, calling, Elijah, Elijah. And he answered with a main cry, Abba, Adonai. And they beheld him, even him, Ben Bloom Elijah, amid clouds of angels, ascend to the glory of the brightness at an angle of 45 degrees over Donahoe's in Little Glen Street, like a shot off a shovel. End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Chapter 13, recorded by Bob Foster, Montreal, March 2006. The summer evening had begun to fold the world in its mysterious embrace. Far away in the west the sun was setting, and the last glow of all too fleeting day lingered lovingly on sea and strand, on the proud promontory of dear old Howth, guarding as ever the waters of the bay, on the weed-grown rocks along Sandymount shore, and, last but not least, on the quiet church whence there streamed forth at times upon the stillness the voice of prayer to her who is in her pure radiance a beacon ever to the storm-tossed heart of man, Mary, star of the sea. The three girlfriends were seated on the rocks, enjoying the evening scene, and the air, which was fresh but not too chilly. Many a time and oft were they wont to come there to that favourite nook to have a cosy chat beside the sparkling waves and discuss matters feminine. Cissy Caffrey and Edie Boardman with the baby in the push-car, and Tommy and Jackie Caffrey, two little curly-headed boys dressed in sailor suits with caps to match and the name HMS Belial printed on both. For Tommy and Jackie Caffrey were twins, scarce 4 years old and very noisy and spoiled twins sometimes, but for all that, darling little fellows with bright merry faces and endearing ways about them. They were dabbling in the sand with their spades and buckets, building castles as children do, or playing with their big coloured ball, happy as the day was long. And Edie Boardman was rocking the chubby baby to and fro in the push-car, while that young gentleman fairly chuckled with delight. He was but 11 months and 9 days old, and, though still a tiny toddler, was just beginning to lisp his first babyish words. Cissy Caffrey bent over him to tease his fat little plucks and the dainty dimple in his chin. "Now, baby," Cissy Caffrey said, "say out big, big, I want a drink of water." And baby prattled after her, "A jinka jinka jobbo." Cissy Caffrey cuddled the wee chap, for she was awfully fond of children, so patient with little sufferers, and Tommy Caffrey could never be got to take his castor oil unless it was Cissy Caffrey that held his nose, and promised him the scatty heel of the loaf of brown bread with golden syrup on it. What a persuasive power that girl had! But to be sure baby was as good as gold, a perfect little dote in his new fancy bib. None of your spoilt beauties, Flora McFlimsy sort was Cissy Caffrey. A true-hearted lass never drew the breath of life, always with a laugh in her gypsy-like eyes and a frolicsome word on her cherry-ripe red lips, a girl lovable in the extreme, and Edie Boardman laughed too at the quaint language of little brother. But just then there was a slight altercation between Master Tommy and Master Jackie. Boys will be boys, and our two twins were no exception to this golden rule. The apple of discord was a certain castle of sand which Master Jackie had built, and Master Tommy would have it right go wrong that it was to be architecturally improved by a front door like the Martello Tower had. But if Master Tommy was headstrong, Master Jackie was self-willed too, and, true to the maxim that every little Irishman's house is his castle, he fell upon his hated rival, and to such purpose that the would-be assailant came to grief, and, alas to relate, the coveted castle too. Needless to say, the cries of discomfited Master Tommy drew the attention of the girl-friends. "Come here, Tommy," his sister called imperatively, "at once. And you, Jackie, for shame to throw poor Tommy in the dirty sand. Wait till I catch you for that." His eyes misty with unshed tears, Master Tommy came at her call, for their big sister's word was law with the twins, and in a sad plight he was after his misadventure. His little man-o'-war top and unmentionables were full of sand, but Cissy was a past mistress in the art of smoothing over life's tiny troubles, and very quickly not one speck of sand was to be seen on his smart little suit. Still the blue eyes were glistening with hot tears that would well up, so she kissed away the hurtness and shook her hand at Master Jacky the culprit, and said if she was near him she wouldn't be far from him, her eyes dancing in admonition. Nasty bull, Jacky, she cried. She put an arm round the little mariner and coaxed winningly. What's your name? Butter and cream? Tell us who is your sweetheart, spoke Edie Boardman. Is Cissy your sweetheart? Now, tearful Tommy said. Is Edie Boardman your sweetheart? Cissy queried. No, Tommy said. I know, Edie Boardman said, none too amiably with an arch glance from her short-sighted eyes. I know who is Tommy's sweetheart. Gertie is Tommy's sweetheart. No, Tommy said on the verge of tears. Cissy's quick mother-wit guessed what was amiss, and she whispered to Edie Boardman to take him there behind the push-car, where the gentleman couldn't see and to mind he didn't wet his new tan shoes. But who was Gertie? Gertie MacDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was in very truth as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a Giltrap than a MacDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility, but those iron jelloids she had been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster, with tapering fingers and as white as lemon juice and queen of ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed or take a milk footbath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Edie Boardman, a deliberate lie, when she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie. The girl chums had of course their little tiffs from time to time, like the rest of mortals, and she told her not let on whatever she did that it was her that told her, or she'd never speak to her again. No, honour where honour is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid, queenly hauteur about Gertie which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie MacDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land and have seen herself exquisitely gowned, with jewels on her brow and patrician suitors at her feet, vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look, tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Woman Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrow line, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes, so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured, and how to be tall, increase your height, and you have a beautiful face, but your nose, that would suit Mrs. Dignam because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters, and pared her nails too, Thursday for wealth. And just now at Edie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose bloom, crept into her cheeks, she looked so lovely in her sweet girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal. For an instant she was silent with rather sad downcast eyes. She was about to retort, but something checked the words on her tongue. Inclination prompted her to speak out. Dignity told her to be silent. The pretty lips pouted a while, but then she glanced up and broke out into a joyous little laugh, which had in it all the freshness of a young May morning. She knew right well, no one better, what made Squinty Edie say that because of him cooling in his attentions when it was simply a lover's quarrel. As per usual, somebody's nose was out of joint about the boy that had the bicycle, always riding up and down in front of her window. Only now his father kept him in the evening studying hard to get an exhibition in the intermediate that was on, and he was going to Trinity College to study for a doctor when he left the high school like his brother W. E. Wiley, who was racing in the bicycle races in the Trinity College University. Little recked he perhaps for what she felt, that dull aching void in her heart sometimes, piercing to the core. Yet he was young, and perchance he might learn to love her in time. They were Protestants in his family, and of course Gerty knew who came first, and after him the Blessed Virgin and then Saint Joseph. But he was undeniably handsome, with an exquisite nose, and he was what he looked, every inch a gentleman, the shape of his head too at the back without his cap on, that she would know anywhere something off the common, and the way he turned the bicycle at the lamp with his hands off the bars, and also the nice perfume of those good cigarettes, and besides they were both of a size, and that was why Edie Boardman thought she was so frightfully clever, because he didn't go and ride up and down in front of her bit of a garden. Gerty was dressed simply, but with the instinctive taste of a votary of dame fashion, for she felt that there was just a mite that he might be out. A neat blouse of electric blue, self-tinted by Dolly dyes, because it was expected in the Ladies' Pictorial that electric blue would be worn, with a smart V opening down to the division, and kerchief pocket, in which she always kept a piece of cotton wool scented with her favourite perfume because the handkerchief spoiled the scent, and a navy three-quarter skirt cut to the stride showed off her slim graceful figure to perfection. She wore a coquettish little love of a hat of wide-leaved nigger straw contrast trimmed with an underbrim of egg-blue chenille, and at the side a butterfly bow to tone. All Tuesday week afternoon she was hunting to match that chenille, but at last she found what she wanted at Clary's summer sales. The very it. Slightly shop-soiled, but you would never notice. 7 fingers, 2, and a penny. She did it up all by herself, and what joy was hers when she tried it on then, smiling at the lively reflection which the mirror gave back to her. And when she put it on the water jug to keep the shape, she knew that that would take the shine out of some people she knew. Her shoes were the newest thing in footwear. Edie Boardman prided herself that she was very petite, but she never had a foot like Gerty McDowell, a 5, and never would ash, oak, or elm, with patent toe caps and just one smart buckle at her high-arched instep. Her well-turned ankle displayed its perfect proportions beneath her skirt, and just the proper amount, and no more, of her shapely limbs encased in fine-spun hose, with high spliced heels and wide garter tops. As for undies, they were Gerty's chief care, and who that knows the fluttering hopes and fears of sweet 17, though Gerty would never see 17 again, can find it in his heart to blame her. She had 4 dinky sets with awfully pretty stitchery, 3 garments and nighties extra, each set slotted with different coloured ribbons, rose pink, pale blue, mauve, and pea green, and she aired them herself and blued them when they came home from the wash, and ironed them, and she had a brickbat to keep the iron on, because she wouldn't trust those washerwomen as far as she'd see them scorching the things. She was wearing the blue for luck, hoping against hope, her own colour, and the lucky colour too for a bride to have a bit of blue somewhere on her, because the green she wore that day week brought grief because his father brought him in to study for the intermediate exhibition, and because she thought perhaps he might be out because when she was dressing that morning she nearly slipped up the old pear on her inside out, and that was for luck and lovers' meetings if you put those things on inside out so long as it wasn't of a Friday. And yet, that strained look on her face, a gnawing sorrow is there all the time. Her very soul is in her eyes, and she would give worlds to be in the privacy of her own familiar chamber where, giving way to tears, she could have a good cry and relieve her pent-up feelings. Though not too much, because she knew how to cry nicely before the mirror. You are lovely, Gertie, it said. The paly light of evening falls upon a face infinitely sad and wistful. Gertie MacDowell yearns in vain. Yes, she had known from the first that her daydream of a marriage has been arranged, and the wedding bells ringing for Mrs. Reggie Wiley, T.C.D., because the one who married the elder brother would be Mrs. Wiley. And in the fashionable intelligence Mrs. Gertrude Wiley was wearing a sumptuous confection of grey trimmed with expensive blue fox was not to be. He was too young to understand. He would not believe in love, a woman's birthright. The night of the party long ago in Stower's, he was still in short trousers, when they were alone and he stole an arm round her waist, she went white to the very lips. He called her little one in a strangely husky voice and snatched a half-kiss, the first, but it was only the end of her nose, and then he hastened from the room with a remark about refreshments. Impetuous fellow. Strength of character had never been Reggie Wiley's strong point, and he who would woo and win Gertie MacDowell must be a man among men. But waiting, always waiting to be asked, and it was leap year too, and would soon be over. No Prince Charming is her beau ideal to lay a rare and wondrous love at her feet, but rather a manly man with a strong quiet face, who had not found his ideal, perhaps his hair slightly flecked with grey, and who would understand, take her in his sheltering arms, strain her to him in all the strength of his deep, passionate nature, and comfort her with a long, long kiss. It would be like heaven. For such a one she yearns this balmy summer eve. With all the heart of her she longs to be his only, his affianced bride for riches for poor, in sickness and health, till death us two part, from this to this day forward. And while Edie Boardman was with little Tommy behind the pushcar, she was just thinking, would the day ever come when she would call herself his little wife-to-be? Then they could talk about her till they went blue in the face, Bertha Supple too, and Edie, the Spitfire, because she would be 22 in November. She would care for him with creature comforts too, for Gertie was womanly wise and knew that a mere man liked that feeling of hominess. Her griddle cakes done to a golden brown hue, and Queen Anne's pudding of delightful creaminess, had won golden opinions from all because she had a lucky hand also for lighting a fire, dredge in the fine self-raising flour, and always stir in the same direction, then cream the milk and sugar and whisk well the white of eggs, though she didn't like the eating part when there were any people that made her shy, and often she wondered why you couldn't eat something poetical like violets or roses, and they would have a beautifully appointed drawing-room with pictures and engravings and the photograph of Grandpa Giltrap's lovely dog, Gary Owen, that almost talked, it was so human, and chintz covers for the chairs, and that silver toast rack in Clary's summer jumble sales like they have in rich houses. He would be tall with broad shoulders. She had always admired tall men for a husband, with glistening white teeth under his carefully trimmed sweeping moustache, and they would go on the continent for their honeymoon. 3 wonderful weeks. And then, when they settled down in a nice, snug and cosy little homely house, Every morning they would both have brekkie, simple but perfectly served, for their own two selves, and before he went out to business he would give his dear little wifey a good hearty hug and gaze for a moment deep down into her eyes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Chapter 13, Part 2, recorded by Bob Foster, Montreal, March 2006. Edie Boardman asked Tommy Caffrey was he done, and he said yes. So then she buttoned up his little knickerbockers for him and told him to run off and play with Jackie and to be good now and not to fight. But Tommy said he wanted the ball, and Edie told him no, that Baby was playing with the ball, and if he took it there'd be wigs on the green, but Tommy said it was his ball, and he wanted his ball, and he pranced on the ground, if you please. The temper of him! Oh, he was a man already, was little Tommy Caffrey, since he was out of pennies. Edie told him no, and to be off now with him, and she told Cissy Caffrey not to give in to him. You're not my sister, naughty Tommy said. It's my ball. But Cissy Caffrey told Baby Boardman to look up high at her finger, and she snatched the ball quickly and threw it along the sand, and Tommy after it in full career, having won the day. Anything for a quiet life, laughed Cis. And she tickled Tiny Tot's 2 cheeks to make him forget, and played Here's the Lord Mayor, here's his 2 horses, here's his gingerbread carriage, and here he walks in, chin chopper, chin chopper, chin chopper, chin. But Edie got as cross as 2 sticks about him getting his own way like that from everyone always petting him. I'd like to give him something, she said, so I would, where I won't say. On the Be-Toady Tom, laughed Cissy merrily. Gertie McDowell bent down her head and crimsoned at the idea of Cissy saying an unladylike thing like that out loud. She'd be ashamed of her life to say, flashing a deep rosy red, and Edie Boardman said she was sure the gentleman opposite heard what she said, but not a pin cared Cis. Let him, she said with a pert toss of her head and a piquant tilt of her nose. Give it to him too on the same place as quick as I'd look at him. Madcap Cis with her gollywog curls. You had to laugh at her sometimes. For instance, when she asked you, would you have some more Chinese tea and jazzberry ram? And when she drew the jugs too and the men's faces on her nails with red ink make you split your sides, or when she wanted to go where you know, she said she wanted to run and pay a visit to the Miss White. That was just like Sissykums. Oh, and will you ever forget the evening she dressed up in her father's suit and hat and the burnt cork moustache and walked down Tritonville Road smoking a cigarette? There was none to come up to her for fun, but she was sincerity itself, one of the bravest and truest hearts heaven ever made, not one of your two-faced things too sweet to be wholesome. And then there came out upon the air the sound of voices and the pealing anthem of the organ. It was the men's temperance retreat conducted by the missioner, the Reverend John Hughes, S.J., rosary, sermon, and benediction of the most blessed sacrament. They were there gathered together without distinction of social class, and a most edifying spectacle it was to see, in that simple fane beside the waves after the storms of this weary world, kneeling before the feet of the Immaculate, reciting the litany of Our Lady of Loretto, beseeching her to intercede for them, the old familiar words, Holy Mary, Holy Virgin of Virgins. How sad to poor Gertie's ears! Had her father only avoided the clutches of the demon drink by taking the pledge or those powders the drink habit cured in Pearson's Weekly, she might now be rolling in her carriage, second to none. Over and over had she told herself that as she mused by the dying embers in a brown study without the lamp, because she hated 2 lights, or oftentimes gazing out of the window dreamily by the hour at the rain falling on the rusty bucket, thinking, but that vile decoction which has ruined so many hearths and homes had cast its shadow over her childhood days, Nay, she had even witnessed in the home circle deeds of violence caused by intemperance, and had seen her own father, a prey to the fumes of intoxication, forget himself completely, for if there was one thing of all things that Gerty knew, it was the man who lifts his hand to a woman, save in the way of kindness, deserves to be branded as the lowest of the low. And still the voices sang in supplication to the Virgin most powerful, Virgin most merciful, and Gerty, wrapped in thought, scarce saw or heard her companions, or the twins at their boyish gambols, or the gentleman off Sandymount Green that Cissy Caffrey called the man that was so like himself passing along the Strand taking a short walk. You never saw him anyway, screwed, but still, and for all that she would not like him for a father because he was too old. Or something, or on account of his face. It was a palpable case of Dr. Fell. Or his carbuncly nose with the pimples on it, and his sandy moustache a bit white under his nose. Poor father, with all his faults, she loved him still when he sang, "Tell me, Mary, how to woo thee," or "My love and cottage near Rochelle." And they had stewed cockles and lettuce with Lazenby's salad dressing for supper, and when he sang "The moon hath raised" with Mr. Dignam, that died suddenly and was buried, God have mercy on him, from a stroke. Her mother's birthday that was, and Charlie was home on his holidays, and Tom and Mr. Dignam and Mrs. and Patsy and Freddie Dignam, and they were to have had a group taken. No one would have thought the end was so near. Now he was laid to rest. And her mother said to him to let that be a warning to him for the rest of his days, and he couldn't even go to the funeral on account of the gout, and she had to go into town to bring him the letters and samples from his office about Catesby's cork lino, artistic standard designs, fit for a palace, gives tip-top wear, and always bright and cheery in the home. A sterling good daughter was Gerty, just like a second mother in the house, a ministering angel too, with a little heart worth its weight in gold. And when her mother had those raging splitting headaches, who was it rubbed on the menthol cone on her forehead but Gerty, though she didn't like her mother taking pinches of snuff, and that was the only single thing they ever had words about, taking snuff. Everyone thought the world of her for her gentle ways. It was Gerty who turned off the gas at the main every night, and it was Gerty who tacked up on the wall of that place where she never forgot every fortnight the chlorate of lime, Mr. Tooney, the grocer's Christmas almanac, the picture of halcyon days where a young gentleman in the costume they used to wear then, with a three-cornered hat, was offered a bunch of flowers to his lady-love with old-time chivalry through her lattice window. You could see there was a story behind it. The colours were done something lovely. She was in a soft clinging white and a studied attitude, and the gentleman was in chocolate, and he looked a thorough aristocrat. She often looked at them dreamily when there for a certain purpose, and felt her own arms that were white and soft just like hers with the sleeves back, and thought about those times because she had found out in Walker's pronouncing dictionary that belonged to Grandpa Giltrap about the halcyon days what they meant. The twins were now playing in the most approved brotherly fashion, till at last Master Jacky, who was really as bold as brass, there was no getting behind that, deliberately kicked the ball as hard as ever he could down towards the seaweedy rocks. Needless to say, poor Tommy was not slow to voice his dismay, but luckily the gentleman in black, who was sitting there by himself, came gallantly to the rescue and intercepted the ball. Our two champions claimed their plaything with lusty cries, and to avoid trouble Cissy Caffrey called to the gentleman to throw it to her, please. The gentleman aimed the ball once or twice, and then threw it up the Strand towards Cissy Caffrey, but it rolled down the slope and stopped right under Gerty's skirt, near the little pool by the rock. The twins clamoured again for it, and Cissy told her to kick it away and let them fight for it, so Gerty threw back her foot, but she wished their stupid ball hadn't come rolling down to her, and she gave a kick, but she missed, and Edie and Cissy laughed. "If you fail, try again," Edie Boardman said. Gerty smiled assent and bit her lip. A delicate pink crept into her pretty cheek, but she was determined to let them see, so she lifted her skirt a little, but just enough, and took good aim, and gave the ball a jolly good kick, and it went over ever so far, and the two twins after it down towards the shingle. Pure jealousy, of course it was, nothing else, to draw attention on account of the gentleman opposite looking. She felt the warm flush, a danger signal always with Gerty MacDowell, surging and flaming into her cheeks. Till then they had only exchanged glances of the most casual, but now under the brim of her new hat she ventured a look at him, and the face that met her gaze there in the twilight, wan and strangely drawn, seemed to her the saddest she had ever seen. Through the open window of the church the fragrant incense was wafted, and with it the fragrant names of her who was conceived without stain of original sin. Spiritual vessel, pray for us. Honourable vessel, pray for us. Vessel of singular devotion, pray for us. Mystical rose. And careworn hearts were there, and toilers for their daily bread, and many who had erred and wandered, their eyes wet with contrition, but for all that bright with hope, for the Reverend Father Hughes had told them what the great Saint Bernard said in his famous prayer of Mary, the most pious Virgin's intercessory power, that it was not recorded in any age that those who implored her powerful protection were ever abandoned by her. The twins were now playing again, right merrily, for the troubles of childhood are but as fleeting summer showers. Cissy played with baby Boardman till he crowed with glee, clapping baby hands in air. Peep, she cried behind the hood of the push-car, and Edie asked where was Cissy gone, and then Cissy popped up her head and cried, "Ah!" and my word, didn't the little chap enjoy that? And then she told him to say Papa. Say Papa, baby. Say pa, 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 pa. And baby did his level best to say it, for he was very intelligent for 11 months, every one said, and big for his age and the picture of health, a perfect little bunch of love, and he would certainly turn out to be something great, they said. Hajja. Cissy wiped his little mouth with the dribbling bib, and wanted him to sit up properly and say pa, 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 but when she undid the strap, she cried out, Holy St. Denis, that he was passing wet, and to double the half-blanket the other way under him. Of course his infant majesty was most obstreperous at such toilet formalities, and he let everyone know it. Ha ba 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 ba, and two great big lovely big tears coursing down his cheeks. It was all no use soothing him with no, baby, no, and telling him about the GG and where was the puff, but Cis, always ready-witted, gave him in his mouth the teat of the sucking bottle, and the young heathen was quickly appeased. Gerty wished to goodness they would take their squalling baby home out of that and not get on her nerves no hour to be out, and the little brats of twins. She gazed out towards the distant sea. It was like the paintings that man used to do on the pavement with all the coloured chalks, and such a pity, too, leaving them there to be all blotted out, the evening and the clouds coming out, and the Bailey light on Howth, and to hear the music like that, and the perfume of those incense they burned in the church, like a kind of waft. And while she gazed, her heart went pit-a-pat. Yes, it was her he was looking at, and there was meaning in his look. His eyes burned into her as though they would search her through and through, read her very soul. Wonderful eyes they were, superbly expressive, but could you trust them? People were so queer. She could see at once by his dark eyes and his pale intellectual face that he was a foreigner, the image of the photo she had of Martin Harvey, the matinee idol, only for the moustache, which she preferred because she wasn't stage-struck like Winnie Rippingham, that wanted they two to always dress the same on account of a play, but she could not see whether he had an aquiline nose or a slightly retroussé from where he was sitting. He was in deep mourning, she could see that, and the story of a haunting sorrow was written on his face. She would have given worlds to know what it was. he was looking up so intently, so still, and he saw her kick the ball, and perhaps he could see the bright steel buckles of her shoes if she swung them like that thoughtfully with the toes down. She was glad that something told her to put on the transparent stockings, thinking Reggie Wiley might be out, but that was far away. Here was that of which she had so often dreamed. It was he who mattered, and there was joy on her face because she wanted him, because she felt instinctively that he was like no one else. The very heart of the girl-woman went out to him, her dream husband, because she knew on the instant it was him. If he had suffered, more sinned against than sinning, or even if he had been himself a sinner, a wicked man, she cared not. Even if he was a Protestant or Methodist, she could convert him easily if he truly loved her. There were wounds that wanted healing with heart-balm. She was a womanly woman, not like other flighty girls, unfeminine, he had known, those cyclists showing off what they hadn't got, and she just yearned to know all, to forgive all, if she could make him fall in love with her, make him forget the memory of the past. Then mayhap he would embrace her gently like a real man, crushing her soft body to him, and love her, his ownest girlie, for herself alone. Refuge of sinners, comfortress of the afflicted, ora pro nobis. Well, has it been said that whosoever prays to her with faith and constancy can never be lost or cast away, and fitly is she too a haven of refuge for the afflicted because of the seven dolors which transpierced her own heart. Gerty could picture the whole scene in the church, the stained-glass windows lighted up, the candles, the flowers, and the blue banners of the Blessed Virgin's sodality, and Father Conroy was helping Canon O'Hanlon at the altar, carrying things in and out with his eyes cast down. He looked almost a saint, and his confession box was so quiet and clean and dark, and his hands were just like white wax, and if ever she became a Dominican nun in their white habit, perhaps he might come to the convent for the novena of St. Dominic. He told her that time when she told him about that, in confession, crimsoning up to the roots of her hair, for fear he could see, not to be troubled, because that was only the voice of nature, and we were all subject to nature's laws, he said, in this life, and that was no sin, because that came from the nature of woman instituted by God, he said, and that our Blessed Lady herself said to the Archangel Gabriel, "Be it done unto me according to thy word." He was so kind and holy, and often she thought, could she work a ruched tea cosy with embroidered floral design for him as a present, or a clock, but they had a clock, she noticed, on the mantelpiece, white and gold, with a canary bird that came out of a little house to tell the time the day she went there about the flowers for the 40 hours adoration, because it was hard to know what sort of a present to give, or perhaps an album of illuminated views of Dublin or some place. The exasperating little brats of twins began to quarrel again, and Jackie threw the ball out towards the sea, and they both ran after it, little monkeys common as ditchwater. Someone ought to take them and give them a good hiding for themselves to keep them in their places, the both of them, and Cissy and Edie shouted after them to come back because they were afraid the tide might come in on them and be drowned. "Jackie! Tommy!" Not they. What a great notion they had. So Cissy said it was the very last time she'd ever bring them out. She jumped up and called them, and she ran down the slope past him, tossing her hair behind her, which had a good enough colour if there had been more of it, but with all the thingamary she was always rubbing into it. She couldn't get it to grow long because it wasn't natural, so she could just go and throw her hat at it. She ran with long gandry strides. It was a wonder she didn't rip up her skirt at the side that was too tight on her, because there was a lot of the tomboy about Cissy Caffrey, and she was a forward piece whenever she thought she had a good opportunity to show off, and just because she was a good runner she ran like that so that he could see all the end of her petticoat running and her skinny shanks up as far as possible. It would have served her just right if she had tripped up over something accidentally on purpose with her high crooked French heels on her to make her look tall, and got a fine tableau. That would have been a Very charming expose for a gentleman like that to witness. Queen of angels, queen of patriarchs, queen of prophets, of all saints, they prayed, queen of the most holy rosary, and then Father Conroy handed the thurible to Canon Hanlon, and he put in the incense, and since the Blessed Sacrament and Sissy Caffrey caught the two twins, and she was itching to give them a ringing good clip on the ear, but she didn't because she thought he might be watching, but she never made a bigger mistake in all her life, because Gertie could see without looking that he never took his eyes off of her, and then Canon O'Hanlon handed the thurible back to Father Conroy, and knelt down looking up at the Blessed Sacrament, and the choir began to sing Tantum Ergo, and she just swung her foot in and out in time as the music rose and fell to the Tantumere Sacramentum. 3 and 11 she paid for those stockings in Sparrows of George's Street on the Tuesday, no, the Monday before Easter, and there wasn't a brack on them, and that was what he was looking at, transparent, and not at her insignificant ones that had neither shape nor form. The cheek of her, because he had eyes in his head to see the difference for himself. Cissy came up along the strand with the two twins and their ball with her hat anyhow on her to one side after her run, and she did look a streel tugging the two kids along with the flimsy blouse she bought only a fortnight before, like a rag on her back, and bit of her petticoat hanging like a caricature. Gertie just took off her hat for a moment to settle her hair, and a prettier, daintier head of nut-brown tresses was never seen on a girl's shoulders, a radiant little vision, in sooth, almost maddening in its sweetness. You would have to travel many a long mile before you found a head of hair the like of that. She could also see the swift answering flush of admiration in his eyes that set her tingling in every nerve. She put on her hat so that she could see from underneath the brim and swung her buckled shoe faster, for her breath caught as she caught the expression in his eyes. He was eyeing her as a snake eyes its prey. Her woman's instinct told her that she had raised the devil in him, and at the thought a burning scarlet swept from throat to brow till the lovely colour of her face became a glorious rose. Edie Boardman was noticing it too, because she was squinting at Gertie, half smiling with her specs, like an old maid pretending to nurse the baby. Irritable little gnat she was, and always would be, and that was why no one could get on with her, poking her nose into what was no concern of hers, and she said to Gertie, "A penny for your thoughts." "What?" replied Gertie with a smile reinforced by the whitest of teeth. "I was only wondering, was it late?" Because she wished to goodness they'd take the snotty-nosed twins and their baby home to the mischief out of that, so that was why she just gave a gentle hint about its being late. And when Cissy came up, Edie asked her the time, and Miss Cissy, as glib as you like, said it was 1/2 kissing time to kiss again, but Edie wanted to know because they were told to be in early. "Wait," said Cissy, "I'll ask my Uncle Peter over there what's the time by his conundrum." So over she went, and when he saw her coming, she could see him take his hand out of his pocket, getting nervous and beginning to play with his watch-chain, looking at the church. Passionate nature though he was, Gertie could see that he had enormous control over himself. One moment he had been there, fascinated by a loveliness that made him gaze, and the next moment it was the quiet, grave-faced gentleman, self-control expressed in every line of his distinguished-looking figure. Cissy said to excuse her, would he mind telling her what was the right time, and Gertie could see him taking out his watch, listening to it, and looking up and clearing his throat, and he said he was very sorry his watch was stopped, but he thought it must be after 8 because the sun was set. His voice had a cultured ring in it, and though he spoke in measured accents, there was a suspicion of a quiver in the mellowed tones. Cissy said thanks, and came back with her tongue out, and said Uncle said his waterworks were out of order. Then they sang the second verse of the Tantum Ergo, and Canon O'Hanlon got up again and censed the Blessed Sacrament, and knelt down, and he told Father Conroy that one of the candles was just going to set fire to the flowers, and Father Conroy got up and settled it all right, and She could see the gentleman winding his watch and listening to the works, and she swung her leg more in and out in time. It was getting darker, but he could see, and he was looking all the time that he was winding the watch or whatever he was doing to it, and then he put it back and put his hands back into his pockets. She felt a kind of sensation rushing all over her, and she knew by the feel of her scalp and that irritation against her stays that that thing must be coming on, because the last time too was when she clipped her hair on account of the moon. His dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshipping at her shrine. If ever there was undisguised admiration in a man's passionate gaze, it was there, plain to be seen on that man's face. It is for you, Gertrude MacDowell, and you know it. Edie began to get ready to go, and it was high time for her, and Gertie noticed that that little hint she gave had the desired effect, because it was a long way along the Strand to where there was the place to push up the push-car, and Cissy took off the twins' caps and tidied their hair, to make herself attractive, of course, and Canon O'Hanlon stood up, with his cope poking up his neck, and Father Conroy handed him the card to read off, and he read out Panem de Cielo Praestiati Eis, and Edie and Cissy were talking about the time all the time, and asking her, but Gertie could pay them back in their own coin, and she just answered with scathing politeness when Edie asked her was she heartbroken about her best boy throwing her over. Gertie winced sharply. A brief cold blaze shone from her eyes that spoke volumes of scorn immeasurable. It hurt. Oh yes, it cut deep, because Edie had her own quiet way of saying things like that she knew would wound, like the confounded little cat she was. Gertie's lips parted swiftly to frame the word, but she fought back the sob that rose to her throat, so slim, so flawless, so beautifully moulded, it seemed one an artist might have dreamed of. She had loved him better than he knew. Light-hearted deceiver and fickle like all his sex, he would never understand what he had meant to her, and for an instant there was in the blue eyes a quick stinging of tears. Their eyes were probing her mercilessly, but with a brave effort she sparkled back in sympathy as she glanced at her new conquest for them to see. "Oh," responded Gertie, quick as lightning, laughing, and the proud head flashed up, "I can throw my cap at who I like because it's leap year." Her words rang out crystal clear, more musical than the cooing of the ringdove, but they cut the silence icily. There was that in her young voice that told that she was not a one to be lightly trifled with. As for Mr. Reggie, with his swank and his bit of money, she could just chuck him aside as if he was so much filth, and never again would she cast as much as a second thought on him, and tear his silly postcard into a dozen pieces. And if ever after he dared to presume, she could give him one look of measured scorn that would make him shrivel up on the spot. Miss puny little Edie's countenance fell to no slight extent, and Gertie could see by her looking as black as thunder that she was simply in a towering rage, though she hid it, the little kenat, because that shaft had struck home for her petty jealousy, and they both knew that she was something aloof, apart in another sphere, that she was not of them, and there was somebody else too that knew it and saw it, so they could put that in their pipe and smoke it. Edie straightened up baby Boardman to get ready to go, and Cissy tucked in the ball and the spades and buckets, and it was high time too, because the Sandman was on his way for Master Boardman, Junior, and Cissy told him too that Billy Winks was coming, and that baby was to go dee-daw, and baby looked just too ducky, laughing up out of his gleeful eyes, and Cissy poked him like that out of fun in his wee fat tummy, and baby, without as much as by your leave, sent up his compliments on his brand-new dribbling bib. "Oh my puddeny pie," protested Cis. "He has his bib destroyed." The slight contretemps claimed her attention, but in 2 twos she set that little matter to rights. Gertie stifled a smothered exclamation and gave a nervous cough, and Edie asked what, and she was just going to tell her to catch it while it was flying, but she was ever ladylike in her deportment, so she simply passed it off with consummate tact by saying that that was the benediction, because just then the bell rang out from the steeple over the quiet seashore, because Canon O'Hanlon was up on the altar with the veil that Father Conroy put round his shoulders, giving the benediction with the Blessed Sacrament in his hands. How moving the scene there in the gathering twilight, the last glimpse of Erin, the touching chime of those evening bells, and at the same time a bat flew forth from the ivied belfry through the dusk, hither, thither, with a tiny lost cry, and she could see far away the lights of the lighthouses, so picturesque. She would have loved to do with a box of paints, because it was easier than to make a man, and soon the lamplighter would be going his rounds past the Presbyterian church grounds and along by shady Trittonville Avenue where the couples walked, and lighting the lamp near her window was Reggie Wiley, used to turn his free wheel like she read in that book The Lamplighter by Miss Cummins, author of Mabel Vaughan and other tales. For Gertie had her dreams that no one knew of. She loved to read poetry, and when she got a keepsake from Bertha Supple of that lovely confession album with the coral pink cover to write her thoughts in, she laid it in the drawer of her toilet table, which, though it did not err on the side of luxury, was scrupulously neat and clean. It was there she kept her girlish treasures trove, the tortoiseshell combs, her Child of Mary badge, the white rose scent, the eyebrow line, her alabaster pouncet box, and the ribbons to change when her things came home from the wash, and there were some beautiful thoughts written in it in violet ink that she bought in Healy's of Dame Street, for she felt that she too could write poetry if she could only express herself like that poem that appealed to her so deeply that she had copied out of the newspaper she found one evening round the potherbs. Art thou real, my ideal? It was called, by Lewis J. Walsh Magerfelt, and after there was something about twilight, wilt thou ever? And ofttimes the beauty of poetry, so sad in its transient loveliness, had misted her eyes with silent tears that the ears were slipping by for her one by one, and but for that one shortcoming she knew she need fear no competition, and that was an accident coming down Dalkey Hill, and she always tried to conceal it. But it must end, she felt. If she saw that magic lure in his eyes, there would be no holding back for her. Love laughs at locksmiths. She would make the great sacrifice. Her every effort would be to share his thoughts. Dearer than the whole world would she be to him, and gild his days with happiness. There was the all-important question, and she was dying to know, was he a married man or a widower who had lost his wife, or some tragedy like the nobleman with the foreign name from the land of song had to have her put into a madhouse, cruel only to be kind. But even if, what then? Would it make a very great difference? From everything in the least indelicate her fine-bred nature instinctively recoiled. She loathed that sort of person, the fallen woman off the accommodation walk beside the daughter that went with the soldiers and coarse men, with no respect for a girl's honour, degrading the sex and being taken up to the police station. No, not that. That would be just good friends like a big brother and sister without all that other in spite of the conventions of society with a big S. Perhaps it was an old flame he was in mourning for from the days beyond recall. She thought she understood. She would try to understand him because men were so different. The old love was waiting with little white hands stretched out, with blue appealing eyes. Heart of mine, she would follow her dream of love, the dictates of her heart that told her he was her all in all, the only man in all the world for her, for love was the master guide. Nothing else mattered. Come what might, she would be wild, untrammelled, free. And that's the end of Chapter 13, Part 2 of James Joyce's Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 13, Part 3, recorded by Bob Foster, Montreal, March 2006. Canon O'Hanlon put the Blessed Sacrament back into the tabernacle, and the choir sang Laudate Dominum omnes gentes. And then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on, and Cross-Cat Edie asked wasn't she coming, but Jackie Caffrey called out, "Oh, look, Sissy!" And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too over the trees beside the church, blue and then green and purple. "It's fireworks," Sissy Caffrey said. And they all ran down the Strand to see over the houses and the church, helter-skelter, Edie with the push-car with baby Boardman in it, and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. "Come on, Gertie," Sissy called. "It's the bazaar fireworks." But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like rosies, she could sit so she said she could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and elate broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion silent as the grave, and it had made her his. At last they were left alone without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death. Steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honour to his fingertips. His hands and face were working, and a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hand so as not to fall back looking up, and there was no one to see, only him and her, when she revealed all her graceful, beautifully shaped legs like that, supplies soft and delicately rounded, and she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she knew about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded, because Bertha Supple told her once in dead secret and made her swear she'd never, about the gentleman lodger that was staying with them out of the congested district's board, that had pictures cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers, and she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed. But this was altogether different from a thing like that, because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his, and the first quick hot touch of his handsome lips. Besides, there was absolution so long as you didn't do the other thing before being married, and there ought to be women priests that would understand without your telling out, and Cissy Caffrey too sometimes had that dreamy look in her eyes, so that she too, my dear, and Winnie Rippingham so mad about actors' photographs, and besides it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did. And Jackie Caffrey shouted to look. There was another, and she leaned back, and the garters were blue to match on account of the transparent, and they all saw it and shouted to look. Look, there it was, and she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks, and something queer was flying about through the air, a soft thing to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up, and in the tense hush they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, almost out of sight, and her face was suffused with a divine and entrancing blush from straining back, and he could see her other things too, nainsook knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin, better than those other pettywidth, the green 4 and 11, on account of being white, and she let him, and she saw that he saw, and then it went so high it went out of sight a moment, and she was trembling in every limb from being bent so far back. He had a full view high up above her knee, no one ever, not even on the swing or waiting, and she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered, like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen, looking, and she kept on looking. She would fain have cried to him chokingly, held out her snowy slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry, wrung from her, that cry that has rung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang, and bang shot blind, and oh! Then the Roman candle burst, and it was like a sigh of oh! And every one cried oh! Oh! in raptures, and it gushed out of it a stream of rain, gold hair threads, and they shed, and ah! They were all greeny dewy stars falling with golden, oh so lively, oh so soft, sweet, soft. Then all melted away dewily in the grey air. All was silent. Ah! She glanced at him as she bent forward, quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous protest, of shy reproach under which he coloured like a girl. He was leaning back against a rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent, with bowed head before those young guileless eyes. What a brute he had been! At it again! A fair unsullied soul had called to him, and wretch that he was, how had he answered? An utter cad he had been, he of all men, but there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes, for him too, a word of pardon, even though he had erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No, 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs, alone in the hiding twilight, and there was none to know or tell save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening to and fro, and little bats don't tell. Cissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was, and then she cried, Gertie! Gertie! We're going! Come on! We can see from farther up. Gertie had an idea, one of love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding and waved in reply, of course without letting him, and then slipped it back. Wonder if he's too far too. She rose. Was it goodbye? No. She had to go, but they would meet again, there, and she would dream of that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yester-eve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart, full of a strange shining, hung enraptured on her sweet flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears, and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Cissy, to Edie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, the little baby boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care, and very slowly, because Gertie MacDowell was... Tight boots? No, she's lame. Oh! Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she's left on the shelf and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman, but makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil all the same. Wouldn't mind. Curiosity like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinty one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect, makes them feel ticklish. I have such a bad headache today. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right. All kinds of crazy longings, licking pennies, girl in Tranquilla convent that nun told me liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister, how many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she, something in the air. That's the moon. But then why don't all women menstruate at the same time with the same moon, I mean? Depends on the time they were born, I suppose, or all start scratch, then get out of step. Something's Molly and Millie together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damn glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly I will punish you letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning. That gouger McCoy stopped me to say nothing, and his wife engagement in the country valise, voice like a pickaxe, thankful for small mercies. Cheap, too. Yours for the asking, because they want it themselves. Their natural craving. Shoals of them every evening poured out of offices. Reserve better. Don't want it, they throw it at you. Catch 'em alive. Oh, pity they can't see themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes, Mutoscope Pictures in Capel Street. For men only. Peeping Tom. Willie's hat and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls, or is it all a fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her deshabillé. Excites them also when there. I'm all clean, come and dirty me. And they like dressing one another for the sacrifice. Milly delighted with Molly's new blouse. At first, put them all on to take them all off. Molly, why, I bought her the violet garters. Us too. The tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned-up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night that first we met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his what? Of jet. Say a woman loses a dream with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost a pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody. Fashion part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the secret. Except the East. Mary, Martha, now as then. No reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either. Always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec probably. They believe in chance because like themselves and the others inclined to give her an odd dig. Girlfriends at school, arms around each other's necks and with 10 fingers locked, kissing and whispering secrets about nothing in the convent garden. Nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coif and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get. Barbed wire. Be sure now and write me. And I'll write to you. Now won't you? Molly and Josie pal. Till Mr. Right comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is, for the love of God. How are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss and delighted to kiss to see you. Picking holes in each other's appearance. You're looking splendid. Sister souls showing their teeth at one another. How many have you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Ah. Devils they are when that's coming on them. Dark devilish appearance. Molly often told me things a ton weight. Molly often told me feel things a ton weight. Scratch the sole of my foot. Oh, that way. Oh, that's exquisite. Feel it myself too. Good to rest once in a while. Wonder if it's bad to go with him then. Safe in one way. Turns milk. Makes fiddle-strings snap. Something about withering plants I read in a garden. Besides, they say if the flower withers, she wears. She's a flirt. All are. Dare say she felt I. When you feel like that, you often meet what you feel. Liked me or what? Dress they look at. Always know a fellow courting collars and comes. Well, cocks and lions do the same and stags. Same time might prefer a tie undone or something. Trousers? Suppose I when I was? No. Gently does it. Dislike rough and tumble. Kiss in the dark and never tell. Saw something in me. Wonder what. Sooner have me as I am than some poet chap with bear's grease, plastery hair lovelock over his dexter optic. To a gentleman in literary. Ought to attend to my appearance, my age. Didn't let her see me in profile. Still, you never know. Pretty girls and ugly men marrying. Beauty and the Beast. Besides, I can't be so if Molly took off her hat to show her hair. Wide brim bought to hide her face. Meeting someone might know her, bend down or carry a bunch of flowers to smell. Hair strong in rut. 10 bob I got for Molly's combings when we were on the rocks in Hollis Street. Why not? Suppose he gave her money. Why not? All a prejudice. She's worth 10, 15, more a pound. All that for nothing. Bold hand. Mrs. Marion. Did I forget to write address on that letter like the postcard I sent to Flynn? And the day I went to Drimmy's without a necktie. Wrangle with Molly it was put me off. No, I remember. Richie Goulding, he's another. Weighs on his mind. Funny my watch stopped at 4:30. Dust. Shark liver oil they used to clean. Could do it myself. Save. Was that just when she? Oh, he did. Into her. She did. Done. Ah. Mr. Bloom, with careful hand, recomposed his wet shirt. O Lord, that little limping devil begins to feel cold and clammy. After effect not pleasant. Still you have to get rid of it some way. They don't care. Complimented perhaps. Go home to nicey bread and milky and say nighty prayers with the kiddies. Well, aren't they? See her as she is, spoil all. Must have the stage setting, the rouge, costume, position, music. The name too. Amour of actresses. Nell Gwynn, Mrs. Bracegirdle, Maud Branscombe. Curtain up. Moonlight silver effulgence. Maiden discovered with pensive bosom. Little sweetheart, come and kiss me. Still I feel the strength it gives a man. That's the secret of it. Good job I let off there behind, coming out of Dignam's. Cider that was. Otherwise I couldn't have. Makes you want to sing after. L'acqua si tartara. Suppose I spoke to her. What about? Bad plan, however, if you don't know how to end the conversation. Ask them a question, they ask you another. Good idea if you're in a cart. Wonderful, of course, if you say, good evening, and you see she's on for it. Good evening. Oh, but the dark evening in the Appian way I nearly spoke to Mrs. Clinch, thinking she was. Whew! Girl in Meath Street that night. All the dirty things I made her say, all wrong, of course. My arks, she called it. It's so hard to find one who... Oh, if you don't answer when they solicit, must be horrible for them till they harden. And kissed my hand when I gave her the extra 2 shillings. Parrots. Press the button and the bird will squeak. Wished she hadn't called me sir. Oh, her mouth in the dark. And you a married man with a single girl. That's what they enjoy, taking a man from another woman. Or even hear of it. Different with me. Glad to get away from other chap's wife. Eating off his cold plate. Chap in the Burton today, spitting back gum-chewed gristle. French letter still in my pocketbook. Cause of half the trouble. But might happen sometime, I don't think. Come in. All is prepared. I dreamt. What? Worst is beginning. How they change the venue when it's not what they like. Ask you to do like mushrooms because she once knew a gentleman who... Or ask you what someone was going to say when he changed his mind and stopped. Yet if I went the whole hog, say, I want to, something like that, because I did, she too, offend her, then make it up, pretend to want something awfully, then cry off for her sake, flatters them. She must have been thinking of someone else all the time. What harm? Must since she came to the use of reason, he. First kiss does the trick. The propitious moment. Something inside them goes pop. Mushy-like. Tell by their eye on the sly. First thoughts are best. Remember that till their dying day. Molly, Lieutenant Mulvey, that kissed her under the Moorish wall beside the gardens. 15 she told me. But her breasts were developed. Fell asleep then. After Jincree dinner. That was when we drove home the Featherbed Mountain. Gnashing her teeth in sleep. Lord Mayor had his eye on her too. Val Dillon, apoplectic. There she is with him down there for the fireworks. My fireworks, up like a rocket, down like a stick. And the children, twins they must be, waiting for something to happen, want to be grown-ups, dressing in mother's clothes. Time enough, understand all the ways of the world. And the dark one with the mop head and the nigger mouth. I knew she could whistle. Mouth made for that. Like Molly. Why, that high-class whore in Jammett's wore her veil only to her nose. Would you mind, please, telling me the right time? I'll tell you the right time up a dark lane. Say prunes and prisms 40 times every morning. Cure for fat lips. Caressing the little boy too. Onlookers see most of the game. Of course they understand birds, animals, babies. In their line. Didn't look back when she was going down the Strand. Wouldn't give that satisfaction. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Fine eyes she had, clear. It's the white of the eye brings that out, not so much the pupil. Did she know what I? Course. Like a cat sitting beyond a dog's jump. Women never meet one like that Wilkins in the high school drawing a picture of Venus with all his belongings on show. Call that innocence? Poor idiot. His wife has her work cut out for her. Never see them sit on a bench marked wet paint. Eyes all over them. Look under the bed for what's not there. Longing to get the fright of their lives. Sharp as needles they are. When I said to Molly the man at the corner of Cuff Street was good-looking, thought she might like, twigged at once he had a false arm. Had to. Where do they get that? Typist going up Roger Green's stairs 2 at a time to show her understandings. Handed down from father to mother to daughter, I mean. Bred in the bone. Milly, for example, drawing her handkerchief on the mirror to save the ironing. Best place for an ad to catch a woman's eye on a mirror. And when I sent her for Molly's Paisley shawl to Prescott's, by the way, that ad I must, carrying home the change in her stocking. Clever little minx. I never told her. Neat way she carried parcels, too. Attract men, small thing like that. Holding up her hand, shaking it to let the blood flow back when it was red. Who did you learn that from? Nobody. Something the nurse taught me. Oh, don't they know? 3 years old she was in front of Molly's dressing table just before we left Lombard Street West. Me have a nice face, Mullingar. Who knows? Ways of the world. Young student. Straight on her pins anyway, not like the other. Still she was game. Lord, I am wet. Devil you are, swell of her calf. Transparent stockings stretched to breaking point, not like that front today. A.E. Rumpled stockings, or the one in Grafton Street. White. Wow. Beef to the heel. A monkey puzzle rocket burst, spluttering and darting crackles. Zrads and zrads, zrads, zrads. And Cissy and Tommy ran out to see, and Edie after with the pushcar, and then Gertie beyond the curve of the rocks. Will she? Watch, watch. See? Looked round. She smelt an onion. Darling, I saw all. Lord. Did me good all the same. Off colour after Kiernan's, Dignam's. For this relief much thanks. In Hamlet, that is. Lord. It was all things combined. Excitement. When she leaned back felt an ache at the butt of my tongue. Your head it simply swirls. He's right. Might have made a worse fool of myself, however. Instead of talking about nothing, then I will tell you all. Still, it was a kind of language between us. It couldn't be? No, Gertie they called her. Might be false name, however, like my and the address Dolphin's Barn a Blind. Her maiden name was Jemima Brown, and she lived with her mother in Irish Town. Place made me think of that, I suppose, all tarred with the same brush, wiping pins in their stockings, but the ball rolled down to her as if it understood. Every bullet has its billet. Course I never could throw anything straight at school, crooked as a ram's horn. Sad, however, because it lasts only a few years till they settle down to pot-walloping, and Papa's pants will soon fit Willie, and Fuller's earth for the baby when they hold him out to do No soft job, saves them, keeps them out of harm's way. Nature. Washing child, washing corpse, Dignam. Children's hands always round them. Coconut skulls, monkeys, not even closed at first, sour milk in their swaddles and tainted curds. Oughtn't to have given that child an empty teat to suck. Fill it up with wind. Mrs. Beaufoy, Purefoy, must call to the hospital. Wonder is Nurse Callum there still? She used to look over some nights when Molly was in the Coffee Palace. That young Dr. O'Hare, I noticed her brushing his coat. And Mrs. Breen and Mrs. Dignam once like that too, marriageable. Worst of all at night, Mrs. Dugan told me in the City Arms. Husband rolling in drunk, stink of pub off him like a polecat. Have that in your nose in the dark, whiff of stale booze. Then ask in the morning, was I drunk last night? Bad policy, however, to fault the husband. Chickens come home to roost. They stick by one another like glue. Maybe the women's fault also. That's where Molly can knock spots off them. It is the blood of the South. Moorish. Also the form, the figure. Hands felt for the opulent. Just compare, for instance, those others. Wife locked up at home. Skeleton in the cupboard. Allow me to introduce my... Then they trot you out some kind of a nondescript, wouldn't know what to call her. Always see a fellow's weak point in his wife. Still there's destiny in it, falling in love. Have their own secrets between them. Chaps that would go to the dogs if some woman didn't take them in hand. Then little cheats of girls. Height of a shilling in coppers with little hubbies. As God made them he matched them. Sometimes children turn out well enough. Twice not makes one. Or old rich chap of 70 and blushing bride. Marry in May and repent in December. This wet is very unpleasant. Stuck. Well, the foreskin is not back. Better detach. Ow! Other hand a 6-footer with a wifey up to his watch pocket. Long and the short of it, big he and little she. Very strange about my watch. Wristwatches are always going wrong. Wonder is there any magnetic influence between the person, because that was about the time he... Yes, I suppose at once. Cat's away the mice will play. I remember looking in Pill Lane. Also that now is magnetism. Back of everything magnetism. Earth, for instance, pulling this and being pulled. That causes movement. And time? Well, that's the time the movement takes. Then if one thing stopped, the whole Gestapo would stop bit by bit, because it's arranged. Magnetic needle tells you what's going on in the sun, the stars, little piece of steel iron. When you hold out the fork, come, tip, woman and man that is, fork and steel, Molly, he. Dress up and look and suggest and let you see and see more and defy you if you're a man to see that and like a sneeze coming. Legs, look, and if you have any guts in you, tip, have to let fly. And that's the end of chapter 13, part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Chapter 13, Part 4, recorded by Bob Foster, Montreal, March 2006. Wonder how is she feeling in that region? Shame all put on before third person. More put out about a hole in her stocking. Molly, her under jaw stuck out, head back. About the farmer in the riding boots and spurs at the horse show. And when the painters were in Lombard Street West. Fine voice that fellow had. How Giuglini began. Smell that I did, like flowers. It was, too. Violets. Came from the turpentine probably in the paint. Make their own use of everything. Same time doing it, scraped her slipper on the floor so they wouldn't hear. But lots of them can't kick the beam, I think. Keep that thing up for hours. Kind of a general all round over me and half down my back. Wait, yes, that's her perfume. Why, she waved her hand. I leave you this to think of me when I'm far away on the pillow. What is it? Heliotrope? No. Hyacinth? Roses, I think. She'd like scent of that kind. Sweet and cheap, soon sour. Why, Molly likes Apoponax. Suits her with a little jessamine mixed. Her high notes and her low notes. At the dance night she met him. Dance of the hours. Heat brought it out. She was wearing her black and it had the perfume of the time before. Good conductor, is it? Or bad? Light, too. Suppose there's some connection. For instance, if you go into a cellar where it's dark. Mysterious thing, too. Why did I smell it only now? Took its time in coming like herself, slow but sure. Suppose it's ever so many millions of tiny grains blown across. Yes, it is, because those Spice Islands, Singhalese this morning, smell them leagues off. Tell you what it is. It's like a fine veil. Or web they have all over the skin. Fine like, what do you call it? Gossamer. And they're always spinning it out of him. Fine as anything. Rainbow colors without knowing it. Clings to everything she takes off. Vamp of her stockings. Warm shoe. Stays. Drawers. Little kick taking them off. Bye-bye till next time. Also The cat likes to sniff in her shift on the bed. Know her smell in 1,000. Bathwater too. Reminds me of strawberries and cream. Wonder where it is, really. There or the armpits or under the neck. Because you get it out of all holes and corners. Hyacinth perfume made of oil or ether or something. Muskrat. Bag under their tails. One grain pour off odor for years. Dogs at each other behind. Good evening. Evening. How do you sniff? Very well, thank you. Animals go by that, yes. Now look at it that way. We're the same. Some women, for instance, warn you off when they have their period. Come near. Then get a hogo you could hang your hat on. Like what? Potted herrings gone stale or boof. Please keep off the grass. Perhaps they get a man smell off us. What though? Cigary gloves. Long John had on his desk the other breath. What you eat and drink gives that. No, man smell, I mean. Must be connected with that because priests that are supposed to be are different. Women buzz around it like flies around treacle. Railed off the altar, get on to it at any cost. The tree of forbidden priest. Oh, Father, will you let me be the first to. That diffuses itself all through the body, permeates. Source of life, and it's extremely curious to smell. Celery sauce. Let me. Mr. Bloom inserted his nose. Into the opening of his waistcoat. Almonds or no, lemons it is. Ah, no, that's the soap. Oh, by the by, that lotion. I knew there was something on my mind. Never went back and the soap not paid. Dislike carrying bottles like that hag this morning. Hynes might have paid me that 3 shillings. I couldn't mention meagres just to remind him. Still, if he works that paragraph, 2 and 9, bad opinion of me he'll have. Call tomorrow. How much do I owe you? 3 and 9? 2 and 9, sir. Ah, might stop him giving credit another time. Lose your customers that way. Pubs do. Fellow run up a bill on the slate and then slinking round the back streets into somewhere else. Here's this nobleman passed before. Blown in from the bay. Just went as far as turn back. Always at home at dinner time. Looks mangled out and had a good tuck in. Enjoying nature now. Grace after meals. After supper walk a mile. Sure he has a small bank balance somewhere. Government sit. Walk after him. Now make him awkward like these newsboys me today. Still, you learn something. See ourselves as others see us. So long as women don't mock what matter. That's the way to find out. Ask yourself, who is he now? The mystery man on the beach. Prize Titbit story by Leopold Bloom. Payment at the rate of 1 guinea per column. And that fellow today at the graveside in the brown mackintosh. Corns on his kismet, however. Healthy perhaps, absorb all the... Whistle brings rain, they say. Must be some somewhere. Salt in the Ormond damp. The body feels the atmosphere. Old Betty's joints are on the rack. Mother Shipton's prophecy, that is, about ships around they fly in the twinkling. No, signs of rain it is. The royal reader and distant hills seem coming nigh. Howth. Bailey light. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. See, has to change or they might think it a house. Wreckers. Grace Darling. People afraid of the dark. Also glowworms, cyclists, lighting up time, jewels, diamonds flash better. Light is a kind of reassuring. Not going to hurt you. Better now, of course, than long ago. Country roads run you through the small guts for nothing. Still 2 types there are. You bob against. Scowl or smile. Pardon. Not at all. Best time to spray plants too in the shade after the sun. Some light still. Red rays are longest. Roy Begive Vance taught us. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. A star I see. Venus? Can't tell yet. 2, when 3 it's night. Were those night clouds there all the time? Looks like a phantom ship. No, wait. Trees, are they? An optical illusion, mirage, land of the setting sun, this. Home rule sun setting in the southeast. My native land. Good night. Dew falling, bad for you, dear, to sit on that stone. Brings on white fluxions. Never have little baby then, less he was big strong fight his way up through. Might get piles myself. Sticks too, like a summer cold, sore on the mouth. Cut with grass or paper worst. Friction of the position. Like to be that rock she sat on. Oh, sweet little, you don't know how nice you looked. I begin to like them at that age. Green apples. Grab at all that offer. Suppose it's the only time we cross legs. Seated. Also the library today, those girl graduates. Happy chairs under them. But it's the evening influence. They feel all that. Open like flowers, know their hours, sunflowers, Jerusalem artichokes and ballrooms, chandeliers, avenues under the lamps, nightstock in Matt Dillon's garden where I kissed her shoulder. Wish I had a full-length oil painting of her then. June that was too, I wooed. The year returns. History repeats itself. Ye crags and peaks, I'm with you once again. Life, love, voyage around your own little world. And now? Sad about her lame, of course, but must be on your guard not to feel too much pity. They take advantage. All quiet on Howth now. The distant hills seem. Where we. The rhododendrons. I am a fool, perhaps. He gets the plums and I the plumstones. Where I come in. All that old hill has seen. Names change. That's all. Lovers. Yum yum. Tired I feel now. Oh, will I get up? Oh, wait. Drained all the manhood out of me, little wretch. She kissed me. My youth, never again, only once it comes, or hers. Take the train there tomorrow. No, returning not the same. Like kids your second visit to a house. The new I want. Nothing new under the sun. Care of P.O. Dolphin's barn. Are you not happy in your... Naughty darling. At Dolphin's barn charades in Luke Doyle's house. Matt Dillon and his bevy of daughters. Tiny, 80, Floey, Mamie, Louie, Hetty, Molly too. 87 that was, year before we... And the old major partial to his drop of spirits. Curious, she an only child, I an only child, so it returns. Think you're escaping and run into yourself. Longest way round is the shortest way home. And just when he and she... Circus horse walking in a ring. Rip Van Winkle we played. Rip. Tear in Henny Doyle's overcoat. Van, bread van delivering. Winkle, cockles and periwinkles. Then I did Rip Van Winkle coming back. She leaned on the sideboard watching. Moorish eyes, 20 years asleep in Sleepy Hollow. All changed, forgotten. The young are old. His gun rusty from the dew. Bah! What is that flying about? Swallow? Bat probably. Thinks I'm a tree so blind. Have birds no smell? Metempsychosis. They believed you could be changed into a tree from grief. Weeping willow. Bah! There he goes. Funny little beggar. Wonder where he lives. Belfry up there, very likely, hanging by his heels in the odour of sanctity. Bell scared him out, I suppose. Mass seems to be over. Could hear them all at it. Pray for us, and pray for us, and pray for us. Good idea, the repetition. Same thing with ads. Buy from us, and buy from us. Yes, there's the light in the priest's house. Their frugal meal. Remember about the mistake in the valuation when I was in Tom's. 28 it is. 2 houses they have. Gabriel Conroy's brother is curate. Bah! Again! Wonder why they come out at night like mice. They're a mixed breed. Birds are like hopping mice. What frightens them, light or noise? Better sit still. An instinct, like the bird in Troth, got water out of the end of a jar by throwing in pebbles. Like a little man in a cloak he is, with tiny hands. Weeny bones. Almost see them shimmering, kind of a bluey white. Colours depend on the light you see. Stare at the sun, for example, like the eagle, then look at a shoe, see a blotch, blob, yellowish. Wants to stamp his trademark on everything. Instance, that cat this morning on the staircase. Colour of brown turf. Say you never see them with 3 colours. Not true. That half-tabby white tortoiseshell in the city arms with a letter M on her forehead. Body 50 different colours. Houth a while ago amethyst. Glass flashing. That's how that wise man, what's his name with the burning glass? Then the heather goes on fire. It can't be tourists' matches. What? Perhaps the sticks dry rub together in the wind and light, or broken bottles in the firs act as a burning glass in the sun. Archimedes, I have it. My memory's not so bad. Bah! Who knows what they're always flying for? Insects? That bee last week got into the room playing with his shadow on the ceiling. Might be the one bit me. Come back to see. Birds too never find out what they say. Like our small talk. And says she and says he. Nerve. They have to fly over the ocean and back. Lot must be killed in storms, telegraph wires. Dreadful life sailors have too. Big brutes of ocean-going steamers floundering along in the dark, lowing out like sea cows. Fa abola. Out of that, bloody curse to you. Others in vessels, bit of a handkerchief sail, pitched about like snuff at a wake when the stormy winds do blow. Married too, sometimes away for years at the ends of the earth somewhere. No ends really because it's round. Wife in every port they say. She has a good job if she minds it till Johnny comes marching home again, if ever he does, smelling the tail end of ports. How can they like the sea? Yet they do. The anchor's weighed, off he sails with a scapular or medal on him for luck. Well, and the tephilim, no, what's this they call it poor papa's father had on his door to touch, that brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage. Something in all those superstitions, because when you go out never know what dangers hanging onto a plank or astride of a beam for grim life built round him, gulping salt water, and that's the last of his nibs till the sharks catch hold of him. Do fish ever get seasick? Then you have a beautiful calm without a cloud, smooth sea, placid crew and cargo and smithereens, Davy Jones' locker, moon looking down, not my fault, old cockalorum. A lost long candle wandered up the sky from Mirus Bazaar in search of funds for Mercer's hospital and broke, drooping, and shed a cluster of violet but one white stars. They floated, fell, they faded. The shepherd's hour, the hour of holding, hour of tryst. From house to house, giving his ever-welcome double knock, went the 9 o'clock postman, the glow-worm's lamp at his belt gleaming here and there through the laurel hedges, and among the 5 young trees a hoisted lint-stock lit the lamp at Leahy's terrace. By screens of lighted windows, by equal gardens, a shrill voice went crying, wailing, Evening Telegraph, stop press edition, result of the Gold Cup race, and from the door of Dignam's house a boy ran out and called. Twittering the black flew here, the bat flew here, flew there, far out over the sands the coming surf crept, grey, health settled for slumber, tired of long days and of yum-yum rhododendrons, he was old, and felt gladly the night breeze lift, ruffle his fell of ferns. He lay but opened a red eye, unsleeping, deep and slowly breathing, slumberous but awake, and far on Kish Bank the anchored lightship twinkled, winked at Mr. Bloom. Life, those chaps out there must have, stuck in the same spot, Irish lights, bored, penance for their sins, coastguards too, rockets and breeches buoy and lifeboat. Day we went out for the pleasure cruise and the errand's king throwing them the sack of old papers, bears in the zoo, filthy trip, drunkards out to shake up their livers, puking overboard to feed the herrings, nausea, and the women, fear of God in their faces. Milly, no sign of funk, her blue scarf loose, laughing, don't know what death is at that age, and then their stomachs clean, but being lost they fear. When we hid behind the tree at Crumlin, I didn't want to. Mama, Mama! Babes in the wood, frightening them with masks too, throwing them up in the air to catch them. I'll murder you. Is it only half fun? Or children playing battle? Whole earnest. How can people aim guns at each other? Sometimes they go off. Poor kids. Only troubles, wildfire and nettle rash. Calomel purge I got her for that, after getting better asleep with Molly. Very same teeth she has. What do they love? Another themselves? But the morning she chased her with the umbrella, perhaps so as not to hurt. I felt her pulse. Ticking, little hand it was, now big. Dearest Papley, all that the hand says when you touch. Love to count my waistcoat buttons. Her first days, I remember, made me laugh to see. Little paps to begin with. Left one is more sensitive, I think. Mine too, nearer the heart. Padding themselves out if fat is in fashion. Her growing pains at night, calling, awakening me. Frightened she was when her nature came on her first. Poor child, strange moment for the mother too. Brings back her girlhood. Gibraltar. Looking from Buena Vista. O'Hara's tower. The seabirds screaming. Old Barbary ape that gobbled all his family. Sundown. Gunfire for the men to cross the lines. Looking out over the sea, she told me. Evening like this, but clear. No clouds. I always thought I'd marry a lord or a gentleman with a private yacht. Buenas noches, señorita. El hombre ama la muchacha hermosa. Why me? Because you were so foreign from the others. Better not stick here all night like a limpet. This weather makes you dull. Must be getting on for 9 by the light. Go home. Too late for Leah Lily of Killarney. No, might be still up. Call to the hospital to see. Hope she's over. Long day I've had. Martha, the bath, funeral, house of keys, museum with those goddesses. Daedalus' song. Then that ball earring Barney Kiernan's. Got my own back there. Drunken ranters. What I said about his God made him wince. Mistake to hit back? Or? No. Ought to go home and laugh at themselves. Always want to be swilling in company. Afraid to be alone like a child of 2. Suppose he hit me. Look at it other way round. Not so bad then. Perhaps not to hurt he meant. 3 cheers for Israel. 3 cheers for the sister-in-law he hawked about. 3 fangs in her mouth. Same style of beauty. Particularly nice old party for a cup of tea. The sister of the wife of the wild man of Borneo has just come to town. Imagine that in the early morning at close range. Everyone to his taste, as Morris said when he kissed the cow. But Dignam's put the boots on it. Houses of mourning so depressing because you never know. Anyhow she wants the money. Must call to those Scottish widows as I promised. Strange name. Takes it for granted when we're going to pop off first. That widow on Monday was it outside Kramer's that looked at me. Buried the poor husband but progressing favourably on the premium. Her widow's mite. Well, what do you expect her to do? Must wheedle her way along. Widower I hate to see. Look so forlorn. Poor man's O'Connor wife and 5 children poisoned by mussels here. The sewage. Hopeless. Some good matronly woman in a pork pie hat to mother him. Take him in tow. Platter face and a large apron. Ladies' grey flannelette bloomers. 3 shillings a pair. Astonishing bargain. Plain and loved. Loved forever, they say. Ugly. No woman thinks she is. Love, lie and be handsome for tomorrow we die. See him sometimes walking about trying to find out who played the trick. U.P. Up. Fate, that is. He, not me. Also a shop. Often noticed. Curse seems to dog it. Dreamt last night? Wait. Something confused. She had red slippers on. Turkish. Wore the breeches. Suppose she does. Would I like her in pyjamas? Damned hard to answer. Nanetti's gone. Mail boat. Near Holyhead by now. Must nail that ad of Keyes. Work Hines and Crawford. Petticoats for Molly. She has something to put in them. What's that? Might be honey. Mr. Bloom stooped and turned over a piece of paper on the strand. He brought it near his eyes and peered. Letter? No, can't read. Better go. Better. I'm tired to move. Page of an old copybook. All those holes and pebbles. Who could count them? Never know what you find. Bottle with the story of a treasure in it thrown from a wreck. Parcels, post. Children always want to throw things in the sea. Trust. Bread cast on the waters. What's this? Bit of stick. Oh, exhausted that female has me. Not so young now. Will she come here tomorrow? Wait for her somewhere forever. Must come back. Murderers do. Will I? Mr. Bloom, with his stick, gently vexed the thick sand at his foot. Write a message for her. Might remain. What? I. Some flatfoot tramp on it in the morning. Useless. Washed away. Tide comes in here a pool near her foot. Bend, see my face there, dark mirror, breathe on it, stirs. All these rocks with lines and scars and letters, oh, those transparent. Besides, they don't know. What is the meaning of that other world? I called you naughty boy because I do not like. Am. A-M. A. No room. Let it go. Mr. Bloom effaced the letters with his slow boot. Hopeless thing, sand. Nothing grows in it. All fades. No fear of big vessels coming up here, except Guinness's barges, round the Kish in 80 days, done half by design. He flung his wooden pin away. The stick fell in silted sand, stuck. Now if you were trying to do that for a week on end, you couldn't. Chance. We'll never meet again, but it was lovely. Goodbye, dear. Thanks. Made me feel so young. Oh, short snooze now if I had. Must be near 9. Liverpool boat long gone. Not even the smoke. And she can do the other. Did too. And Belfast. I won't go. Race there, race back to Ennis. Let him. Just close my eyes a moment. Won't sleep though. Half dream. It never comes the same. Bat again. No harm in him. Just a few. Oh, sweetie, all your little girl white up I saw a dirty brace girdle made me do love sticky. We too naughty grace. Darling, she him half past the bed met him pike hoses. Frillies for Raoul to perfume your wife. Black hair heave under imbon. Senorita. Young eyes, Mulvey, plump years, dreams, return tail end, agondath. Swoony, lovey, showed me her next. Year in drawers, return next in her, next, her, next. A bat flew, here, there, here. Far in the grey a bell chimed. Mr. Bloom, with open mouth, his left boot sanded sideways, leaned, breathed, just for a few. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. The clock on the mantelpiece in the priest's house cooed where Canon O'Hanlon and Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes S.J. were taking tea and soda bread and butter and fried mutton chops with ketchup and talking about cuckoo, 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 because it was a little canary bird that came out of its little house to tell the time that Gertie MacDowell noticed the time she was there because she was as quick as anything about a thing like that was Gertie MacDowell, and she noticed at once that that foreign gentleman that was sitting on the rocks looking was cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. And that's the end of Chapter 13, Part 4 of Ulysses by James Joyce.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Chapter 14. Desil holes eamus. Desil holes eamus. Desil holes eamus. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Send us bright one, light one, horhorn, quickening and womb fruit. Hoopsa boya boy, hoopsa. Hoopsa boya boy, hoopsa. Hoopsa boya boy, hoopsa. Universally, that person's acumen is esteemed very little perceptive concerning whatsoever matters are being held as most profitably by mortals with sapience endowed to be studied. Who is ignorant of that which the most in doctrine erudite, and certainly by reason of that in the high mind's ornament, deserving of veneration, constantly maintain, when by general consent they affirm that other circumstances being equal, By no exterior splendour is the prosperity of a nation more efficaciously asserted than by the measure of how far forward may have progressed the tribute of its solicitude. For that proliferant continuance which of evils the original, if it be absent, when fortunately present, constitutes the certain sign of omnipotent nature's incorrupted benefaction. For who is there who anything of some significance has apprehended, but is conscious that that exterior splendour may be the surface of a downward-tending luculent reality? Or, on the contrary, anyone so is there unilluminated as not to perceive that as no nature's boon can contend against the bounty of increase, so it behoves every most just citizen to become the exhortator and admonisher of his semblables, and to tremble, lest what had in the past been by the nation excellently commenced might be in the future not with similar excellence accomplished. If an inverecund habit shall have gradually traduced the honourable by ancestors transmitted customs to that thither of profundity, that one was audacious excessively who would have the hardihood to rise affirming that no more odious offence can for anyone be than to oblivious neglect to consign that evangel simultaneously command and promise, which on all mortals with prophecy of abundance or with diminutions menace that exalted of reiteratedly procreating function ever irrevocably enjoined. It is not why therefore we shall wonder if, as the best historians relate, among the Celts, who nothing that was not in its nature admirable admired, the art of medicine shall have been highly honoured. Not to speak of hostels, leper yards, sweating chambers, plague graves, their greatest doctors, the O'Shiels, the O'Hickeys, the O'Lees, have sedulously set down the diverse methods by which the sick and the relapsed found again health, whether the malady had been the trembling withering or loose boyconnell flux. Certainly in every public work which in it anything of gravity contains preparation should be with importance commensurate, and therefore a plan was by them adopted. Whether by having preconsidered or as the maturation of experience it is difficult in being said, which the discrepant opinions of subsequent inquirers are not up to the present congrued to render manifest. Whereby maternity was so far from all accident possibility removed that whatever care the patient in that all hardest of woman hour chiefly required, and not solely for the copiously opulent, but also for her who, not being sufficiently moneyed, scarcely, and often not even scarcely, could subsist valiantly, and for an inconsiderable emolument was provided. To her nothing already then and thenceforward was any way able to be molestful, for this chiefly felt all citizens except with proliferant mothers, prosperity at all not to can be, and as they had received eternity, gods, mortals, generation to befit them with her beholding. When the case was so hoving itself, parturient in vehicle, theirward carrying desire, immense among all one another was impelling on of her to be received into that domicile. O thing of prudent nation, not merely in being seen, but also even in being related worthy of being praised, that they her by anticipation went seeing mother, that she by them suddenly to be about to be cherished had been begun she felt. Before born bliss babe had, within womb one he worshipped. Whatever in that one case done commodiously done was. A couch by midwives attended with wholesome food reposeful, cleanest swaddles as though forth-bringing were now done, and by wise foresight set, but to this no less of what drugs there is need, and surgical implements which are pertaining to her case, not omitting aspect of all very distracting spectacles in various latitudes by our terrestrial orb offered together with images, divine and human, the cogitation of which by sejunct females is to tumescence conducive, or eases issue in the high, sunbright, well-built, fair home of mothers when, ostensibly far gone and reproductive, it is come by her thereto to lie in, her term up. Some man that wayfaring was stood by house door at night's oncoming. Of Israel's folk was that man, that on earth wandering far had fared. Stark ruth of man his errand that him lone led till that house. Of that house a horn is lord. 70 beds keeps he there, teeming mothers are wont that they lie for to thole and bring forth bairns, hail, so God's angel to Mary quoth. Watchers tway their walk, white sisters in ward sleepless. Smarts they still, sickness soothing, in 12 moods thrice an hundred. Truest bedthanes they twain are, for horn holding wariest ward. In ward wary the watcher hearing come that man mild-hearted eft rising with swire ywimpled to him her gate wide undid. Lo, levin leaping lightens in eye-blink Ireland's westward welkin. Full she dread that God, the wreaker all mankind, would fordo with water for his evil sins. Christ's rood made she on breastbone, and him drew that he would rathe in fair under her thatch. That man her will wotting worthful went in Horn's house. Loath to irk in Horn's hall, hat holding the seeker stood. On her stow he ere was living with dear wife and lovesome daughter that then over land and sea floor 9 years had long outwandered. Once her in town hive meeting he to her bow had not doffed. Her to forgive now he craved with good ground of her allowed that of him swift-seen face, hers, so young then had looked. Light swift her eyes kindled, bloom of blushes his word winning. As her eyes then ungot his weeds swart, therefore sorrow she feared. Glad after she was that ere a dread was. Her he asked if O'Hare doctor tidings sent from far coast, and she with grameful sigh him answered that O'Hare doctor in heaven was. Sad was the man that word to hear that him so heavied in bowels ruthful. All she there told him, ruing death for friends so young, algate sore unwilling God's right wiseness to withsay. She said that he had a fair sweet death, though God his goodness with mass priest to be shriven, holy ounsel and sick men's oil to his limbs. The man then right earnest asked the nun of which death the dead man was died, and the nun answered him and said that he was died in Mona Island through bellycrab 3 year agone come Childermas, and she prayed to God the all-ruthful to have his dear soul in his undeathliness. He heard her sad words, in held hat sad staring. So stood they there both a while in one hope sorrowing one with other. Therefore, every man, look to that last end that is thy death, and the dust that gripeth on every man that is born of woman, for as he came naked forth from his mother's womb, so naked shall he wend him at the last for to go as he came. The man that was come into the house then spoke to the nursing woman, and he asked her how it fared with the woman that lay there in childbed. The nursing woman answered him, and said that woman was in throes now full 3 days, and that it would be a hard birth unneth to bear, but that now in a little it would be. She said thereto that she had seen many births of women, but never was none so hard as was that woman's birth. Then she set it all forth to him, for because she knew the man that time was had lived nigh that house. The man hearkened to her words for which he felt with wonder woman's woe in the travail that they have of motherhood, and he wondered to look on her face that was a fair face for any man to see, but yet was she left after long years a handmaid. 9-12 blood flows chiding her childless. And whilst they spake the door of the castle was opened, and there nighed them a mickle noise as of many that sat there at meat. And there came against the place as they stood a young learning knight yclept Dixon. And the traveller Leopold was couth to him, sithen it had happed that they had had ado with each other in the house of Misericord where this learning knight lay by cause, the traveller Leopold came there to be healed, for he was sore wounded in his breast by a spear wherewith a horrible and dreadful dragon was smitten him, for which he did do make a salve of volatile salt and chrism as much as he might suffice. And he said now that he should go into that castle for to make merry with them that were there. And the traveller Leopold said that he should go otherwhither, for he was a man of cautels and a subtle. Also the lady was of his avis, and reprieved the learning knight, though she trowed well that the traveller had said thing that was false for his subtlety. But the learning knight would not hear say nay, nor do her mandement ne have him in aught contrarious to his list, and he said how it was a marvellous castle. And the traveller Leopold went into the castle for to rest him for a space, being sore of limb after many marches enviring in divers lands and sometime venery. And in the castle was set a board that was of birchwood of Finlandy, and it was upheld by 4 dwarfmen of that country, but they durst not move more for enchantment. And on this board were frightful swords and knives that are made in a great cavern by swinking demons out of white flames that they fixed then in the horns of buffaloes and stags that there abound marvellously. And there were vessels that are wrought by magic of Mayhound, out of season, and the air by a warlock with his breath, that he blazes into them like to bubbles. And full fair cheer and rich was on the board that no wight could devise a fuller ne richer. And there was a vat of silver that was moved by craft to open, in the which lay strange fishes withouten heads, though misbelieving men nigh that this be a possible thing, without they see nathless they are so. And these fishes lie in an oily water brought there from Portugal land, because of the fatness that therein is like to the juices of the olive press. And also it was a marvel to see in that castle how by magic they make a compost out of fecund wheat kidneys, out of chaldy, that by aid of certain angry spirits that they do into it swells up wondrously like to a vast mountain. And they teach the serpents there to entwine themselves up on long sticks out of the ground, and of the scales of these serpents they brew out a brewage like to mead. And the learning knight let pour for Childe Leopold a draught, and helped thereto all the while all that they were there drank every each. And Childe Leopold did up his beaver for to pleasure him, and took apparently somewhat in amenity, for he never drank no manner of mead, which he then put by, and anon full privily he voided the more part in his neighbour glass, and his neighbour nist of this while. And he sat down in that castle with them for to rest him there a while. Thanked be Almighty God. This, meanwhile, this good sister stood by the door, and begged them at the reverence of Jesu our alter liege Lord to leave their wassailing, for there was above one quick with child, a gentle dame, whose time hied fast. Sir Leopold heard on the upfloor cry on high, and he wondered what cry, that it was whether of child or woman, and I marvel, said he, that it be not come or now. Meseems it dureth over long. And he was ware and saw Franklin that hight Lenehan on that side, the table that was older than any of the t'other, and for that they both were knights virtuous in the one emprise, and eke by cause that he was elder, he spoke to him full gently. But, said he, or it be long too she will bring forth by God his bounty, and have joy of her childing, for she hath waited marvellous long. And the Franklin that had drunken said, expecting each moment to be her next. Also he took the cup that stood to fore him, for him needed never none asking nor desiring of him to drink, and now drink, said he, fully delectably, and he quaffed as far as he might to their both's health, for he was a passing good man of his lustiness. And Sir Leopold, that was the goodliest guest that ever sat in Scholars' Hall, and that was the meekest man, and the kindest that ever laid husbandly hand under hen, and that was the very truest knight of the world, one that ever did minion service to Lady Gentle, pledged him courtly in the cup. Woman's woe with wonder pondering. Now let us speak of that fellowship that was there to the intent to be drunken, and they might. There was a sort of scholars along either side the board, that is to wit, Dixon yclept Junior of St. Mary Merciables, with other his fellows Lynch and Madden, scholars of medicine, and the Franklin that hight Lenehan, and one from Alba Longa, one Crothers, and young Stephen that had mien of a frere that was at head of the board, and Costello, that men clepen Punch Costello, all long of a mastery of him erewhile jested. And all of them, reserved young Stephen, he was the most drunken that demanded still of more mead, and beside the meek Sir Leopold. But on young Malachi they waited, for that he promised to have come, and such as intended to no goodness said how he had broke his avow. And Sir Leopold sat with them, for he bore fast friendship to Sir Simon, and to this his son, young Stephen, and for that his languor becalmed him there after longest wanderings, insomuch as they feasted him for that time in the honourablest manner. Ruth read him, love led on with will to wander, loath to leave. For they were right witty scholars, and he heard their arsoons each gen other as touching birth and righteousness, young Madden maintaining that put such case it were hard the wife to die, for so it had fallen out a matter of some year agone, with a woman of Eblana in Horn's house that now was trespassed out of this world, and the self night next before her death all leeches and apothecaries had taken counsel of her case. And they said farther she should live, because in the beginning, they said, the woman should bring forth in pain, and wherefore they that were of this imagination affirmed how young Madden had said truth, for he had conscience to let her die. And not few and of these was young Lynch were in doubt, that the world was now right evil governed as it was never other howbeit the mean people believed it otherwise, but the law nor his judges did provide no remedy. A redress God grant. This was scant said, but all cried with one acclaim, nay, by our Virgin Mother, the wife should live and the babe to die. in colour whereof they waxed hot upon that head what with argument, and what for their drinking, but the Franklin Lenehan was prompt each one to pour them ale, so that at the least way mirth might not lack. Then young Madden showed all the whole affair and said how that she was dead and how for holy religion's sake by rede of palmer and beadsman and for a vow he had made to Saint Ultan of Arbraccan, her goodman husband would not let her death, whereby they were all wondrous grieved. To whom young Stephen had these words following. Murmur, sirs, is eke oft among the layfolk. Both babe and parent now glorify their Maker, the one in limbo gloom, the other in purge fire. But gramercy, what of these God-possibled souls that we nightly impossibilize? Which is the sin against the Holy Ghost, very God, Lord and giver of life? For, sirs, he said, our lust is brief. We are means to those small creatures within us, and nature has other ends than we. Then said Dixon Junior to Punch Costello, wist he what ends. But he had overmuch drunken, and the best word he could have of him was that he would ever dishonest a woman whoso he were, or wife, or maid, or leman, if it so fortuned him to be delivered of his spleen of lustihead. Whereat Crothers of Alba Longa sang young Malachi's praise, that beast the unicorn, how once in the millennium he cometh by his horn. The other all this while pricked forward with their jibes wherewith they did malice him, witnessing all and several by Saint Futinus his engines that he was able to do any manner of thing that lay in man to do. Thereat laughed they all right jocundly, only young Stephen and Sir Leopold which never durst laugh too open by reason of a strange humour which he would not bewray, and also for that he rued for her that bare whoso she might be or wheresoever. Then spake young Stephen Orgulus of Mother Church that would cast him out of her bosom, of law of canons, of Lilith, patron of abortions, of bigness wrought by wind of seeds of brightness or by potency of vampires mouth to mouth or, as Virgilius saith, by the influence of the Occident, or by the reek of moonflower or an she lie with a woman which her man hath but lain with, effectu secuto, or peradventure in her bath, according to the opinions of Averroes and Moses Maimonides. He also said how at the end of the 2nd month a human soul was infused and how in all our holy mother foldeth ever souls for God's greater glory, whereas that earthly mother which was but a dam to bear beastly should die by canon, for so saith he that holdeth the fisherman's seal, even that blessed Peter on which rock was holy church for all ages founded. All they bachelors then asked of Sir Leopold, would he like in case so jeopard her person as risk life to save life? A weariness of mind he would answer as fitted all, and, laying hand to jaw, he said dissembling, as his wont was, that as it was informed him, who had ever loved the art of physic as might a layman, and agreeing also with his experience of so seldom seen an accident, it was good for that Mother Church belike at one blow had birth and death pence, and in such sort deliverly he scaped their questions. That is truth, party, said Dixon, and, or I err, a pregnant word. Which hearing young Stephen was a marvellous glad man, and he averred that he who stealeth from the poor lendeth to the Lord, for he was of a wild manner when he was drunken, and that he was now in that taking it appeared eftsoons. But Sir Leopold was passing grave, maugre his word, by cause he still had pity of the terror-causing shrieking of shrill women in their labour, and as he was minded of his good lady Marian that hath borne him an only man-child, which on his 11th day on life had died, and no man of art could save so dark his destiny. And she was wondrous stricken of heart for that evil hap, and for his burial did him on a fair corselet of lamb's wool, the flower of the flock, lest he might perish utterly and lie akeeled, for it was then about the midst of the winter. And now Sir Leopold, that had of his body no man-child for an heir, looked upon him his friend's son, and was shut up in sorrow for his forepast happiness, and as sad as he was that him failed a son of such gentle courage, for all accounted him of real parts. So grieved he also in no less measure for young Stephen, for that he lived riotously with those wastrels, and murdered his goods with whores. About that present time young Stephen filled all cups that stood empty, so as there remained but little mo, if the prudenter had not shadowed their approach from him that still plied it very busily, who, praying for the intentions of the sovereign pontiff, he gave them for a pledge the vicar of Christ, which also, as he said, is vicar of Bray. Now drink we, quod he, of this mazer, and quaff ye this mead, which is not indeed parcel of my body, but my soul's bodiment. Leave ye fraction of bread to them that live by bread alone. Be not afeard neither for any want, for this will comfort more than the other will dismay. See ye here. And he showed them 2 glistering coins of the tribute and goldsmith notes the worth of £2.19 that he had, he said, for a song which he writ. They all admired to see the foresaid riches in such dearth of money as was here before. His words were then these as followeth. Know all men, he said, time's ruins build eternity's mansions. What means this? Desire's wind blasts the thorn tree, but after it becomes from a bramble bush to be a rose upon the root of time. Mark me now. In woman's womb word is made flesh, but in the spirit of the maker all flesh that passes becomes the word that shall not pass away. This is the post-creation. Omnis caro ad te veniet. No question but her name is Puissant who aventuried the dear course of our Agenbuyer, healer and herd, our mighty mother and mother most venerable, and Bernardus saith aptly that she hath an omnipotentiam de pare supplicem, that is to wit, an almightiness of position, because she is the second Eve, and she won us, saith Augustine too, whereas that other, our grandam, which we are linked up with by successive anastamoses of navel cords, sold us all, seed, breed, and generation, for a penny pippin. But here is the matter now. Or she knew him, that second I say, and was but creature of her creature, vergine madre filia di tuo filio, or she knew him not, and then stands she in the one denial or ignorancy with Peter Piscator, who lives in the house that Jack built, and with Joseph the joiner, patron of the happy demise of all unhappy marriages. Parce que Emilio Taxil nous a dit que qu'il avait mis dans cette fichue position, c'était le sacre pigeon, ventre de Dieu, entweder transubstantiality, oder consubstantiality, but in no case subsubstantiality. And all cried out upon it for a very scurvy word. A pregnancy without joy, he said, a birth without pangs, a body without blemish, a belly without bigness. Let the lewd with faith and fervour worship. With will we withstand, with say. Hereupon Punch Costello danged with his fist upon the board, and would sing a bawdy catch, Staboo Stabella, about a wench that was put in pot of a jolly swashbuckler in Almany, which he did straightways now attack. The first 3 months she was not well, Staboo, when here Nurse Quigley from the door angrily bid them, hist, ye should shame you. Nor was it not meet as she remembered them being. Her mind was to have all orderly against Lord Andrew came, for because she was jealous that no gasteful turmoil might shorten the honour of her guard. It was an ancient and a sad matron of a sedate look and Christian walking, in habit done beseeming her megrims and wrinkled visage, nor did her hortative want of it effect, for incontinently Punch Costello was of them all embraided, and they reclaimed the churl with civil rudeness some, and shaked him with menace of blandishments others, while they all chode with him, a murrain sees the dolt, what a devil he would be at, thou chuff, thou puny, thou got in peace straw, thou losel, thou chitterling, thou spawn of a rebel, thou dyke-dropped, thou abortion thou, to shut up his drunken drool out of that like a curse of God ape. The good Sir Leopold that had for his cognizance the flower of quiet, margarine gentle, advising also the time's occasion as most sacred and most worthy to be most sacred. In Horn's house rest should reign. To be short, this passage was scarce by when Master Dickson of Marion Eccles, goodly grinning, asked young Stephen what was the reason why he had not decided to take friar's vows, and he answered him obedience in the womb, chastity in the tomb, but involuntary poverty all his days. Master Lenehan at this made return that he had heard of those nefarious deeds and how, as he heard hereof counted, he had besmirched the lily virtue of a confiding female, which was corruption of minors, and they all intershowed it too, waxing merry and toasting to his fathership. But he said very entirely it was clean, contrary to their suppose, for he was the eternal son and ever virgin. Thereat mirth grew in them the more, and they rehearsed to him his curious rite of wedlock for the disrobing and deflowering of spouses, as the priests use in Madagascar Island, she to be in guise of white and saffron, her groom in white and grain, with burning of nard and tapers on a bride-bed, while clerks sung Kyries and the anthem Ut novitur sexus omnes corporis mysterium, till she was there unmated. He gave them then a much admirable hymen minim by those delicate poets Master John Fletcher and Master Francis Beaumont, that is in their Maid's Tragedy that was writ for a like twining of lovers. To bed, was the burden of it, to be played with accompaniable consent upon the virginals. An exquisite dulcet epitheme of the most mollificative suadency for juveniles amatory, whom the odoriferous flambeaux of the paranymphs have escorted to the quadrupedal proscenium of connubial communication. Well met they were, said Master Dixon, joyed, but harkee, young sir, better were they named Bow Mount and Letcher, for, by my troth, of such a mingling much might come. Young Stephen said, indeed, to his best remembrance they had but the one doxy between them, and she of the stews to make shift with, in delights amorous for life ran very high in those days, and the custom of the country approved with it. Greater love than this, he said, no man hath that a man lay down his wife for his friend. Go thou and do likewise. Thus, or words to that effect, saith Zarathustra, sometime Regius Professor of French letters to the University of Oxtail. Nor breathed there ever that man to whom mankind was more beholden. Bring a stranger within thy tower, it will go hard, but thou wilt have the second best bed. Orate, fratres, pro memetipso. And all the people shall say, Amen. Remember, Aaron, thy generations and thy days of old, how little thou settest little by me, and how by my word and broughtest in a stranger to my gates to commit fornication in my sight, and to wax fat and kick like Jeshurum. Therefore hast thou sinned against my light, and hast made me, thy lord, to be the slave of servants. Return, return, Clan Millie, forget me not, O my Lesian. Why hast thou done this abomination before me, that thou didst spurn me for a merchant of jallops, and didst deny me to the Roman and to the Indian of dark speech with whom thy daughters did lie luxuriously? Look forth now, my people, upon the land of behest, even from Horeb and from Nebo and from Pisgah and from the horns of Hattin unto a land flowing with milk and honey. But thou hast suckled me with a bitter milk. My moon and my sun thou hast quenched for ever. And thou hast left me alone for ever in the dark ways of my bitterness. And with a kiss of ashes hast thou kissed my mouth. This tenebrosity of the interior, he proceeded to say, hath not been illumined by the wit of the Septuagint, nor so as much mentioned for the Orient from on high, which brake hell's gates visited a darkness that was foraneous. Assuefaction minerates atrocities, as Tully said of his darling Stoics, and Hamlet his father showeth the prince no blister of combustion. The adiaphane in the noon of life is in Egypt's plague, which in the nights of prenativity and postmortemity is their most proper ubi and quomodo. And as the ends and ultimates of all things accord in some mean and measure with their inceptions and originals, that same multiplicit concordance which leads forth growing from birth accomplishing by a retrogressive metamorphosis that minishing and ablation towards the final, which is agreeable unto nature, so is it with our subsolar being. The aged sisters draw us into life. We wail, batten, sport, clip, clasp, sunder, dwindle, die. Over us dead they bend. First, saved from waters of old Nile, among bulrushes, a bed of fasciated wattles. At last the cavity of a mountain, an occulted sepulchre amid the conclamation of the hillcat and the ossifrage. And as no man knows the ubicity of his tumulus, nor to what processes we shall thereby be ushered, nor whether to Tophet or to Edenville in the like way is all hidden, when we would backward see from what region of remoteness the whatness of our who-ness hath fetched his whenceness. Thereto Punch Costello roared out mainly Etienne Chanson, but he loudly bid them, lo, wisdom hath built herself a house, this vast majestic long-stablished vault, the crystal palace of the Creator, all in apple pie order, a penny for him who finds the pea. Behold the mansion reared by Daddle Jack, see the malt stored in many a refluent sack, in the proud cirque of Jack John's bivouac. A black crack of noise in the street here, alack, bawled back. Loud on the left, Thor thundered, in anger awful the hammer hurler. Came now the storm that hissed his heart, and Master Lynch bade him have a care to flout and wit wanton as the god's self was angered for his hellprate and paganry. And he that had erst challenged to be so doughy waxed wane as they might all mark and shrank together, and his pitch that was before so hot uplift was now of a sudden quite plucked down, and his heart shook within the cage of his breast as he tasted the rumour of that storm. Then did some mock and some jeer, and Punch Costello fell hard again to his yale, which Master Lenehan vowed he would do after, and he was indeed but a word and a blow on any the least colour. But the braggart boaster cried that an old nobodaddy was in his cups, it was much what indifferent, and he would not lag behind his lead. But this was only to dye his desperation as cowed he crouched in Horn's hall. He drank indeed at one draught to pluck up a heart of any grace, for it thundered long rumblingly over all the heavens, so that Master Madden, being godly certain whiles, knocked him on his ribs upon that crack of doom, and Master Bloom, at the braggart's side, spoke to him calming words to slumber his great fear, advertising how it was no other thing but a hubbub noise that he heard, the discharge of fluids from the thunderhead, look you, having taken place, and all of the order of a natural phenomenon. But was young Boasthard's fear vanquished by calmer's words? No, for he had in his bosom a spike named bitterness, which could not by words be done away. And was he then neither calm like the one nor godly like the other? He was neither as much as he would have liked to be either. But could he not have endeavoured to have found again, as in his youth, the bottle holiness that then he lived withal? Indeed no, for grace was not there to find that bottle. Heard he then in that clap the voice of the god bring forth, or, what Calmer said, a hubbub of phenomenon? Heard? Why, he could not but hear unless he had plugged him up the tube understanding, which he had not done. For through that tube he saw that he was in the land of phenomenon, where he must for a certain one day die, as he was like the rest too, a passing show. And would he not accept to die like the rest and pass away? By no means would he, though he must, nor would he make more shows according as men do with wives, which phenomenon has commanded them to do by the book law. Then wotted he not of that other land, which is called Believe on Me, that is the land of promise, which behoves to the king delightful, and shall be forever where there is no death and no birth, neither wiving nor mothering, at which all shall come as many as believe on it. Yes, Pious had told him of that land, and Chaste had pointed him to the way, but the reason was that in the way he fell in with a certain whore of an eye-pleasing exterior, whose name, she said, is Bird in the Hand, and she beguiled him wrong ways from the true path by her flatteries that she said to him as, Ho, you pretty man, turn aside hither and I will show you a brave place. And she lay at him so flatteringly that she had him in her grot, which is named Two in the Bush, or, by some learned, carnal concupiscence. This was it what all that company that sat there at commons in manse of mothers the most lusted after, and if they met with this whore Bird in the Hand, which was within all foul plagues, monsters, and a wicked devil, they would strain the last, but they would make at her and know her. For regarding Believe on Me, they said it was naught else but notion, and they could conceive no thought of it, for, first, Two in the Bush, whither she ticed them, was the very goodliest grot, and in it were 4 pillows, on which were 4 tickets, with these words printed on them, Pick-a-back, and Topsy-turvy, and Shame-face, and Cheek-by-jowl, and second, for that foul plague, all-pox, and the monsters they cared not for them, for preservative had given them a stout shield of oxen-gut, and third, that they might take no hurt neither from offspring that was that wicked devil by virtue of this same shield, which was named Killchild. So were they all in their blind fancy, Mr. Cavil and Mr. Sometimes Godly, Mr. Ape Swillale, Mr. False Franklin, Mr. Dainty Dixon, young Boasthard, and Mr. Cautious Calmer. Wherein, O wretched company, were ye all deceived, for that was the voice of the god that was in a very grievous rage, that he would presently lift his arm up and spill their souls for their abuses, and their spillings done by them contrariwise to his word, which forth to bring Brennigly biddeth. So, Thursday 16th of June, Patrick Dinham lay in a clay of an apoplexy, and after hard drought, please God, rained. A bargeman coming in by water, a 50 mile or thereabout with turf, saying the seed won't sprout, fields athirst, very sad coloured and stunk mightily, the quags and tofts too. Hard to breathe, and all the young quicks clean consumed without sprinkle this long while back, as no man remembered to be without. The rosy buds all gone brown and spread out, blobs, and on the hills naught but dry flag and faggots that would catch at first fire. All the world saying, for aught they knew, the big wind of last February a year that did havoc the land so pitifully, a small thing beside this barrenness. But by and by, as said, this evening after sundown, the wind sitting in the west, biggish swollen clouds to be seen as the night increased, and the weatherwise pouring up at them, and some sheet lightnings at first and after, past 10 of the clock, one great stroke with a long thunder, and in a brace of shakes all scamper pell-mell within door for the smoking shower, the men making shelter for their straws with a clout or kerchief, women folks skipping off with kirtles catched up soon as the pour came. In Ely Place, Bagot Street, Duke's Lawn, thence through Marion Green up to Hollis Street, a swash of water flowing that was before bone dry, and not one chair or coach or firecre seen about, but no more crack after that first. Over against the Right Honourable Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon's door, that is to sit with Mr. Healy the lawyer upon the college lands, Mal Mulligan, a gentleman's gentleman, that had but come from Mr. Moore's, the writer's, that was a papish, but is now, folk say, a good Wheelamite, chanced against Alec Bannon in a cut bob, which are now in with dance cloaks of Kendal Green, that was new got to town from Mullingar with the stage where his cuz and Mal M's brother will stay a month, yet till St. Swithin, and asks what in the earth he does there, he bound home, and he to St. Andrew Horns, being stayed for to crush a cup of wine, so he said, but would tell him of a skittish heifer, big of her age, and beef to the heel, and all this while poured with rain, and so both together on to Horns. There Leop Bloom of Crawford's Journal sitting snug with a covey of wags, likely brangling fellows, Dixon Junior, scholar of My Lady of Mercies, Vin Lynch, a Scots fellow, Will Madden, T. Lenehan, very sad about a racer he fancied, and Stephen D. Leop Bloom therefore a languor he had, but was now better, be having dreamed tonight a strange fancy of his dame Mrs. Mull with red slippers on, in a pair of turkey trunks which is thought by those in ken to be for a change, and Mistress Purefoy there that got in through pleading her belly, and now on the stools, poor body, 2 days past her term. The midwives sore put to it and can't deliver, she queasy for a bowl of rice slop that is a shrewd dryer up of the insides, and her breath very heavy, more than good, and should be a bully boy from the Knox, they say, but God give her soon issue. 'Tis her 9th chick to live, I hear, and Lady Day bit off her last chick's nails that was then a 12-month, and with other 3 all breastfed that died written out in a fair hand in the King's Bible. Her hub 50-odd and a Methodist, but takes the sacrament and is to be seen any fair Sabbath with a pair of his boys off Bullock Harbour, dappling on the Sound with a heavy-braked reel, or in a punt he has for trailing for flounder and pollock, and catches a fine bag, I hear. In sum, an infinite great fall of rain, and all refreshed, and will much increase the harvest, yet those in ken say, after wind and water, fire shall come for a prognostication of Malachi's almanac. And I hear that Mr. Russell has done a prophetical charm of the same gist out of the Hindustanish for his Farmer's Gazette. To have 3 things in all, but this a mere fetch without bottom of reason for old cronies and barons yet, sometime they are found in the right guest with their queerities, no telling how. With this came up Lenehan to the feet of the table, to say how the letter was in that night's Gazette, and he made a show to find it about him, for he swore with an oath that he had been at pains about it. But on Stephen's persuasion he gave over the search, and was bidden to sit near, by which he did mighty brisk. He was a kind of sport gentleman that went for a Merry Andrew or honest pickle, and what belonged of women, horseflesh, or hot scandal he had it pat. To tell the truth, he was mean in fortunes, and for the most part hankered about the coffeehouses and low taverns with crimps, ostlers, bookies, Paul's men, runners, flat-caps, waistcoateers, ladies of the bagnio, and other rogues of the game, or with a chanceable catchpole or a tipstaff, often at nights till broad day, of whom he picked up between his sack-possets much loose gossip. He took his ordinarily at a boiling cook's, and if he had but gotten him into a mess of broken victuals or a platter of tripes with a bare tester in his purse, he could always bring himself off with his tongue, some randy quip he had from a punk or what not that every mother's son of them would burst their sides. The other, Costello that is, hearing this talk, asked was it poetry or a tale. Faith no, he says, Frank, that was his name, 'tis all about carry cows that are about to be butchered along of the plague. But they can go hang, says he with a wink, for me with their bully beef, a pox on it. There's as good fish in this tin as ever came out of it, and very friendly he offered to take of some salty sprats that stood by, which he had eyed wisely in the meantime, and found the place which was indeed the chief design of his embassy, as he was sharp set. Marteau vache, says Frank, then in the French language, that had been indentured to a brandy shipper that has a wine lodge in Bordeaux. And he spoke French like a gentleman too. From a child this Frank had been a do-not, that his father, a headborough, who could ill keep him to school to learn his letters and the use of the globes, matriculated at the university to study the mechanics, but he took the bit between his teeth like a raw colt, and was more familiar with the justiciary and the parish beadle than with his volumes. One time he would be a play actor, then a sutler or a welsher, then naught would keep him from the bear pit and the cocking main. Then he was for the ocean sea, or to hoof it on the roads with the Romany folk, kidnapping a squire's heir by favour of moonlight, or fecking maid's linen, or choking chicken behind a hedge. He had been off as many times as a cat has lives, and back again with naked pockets as many more, to his father the headborough who shed a pint of tears as often as he saw him. What, says Mr. Leopold with his hands across, that was earnest to know the drift of it, will they slaughter all? I protest I saw them but this day morning going to the Liverpool boats, says he. I can scarce believe 'tis so bad, says he. And he had experience of the like brood beasts and of springers, greasy hoggets and weather wool, having been some years before actuary for Mr. Joseph Cuff, a worthy salesmaster that drove his trade for livestock and meadow auctions hard by Mr. Gavin Lowe's yard in Prussia Street. I question with you there, says he. More like 'tis the hoose or the timber tongue. Mr. Stephen, a little moved, but very handsomely told him no such matter and that he had dispatches from the Emperor's chief tail-tickler thanking him for the hospitality, that was sending over Dr. Rinderpest, the best quoted cowcatcher in all Muscovy, with a bolus or two of physic to take the bull by the horns. Come, come, says Mr. Vincent, plain dealing. He'll find himself on the horns of a dilemma if he meddles with a bull that's Irish, says he. Irish by name and Irish by nature, says Mr. Stephen, and he sent the ale purling about, an Irish bull in an English china shop. I conceive you, says Mr. Dixon. It is that same bull that was sent to our island by Farmer Nicholas, the bravest cattle breeder of them all, with an emerald ring in his nose. True for you, says Mr. Vincent, cross the table, and a bullseye into the bargain, says he, and a plumper and portlier bull, says he, never shit on a shamrock. He had horns galore, a coat of cloth of gold, and a sweet smoky breath coming out of his nostrils so that the women of our island, leaving dough balls and rolling pins, followed after him hanging his bulliness in daisy chains. What for that, says Mr. Dixon, but before he came over Farmer Nicholas that was a eunuch had him properly gelded by a college of doctors who were no better off than himself. So be off now, says he, and do all my cousin German the Lord Harry tells you, and take a farmer's blessing, and with that he slapped his posteriors very soundly. But the slap and the blessing stood him friend, says Mr. Vincent, for to make up he taught him a trick worth two of the other so that the maid, wife, abbess and widow to this day affirm that they would rather any time of the month whisper in his ear in the dark of a cowhouse or get a lick on the nape from his long holy tongue than lie with the finest strapping young ravisher in the four fields of all Ireland. Another then put in his word. And they dressed him, says he, in a point shift and petticoat with a tippet and girdle and ruffles on his wrists, and clipped his forelock and rubbed him all over with a spermacetic oil, and built stables for him at every turn of the road with a gold manger in each, full of the best hay in the market, so that he could doss and dung to his heart's content. By this time the father of the faithful, for so they called him, was grown so heavy that he could scarce walk to pasture. To remedy which our cousining dames and damsels brought him his fodder from their apron laps, and as soon as his belly was full he would rear up on his hind quarters to show their ladyships a mystery, and roar and bellow out of him in bull's language, and they all after him. Ay, says another, and so pampered was he that he would suffer not to grow in all the land but green grass for himself, for that was the only colour to his mind. And there was a board put up on a hillock in the middle of the island with a printed notice saying, By the Lord Harry, green is the grass that grows on the ground. And, says Mr. Dixon, if he ever got scent of a cattle raider in Roscommon or in the wilds of Conmara, or a husbandman in Sligo that was sowing as much as a handful of mustard or a bag of rapeseed out, he'd run amok over half the countryside, rooting up with his horns whatever was planted, and all by Lord Harry's orders. There had been bad blood between them at first, says Mr. Vincent, and the Lord Harry called Farmer Nicholas all the old nicks in the world, and an old whoremaster that kept 7 trulls in his house, and I'll meddle in his matters, says he. I'll make that animal smell hell, says he, with the help of that good pizzle my father left me. But one evening, says Mr. Dixon, when the Lord Harry was cleaning his royal pelt to go to dinner after winning a boat race, he had spade oars for himself, but the first rule of the course was that the others were to row with pitchforks. He discovered in himself a wonderful likeness to a bull, and on picking up a black-thumbed chapbook that he kept in the pantry, he found, sure enough, that he was a left-handed descendant of the famous champion bull of the Romans, Bos Bovum, which is good bog Latin for boss of the show. After that, says Mr. Vincent, the Lord Harry put his head into a cow's drinking trough in the presence of all his courtiers, and, pulling it out again, told them all his new name. Then, with the water running off him, he got into an old smock and skirt that had belonged to his grandmother, and bought a grammar of the bull's language to study, but he could never learn a word of it except the first personal pronoun, which he copied out big, and got off by heart, and if ever he went out for a walk he filled his pockets with chalk to write it upon what took his fancy, the side of a rock or a tea-house table or a bale of cotton or a cork float. In short, He and the Bull of Ireland were soon as fast friends as an arse in a shirt. They were, says Mr. Stephen, and the end was that the men of the island, seeing no help was toward, as the ungrate women were all of one mind, made a wary raft, loaded themselves and their bundles of chattels on shipboard, set all masts erect, manned the yards, sprang their luff, heaved to, spread 3 sheets in the wind, put her head between wind and water, weighed anchor, ported her helm, ran up the Jolly Roger, gave 3 times 3, let the Bullgine run, pushed off in their bumboat and put to sea to recover the main of America, which was the occasion, says Mr. Vincent, of the composing by a boatswain of that rollicking chanty. Peter Pope's but a piss-a-bed, a man's a man for all that. Our worthy acquaintance Mr. Malachi Mulligan now appeared in the doorway as the students were finishing their apologue, accompanied with a friend whom he had just rencountered, a young gentleman, his name Alec Bannon, who had late come to town, it being his intention to buy a colour or a cornetcy in the fencibles and list for the wars. Mr. Mulligan was civil enough to express some relish of it, all the more as it jumped with a project of his own for the cure of the very evil that had been touched on. Whereat he handed round to the company a set of pasteboard cards which he had had printed that day at Mr. Quinnell's, bearing a legend printed in fair italics. Mr. Malachi Mulligan, fertilizer and incubator, Lambay Island. His project, as he went on to expound, was to withdraw from the round of idle pleasures such as form the chief business of Sir Fopling Popinjay and Sir Milksop Quidnunc in town, and to devote himself to the noblest task for which our bodily organism has been framed. Well, let us hear of it, good my friend, said Mr. Dixon. I make no doubt it smacks of wenching. Come, be seated, both. 'Tis as cheap sitting as standing. Mr. Mulligan accepted of the invitation and, expatiating upon his design, told his hearers that he had been led into this thought by a consideration of the causes of sterility, both the inhibitory and the prohibitory, whether the inhibition in its turn were due to conjugal vexations or to a parsimony of the balance, as well as whether the prohibition proceeded from defects congenital or from proclivities acquired. It grieved him plaguily, he said, to see the nuptial couch defrauded of its dearest pleasures, and to reflect upon so many agreeable females with rich jointures, a prey to the vilest bonzes, who hide their flambeau under a bushel in an uncongenial cloister, or lose their womanly bloom in the embraces of some unaccountable muskin when they might multiply the inlets of happiness, sacrificing the inestimable jewel of their sex when 100 pretty fellows were at hand to caress. This, he assured them, made his heart weep. To curb this inconvenient, which he concluded due to a suppression of a latent heat, having advised with certain counsellors of worth and inspected into the matter, he had resolved to purchase in fee simple forever the freehold of Lambay Island from its holder, Lord Talbot de Malahide, a Tory gentleman of note much in favour with our ascendancy party. He proposed to set up there a national fertilizing farm to be named Omphalos, with an obelisk hewn and erected after the fashion of Egypt, and to offer his dutiful yeoman's services for the fecundation of any female of what grade of life soever who should there direct to him with the desire of fulfilling the functions of her natural. Money was no object, he said, nor would he take a penny for his pains. The poorest kitchen wench no less than the opulent lady of fashion, if so be their constructions and their tempers were warm persuaders for their positions, would find in him their man. For his nutriment he shewed how he would feed himself exclusively upon a diet of savoury tubercles and fish and conies there, the flesh of these latter prolific rodents being highly recommended for his purpose, both broiled and stewed with a blade of mace and a pod or two of capsicum chilies. After this homily, which he delivered with much warmth of asseveration, Mr. Mulligan in a trice put off from his hat a kerchief with which he had shielded it. They both, it seems, had been overtaken by the rain, and for all their mending their pace had taken water, as might be observed by Mr. Mulligan's small clothes of a hodden grey, which was now somewhat piebald. His project, meanwhile, was very favourably entertained by his auditors, and won hearty eulogies from all, though Mr. Dixon of Mary's accepted to it, asking with a finicking air did he purpose also to carry coals to Newcastle. Mr. Mulligan, however, made court to the scholarly by an apt quotation from the classics, which, as it dwelt upon his memory, seemed to him a sound and tasteful support of his contention. Tales ac tanta depravatio huius sceculi, o quirtes, ut matres familiarum nostrae lascivias, cuius libet semiviri libici titillationes testibus ponderosis atque excelsius erectionibus centurionem Romanorum magnopere antepunit, while for those of ruder wit he drove home his point by analogies of the animal kingdom more suitable to their stomach, the buck and doe of the forest glades, the farmyard drake and duck. Valuing himself not a little upon his elegance, being indeed a proper man of person, this talkative now applied himself to his dress with animadversions of some heat upon the sudden whimsy of the atmospherics, while the company lavished their encomiums upon the project he had advanced. The young gentleman, his friend, overjoyed as he was at a passage that had late befallen him, could not forbear to tell it his nearest neighbour. Mr. Mulligan, now perceiving the table, asked for whom were these loaves and fishes, and, seeing the stranger, he made him a civil bow, and said, Pray, sir, was you in need of any professional assistance we could give? Who, upon his offer, thanked him very heartily, though preserving his proper distance, and replied that he was come there about a lady, now an inmate of Horne's house, that was in an interesting condition, poor body, from a woman's woe. And here he fetched a deep sigh, to know if her happiness had yet taken place. Mr. Dixon, to turn the table, took on to ask of Mr. Mulligan himself whether his incipient ventripotence, upon which he rallied him, betokened an ovoblastic gestation in the prostatic utricle or male womb, or was due, and, with the noted physician, Mr. Austin Meldon, to a wolf in the stomach. For answer, Mr. Mulligan, in a gale of laughter at his smalls, smote himself bravely below the diaphragm, exclaiming with an admirable droll mimic of Mother Grogan, the most excellent creature of her sex, though 'tis a pity she's a trollop, there is a belly that never bore a bastard. This was so happy a conceit that it renewed the storm of mirth and threw the whole room into the most violent agitations of delight. The spry rattle had run on in the same vein of mimicry but for some larum in the antechamber. Here the listener, who was none other than the Scotch student, a little fume of a fellow, blond as tow, congratulated in the liveliest fashion with the young gentleman and, interrupting the narrative at a salient point, having desired his vis-a-vis with a polite beck to have the obligingness to pass him a flagon of cordial waters at the same time by a questioning poise of the head, a whole century of polite breeding had not achieved so nice a gesture, to which was united an equivalent but contrary balance of the bottle, asked the narrator, as plainly as was ever done in words, if he might treat him with a cup of it. Mais bien sûr, noble stranger, said he cheerily, et mille compliments. That you may, and very opportunely. There wanted nothing but this cup to crown my felicity. But, gracious heavens, was I left with but a crust in my wallet and a cupful of water from the well, my God, I would accept of them and find it in my heart to kneel down upon the ground and give thanks to the powers above for the happiness vouchsafed me by the giver of good things. With these words he approached the goblet to his lips, took a complacent draught of the cordial, slicked his hair and, opening his bosom, out popped a locket that hung from a silk riband, that very picture which he had cherished ever since her hand had wrote therein. Ah, monsieur, he said, had you but beheld her as I did with these eyes at that affecting instant with her dainty tucker and her new coquette cap, a gift for her feast day as she told me prettily, in such an artless disorder, of so melting a tenderness, upon my conscience, even you, monsieur, had been impelled by generous nature to deliver yourself wholly into the hands of such an enemy, or to quit the field forever. I declare I was never so touched in all my life. God, I thank thee, as the author of my days. Thrice happy will he be whom so amiable a creature will bless with her favours. A sigh of affection gave eloquence to these words, and, having replaced the locket in his bosom, he wiped his eye and sighed again. Beneficent disseminators of blessings to all thy creatures, how great and universal must be that sweetest of thy tyrannies, which can hold in thrall the free and the bond, the simple swain and the polished coxcomb, the lover in the heyday of reckless passion and the husband of maturer years. But indeed, sir, I wander from the point. How mingled and imperfect are all our sublunary joys. Maledicity, he exclaimed in anguish. Would to God that foresight had but remembered me to take my cloak along. I could weep to think of it. Then, though it had poured 7 showers, we were neither of us a penny the worse. But beshrew me, he cried, clapping hand to his forehead, tomorrow will be a new day, and, thousand thunders, I know of a marchand de capote, Monsieur Points, for whom I can have for a livre as snug a cloak of the French fashion as ever kept a lady from wetting. Tut, tut, cries le fecundateur, tripping in. My friend Mr. Moore, that most accomplished traveller, I have just cracked a half bottle avec lui in a circle of the best wits in town, is my authority that in Cape Horn, ventre biche, they have a rain that will wet through any, even the stoutest cloak. A drenching of that violence, he tells me, sans blague, has sent more than one luckless fellow in good earnest post-haste to another world. Pooh! A livre, cries Monsieur Lynch. The clumsy things are dear at a sou. One umbrella, were it no bigger than a fairy mushroom, is worth 10 such stopgaps. No woman of any wit would wear one. My dear Kitty told me today that she would dance in a deluge before ever she would starve in such an ark of salvation for, as she reminded me, blushing piquantly and whispering in my ear, though there was none to snap her words but giddy butterflies, Dame Nature, by the divine blessing, has implanted it in our hearts and has become a household word that il y a deux choses for which the innocence of our original garb, in other circumstances a breach of the proprieties, is the fittest, nay, the only garment. The first, said she, and here my pretty philosopher, as I handed her to her tilbury, to fix my attention, gently tipped with her tongue the outer chamber of my ear. The first is a bath. But at this point a bell tinkling in the hall cut short a discourse which promised so bravely for the enrichment of our store of knowledge. Amid the general vacant hilarity of the assembly a bell rang, and, while all were conjecturing what might be the cause, Miss Callan entered, and, having spoken a few words in a low tone to young Mr. Dixon, retired with a profound bow to the company. The presence even for a moment among a party of debauchees of a woman, endued with every quality of modesty, and not less severe than beautiful, restrained the humorous sallies even of the most licentious, but her departure was the signal for an outbreak of ribaldry. Strike me silly, said Costello, a low fellow who was fuddled. A monstrous fine bit of cowflesh. I'll be sworn she has rendezvoused you. What, you dog? Have you a way with them? Gad's bud, immensely so, said Mr. Lynch. The bedside manner it is that they use in the Mater Hospice. Dem, does not Dr. O'Glargle chuck the nuns there under the chin? As I look to be saved, I had it from my Kitty, who has been wardmaid there any time these 7 months. Lawks a mercy, doctor, cried the young blood in the primrose vest, feigning a womanish simper and with immodest squirmings of his body. How you do tease a body? Drat the man. Bless me, I'm all of a wibbly wobbly. Why, you're as bad as dear little father can't kiss him, that you are. May this pot of 4 half choke me, cried Costello, if she ain't in the family way. I knows a lady what's got a right swelling, quick as I clap eyes on her. The young surgeon, however, rose and begged the company to excuse his retreat, as the nurse had just then informed him that he was needed in the ward. Merciful Providence had been pleased to put a period to the sufferings of the lady who was enceinte, which she had borne with a laudable fortitude, and she had given birth to a bouncing boy. I want patience, said he, with those who, without wit to enliven or learning to instruct, revile an ennobling profession which, saving the reverence due to the deity, is the greatest power for happiness upon the earth. I am positive when I say that if need were I could produce a cloud of witnesses to the excellence of her noble exercitations, which, far from being a byword, should be a glorious incentive in the human breast. I cannot away with them. What? Malign such a one, the amiable Miss Callan, who is the lustre of her own sex and the astonishment of others, and at an instant the most momentous that can befall a puny child of clay? Perish the thought. I shudder to think of the future of a race where the seeds of such malice have been sown, and where no right reverence is rendered to mother and maid in house of horn. Having delivered himself of this rebuke, he saluted those present on the by, and repaired to the door. A murmur of approval arose from all, and some were for ejecting the low soaker without more ado, a design which would have been effected, nor would he have received more than his bare deserts, had he not abridged his transgression by affirming with a horrid imprecation, for he swore a round hand, that he was as good a son of the true fold as ever drew breath. Stap my vitals, said he, them was always the sentiments of honest Frank Costello, which I was bred up most particular to honour thy father and thy mother, that had the best hand to a roly-poly or a hasty pudding as you ever see, what I always looks back on with a loving heart.
End of section 14a. Ulysses, section 14b. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org.
To revert to Mr. Bloom, who, after his first entry, had been conscious of some impudent mocks which he however had borne with as being the fruits of that age upon which it is commonly charged that it knows not pity. The young sparks, it is true, were as full of extravagancies as overgrown children. The words of their tumultuary discussions were difficultly understood, and not often nice. Their testiness and outrageous moe were such that his intellects resiled from. Nor were they scrupulously sensible of the properties though their fund of strong animal spirits spoke in their behalf. But the word of Mr. Costello was an unwelcome language for him, for he nauseated the wretch that seemed to him a crop-eared creature of misshapen gibberosity, born out of wedlock, and thrust like a crookback, toothed and feet first, into the world, which the dint of the surgeon's pliers in his skull lent indeed a colour to, so as to put him in thought of that missing link of creation's chain desiderated by the late ingenious Mr. Darwin. It was now for more than the middle span of our allotted years that he had passed through the 1,000 vicissitudes of existence, and, being of a wary ascendancy, and self a man of rare forecast, he had enjoined his heart to repress all motions of a rising choler, and, by intercepting them with readiest precaution, foster within his breast that plenitude of sufferance which base minds jeer at, rash judgers scorn, and all find tolerable and but tolerable. To those who create themselves wits at the cost of feminine delicacy, a habit of mind which he never did hold with, to them he would concede neither to bear the name nor to herit the tradition of a proper breeding, while for such that, having lost all forbearance, can lose no more, there remained the sharp antidote of experience to cause their insolency to beat a precipitate and inglorious retreat. Naught but what he could feel with mettlesome youth which, caring naught for the mouths of dotards or the gruntlings of the severe, is ever, as the chaste fancy of the holy writer expresses it, for eating of the tree forbid it yet not so far forth as to pretermit humanity upon any condition soever towards a gentlewoman when she was about her lawful occasions. To conclude, while from the sister's words he had reckoned upon a speedy delivery, he was, however, it must be owned, not a little alleviated by the intelligence that the issue so auspicated after an ordeal of such duress now testified once more to the mercy as well as to the bounty of the Supreme Being. Accordingly, he broke his mind to his neighbour, saying that, to express his notion of the thing, his opinion, who ought not perchance to express one, was that one must have a cold constitution and a frigid genius not to be rejoiced by this freshest news of the fruition of her confinements, since she had been in such pain through no fault of hers. The dressy young blade said it was her husband's that put her in that expectation, or at least it ought to be unless she were another Ephesian matron. I must acquaint you, said Mr. Crothers, clapping on the table so as to evoke a resonant comment of emphasis. Old Glory Alleluia Room was round again today, an elderly man with Dundrearies, preferring through his nose a request to have a word of Wilhelmina, my life, as he calls her. I bade him hold himself in readiness for that the event would burst anon. Slife, I'll be round with you. I cannot but extol the virile potency of the old bucko that could still knock another child out of her. All fell to praising of it, each after his own fashion, though the same young blade held with his former view that another than her conjugial had been the man in the gap, a clerk in orders, a link boy, virtuous, or an itinerant vendor of articles needed in every household. Singular, communed the guest with himself, the wonderfully unequal faculty of metempsychosis possessed by them, that the puerperal dormitory and the dissecting theatre should be the seminaries of such frivolity, that the mere acquisition of academic titles should suffice to transform in a pinch of time these votaries of levity into exemplary practitioners of an art which most men, anywise eminent, have esteemed the noblest. But, he further added, it is mayhap to relieve the pent-up feelings that in common oppress them, for I have observed more than once that birds of a feather laugh together. But with what fitness, let it be asked of the noble lord, his patron, has this alien, whom the concession of a gracious prince has admitted to civic rights, constituted himself the lord paramount of our internal polity? Where is now the gratitude which loyalty should have counselled? During the recent war, whenever the enemy had a temporary advantage with his granados, did this traitor to his kind not seize the moment to discharge his piece against the empire of which he is a tenant at will, while he trembled for the security of his 4%? Has he forgotten this, as he forgets all benefits received? Or is it that from being a deluder of others he has become at last his own dupe, as he is, if report belie him not, his own and his only enjoyer? Far be it from candour to violate the bedchamber of a respectable lady, the daughter of a gallant major, or to cast the most distant reflections upon her virtue, but if he challenges attention there, as it was indeed highly his interest not to have done, then it be so. Unhappy woman, she has been too long and too persistently denied her legitimate prerogative to listen to his objurgations with any other feeling than the derision of the desperate. He says this, a censor of morals, a very pelican in his piety, who did not scruple, oblivious of the ties of nature, to attempt illicit intercourse with a female domestic drawn from the lowest strata of society. Nay, had the hussy's scouring brush not been her tutelary angel, if it had gone with her as hard as with Hagar, the Egyptian. In the question of the grazing lands his peevish asperity is notorious, and in Mr. Cuff's hearing brought upon him from an indignant rancher a scathing retort, couched in terms as straightforward as they were bucolic. It ill becomes him to preach that gospel. Has he not nearer home a seed field that lies fallow for the want of a ploughshare? A habit reprehensible at puberty is second nature and an opprobrium in middle life. If he must dispense his balm of Gilead in nostrums and apothegms of dubious taste to restore to health a generation of unfledged profligates, let his practice consist better with the doctrines that now engross him. His marital breast is the repository of secrets which decorum is reluctant to adduce. The lewd suggestions of some faded beauty may console him for a consort neglected and debauched, but this new exponent of morals and healers of ills is at his best an exotic tree which, when rooted in its native orient, throve and flourished and was abundant in balm, but, transplanted to a clime more temperate, its roots have lost their quondam vigour, while the stuff that comes away from it is stagnant, acid, and inoperative. The news was imparted with a circumspection recalling the ceremonial usage of the sublime port by the second female infirmarian to the junior medical officer in residence, who in his turn announced to the delegation that an heir had been born. When he had betaken himself to the woman's apartment to assist at the prescribed ceremony of the afterbirth, in the presence of the Secretary of State for Domestic Affairs and the members of the Privy Council, silent in unanimous exhaustion and approbation the delegates, chafing under the length and solemnity of their vigil, and hoping that the joyful occurrence would palliate a licence which the simultaneous absence of Abigail and obstetrician rendered the easiest, broke out at once into a strife of tongues. In vain the voice of Mr. Canvasser Bloom was heard endeavouring to urge, to mollify, to refrain. The moment was too propitious for the display of that discursiveness which seemed the only bond of union among tempers so divergent. Every phase of the situation was successfully eviscerated, the prenatal repugnance of uterine brothers, the caesarean section, posthumity with respect to the father and, that rarer form, with respect to the mother, the fratricidal case known as the child's murder and rendered memorable by the impassioned plea of Mr. Advocate Bush, which secured the acquittal of the wrongfully accused, the rights of primogeniture and king's bounty touching twins and triplets, miscarriages and infanticides, simulated or dissimulated, the acardiac fetus in fetu and aprosopia due to a congestion, the agnathia of certain chinless Chinamen, cited by Mr. Candidate Mulligan, in consequence of defective reunion of the maxillary knobs along the medial line so that, as he said, one ear could hear what the other spoke, the benefits of anesthesia or twilight sleep, the prolongation of labour pains in advanced gravidity by reason of pressure on the vein, the premature relentment of the amniotic fluid, as exemplified in the actual case, with consequent peril of sepsis to the matrix, artificial insemination by means of syringes, involution of the womb consequent upon menopause, the problem of the perpetration of the species in the case of females impregnated by delinquent rape, that distressing manner of delivery called by the Brandenburgers Sturzgewalt, the recorded instances of multiseminal, twikindled and monstrous births conceived during the catamenic period or of consanguineous parents, in a word, all the cases of human nativity which Aristotle has classified in his masterpiece, with chromolithographic illustrations. The gravest problems of obstetrics and forensic medicine were examined with as much animation as the most popular beliefs on the state of pregnancy, such as forbidding to a gravid woman to step over a country stile lest, by her movement, the navel cord should strangle her creature and the injunction upon her in the event of a yearning ardently and ineffectually entertained, to place her hand against that part of her person which long usage has consecrated as the seat of castigation. The abnormalities of harelip, breast mole, supernumerary digits, negro's inkle, strawberry mark and port wine stain were alleged by one as a prima facie and natural hypothetical explanation of those swine-headed, the case of Madame Grisel Stevens was not forgotten, or dog-haired infants occasionally born. The hypothesis of a plasmic memory, advanced by the Caledonian envoy and worthy of the metaphysical traditions of the land he stood for, envisioned in such cases an arrest of embryonic development at some stage antecedent to the human. An outlandish delegate sustained against both these views, with such heat as almost carried conviction, the theory of copulation between women and the males of brutes, his authority being his own avouchment in support of fables such as that of the Minotaur, which the genius of the elegant Latin poet has handed down to us in the pages of his Metamorphoses. The impression made by his words was immediate but short-lived. It was effaced as easily as it had been evoked by an allocution from Mr. Candidate Mulligan, in that vein of pleasantry which none better knew than he how to affect, postulating as the supremest object of desire a nice clean old man. Contemporaneously, a heated argument having arisen between Mr. Delegate Madden and Mr. Candidate Lynch regarding the juridical and theological dilemma created in the event of one Siamese twin predeceasing the other, the difficulty by mutual consent was referred to Mr. Canvasser Bloom for instant submittal to Mr. Coadjutor Deacon Dedalus. Hitherto silent, whether the better to show by preternatural gravity that curious dignity of the garb which with he was invested or in obedience to an inward voice, he delivered briefly and, some thought, perfunctorily the ecclesiastical ordinance forbidding man to put asunder what God has joined. But Malachias' tale began to freeze them with horror. He conjured up the scene before them. The secret panel beside the chimney slid back and in the recess appeared Haines! Which of us did not feel his flesh creep? He had a portfolio full of Celtic literature in one hand, in the other a file marked Poison. Surprise, horror, loathing were depicted on all faces while he eyed them with a ghostly grin. I anticipated some such reception, he began with an eldritch laugh, for which, it seems, history is to blame. Yes, it is true. I am the murderer of Samuel Childs. And how I am punished. The inferno has no terrors for me. This is the appearance is on me. Terror and ages, what way would I be resting at all, he muttered thickly, and I tramping Dublin this while back with my share of songs and himself after me like the South or a Bulwarus. My hell, and Ireland's, is in this life. It is what I tried to obliterate my crime. Distractions, rook-shooting, the Erse language, he recited some. Laudanum, he raised the vial to his lips. Camping out. In vain. His spectre stalks me. Dope is my only hope. Ah, destruction! The Black Panther! With a cry he suddenly vanished and the panel slid back. An instant later his head appeared in the door opposite and said, Meet me at Westland Row Station at 11:10. He was gone. Tears gushed from the eyes of the dissipated host. The seer raised his hand to heaven, murmuring, The vendetta of Manannán. The sage repeated, Lex talionis. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Malachias, overcome by emotion, ceased. The mystery was unveiled. Haines was the third brother. His real name was Childs. The Black Panther was himself the ghost of his own father. He drank drugs to obliterate. For this relief, much thanks. The lonely house by the graveyard is uninhabited. No soul will live there. The spider pitches her web in the solitude. The nocturnal rat peers from his hole. A curse is on it. It is haunted. Murderer's ground. What is the age of the soul of man? As she hath the virtue of the chameleon to change her hue at every new approach, to be gay with the merry and mournful with the downcast, so too is her age changeable as her mood. No longer is Leopold, as he sits there, ruminating, chewing the cud of reminiscence, that staid agent of publicity and holder of a modest substance and funds. A score of years are blown away. He is young Leopold. There, as in a retrospective arrangement, a mirror within a mirror, hey, presto, he beholdeth himself. That young figure of then is seen, precociously manly, walking on a nipping morning from the old house in Clanbrassil Street to the high school, his book satchel on him bandolier-wise, and in it a goodly hunk of wheaten loaf, a mother's thought. Or it is that same figure, a year or so gone over, in his first hard hat, that was a day, already on the road, a full-fledged traveller for the family firm, equipped with an order book, a scented handkerchief, not for show only, his case of bright trinket-ware, alas, a thing now of the past, and a quiverful of compliant smiles for this or that half-won housewife, reckoning it out upon her fingertips, or for a budding virgin, shyly acknowledging, but the heart, tell me, his studied basemorns. The scent, the smile, but more than these, the dark eyes and oleaginous address brought home at duskfall many a commission to the head of the firm, seated with Jacob's pipe after like labours in the paternal ingle. A meal of noodles, you may be sure, is a heating. Reading through round horn spectacles some paper from the Europe of a month before. But hey, presto, the mirror is breathed on, and the young knight-errant recedes, shrivels, dwindles to a tiny speck within the mist. Now he is himself paternal, and these about him might be his sons. Who can say? The wise father knows his own child. He thinks of a drizzling night in Hatch Street, hard by the bonded shores there, the first. Together, she a poor waif, a child of shame, yours and mine, and of all for a bare shilling and her luckpenny. Together they hear the heavy tread of the watch as two rain-caped shadows pass the new Royal University. Bridie Kelly. He will never forget the name, ever remember the night, the first night, the bride night. They are entwined in nethermost darkness, the willer with the willed, and in an instant, fiat, light shall flood the world. Did heart leap to heart? Nay, fair reader. In a breath 'twas done, but hold! Back! It must not be! In terror the poor girl flees away through the murk. She is the bride of darkness, a daughter of night. She dare not bear the sunny golden babe of day. No, Leopold, name and memory solace thee not. That youthful illusion of thy strength was taken from thee, and in vain. No son of thy loins is by thee. There is none now to be for Leopold what Leopold was for Rudolph. The voices blend and fuse in clouded silence, silence that is the infinite of space, and swiftly, silently the soul is wafted over regions of cycles of generations that have lived. A region where grey twilight ever descends, never falls on wide sage-green pasture fields, shedding her dusk, scattering a perennial dew of stars. She follows her mother with ungainly steps, a mare leading her fillyfoal. Twilight phantoms are they, yet moulded in prophetic grace of structure, slim, shapely haunches, a supple, tendinous neck, the meek, apprehensive skull. They fade, sad phantoms, all is gone. Agendath is a wasteland, a home of screech owls and the sand-blind upupa. Netaim, the golden, is no more. And on the highway of the clouds they come, muttering thunder of rebellion, the ghosts of beasts. Ho! Hark! Ho! Parallax stalks behind and goads them, the lancinating lightnings of whose brow are scorpions. Elk and yak, the bulls of Bashan and of Babylon, mammoth and mastodon, they come trooping to the sunken sea, Lacus Mortis. Ominous, revengeful, zodiacal host, they moan, passing upon the clouds, horned and capricorned, the trumpeted with the tusked, the lion-maned, the giant-antlered, snouter and crawler, rodent, ruminant and pachyderm, all their moving, moaning multitude, murderers of the sun. Onward to the Dead Sea they tramp to drink, unslaked and with horrible gulpings, the salt, somnolent, inexhaustible flood. And the equine portent grows again, magnified in the deserted heavens, nay, to heaven's own magnitude, till it looms, vast, over the house of Virgo. And lo, wonder of metempsychosis, it is she, the everlasting bride, harbinger of the day-star, the bride, ever virgin. It is she, Martha, thou lost one, Millicent, the young, the dear, the radiant. How serene does she now arise, a queen among the Pleiades, in the penultimate antelucan hour, shod in sandals of bright gold, coiffed with a veil of, gossamer. It flows about her starborn flesh and lucid streams, emerald, sapphire, mauve and heliotrope, sustained on currents of the cold interstellar wind, winding, coiling, simply swirling, writhing in the skies, a mysterious writing till, after a myriad metamorphosis of symbol, it blazes, Alpha, a ruby and triangled sign upon the forehead of Taurus. Francis was reminding Stephen of years before when they had been at school together in Conmee's time. He asked about Glaucon, Alcibiades, Pisistratus. Where were they now? Neither knew. You have spoken of the past and its phantoms, Stephen said. Why think of them? If I call them into life across the waters of Lethe, will not the poor ghosts troop to my call? Who supposes it? I, Baus Stephanomenos, bullock-befriending bard, am lord and giver of their life. He encircled his gadding hair with a coronal of vine leaves, smiling at Vincent. That answer and those leaves, Vincent said to him, will adorn you more fitly when something more, and greatly more, than a capful of light odes can call your genius father. All who wish you well hope this for you. All desire to see you bring forth the work you meditate, to acclaim you Stephanophoros. I heartily wish you may not fail them. Oh no, Vincent Lenehan said, laying a hand on the shoulder near him. Have no fear. He could not leave his mother an orphan. The young man's face grew dark. All could see how hard it was for him to be reminded of his promise and of his recent loss. He would have withdrawn from the feast had not the noise of voices allayed the smart. Madden had lost 5 drachmas on Sceptre for a whim of the rider's name, Lenehan as much more. He told them of the race. The flag fell and ho! Off scamper! The mare ran out freshly with O Madden up. She was leading the field. All hearts were beating. Even Phyllis could not contain herself. She waved her scarf and cried, Huzzah! Sceptre wins! But in the straight on the run home, when all were in close order, the dark horse throwaway drew level, reached, outstripped her. All was lost now. Phyllis was silent. Her eyes were sad anemones. Juno, she cried, I am undone. But her lover consoled her, and brought her a bright casket of gold in which lay some oval sugar plums, which she partook. A tear fell, one only. A whacking fine whip, said Lenehan, is W. Lane. 4 winners yesterday and 3 today. What rider is like him? Mount him on the camel or the boisterous buffalo, the victory in a hack canter is still his. But let us bear it as was the ancient wont. Mercy on the luckless. Poor Sceptre, he said with a light sigh. She is not the filly that she was. Never, by this hand, shall we behold such another. By gad, sir, a queen of them. Do you remember her, Vincent? I wish you could have seen my queen today, Vincent said. How young she was and radiant. Lalage were scarce fair beside her, in her yellow shoes and frock of muslin. I do not know the right name of it. The chestnuts that shaded us were in bloom, the air drooped with their persuasive odour and with pollen floating by us. In the sunny patches one might easily have cooked on a stone a batch of those buns with Corinth fruit in them that Paralipomenes sells in his booth near the bridge. But she had naught for her teeth but the arm with which I held her, and in that she nibbled mischievously when I pressed too close. A week ago she lay ill, 4 days on the couch, but today she was free, blithe, mocked at peril. She is more taking then. Her posy's tool, mad romp that she is, she had pulled her fill as we reclined together. And in your ear, my friend, you will not think who met us as we left the field. Conmee himself. He was walking by the hedge, reading, I think a brevier book with, I doubt not, a witty letter in it from Glycera or Chloe to keep the page. The sweet creature turned all colours in her confusion, feigning to reprove a slight disorder in her dress. A slip of underwood clung there, for the very trees adore her. When Conmee had passed, she glanced at her lovely echo in that little mirror she carries. But he had been kind. In going by he had blessed us. The gods too are ever kind, Lenehan said. If I had poor luck with Bass's mare, perhaps this draught of his may serve me more propensely. He was laying his hand upon a wine jar. Malachi saw it and withheld his act, pointing to the stranger and to the scarlet label. Warily, Malachi whispered, preserve a druid's silence. His soul is far away. It is as painful, perhaps, to be awakened from a vision as to be born. Any object, intensely regarded, may be a gate of access to the incorruptible aeon of the gods. Do you not think it, Stephen? Theosophus told me so, Stephen answered, whom in a previous existence Egyptian priests initiated into the mysteries of karmic law. The lords of the moon, Theosophus told me, an orange fiery shipload from planet Alpha of the lunar chain would not assume the etheric doubles, and these were therefore incarnated by the ruby-coloured egos from the second constellation. However, as a matter of fact, though, the preposterous surmise about him being in some description of a doldrums or other, or mesmerized, which was entirely due to a misconception of the shallowest character, was not the case at all. The individual whose visual organs, while the above was going on, were at this juncture commencing to exhibit symptoms of animation, was an astute, if not astuter than any man living, and anybody that conjectured the contrary would have found themselves pretty speedily in the wrong shop. During the past 4 minutes, or thereabouts, he had been staring hard at a certain amount of No. 1 Bass bottled by Messrs. Bass & Co. at Burton-on-Trent, which happened to be situated amongst a lot of others, right opposite to where he was, and which was certainly calculated to attract anyone's remark on account of its scarlet appearance. He was simply and solely, as it subsequently transpired for reasons best known to himself, which put quite an altogether different complexion on the proceedings, after the moment before's observations about boyhood days and the turf, recollecting 2 or 3 private transactions of his own, which the other 2 were as mutually innocent of as the babe unborn. Eventually, however, both their eyes met, and as soon as it began to dawn on him that the other was endeavouring to help himself to the thing he involuntarily determined to help himself, and so he accordingly took hold of the neck of the medium-sized glass recipient which contained the fluid sought after, and made a capacious hole in it by pouring a lot of it out with, also at the same time, however, a considerable degree of attentiveness in order not to upset any of the beer that was in it about the place. The debate which ensued was in its scope and progress an epitome of the course of life. Neither place nor counsel was lacking in dignity. The debaters were the keenest in the land, the theme they were engaged on the loftiest and most vital. The high hall of Horne's house had never beheld an assembly so representative and so varied, nor had the old rafters of that establishment ever listened to a language so encyclopedic. A gallant scene, in truth, it made. Crothers was there at the foot of the table in his striking Highland garb, his face glowing from the briny airs of the Mull of Galloway. There, too, opposite to him, was Lynch, whose countenance bore already the stigmata of early depravity and premature wisdom. Next the Scotchman was the place assigned to Costello, the eccentric, while at his side was seated in stolid repose the squat form of Madden. The chair of the resident indeed stood vacant before the hearth, but on either flank of it the figure of Bannon's in explorer's kit of tweed shorts and salted cowhide brogues contrasted sharply with the primrose elegance and town-bred manners of Malachi Rowland St. John Mulligan. Lastly, at the head of the board was the young poet, who found a refuge from his labours of pedagogy and metaphysical inquisition in the convivial atmosphere of Socratic discussion, while to right and left of him were accommodated the flippant prognosticator, fresh from the hippodrome, and that vigilant wanderer, soiled by the dust of travel and combat and stained by the mire of an indelible dishonour, but from whose steadfast and constant heart no lure or peril or threat or degradation could ever efface the image of that voluptuous loveliness which the inspired pencil of Lafayette has limned for ages yet to come. It had better be stated here and now, at the outset, that the perverted transcendentalism to which Mr. S. Dedalus' contentions would appear to prove him pretty badly addicted runs directly counter to accepted scientific methods. Science, it cannot be too often repeated, deals with tangible phenomena. The man of science, like the man in the street, has to face hard-headed facts that cannot be blinked and explain them as best he can. There may be, it is true, some questions which science cannot answer, at present, such as the first problem submitted by Mr. L. Bloom, Pub. Can, regarding the future determination of sex. Must we accept the view of Empedocles of Trinacria that the right ovary, the postmenstrual period, assert others, is responsible for the birth of males, or are the too long neglected spermatozoa or nemosperms the differentiating factors, or is it, as most embryologists incline to opine, such as Culpeper, Spallanzani, Blumenbach, Lusk, Hertwig, Leopold and Valenti, a mixture of both? This would be tantamount to cooperation, one of nature's favourite devices, between the nisus formativus of the nemosperm on the one hand, and on the other a happily chosen position, succubitus felix, of the passive element. The other problem raised by the same inquirer is scarcely less vital, infant mortality. It is interesting because, as he pertinently remarks, we are all born in the same way, but we all die in different ways. Mr. M. Mulligan, Hyge et Huge Doc, blames the sanitary conditions in which our grey-lunged citizens contract adenoids, pulmonary complaints, etc. by inhaling the bacteria which lurk in dust. These factors, he alleged, and the revolting spectacles offered by our streets, hideous publicity posters, religious ministers of all denominations, mutilated soldiers and sailors, exposed scorbutic car drivers, the suspended carcasses of dead animals, paranoiac bachelors, and unfructified duennas. These, he said, were accountable for any and every falling off in the calibre of the race. Calipedia, he prophesied, would soon be generally adopted, and all the graces of life, genuinely good music, agreeable literature, light philosophy, instructive pictures, plaster-cast reproductions of the classical statues such as Venus and Apollo, artistic coloured photographs of prize babies, all these little attentions would enable ladies who were in a particular condition to pass the intervening months in a most enjoyable manner. Mr. J. Crothers, disc back, attributes some of these demises to abdominal trauma in the case of women workers subjected to heavy labours in the workshop and to marital discipline in the home, but by far the vast majority to neglect, private or official, culminating in the exposure of newborn infants, the practice of criminal abortion, or in the atrocious crime of infanticide. Although the former, we are thinking of neglect, is undoubtedly only too true, the case he cites of nurses forgetting to count the sponges in the peritoneal cavity is too rare to be normative. In fact, when one comes to look into it, the wonder is that so many pregnancies and deliveries go off so well as they do, all things considered, and in spite of our human shortcomings, which often balk nature in her intentions. An ingenious suggestion is that thrown out by Mr. V. Lynch, Back Arith, that both natality and mortality, as well as all other phenomena of evolution, tidal movements, lunar phases, blood temperatures, diseases in general, everything, in fine, in nature's vast workshop from the extinction of some remote sun to the blossoming of one of the countless flowers which beautify our public parks, is subject to a law of numeration as yet unascertained. Still, the plain straightforward question why a child of normally healthy parents, and seemingly a healthy child, and properly looked after, succumbs unaccountably in early childhood, though other children of the same marriage do not, must certainly, in the poet's words, give us pause. Nature, may we rest assured, has her own good and cogent reasons for whatever she does, and in all probability such deaths are due to some law of anticipation, by which organisms in which morbus germs have taken up their residence, modern science has conclusively shown that only the plasmic substance can be said to be immortal, tend to disappear at an increasingly earlier stage of development, an arrangement which, though productive of pain to some of our feelings, notably the maternal, is nevertheless, some of us think, in the long run beneficial to the race in general in securing thereby the survival of the fittest. Mr. S. Daedalus, div. sep., remark, or should it be called an interruption, that an omnivorous being which can masticate, deglute, digest, and apparently pass through the ordinary channel with pluter-perfect imperturbability such multifarious elements as cancrenous females emaciated by parturition, corpulent professional gentlemen, not to speak of jaundiced politicians and chlorotic nuns, might possibly find gastric relief in an innocent collation of staggering bob, reveals as naught else could, and in a very unsavoury light, the tendency above alluded to. For the enlightenment of those who are not so intimately acquainted with the minutiae of the municipal abattoir as this morbid-minded aesthete, an embryo philosopher, who for all his overweening bumptiousness in things scientific can scarcely distinguish an acid from an alkali, prides himself on being, it should perhaps be stated that staggering bob in the vile parlance of our lower class, licensed victuallers, signifies the cookable and eatable flesh of a calf newly dropped from its mother. In a recent public controversy with Mr. L. Bloom, Pub. Cand., which took place in the Commons Hall of the National Maternity Hospital, 29, 30, and 31 Hollis Street, of which, as is well known, Dr. A. Horn, Lycin Midwife, FKQ CPI, is the able and popular master. He is reported by eyewitnesses as having stated that once a woman has let the cat into the bag, an aesthete's allusion, presumably, to one of the most complicated and marvellous of all nature's processes, the act of sexual congress, she must let it out again, or give it life, as he phrased it, to save her own. At the risk of her own, was the telling rejoinder of his interlocutor, none the less effective for the moderate and measured tone in which it was delivered. Meanwhile, the skill and patience of the physician had brought about a happy accouchement. It had been a weary, weary while for both the patient and doctor. All that surgical skill could do was done, and the brave woman had manfully helped. She had. She had fought the good fight, and now she was very, very happy. Those who have passed on, who have gone before, are happy too, as they gaze down and smile upon the touching scene. Reverently look at her as she reclines there with the mother light in her eyes, that longing hunger for baby fingers, a pretty sight it is to see, in the first bloom of her new motherhood, breathing a silent prayer of thanksgiving to one above, the universal husband. And as her loving eyes behold her babe, she wishes only one blessing more, to have her dear Dodie with her to share her joy, to lay in his arms that mite of God's clay, the fruit of their lawful embraces. He is older now, you and I may whisper it, and a trifle stooped in the shoulders, yet in the whirligig of years a grave dignity has come to the conscientious second accountant of the Ulster Bank, College Green branch. O Dodie, loved one of old, faithful life-mate now, it may never be again, that far-off time of the roses. With the old shake of her pretty head she recalls those days. God, how beautiful now across the mist of years. But their children are grouped in her imagination about the bedside, hers and his, Charlie, Mary Alice, Frederick Albert, if he had lived, Mamie, Budgie, Victoria Frances, Tom, Violet Constance Louisa, Darling little Bobsy, called after our famous hero of the South African War, Lord Bobbs of Waterford and Kandahar. And now this last pledge of their union, a Purefoy if ever there was one, with the true Purefoy nose. Young hopeful will be christened Mortimer Edward, after the influential cousin of Mr. Purefoy in the Treasury Remembrancer's Office, Dublin Castle. And so time wags on, but Father Cronion has dealt lightly here. No, let no sigh break from that bosom, dear gentle Mina. And Dodie, knock the ashes from your pipe, the seasoned briar you still fancy when the curfew rings for you. May it be the distant day. And doubt the light whereby you read in the sacred book, for the oil too has run low, and so with a tranquil heart to bed, to rest. He knows, and will call in his own good time. You too have fought the good fight, and played loyally your man's part. Sir, to you my hand. Well done, thou good and faithful servant. There are sins, or let us call them as the world calls them, evil memories, which are hidden away by man in the darkest places of the heart, but they abide there and wait. He may suffer their memory to grow dim. Let them be as though they had not been, and all but persuade himself that they were not, or at least were otherwise. Yet a chance word will call them forth suddenly, and they will rise up to confront him in the most various circumstances, a vision or a dream, or while timbrel and harp soothe his senses, or amid the cool silver tranquillity of the evening, or at the feast, at midnight, when he is now filled with wine. Not to insult over him will the vision come, as over one that lies under her wrath, not for vengeance to cut him off from the living, but shrouded in the piteous vesture of the past, silent, remote, reproachful. That stranger still regarded on the face before him a slow recession of that false calm there, imposed, as it seemed, by habit or some studied trick, upon words so embittered as to accuse in their speaker an unhealthiness, a flair for the cruder things of life. A scene disengages itself in the observer's memory, evoked, it would seem, by a word of so natural a homeliness as if those days were really present there, as some thought, with their immediate pleasures. A shaven space of lawn one soft May evening, the well-remembered grove of lilacs at Roundtown, purple and white, fragrant, slender spectators of the game, but with much real interest in the pellets as they run slowly forward over the sward, or collide and stop, one by its fellow, with a brief alert shock. And yonder about that grey urn where the water moves at times in thoughtful irrigation, you saw another as fragrant sisterhood, Floey, Addie, Tiny, and their darker friend, with I know not what of arresting in her pose then, Our Lady of the Cherries, a comely brace of them pendant from an ear, bringing out the foreign warmth of the skin so daintily against the cool, ardent fruit. A lad of 4 or 5 in linsey-woolsey, blossom time, but there will be cheer in the kindly hearth when ere long the bowls are gathered and hutched, is standing on the urn secured by that circle of girlish fond hands. He frowns a little, just as this young man does now, with a perhaps too conscious enjoyment of the danger, but must needs glance at whilst towards where his mother watches from the piazzetta, giving upon the flower close with a faint shadow of remoteness, or of reproach, alles vergangliche, in her glad look. Mark this, father, and remember, the end comes suddenly. Enter that antechamber of birth where the studious are assembled and note their faces. Nothing, as it seems, there of rash or violent. Quietude of custody rather, befitting their station in that house, the vigilant watch of shepherds and of angels about a crib in Bethlehem of Judah long ago. But as before, the lightning, the serried storm clouds, heavy with preponderant excess of moisture, in swollen masses turgidly distended, compass earth and sky in one vast slumber, impending above parched field and drowsy oxen and blighted growth of shrub and verdure, till in an instant the flash rives their centres and with the reverberation of the thunder the cloudburst pours its torrent. So and not otherwise was the transformation, violent and instantaneous, upon the utterance of the word. Berks! Outflings my lord Stephen, giving the cry, and a tag and bobtail of them all after, cockerel, jackanapes, welsher, pill-doctor, punctual Bloom at heels with a universal grabbing at headgear, ashplants, bilbos, Panama hats and scabbards, Zermatt alpenstocks and what-not. A deadle of lusty youth, noble every student there. Nurse Callan takes aback in the hallway, cannot stay them, nor smiling surgeon coming downstairs with the news of placentation ended, a full pound if a milligram. They hark him on. The door, is it open? Ha, they are out, tumultuously, off for a minute's race, all bravely legging it, Berks of Denzil and Hollis, their ulterior goal. Dixon follows, giving them sharp language, but raps out an oath, he too, and on. Bloom stays with nurse a thought to send a kind word to happy mother and nursling up there. Dr. Diet and Dr. Quiet. Looks she too not other now? Ward of watching in Horn's house has told its tale in that washed-out pallor. Then, all being gone, a glance of mother wit helping, he whispers close in going, Madam, when comes the stork bird for thee? The air without is impregnated with rain-dew moisture, life essence celestial, glistening on Dublin stone there under star-shiny Selam. God's air, the All-Father's air, scintillant circumambient sessile air, breathe it deep into thee. By heaven, Theodore Purefoy, thou hast done a doughty deed, and no botch. Thou art, I vow, the remarkablest progenitor barring none in this chaffering, all-including, most farraginous chronicle. Astounding! In her lay a God-framed, God-given, preformed possibility which thou hast fructified with thy modicum of man's work. Cleave to her, serve, toil on, labour like a very bandog, and let scholarment and all Malthusiasts go hang. Thou art all their daddies, Theodore. Art drooping under thy load, bemoiled with butcher's bills at home and ingots, not thine, in the counting-house? Head up, for every new begotten thou shalt gather in thy homer of ripe wheat. See, thy fleece is drenched. Dost envy Darby Dullman there with his Joan? A canting jay and rheum-eyed cur-dog is all their progeny. Pshaw, I tell thee, he is a mule, a dead gastropod, without vim or stamina, not worth a cracked kreutzer. Copulation without population? No, say I. Herod's slaughter of the innocents were the truer name. Vegetables, forsooth, and sterile cohabitation. Give her beefsteaks, red, raw, and bleeding. She is a hoary pandemonium of ills, enlarged glands, mumps, quinsy, bunions, hay fever, bed sores, ringworm, floating kidney, Derbyshire neck, warts, bilious attacks, gallstones, cold feet, varicose veins. A truce to Threens and Trentals and Jeremies and all such congenital defunctive music. 20 years of it, regret them not. With thee it was not as with many that will and would and wait and never do. Thou sawest thy America, thy life task, and didst charge to cover the transpontine bison. How saith Zarathustra? Deine Kutrubsal melkest du, nun trinkest du die süße Milch des Uters. See, it displodes for thee in abundance. Drink, man, in utterful. Mother's milk, Purefoy, the milk of human kin. Milk too of those burgeoning stars overhead rutilant in thin rain vapour, punch milk, such as those rioters will quaff in their guzzling den. Milk of madness, the honey milk of Canaan's land. Thy cow's dug was tough, what? Ay, but her milk is hot and sweet and fattening. No dollop this, but thick, rich bonnyclabber. To her, old patriarch, pap. Per deam partulem et pertundem nunc est bibendum. All off for a buster, Armstrong, hollering down the street. Bonafides. Where you slept last night? Timothy of the battered naggin. Like Olya Billio. Any brawlies or gumboots in the fambly? Where the Henry Neville Sawbones and Oliklo? Sorrow one of me knows. Hurrah there, Dix! Forward to the ribbon counter. Where's Punch? All serene. Jay, look at the drunken minister coming out of the maternity hospital. Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus pater et filius. A make, mister. The Denzil Lane boys. Hell, blast ye! Scoot. Righto, Isaacs, shove 'em out of the bleeding limelight. Yous join us, dear sir? No intrusion in life. Low heap good man. Ali Samiris bunch. En avant, mes enfants. Fire away number 1 on the gun. Burks! Burks! Thence they advanced 5 parasangs. Slattery's mountain foot. Where's that bleeding offer? Parson Steve, apostate's creed. No, Mulligan, abaft there, shove ahead. Keep a watch on the clock. Chucking out time. Mully, what's on you? Ma mère m'a mariée. British beatitudes. Retemplata digiti boom boom. Eyes have it. To be printed and bound at the Drury Drumbruss by 2 designing females. Calf covers of piston green. Last word in art shades. Most beautiful book come out of Ireland my time. Silentium. Get a spurt on. Tension. Proceed to the nearest canteen and there annex liquor stores. March! Tramp, 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 the boys are. Attitudes, parching. Beer, beef, business, Bibles, bulldogs, battleships, buggery and bishops. Whether on the scaffold high. Beer, beef, trample the Bibles. When for Ireland, dear. Trample the tramplers. Thunderation! Keep the derned military step. We fall. Bishop's boost box. Halt! Heave to. Rugger. Scrum in. No touch kicking. Wow, my tootsies. You hurt? Most amazingly sorry. Query. Who's a standing this here do? Proud possessor of a damnall. Declare misery. Bet to the ropes. Me nanty salty. Not a red at me this week gone. Yours? Meat of our fathers for the Ubermensch. Ditto. 5 number 1s. You, sir? Ginger cordial. Chase me, the cabbie's caudal. Stimulate the caloric. Winding of his ticker. Stopped short never to go again when the old. Absinthe for me, savvy? Caramba! Have an eggnog or a prairie oyster. Enemy? Avuncular's got my timepiece. 10-2. Obligated awful. Don't mention it. Got a pectoral trauma, eh, Dix? Pos fact. Got bet to be a bumblebee whenever he was settin' sleepin' in Esbit Garden. Digs up near the Mater. Buckled he is. Know his donna? Yep, sartin I do. Full of a dur. See her in her dishy billy. Peels off a credit. Lovey lovekin. None of your lean kind, not much. Pull down the blind, love. 2 artelons. And same here. Look slippery. If you fall, don't wait to get up. 5, 7, 9. Fine. Got a prime pair of mince pies. No kid. And her take me to rests and her anchor of rum. Must be seen to be believed. Your starving eyes and all the plastered neck, you stole my heart, oh gluepot. Sir? Spud against the rheumatiz? Oh, poppycock, you'll excuse me saying, for the hoi polloi. I veer thee beast a gert wool. Well, Doc, back for Lapland? Your corporosity satiating okay? How's the squaws and papooses? Woman body after going on the straw? Stand and deliver. Password. There's hair. Ours the white death and the ruddy birth. Hi, spit in your own eye, boss. Mummer's wire. Cribbed out of Meredith. Jessified, orchidized, polysemical Jesuit. Auntie mine's writing Pa Kinch. Batty bad Stephen led astray goody good Malachi. Hooroo! Collar the leather, young un. Roon with a nappy. Here, Jock Broy Highlandmen's your barley brie. Lang may your lum reek and your kale pot boil. My tipple? Merci. Here's to us. How's that? Leg before wicket? Don't stain my brand new synonyms. Gives a shake of pepper, you there. Catch a holt. Caraway seed to carry away. Twig? Shrieks of silence. Every cove to his gentry mort. Venus Pandemos. Les petites femmes. Bold bad girl from the town of Mullingar. Tell her I was axing at her. Hauding Sarah by the wame. On the road to Malahide. Me? If she who seduced me had left but the name. What do you want for 9p? Macri, Macruskeen. Smutty mole for a mattress jig. And a pull altogether. X. Waiting, governor? Most deciduously. Bet your boots on. Stunned like, seeing as how no shiners is a-coming. Underconstumble? He've got us the chink, ad-lib. Seed near free poon on un spell ago, us said warizen. Us come right in on your invite, see? Up to you, matey. Out with the oof. 2 bar and a wing. You larn that go off of they there Frenchy bilks. Won't wash here for nuts nohow. Will child velly solly. Is it a cutest colour coon down our side? God's to ruth, Charlie. We are nae foul. We're nae tha foul. Au reservoir, Masu. Thanks you. 'Tis, sure, what say? In the speakeasy. Tight. I shee you, sure. Bantam, 2 days TT. Bowsing naught but claret wine. Garn, have a glint, do. Gum, I'm jiggered. And been to barber he have, too full for words, with a railway bloke. How come you so? Opera he'd like? Rose of Castile. Rose of Cast. Police! Some H2O for a gent fainted. Look at Bantam's flowers. Gemini. He's gonna holler. The Colleen Bawn. The Colleen Bawn. Oh, cheese it. Shut his blurry Dutch oven with a firm hand. Had the winner today till I tipped him a dead cert. The rough and Clive and nab of Stephen hand has give me the J.D. Coppeline. He strike a telegram boy battock wire, big bug bass to the depot. Shove him a joey and cram eyes. Mare on form hot order, guinea to a goose gog. Telecram that, gospel true. Criminal diversion? I think that yes, sure thing. Land him in chokey if the Harmon Beck cop the game. Madden back, Madden's a maddening back. Oh, lust our refuge and our strength, decamping. Must you go? Off to mammy, stand by. Hide my blushes, someone. All in if he spots me. Come a-home, our bantam. Harivar, Mongview. Dinner forgot the cowslips for herself. Corn-fied. What gev you thon colt? Pal to pal. Janak. Of John Thomas, her spouse. No fake, old man Leo. Selt me, honest Injun. Shiver my timbers if I had. There's a great big holy friar. Why for you no me tell? Well, I says, if that ain't the sheeny Natchez, well, I will get Mishnah Mishina. Though yerd our Lord, amen. You move a motion? Steve boy, you're going it some. More bluggy drunkables? Will immensely splendiferous stander permit one stooder of most extreme poverty and one large-sized grandacious thirst to terminate one expensive inaugurated libation? Gives a breather. Landlord, have you good wine, Staboo? Hoots, mon, a wee drap to pre. Cut and come again. Right. Boniface. Absinthe the lot. Nos omnes biberiamus viridum toxicum diabolus capiat posteriora nostria. Closing time, gents. Eh? Rome boost for the bloom toff. I hear you say onions? Blue? Cadge's ads. Photos poply by all that's gorgeous. Play low, partner. Slide. Bonsoir, la compagnie. And snares of the pox fiend. Where's the buck and namby-amby? Skunked? Leg bail. Ah, weel. Ye maun een gang your gates. Checkmate. King to tower. Kind Christiane, will you help young man whose friend took bungalow key to find place where to lay crown of his head tonight? Crikey, I'm about sprung. Tarnally doggone my shins if this bean't the bestest puttiest long break yet. Item, curate, couple of cookies for this child. Cots, plud, and prandy pals, none. Not a pint of sheeses? Thrust syphilis down to hell and with him those other licensed spirits. Time, gents, who wander through the world. Health all, à la vôtre. Golly, Watton Tunkett's yon guy in the Macintosh. Dusty roads. Peep at his wearables. By mighty, what's he got? Jubilee mutton. Bovril, by James, wants it real bad. D'ye ken bare socks? Seedy cuss in the Richmond? Rather. Thought he had a deposit of lead in his penis. Trumpery insanity. Bartle the bread, we calls him. That, sir, was once a prosperous cit. Man all tattered and torn that married a maiden all forlorn. Slung her hook, she did. Here see lost love. Walking Macintosh of Lonely Canyon. Tuck and turn in, schedule time. Nix for the hornies. Pardon? Seen him today at a runafall? Chum o' yourn passed in his checks? Ludamassy. Poor pickaninnies. There'll no be telling me that, polled veg. Did'em's blubble big splash cry tears cos friend Padney was took off in black bag? Of all de darkies, Massa Pat was vera best. I never see the like since I was born. Tiens, but it is well sad, that, my faith, yes. Oh, get, rev on a gradient 1 in 9. Live axle drives are souped. Lay you 2-1, Janatzi licks him ruddy well hollow. Jappies? High angle fire in ya, sunk by war specials. Be worse for him, says he, nor any Rooshian. Time all, there's 11 of them. Get you gone. Forward, woozy wobblers. Night. May Allah, the Excellent One, your soul this night ever tremendously conserve. Your attention! We're nae that foul. The Leith police dismisseth us. The least the least. Wear hawks for the chap puking, unwell in his own abominable regions. Bluch! Night! Mona, my true love! Bluch! Mona, my own love! Oh! Hark! Shut your obstropolis. Blaze on. There she goes. Brigade, bout ship. Mount streetway. Cut up. Tally-ho. You not come? Run, Skelter, race. Lynch, hey. Sign on long o' me. Denzel Lane this way. Change here for the body house. We too, she said, will seek the kips where Shady Mary is. Right-o, any old time. Late buntur in cubilibus suis. You coming long? Whisper, who the sooty hell's the Johnny in the black duds? Hush! Sinned against the light, and even now the day is at hand when he shall come to judge the world by fire. Ut implorentur scripturae. Strike up a ballad. Then outspake Medical Dick to his comrade Medical Davy. Christicle! Who's this excrement yellow gospeler on the Marion Hall? Elijah is coming, washed in the blood of the Lamb. Come on, you wine-fizzling, gin-sizzling, booze-guzzling existences. Come on, you doggone bull-necked, beetle-browed, hog-jowled, peanut-brained, weasel-eyed four-flushers, false alarms, and excess baggage. Come on, you triple extract of infamy. Alexander J. Christ Dowie, that's my name, that's yanked to glory most half this planet from Frisco Beach to Vladivostok. The deity ain't no nickel-dime bum show. I put it to you that he's on the square and a corking fine business proposition. He's the grandest thing yet, and don't you forget it. Shout salvation in King Jesus! You'll need to rise press early, you sinner there, if you want to diddle the Almighty God. Not half. He's got a cough mixture with a punch in it for you, my friend, in his back pocket. Just you try it on. End of chapter 14.
Ulysses 15a, the first of 7 parts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. 15a. The Mabbott Street entrance of Night Town, before which stretches an uncobbled tram siding set with skeleton tracks, red and green will-o'-the-wisps, and danger signals, rows of grimy houses with gaping doors, rare lamps with faint rainbow fans, round Rabiotti's halted ice gondola, stunted men and women squabble. They grab wafers between which are wedged lumps of coral and copper snow. Sucking, they scatter slowly, children. The swan comb of the gondola, high-reared, forges on through the murk, white and blue under a lighthouse. Whistles call and answer. The calls. Wait, my love, and I'll be with you. The answer. Round behind the stable. A deaf-mute idiot with goggle eyes, his shapeless mouth dribbling, jerks past, shaken in St. Vitus dance. A chain of children's hands imprisons him. The children. Kithog, salute. The idiot lifts a palsied left arm and gurgles. Gahoot. The children. Where's the great light? The idiot, gobbling. Gagahest. They release him. He jerks on. A pygmy woman swings on a rope slung between two railings, counting. A form sprawled against a dustbin and muffled by its arm and hat. Snores, groans, grinding, growling teeth, and snores again. On a step, a gnome totting among a rubbish tip crouches to shoulder a sack of rags and bones. A crone, standing by with a smoky oil lamp, rams her last bottle in the maw of his sack. He heaves his booty, tugs askew his peaked cap, and hobbles off mutely. The crone makes back for her lair, swaying her lamp. A bandy child, asquat on the doorstep with a paper shuttlecock, crawls sidling after her in spurts, clutches her skirt, scrambles up. A drunken navvy grips with both hands the railings of an area, lurching heavily. At a corner, two night watch in shoulder capes, their hands upon their staff holsters, loom tall. A plate crashes, a woman screams, a child wails. Oaths of a man roar, mutter, cease. Figures wander, lurk, peer from warrens. In a room lit by a candle, stuck in a bottleneck, a slut combs out the tats from the hair of a scrofulous child. Cissy Caffrey's voice, still young, sings shrill from a lane. Cissy Caffrey. I gave it to Molly because she was jolly. The leg of the duck, the leg of the duck. Private Carr and Private Compton, swagger sticks tight in their oxters, as they march unsteadily right about face and burst together from their mouths a volleyed fart. Laughter of men from the lane. A hoarse virago retorts. The virago. Signs on you, hairy arse, more power the Cavan girl. Cissy Caffrey. More luck to me, Cavan, Cootehill, and Belturbet, she sings. I gave it to Nelly to stick in her belly. The leg of the duck, the leg of the duck. Private Carr and Private Compton turn and counter-retort. Their tunics bright right in a lamp glow, black sockets of caps on their blonde cropped poles. Stephen Dedalus and Lynch pass through the crowd close to the redcoats. Private Compton jerks his finger. Way for the parson. Private Carr turns and calls. What ho, parson? Cissy Caffrey, her voice soaring higher. She has it. She got it. Wherever she put it, the leg of the duck. Stephen, flourishing the ash plant on his left hand, chants with joy the introit for Paschal time. Lynch, his jockey cap low on his brow, attends him, a sneer of discontent wrinkling his face. Stephen. Vidi aquam egredientem de templo a latera dextro. Alleluia. The famished snaggle-tusks of an elderly bawd protrude from a doorway. The bawd, her voice whispering huskily. Shh! Come here till I tell you. Maidenhead inside. St. Stephen. Altius aliquantulum. Et omnes ad quos pervenit aqua ista. The bawd spits in their trail her jet of venom. Trinity Medicals, fallopian tube, all prick, and no pence. Edie Boardman, sniffling, crouched with Bertha Supple, draws her shawl across her nostrils. Edie Boardman, bickering. And says the one, I seen you up Faithful Place with your square pusher, the greaser off the railway, in his come-to-bed hat. Did you, says I. That's not for you to say, says I. You never seen me in the man-trap with the married Highlander, says I. The likes of her. Stag that one is, stubborn as a mule, and her walking with two fellas the one time. Kilbride, the engine driver, and Lance Corporal Oliphant. Stephen, triumphaliter. Salvi facti sunt. He flourishes his ash plant, shivering the lamp image, shattering light over the world. A liver and white spaniel on the prowl slinks after him, growling. Lynch scares it with a kick. Lynch. So that? Stephen looks behind. So that gesture, not music, not odor, would be a universal language, the gift of tongues, rendering visible not the lay sense, but the first entelechy, the structural rhythm. Lynch. Pornosophical philotheology. Metaphysics in Mecklenburg Street. Stephen. We have shrew-ridden Shakespeare and henpecked Socrates. Even the all-wisest Stagyrite was bitted, bridled, and mounted by a light of love. Lynch. Bah. Stephen. Anyway, who wants two gestures to illustrate a loaf and a jug? This movement illustrates the loaf and jug of bread or wine in Omar. Hold my stick. Lynch. Damn your yellow stick. Where are you going? Stephen. Lecherous links to La Belle Dame Sans Merci, Georgina Johnson, ad deum qui laetificat inventutum meum. Stephen thrusts the ash plant on him and slowly holds out his hands, his head going back till both hands are a span from his breast, downturned, in planes intersecting, the fingers about to part, the left being higher. Lynch. Which is the jug of bread? It skills not. That or the custom house. Illustrate thou. Here, take your crutch and walk. They pass. Tommy Caffrey scrambles to a gas lamp and clasping climbs in spasms. From the top spur he slides down. Jackie Caffrey clasps to climb. The navvy lurches against the lamp. The twins scuttle off in the dark. The navvy, swaying, presses a forefinger against a wing of his nose and ejects from the farther nostril a long liquid jet of snot. Shouldering the lamp, he staggers away through the crowd with his flaring cresset. Snakes of river fog creep slowly. From drains, clefts, cesspools, middens arise on all sides stagnant fumes. A glow leaps in the south beyond the seaward reaches of the river. The navvy, staggering forward, cleaves the crowd and lurches toward the tram siding. On the further side, under the railway bridge, Bloom appears, flushed, panting, cramming bread and chocolate into a side pocket. From Gillen's hairdresser's window, a composite portrait shows him gallant Nelson's image. A concave mirror at the side presents to him lovelorn, long-lost, lugubru buluhum. Grave Gladstone sees him level, Bloom for Bloom. He passes, struck by the stare of truculent Wellington. But in the convex mirror grin, unstuck, the Bonham eyes and fat chuck cheek chops of Jolly Poldy, the Rickstix Doldy. At Antonio Rabiotti's door, Bloom halts, sweated under the bright arc lamp. He disappears. In a moment he reappears and hurries on. Bloom. Fish and tatters and He disappears into Olhausen's, the pork butcher's, under the downcoming roll shutter. A few moments later he emerges from under the shutter, puffing Poldy, blowing Bluehoom. In each hand he holds a parcel, one containing a lukewarm pig's crubine, the other a cold sheep's trotter, sprinkled with whole pepper. He gasps, standing upright. Then bending to one side he presses a parcel against his ribs and groans. Bloom. Stitch in my side. Why did I run? He takes breath with care and goes forward slowly towards the lamp-set siding. The glow leaps again. Bloom. What is that? A flasher? Searchlight. He stands at Cormac's corner watching. Bloom. Aurora Borealis or a steel foundry? Ah, the brigade, of course. South side, anyhow. Big blaze. Might be his house. Beggar's Bush. We're safe. He hums cheerfully. London's burning, on fire, on fire. He catches sight of the navvy lurching through the crowd at the farther side of Talbot Street. I'll miss him. Run, quick, better cross here. He darts to cross the road. Urchins shout. The urchins. Mind out, mister! Two cyclists with lighted paper lanterns a-swing swim by him, grazing him, their bells rattling. The bells. Halt, yalt, yalt, yalt. Bloom halts erect, stung by a spasm. Ow! He looks round, darts forward suddenly. Through the rising fog a dragon sandstrewer, travelling at caution, slews heavily down upon him, its huge red headlight winking, its trolley hissing on the wire. The motorman bangs his foot gong. The gong. Bang, bang, blah, back, blood, bug, blue. The brake cracks violently. Bloom, raising a policeman's white-gloved hand, blunders stiff-legged out of the track. The motorman, thrown forward, pug-nosed on the guide wheel, yells as he slides past over chains and keys. The motorman. Hey, shit breeches! Are you doing the hat trick? Bloom trick leaps to the curbstone and halts again. He brushes a mudflake from his cheek with a parcelled hand. Bloom. No thoroughfare. Close shave, that, but cured the stitch. Must take up Sandow's exercises again. On the hands down. Insure against street accident, too. The providential. He feels his trouser pocket. Poor Mama's panacea. Heel easily catch in track or bootlace in a cog. Day the wheel of the Black Maria peeled off my shoe at Leonard's corner. Third time is the charm. Shoe trick. Insolent driver. I ought to report him. Tension makes them nervous. Might be the fellow balked me this morning with that horsey woman. Same style of beauty. Quick of him all the same. The stiff walk. True words spoken in jest. That awful cramp in Lad Lane. Something poisonous I ate. Emblem of luck. Why? Probably lost cattle. Mark of the beast. He closes his eyes an instant. Bit light in the head. Monthly or effect of the other. Brain fog fag. That tired feeling. Too much for me now. Ow. A sinister figure leans on plated legs against O'Byrne's wall. A visage unknown, injected with dark mercury. From under a wide-leaved sombrero, the figure regards him with evil eye. Bloom. Buenas noches, señorita Blanca. ¿Qué calle es esta? The figure, impassive, raises a signal arm. Password. Sreid Mabot. Bloom. Ha! Merci. Esperanto. Slan leeth, he mutters. Gaelic League spy sent by that fire-eater. He steps forward. A sack-shouldered ragman bars his path. He steps left. Ragsack man left. Bloom. I beg. He swerves, sidles, step aside, slips past and on. Bloom. Keep to the right, right, right. If there is a signpost planted by the touring club at Step Aside, who procured that public boon? I, who lost my way and contributed to the columns of the Irish Cyclist, the letter headed, In darkest Step Aside. Keep to the right. Rags and bones at midnight. Offence more likely. First place murderer makes for. Wash off his sins of the world. Jackie Caffrey, hunted by Tommy Caffrey, runs full tilt against Bloom. Bloom. Oh! Socked on weak hams, he halts. Tommy and Jackie vanish. There. Bloom pats with parcelled hands. Watch fob. Pocketbook pocket. Purse poke. Sweets of sin. Potato soap. Bloom. Beware of pickpockets. Old thieves dodge, collide, then snatch your purse. The retriever approaches, sniffing, nose to the ground. A sprawled form sneezes. A stooped, bearded figure appears, garbed in the long caftan of an elder in Zion, and a smoking cap with magenta tassels. Horned spectacles hang down at the wings of the nose. Yellow poison streaks are on the drawn face. Rudolph. Second half-crown waste money today. I told you not to go with drunken goy ever. So you catch no money. Bloom hides the crubine and trotter behind his back and, crestfallen, feels warm and cold feet-meat. Ja, ich weiß, Papachi. Rudolph. What you making down this place? Have you no soul? With feeble vulture talons he feels the silent face of Bloom. Are you not my son Leopold, the grandson of Leopold? Are you not my dear son Leopold, who left the house of his father and left the gods of his father Abraham and Jacob? Bloom, with precaution. I suppose so, father. Mosenthal. All that's left of him. Rudolph, severely. One night they bring you home drunk as dog after you spend your good money. What you call them, running chaps? Bloom, in youth's smart blue Oxford suit with white vest slips, narrow-shouldered in brown alpine hat, wearing gent's sterling silver Waterbury keyless watch and double curb Albert with seal attached, one side of him coated with stiffening mud. Harriers, father, only that once. Rudolph. Once. Mud, head to foot, cut your hand open, lockjaw. They make you kaput, Leopold Leyden. You watch them chaps. Bloom, weakly. They challenged me to a sprint. It was muddy. I slipped. Rudolph, with contempt. Goyim naches. Nice spectacles for your poor mother. Bloom. Mama. Ellen Bloom, in pantomime dame's stringed mobcap, widow Twanky's crinoline and bustle, blouse with mutton leg sleeves buttoned behind, grey mittens and cameo brooch, her plaited hair in a crispine net, appears over the staircase banisters, a slanted candlestick in her hand, and cries out in shrill alarm, Oh, blessed Redeemer, what have they done to him? My smelling salts! She hauls up a reef of skirt and ransacks the pouch of her striped blay petticoat. A file, an Angus dye, a shriveled potato, and a celluloid doll fall out. Sacred Heart of Mary, where were you at all? Bloom, mumbling, his eyes downcast, begins to bestow his parcels in his filled pockets, but desists, muttering. A voice, sharply. Poldy. Bloom. Who? He ducks and wards off a blow clumsily. At your service? He looks up. Beside her mirage of date palms, a handsome woman in Turkish costume stands before him. Opulent curves fill out her scarlet trousers and jacket slashed with gold. A wide yellow cummerbund girdles her. A white yashmak, violet in the night, covers her face, leaving free only her large, dark eyes and raven hair. Bloom. Molly. Marion. Welly, Mrs. Marion from this out, my dear man, when you speak to me. Satirically. As poor little hubby, cold feet, waiting so long. Bloom shifts from foot to foot. No, not the least little bit. He breathes in deep agitation, swallowing gulps of air. Questions, hopes, crubines for her supper, things to tell her, excuse, desire, spellbound. A coin gleams on her forehead, on her feet are jewelled toe rings, her ankles are linked by slender fetter chain. Beside her a camel, hooded with a turreting turban, waits. A silk ladder of innumerable rungs climbs to his bobbing howdah. He ambles near with disgruntled hindquarters. Fiercely she slaps his haunch. Her gold-curb wrist bangles angling, scolding him in Moorish. Marion. Nebrakada, femininum. The camel, lifting a foreleg, plucks from a tree a large mango fruit, offers it to his mistress, blinking, in his cloven hoof, then droops his head and grunting, with uplifted neck, fumbles to kneel. Bloom stoops his back for leapfrog. Bloom. I can give you, as your business manager, Mrs. Marion, if you... Marion. So you notice some change. Her hand passing slowly over her trinketed stomacher, a slow friendly mockery in her eyes. Oh, Poldy, Poldy, you are a poor old stick in the mud. Go and see life, see the wide world. Bloom. I was just going back for that lotion, white wax, orange flower water. Shop closes early on Thursday, but the first thing in the morning. He pats Diver's pockets. This moving kidney. Ah. He points to the south, then to the east. A cake of new clean lemon soap arises, diffusing light and perfume. The soap. We are a capital couple, our Bloom and I. He brightens the earth, I polish the sky. The freckled face of Sweeney, the druggist, appears in the disk of the soap sun. Sweeney. 3 and a penny, please. Bloom. Yes, for my wife, Mrs. Marion, special recipe. Marion softly. Poldy. Bloom. Yes, ma'am. Marion. Ti tremo un poco il cuore? In disdain she saunters away, humming the duet from Don Giovanni, plump as a pampered pouter pigeon. Bloom. Are you sure about that voglio? The pronunciation... He follows, followed by the sniffing terrier. The elderly bawd seizes his sleeve, the bristles of her chin-mole glittering. The bawd. 10 shillings a maidenhead, fresh. Thing was never touched. 15. There's no one in it. Only her old father that's dead drunk. She points. In the gap of her dark den, furtive, rain-bedraggled Bridie Kelly stands. Bridie. Hatch Street. Any good in your mind? With a squeak she flaps her bat shawl and runs. A burly rough pursues with booted strides. He stumbles on the steps, recovers, plunges into gloom. Weak squeaks of laughter are heard, weaker. The bawd, her wolf eyes shining. He's getting his pleasure. You won't get a virgin in the flash houses. 10 shillings. Don't be all night before the police in plain clothes sees us. 67 is a bitch. Leering, Gertie McDowell limps forward. She draws from behind, ogling, and shows coyly her bloodied clout. Gertie. With all my worldly goods, I, thee, and thou. She murmurs. You did that. I hate you. Bloom. I? When? You're dreaming. I never saw you. The bawd. Leave the gentleman alone, you cheat. Writing the gentleman false letters. Street walking and soliciting. Better for your mother take the strap to you at the bedpost, hussy like you. Gertie to Bloom. When you saw the secrets of my bottom drawer. She paws his sleeve, slobbering. Dirty married man, I love you for doing that to me. She glides away crookedly. Mrs. Breen, in man's frieze overcoat with loose bellows pockets, stands in the causeway, her roguish eyes wide open, smiling in all her herbivorous buck teeth. Mrs. Breen. Mr. Bloom coughs gravely. Madam, when we last had this pleasure by letter, dating the 16th instant. Mrs. Breen. Mr. Bloom, you down here in the haunts of sin, I caught you nicely. Scamp. Bloom, hurriedly. Not so loud, my name. Whatever do you think of me? Don't give me away. Walls have ears. How do you do? It's ages since I... You're looking splendid. Absolutely it. Seasonable weather we're having this time of year. Black refracts heat. Shortcut home here. Interesting quarter. Rescue of fallen women. Magdalen Asylum. I am the secretary. Mrs. Breen holds up a finger. Now, don't tell a big fib. I know somebody won't like that. Oh, just wait till I see Molly. Slyly. Account for yourself this very minute, or woe betide you. Bloom looks behind. She often said she'd like to visit. Slumming. The exotic, you see. Negro servants in livery, too, if she had money. Othello, black brute. Eugene Stratton. Even the bones and corner man at the Livermore Christie's. Bohee brothers. Sweep, for that matter. Tom and Sam Bohee, coloured coons in white duck suits, scarlet socks, upstarched Sambo chokers and large scarlet asters in their buttonholes, leap out. Each has a banjo slung. Their paler, smaller negroid hands jingle the twing-twang wires. Flashing white Kaffir eyes and tusks, they rattle through the breakdown in clumsy clogs, twinging, singing, back to back, toe, heel, heel, with smack-fat clacking nigger lips. Tom and Sam. There's someone in the house with Dinah. There's someone in the house I know. There's someone in the house with Dinah, playing on the old banjo. They whisk black masks from raw babby faces, then chuckling, chortling, trumming, twanging, they diddle-diddle cakewalk dance away. Bloom, with a sour tenderish smile. A little frivol, shall we, if you are so inclined? Would you like me, perhaps, to embrace you just for a fraction of a second? Mrs. Breen screams gaily. Oh, you ruck! You ought to see yourself. Bloom. For old sake's sake. I only meant a square party, a mixed marriage mingling of our different little conjugals. You know I had a soft corner for you. Gloomily. 'Twas I sent you that valentine of the dear gazelle. Mrs. Breen. Glory, Alice, you do look a holy show. Killing simply. She puts out her hand inquisitively. What are you hiding behind your back? Tell us. There's a dear. Bloom seizes her wrist with his free hand. Josie Powell that was, prettiest Deb in Dublin. How time flies by. Do you remember, harking back in retrospective arrangement, old Christmas night, Georgina Simpson's housewarming while they were playing the Irving Bishop game, finding the pin blindfold and thought-reading. Subject. What is in this snuff box? Mrs. Breen. You were the lion of the night with your serio-comic recitation, and you looked the part. You were always a favourite with the ladies. Bloom. Squire of dames, in dinner jacket with watered silk facings, blue Masonic badge in his buttonhole, black bow and mother-of-pearl studs, a prismatic champagne glass tilted in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ireland, home and beauty. Mrs. Breen. The dear dead days beyond recall, love's old sweet song. Bloom, meaningfully dropping his voice. I confess I'm teapot with curiosity to find out whether some person's something is a little teapot at present. Mrs. Breen, gushingly. Tremendously teapot. London's teapot, and I'm simply teapot all over me. She rubs sides with him. After the parlour mystery games and the crackers from the tree, we sat on the staircase ottoman under the mistletoe. Two is company. Bloom, wearing a purple Napoleon hat with an amber half-moon, his fingers and thumb passing slowly down to her soft, moist, meaty palm, which she surrenders gently. The witching hour of night. I took the splinter out of this hand carefully, slowly. Tenderly he slips on her finger a ruby ring. La siderem la mano. Mrs. Breen. In a one-piece evening frock executed in moonlight blue, a tinsel sylph's diadem on her brow, and her dance card fallen beside her moon-blue satin slippers, curves her palm softly, breathing quickly. Voglio e no. You're hot, you're scalding. The left hand nearest the heart. Bloom. When you made your present choice, they said it was Beauty and the Beast. I can never forgive you that. His clenched fist at his brow. Think what it means, all you meant to me then. Hoarsely. Woman, it's breaking me. Dennis Breen, white tall-hatted, with Wisdom Healy's sandwich boards, shuffles past them in carpet slippers, his dull beard thrust out, muttering to right and left. Little Alf Bergen, cloaked in the pall of the ace of spades, dogs him to left and right, doubled in laughter. Alf Bergen points jeeringly at the sandwich boards. You? Pete? Up! Mrs. Breen to Bloom. High jinks below stairs. She gives him the glad eye. Why didn't you kiss the spot to make it well? You wanted to. Bloom, shocked. Molly's best friend. Could you? Mrs. Breen, her pulpy tongue between her lips, offers a pigeon kiss. The answer is a lemon. Have you a little present for me there? Bloom offhandedly. Kosher, a snack for supper. The home without potted meat is incomplete. I was at Leah, Mrs. Bandman Palmer, trenchant exponent of Shakespeare. Unfortunately, threw away the programme. Rattling good place round there for pig's feet. Feel. Richie Goulding, 3 ladies' hats pinned on his head, appears weighted to one side by the black legal bag of Collins and Ward, on which a skull and crossbones are painted in white limewash. He opens it and shows it full of polonies, kippered herrings, Findon haddies, and tight-packed pills. Richie. Best value in Dub. Bald Pat, bothered beetle, stands on the curbstone folding his napkin, waiting to wait. Pat. Advances with a tilted dish of spilling gravy. Steak and kidney, bottle of lager, hee hee hee, wait till I wait. Richie. Good God, I never ate, With hanging head he marches doggedly forward. The navvy lurching by gores him with his flaming pronghorn. Richie, with a cry of pain, his hand to his back. Ah! Brights! Lights! Bloom points to the navvy. A spy. Don't attract attention. I hate stupid crowds. I am not on pleasure bent. I am in a grave predicament. Mrs. Breen, humbugging and doluthering as per usual with your cock and bull story. Bloom, I want to tell you a little secret about how I came to be here, but you must never tell, not even Molly. I have a most particular reason. Mrs. Breen, all agog. Oh, not for worlds. Bloom, let's walk on, shall us? Mrs. Breen, let's. The bawd makes an unheeded sign. Bloom walks on with Mrs. Breen. The terrier follows, whining piteously, wagging his tail. The bawd. Jewman's melt. Bloom, in an oatmeal sporting suit, a sprig of woodbine in the lapel, Tony buff shirt, shepherd's plaid St. Andrew's cross scarf tie, white spats, fawn dust coat on his arm, tawny red brogues, field glasses in bandolier, and a grey billycock hat. Do you remember a long, long time, years and years ago, just after Millie, Marionette we called her, was weaned when we all went together to Ferryhouse races, was it? Mrs. Breen, in smart sacks, tailor-made, white velours hat and spider veil. Leopardstown. Bloom. I mean Leopardstown, and Molly won 7 shillings on a 3-year-old named Nevertell. And coming home, along by Fox Rock, in that old 5-seater Chandra-Dan of a wagonette, you were in your heyday then, and you had on that new hat of white velours with a surround of mole fur that Mrs. Hayes advised you to buy because it was marked down to 19 and 11, a bit of wire and an old rag of velveteen, and I'll lay you what you like, she did it on purpose. Mrs. Breen. She did, of course. The cat, don't tell me. Nice adviser. Bloom. Because it didn't suit you 1/4 as well as the other ducky little tammy tongue with the bird of paradise wing in it that I admired on you, and you honestly looked just too fetching in it, though it was a pity to kill it. You cruel, naughty creature. Little mite of a thing with a heart the size of a full stop. Mrs. Breen squeezes his arm, simpers. Naughty, cruel I was. Bloom, low, secretly, ever more rapidly. And Molly was eating a sandwich of spiced beef out of Mrs. Joe Gallagher's lunch basket. Frankly, though she had her advisers or admirers, I never cared much for her style. She was... Mrs. Breen. Too. Bloom. Yes, and Molly was laughing because Rogers and Maggot O'Reilly were mimicking a cock as we passed a farmhouse, and Marcus Tertius Moses, the tea merchant, drove past us in a gig with his daughter. Dancer Moses was her name, and the poodle in her lap bridled up, and you asked me if I ever heard or read or knew or came across... Mrs. Breen, eagerly. Yes, 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 yes. She fades from his side. Followed by the whining dog, he walks on towards Hell's Gate. In an archway, a standing woman bent forward, her feet apart, pisses, cowily. Outside a shuttered pub, a bunch of loiterers listen to a tale which their broken-snouted gaffer rasps out with raucous humour. An armless pair of them flop wrestling, growling in maimed, sodden play-fight. The gaffer. crouches, his voice twisted in his snout.
And when Cairns came down from the scaffolding in Beaver Street, what was he after doing it only into the bucket of porter that was there waiting on the shavings for Derwin's plasterers?
The loiterers guffaw with cleft palates.
Oh, jays.
Their paint-speckled hats wag. Spattered with size and lime of their lodges, they frisk limblessly about him. Bloom.
Coincidence, too. They think it funny. Anything but that. Broad daylight. Trying to walk. Lucky no woman.
The loiterers.
Jays. That's a good one. Glauber salts. Oh, jays. Into the men's porter.
Bloom passes. Cheap whores, singly, coupled, shawled, dishevelled, call from lanes, doors, corners. The whores.
Are you going far, queer fellow? How's your middle leg? Got a match on you? Hey, come here till I stiffen it for you.
He plodges through their sump toward the lighted street beyond. From a bulge of window curtains a gramophone rears a battered brazen trunk. In the shadow a shebeen keeper haggles with the navvy and the two redcoats. The navvy, belching.
Where's the bloody house?
The shebeen keeper.
Purdon Street, shilling a bottle of stout, respectable woman.
The navvy, gripping the two redcoats, staggers forward with them.
Come on, you British Army.
Private car behind his back.
He ain't half balmy.
Private Compton laughs.
What ho?
Private car to the navvy.
Portobello Barracks Canteen. You ask for car. Just car.
The navvy shouts.
We are the boys of Wexford.
Private Compton.
Say, what price the sergeant major?
Private car.
Bennett? He's my pal. I love old Bennett.
The navvy shouts.
The galling chain and free our native land.
He staggers forward, dragging them with him. Bloom stops at fault. The dog approaches, his tongue out lolling, panting. Bloom.
Wild goose chase this. Disorderly houses. Lord knows where they are gone. Drunks cover distance double quick. Nice mix-up. Seen at Westland Row. Then jump in first class with third ticket. Then too far. Train with engine behind. Might have taken me to Malahide or a siding for the night or collision. Second drink does it. Once is a dose. What am I following him for? Still, if I hadn't heard about Mrs. Purifoy, I wouldn't have gone and wouldn't have met Kismet. He'll lose that cash. Relieving office here. Good biz for cheap jacks, organs. What do you lack? Soon got, soon gone. Might have lost my life, too, with that Mangong wheel-track trolley-glare juggernaut. Only for presence of mind. Can't always save you, though. If I had passed Trulock's window that day 2 minutes later, would have been shot. Absence of body. Still, if bullet only went through my coat, get damages for shock. £500. What was he? Kildare Street Club toff? God help his gamekeeper.
He gazes ahead, reading on the wall a scrawled chalk legend, wet dream and a phallic design.
Odd. Molly drawing on the frosted carriage pane at Kingstown. What's that like?
Gaudy doll-women loll in the lighted doorways, in window embrasures, smoking bird's-eye cigarettes. The odour of the sick, sweet weed floats towards him in slow, round, ovaling wreaths. The wreaths. Sweet are the sweets, sweets of sin. Bloom. My spine's a bit limp. Go or turn, and this food. Eat it and get all pig-sticky? Absurd I am. Waste of money. 1 and 8 pence too much. The retriever drives a cold, snivelling muzzle against his hand, wagging his tail. Strange how they take to me. Even that brute today. Better speak to him first, like they like rencontre. Stinks like a polecat. Chacun son gout. He might be mad. Dog days. Uncertain in his movements. Good fellow, Fido. Good fellow, Gary Owen. The wolf dog sprawls on his back, wriggling obscenely with begging paws, his long black tongue lolling out.
Influence of his surroundings. Give and have done with it, provided nobody...
Calling encouraging words, he shambles back with a furtive poacher's tread, dogged by the setter, into a dark, stale-stunk corner. He unrolls one parcel and goes to dump the crubeen softly, but holds back and feels the trotter.
Sizable for 3p. But then I have it in my left hand. Calls for more effort. Why? Smaller from want of use. Oh, let it slide. 2 6.
With regret, he lets the unrolled crubeen and trotter slide. The mastiff mauls the bundle clumsily and gluts himself with growling greed, crunching the bones. 2 rain-caped watch approach, silent, vigilant. They murmur together, the watch.
Bloom, of bloom, for bloom, bloom.
Each lays hand on Bloom's shoulder. First watch.
Caught in the act. Commit no nuisance.
Bloom stammers.
I am doing good to others.
A covey of gulls, storm petrels, rises hungrily from liffey slime with Banbury cakes in their beaks. The gulls.
Caw, cave, cankery, cake.
Bloom.
The friend of man, trained by kindness.
He points. Bob Doran, toppling from a high bar stool, sways over the munching spaniel. Bob Doran.
Towser, give us the paw. Give the paw.
The bulldog growls, his scruff standing, a gobbet of pig's knuckle between his molars, through which rabid scum-spittle dribbles. Bob Doran falls silently into an area. Second watch.
Prevention of cruelty to animals.
Bloom enthusiastically.
A noble work! I scolded the tram driver on Harold's Cross Bridge for illusing the poor horse with his harness scab. Bad French I got for my pains. Of course it was frosty and the last tram. All tales of circus life are highly demoralizing.
Signor Maffei, passion pale, in lion tamer's costume with diamond studs in his shirt front, steps forward holding a circus paper hoop, a curling carriage whip, and a revolver with which he covers the gorging boarhound. Signor Maffei with a sinister smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, my educated greyhound, it was I broke in the bucking bronco Ajax with my patent spiked saddle for carnivores. Lash under the belly with a knotted thong, block, tackle, and a strangling pulley will bring your lion to heel, no matter how fractious. Even Leo Ferox there, the Libyan man-eater. A red-hot crowbar and some liniment rubbing on the burning part produced Fritz of Amsterdam, the thinking hyena.
He glares.
I possess the Indian sign. The glint of my eye does it with these breast sparklers.
With a bewitching smile.
I now introduce Mademoiselle Ruby, the pride of the ring.
First watch.
Come, name and address.
Bloom.
I have forgotten for the moment. Ah, yes.
He takes off his high-grade hat, saluting.
Dr. Bloom, Leopold, dental surgeon. You have heard of von Bloom Pasha? Umpteen millions. Donnerwetter owns half Austria, Egypt. Cousin.
First watch.
Proof.
A card falls from inside the leather headband of Bloom's hat. Bloom. In red fez, Cadi's dress coat with broad green sash, wearing a false badge of the Legion of Honour, picks up the card hastily and offers it.
Allow me. My club is the Junior Army and Navy. Solicitors, Messrs. John Henry Menton, 27 Bachelor's Walk.
First watch. Reads.
Henry Flower, no fixed abode, unlawfully watching and besetting.
Second watch.
An alibi, you are cautioned.
Bloom produces from his heart pocket a crumpled yellow flower.
This is the flower in question. It was given me by a man I don't know his name.
Plausibly.
You know that old joke, Rose of Castile? Bloom. The change of name? Virag.
He murmurs privately and confidentially.
We are engaged, you see, Sergeant. Lady in the case, love entanglement.
He shoulders the second watch gently.
Dash it all. It's a way we gallants have in the Navy. Uniform that does it.
He turns gravely to the first watch.
Still, of course, you do get your Waterloo sometimes. Drop in some evening and have a glass of old Burgundy. To the second watch gaily. I'll introduce you, Inspector. She's game. Do it in the shake of a lamb's tail. A dark, mercurialized face appears, leading a veiled figure. The Dark Mercury. The castle is looking for him. He was drummed out of the army. Martha, thick-veiled, a crimson halter round her neck, a copy of the Irish Times in her hand, in tone of reproach, pointing. Henry, Leopold, Lionel, thou lost one, clear my name. First watch, sternly. Come to the station. Bloom, scared, hats himself, steps back. Then, plucking at his heart and lifting his right forearm on the square, he gives the sign and dugard of fellowcraft. No, no, worshipful master, light of love, mistaken identity, the lion's mail, Le Cirque and Dubosc. You remember the child's fratricide case? We, medical men, by striking him dead with a hatchet. I am wrongfully accused. Better one guilty escape than 99 wrongfully condemned. Martha, sobbing behind her veil. Breach of promise. My real name is Peggy Griffin. He wrote to me that he was miserable. I'll tell my brother. The bective rug a full back on you. Heartless flirt. Bloom behind his hand. She's drunk. The woman is inebriated. He murmurs vaguely the pass of Ephraim. Shitbreleath. Second watch, tears in his eyes, to Bloom. You ought to be thoroughly well ashamed of yourself. Bloom. Gentlemen of the jury, let me explain. A pure mare's nest. I'm a man misunderstood. I am being made a scapegoat of. I am a respectable married man without a stain on my character. I live in Eccles Street. My wife and I, the daughter of a most distinguished commander, a gallant upstanding gentleman, what do you call him? Major General Brian Tweedy, one of Britain's fighting men who helped to win our battles, got his majority for the heroic defence of Rorke's Drift. First watch. Regiment. Bloom turns to the gallery. The Royal Dublins, boys, the salt of the earth, known the world over. I think I see some old comrades in arms up there among you. The RDF with your own metropolitan police, guardians of our homes, the pluckiest lads and the finest body of men as physique in the service of our sovereign. A voice. Turncoat! Up the Boers! Who booed Joe Chamberlain? Bloom, his hand on the shoulder of the first watch. My old dad, too, was a J.P. I'm as staunch a Britisher as you are, sir. I fought with the colours for king and country in the absent-minded war under General Gough in the park, and was disabled at Spion Kop and Bloemfontein, was mentioned in dispatches. I did all a white man could, with quiet feeling. Jim Bludso, hold her nozzle against the bank. First watch. Profession or trade? Bloom. Well, I follow a literary occupation, author, journalist. In fact, we are just bringing out a collection of prize stories of which I am the inventor, something that is an entirely new departure. I am connected with the British and Irish press. If you ring up... Miles Crawford strides out jerkily, a quill between his teeth. His scarlet beak blazes with the aureole of his straw hat. He dangles a hank of Spanish onions in one hand and holds with the other hand a telephone receiver nozzle to his ear. Miles Crawford. His cock's wattles wagging. Hello, 7784. Hello. Free Men's Urinal and Weekly Arsewipe here. Paralyze Europe. You which? Blue bags. Who writes? Is it Bloom? Mr. Philip Beaufoy, pale-faced, stands in the witness box in accurate morning dress, outbreast pocket with peak of handkerchief showing, creased lavender trousers and patent boots. He carries a large portfolio labelled Matcham's Masterstrokes. Beaufoy drawls. No, you aren't. Not by a long shot if I know it. I don't see it, that's all. No born gentleman, no one with the most rudimentary promptings of a gentleman, would stoop to such particularly loathsome conduct. One of those, my lord. A plagiarist, a soapy sneak masquerading as a litterateur. It's perfectly obvious that with the most inherent baseness he has cribbed some of my best-selling copy. Really gorgeous stuff. A perfect gem. The love passages in which are beneath suspicion. The Beaufoy books of love and great possessions, with which your lordship is doubtless familiar, are a household word throughout the kingdom. Bloom murmurs with hangdog meekness glum. That bit about the laughing witch hand in hand I take exception to, if I may. Beaufoy, his lip uncurled, smiles superciliously on the court. You funny ass, you. You're too beastly awful weird for words. I don't think you need over-excessively disincommodate yourself in that regard. My literary agent, Mr. J.B. Pinker, is in attendance. I presume, my lord, we shall receive the usual witnesses' fees, shan't we? You are considerably out of pocket over this Ballypressman Johnny, this jackdaw Rhymes, who has not even been to a university. Bloom, indistinctly. University of Life. Bad art. Beaufoy shouts, It's a damnably foul lie, showing the moral rottenness of the man. He extends his portfolio. We have here damning evidence, the corpus delicti, my lord, a specimen of my maturer work disfigured by the hallmark of the beast. A voice from the gallery. Moses, Moses, king of the Jews, wiped his arse in the Daily News. Bloom bravely. Overdrawn. Beaufoy, you low cad, you ought to be ducked in the horse pond, you rotter. To the court. Why, look at the man's private life, leading a quadruple existence, street angel and house devil, not fit to be mentioned in mixed society, the arch conspirator of the age. Bloom to the court. And he, a bachelor, how? First watch. The king versus Bloom. Call the woman Driscoll. The crier. Mary Driscoll, scullery maid. Mary Driscoll, a slipshod servant girl, approaches. She has a bucket on the crook of her arm and a scouring brush in her hand. Second watch. Another. Are you of the unfortunate class? Mary Driscoll, indignantly. I'm not a bad one. I bear a respectable character and was 4 months in my last place. I was in a situation, £6 a year and my chances with Fridays out, and I had to leave, owing to his carryings on. First watch. What do you tax him with? Mary Driscoll. He made a certain suggestion, but I thought more of myself, poor as I am. Bloom, in house jacket of ripple-cloth, flannel trousers, heelless slippers, unshaven, his hair rumpled, softly. I treated you white. I gave you mementos, smart emerald garters, far above your station. Incautiously I took your part when you were accused of pilfering. There's a medium in all things. Play cricket. Mary Driscoll excitedly. As God is looking down on me this night, if ever I laid a hand to them oysters. First watch. The offence complained of? Did something happen? Mary Driscoll. He surprised me in the rear of the premises, your honour, when the missus was out shopping one morning with a request for a safety pin. He held me, and I was discoloured in 4 places as a result, and he interfered twice with my clothing. Bloom. She counter-assaulted. Mary Driscoll scornfully. I had more respect for the scouring brush, so I had. I remonstrated him, your lord, and he remarked, keep it quiet. General laughter. End of Ulysses 15a. Recorded by Anita Roy Dobbs, San Francisco, June 2006. Ulysses 15, B, the second of 7 parts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce.
15b.
George Fottrell, clerk of the Crown and Peace, resonantly.
Order in court. The accused will now make a bogus statement.
Bloom, pleading not guilty and holding a full-blown water lily, begins a long unintelligible speech. They would hear what counsel had to say in his stirring address to the grand jury. He was down and out, but, though branded as a black sheep, if he might say so, he meant to reform, to retrieve the memory of the past in a purely sisterly way and return to nature as a purely domestic animal. A 7 months' child, he had been carefully brought up and nurtured by an aged bedridden parent. There might have been lapses of an erring father, but he wanted to turn over a new leaf, and now, when at long last in sight of the whipping post, to lead a homely life in the evening of his days, permeated by the affectionate surroundings of the heaving bosom of the family. An acclimatized Britisher, he had seen that summer eve from the footplate of an engine cab of the Loop Line Railway Company, while the rain refrained from falling, glimpses, as it were, through the windows of loveful households in Dublin city and urban district of scenes truly rural, of happiness, of the better land, with Drockwell's wallpaper at 1 and 9p a dozen, innocent British-born bairns lisping prayers to the sacred infant, youthful scholars grappling with their pensiums, or model young ladies playing on the pianoforte, or anon all with fervour reciting the family rosary round the crackling Yule log, while in the Boreens and green lanes the colleens with their swains strolled what times the strains of the organ-toned melodeon. Britannia metal-bound with 4 acting stops and 12-fold bellows, a sacrifice, greatest bargain ever. Renewed laughter. He mumbles incoherently. Reporters complain that they cannot hear. Longhand and shorthand, without looking up from their notebooks.
Loosen his boots.
Professor McHugh from the press table coughs and calls, "Cough it up, man. Get it out in bits." The cross-examination proceeds re Bloom and the bucket. A large bucket. Bloom himself. Bowel trouble. In Beaver Street. Gripe. Yes, quite bad. A plasterer's bucket. By walking stiff-legged. Suffered untold misery. Deadly agony. About noon. Love or burgundy. Yes, some spinach. Crucial moment. He did not look in the bucket. Nobody. Rather a mess. Not completely. A Tit-Bits back number. Uproar and catcalls. Bloom in a torn frock coat stained with whitewash. Dinged silk hat sideways on his head. A strip of sticking plaster across his nose talks inaudibly. J. O'Malley, in barrister's grey wig and stuff gown, speaking with a voice of pained protest.
This is no place for indecent levity at the expense of an erring mortal disguised in liquor. We are not in a beer garden, nor at an Oxford rag, nor is this a travesty of justice. My client is an infant, a poor foreign immigrant who started scratch as a stowaway and is now trying to turn an honest penny. The trumped-up misdemeanour was due to a momentary aberration of heredity, brought on by hallucination, such familiarities as the alleged guilty occurrence being quite permitted in my client's native place, the land of the Pharaoh. Prima facie, I put it to you that there was no attempt at carnally knowing. Intimacy did not occur, and the offence complained of by Driscoll, that her virtue was solicited, was not repeated. I would deal in especial with atavism. There have been cases of shipwreck and somnambulism in my client's family. If the accused could speak, he could a tale unfold, one of the strangest that have ever been narrated between the covers of a book. He himself, my lord, is a physical wreck from cobbler's weak chest. His submission is that he is of Mongolian extraction and irresponsible for his actions. Not all there, in fact. Bloom, barefoot, pigeon-breasted, in lasser's vest and trousers, apologetic toes turned in, opens his tiny mole's eyes and looks about him dazedly, passing a slow hand across his forehead.
Then he hitches his belt sailor fashion and with a shrug of oriental obeisance salutes the crowd, pointing one thumb heavenward.
Makey really moochie fine night.
He begins to lilt simply.
Lily poo, little child, blingy pigfoot every night, pay to shilly.
He is howled down, J.J. O'Malley, hotly to the populace.
This is a lone hand fight. By Hades, I will not have any client of mine gagged and badgered in this fashion by a pack of curs and laughing hyenas. The Mosaic Code has superseded the law of the jungle. I say it, and I say it emphatically, without wishing for one moment to defeat the ends of justice. Accused was not accessory before the act, and prosecutrix has not been tampered with. The young person was treated by defendant as if she were his very own daughter.
Bloom takes J.J. O'Malley's hand and raises it to his lips.
I shall call rebutting evidence to prove up to the hilt that the hidden hand is again at its own game. When in doubt, persecute Bloom. My client, an innately bashful man, would be last man in the world to do anything ungentlemanly, which injured modesty could object to, or cast a stone at a girl who took the wrong turning when some dastard responsible for her condition had worked his own sweet will on her. He wants to go straight. I regard him as the whitest man I know. He is down on his luck at present owing to the mortgaging of his extensive property in the Agandath Netaim in faraway Asia Minor, slides of which will now be shown.
To Bloom.
I suggest that you will do the handsome thing.
Bloom.
A penny in the pound.
The image of the lake of Kinnereth, with blurred cattle cropping in silver haze, is projected on the wall. Moses Douglas, ferret-eyed albino, in blue dungarees, stands up in the gallery, holding in each hand an orange citron and a pork kidney. Dlugaz, hoarsely.
Bleibtraustrasse, Berlin, W13.
J.J. O'Malley steps onto a low plinth and holds the lapel of his coat with solemnity. His face lengthens, grows pale and bearded with sunken eyes, the blotches of phthisis and hectic cheekbones of John F. Taylor. He applies his handkerchief to his mouth and scrutinizes the galloping tide of rose-pink blood. J.J. O'Malley, almost voiceless.
Excuse me, I am suffering from a severe chill. I have recently come from a sick bed. A few well-chosen words.
He assumes the avine head, foxy moustache, and proboscidal eloquence of Seymour Bushe.
When the angel's book comes to be opened, if aught that the pensive bosom is inaugurated and soul transfigured and of soul transfiguring deserves to live, I say accord the prisoner at the bar the sacred benefit of the doubt.
A paper with something written on it is handed into court. Bloom, in court dress.
Can give best references. Messrs. Callan Coleman, Mr. Wisdom Healy, J.P., my old chief Joe Cuff, Mr. V.B. Dillon, ex-Lord Mayor of Dublin. I have moved in the charmed circle of the highest Queens of Dublin society.
Carelessly.
I was just chatting this afternoon at the Viceregal Lodge to my old pals, Sir Robert and Lady Ball, Astronomer Royal at the Levee. Sir Bob, I said.
Mrs. Yelverton Barry, in low corsaged opal ball dress with elbow-length ivory gloves, wearing a sable-trimmed brick-quilted dolman, a comb of brilliance and panache of osprey in her hair.
Arrest him, constable. He wrote me an anonymous letter in pretense backhand when my husband was in the North Riding of Tipperary in the Munster Circuit, signed James Lovebirch. He said that he had seen from the gods my peerless globes as I sat in the box of the Theatre Real at a command performance of La Cigale. I deeply inflamed him, he said. He made improper overtures to me to misconduct myself at 4:30 p.m. on the following Thursday, Dunsink time. He offered to send me through the post a work of fiction by Monsieur Paul de Kock. entitled The Girl with the Three Pairs of Stays.
Mrs. Bellingham, in cap and seal coney mantle, wrapped up to the nose, steps out of her brougham and scans through tortoiseshell quizzing glasses, which she takes from inside her huge opossum muff.
Also to me. Yes, I believe it is the same objectionable person, because he closed my carriage door outside Sir Thorny Stoker's one sleety day through the cold snap of February 93, when even the grid of the waste pipe and the ball stop of my bath cistern were frozen. Subsequently, he enclosed a bloom of Edelweiss, culled on the heights, as he said, in my honour. I had it examined by a botanical expert and elicited the information that it was a blossom of the home-grown potato plant purloined from a forcing case of the model farm.
Mrs. Yelverton Berry.
Shame on him.
A crowd of sluts and ragamuffins surges forward, the sluts and ragamuffins screaming,
Stop thief! Hurrah there, Bluebeard! 3 cheers for Ikey Mo!
Second watch produces handcuffs.
Here are the Darbys.
Mrs. Bellingham.
He addressed me in several handwritings with fulsome compliments as a Venus in furs and alleged profound pity for my frost-bound coachman Palmer, while in the same breath he expressed himself as envious of his ear-flaps and fleecy sheepskins and of his fortunate proximity to my person when standing behind my chair, wearing my livery with the armorial bearings of the Bellington escutcheon garnished sable, a buck's head coped or. He lauded almost extravagantly my nether extremities, my swelling calves and silk hose drawn up to the limit, and eulogized glowingly my other hidden treasures in priceless lace, which he said he could conjure up. He urged me, stating that he felt it his mission in life to urge me, to defile the marriage bed, to commit adultery at the earliest possible opportunity.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys, in Amazon costume, hard hat, jackboots, cocksbird, vermilion waistcoat, fawn musketeer, gauntlets and braided drums, long train held up and hunting crop with which she strikes her welt constantly.
Also me, because he saw me on the polo ground of the Phoenix Park at the match, all Ireland versus the rest of Ireland. My eyes, I know, shone divinely as I watched Captain Slogger Dennehy of the Inniskillings win the final chukker. On his darling cob centaur, this plebeian Don Juan observed me from behind a hackney car and sent me in double envelopes an obscene photograph, such as are sold after dark on Paris boulevards, insulting to any lady. I have it still. It represents a partially nude señorita, frail and lovely, his wife, as he solemnly assured me, taken by him from nature, practising illicit intercourse with a muscular torero, evidently a blackguard. He urged me to do likewise, to misbehave, to sin with officers of the garrison. He implored me to soil his letter in an unspeakable manner, to chastise him as he richly deserves, to bestride and ride him, to give him a most vicious horsewhipping.
Mrs. Bellingham.
Me too.
Mrs. Yelverton Berry.
Me too.
Several highly respectable Dublin ladies hold up improper letters received from Bloom. The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys stamps her jingling spurs in a sudden paroxysm of fury.
I will, by the God above me. I scourge the pigeon-livered cur as long as I can stand over him. I'll flay him alive.
Bloom, his eyes closing, quails expectantly. Here? He squirms. Again. He pants, cringing.
I love the danger.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys.
Very much so. I'll make it hot for you. I'll make you dance Jack Latin for that.
Mrs. Bellingham.
Tan his breech well, the upstart. Write the stars and stripes on it.
Mrs. Yelverton Berry.
Disgraceful. There's no excuse for him, a married man.
Bloom.
All these people, I only meant the spanking idea, a warm tingly glow without effusion, refined birching to stimulate the circulation.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys laughs derisively.
Oh, did you, my fine fellow? Well, by the living God, you'll get the surprise of your life. Now, believe me, the most unmerciful hiding a man ever bargained for. You have lashed the dormant tigress in my nature into fury.
Mrs. Bellingham shakes her muff and quizzing glasses vindictively.
Make him smart, Hannah dear. Give him ginger. Thrash the mongrel within an inch of his life. The cat o' nine tails. Geld him. Vivisect him.
Bloom, shuddering, shrinking, joins his hands with hangdong mien.
Oh, cold, oh, shivery. It was your ambrosial beauty. Forgive, forgive, Kismet. Let me off this once.
He offers the other cheek. Mrs. Yelverton Barry severely.
Don't do so on any account, Mrs. Talboys. He should be soundly trounced.
The Honourable Mrs. Mervyn Talboys, unbuttoning her gauntlet violently.
I'll do no such thing. Pig dog, and always was ever since he was pupped, to dare address me. I'll flog him black and blue in the public streets. I'll dig my spurs in him to the rowel. He is a well-known cuckold.
She swishes her hunting crop savagely in the air.
Take down his trousers without loss of time. Come here, sir. Quick. Ready?
Bloom, trembling, beginning to obey.
The weather has been so warm.
Davy Stevens, ringleted, passes with a bevy of barefoot newsboys. Davy Stevens.
Messenger of the Sacred Heart and Evening Telegraph with St. Patrick's Day supplement containing the new address of all the cuckolds in Dublin.
The Very Reverend Canon O'Hanlon, in cloth of gold cope, elevates and exposes a marble timepiece. Before him, Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes J. bend low. The timepiece. Unportaling. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. The brass quoits of a bed are heard to jingle.
Jig-jag, jigga-jigga, jig-jag.
A panel of fog rolls back rapidly, revealing rapidly in the jury box the faces of Martin Cunningham, foreman, silk-hatted, Jack Power, Simon Dedalus, Tom Kernan, Ned Lambert, John Henry Menton, Miles Crawford, Lenehan, Paddy Leonard, Nosey Flynn, McCoy, and the featureless face of a nameless one. The nameless one.
Bareback riding, wait for age, gob. He organized her.
The jurors, all their heads turned to his voice.
Really?
The nameless one snarls.
Arse over tip, 100 shillings to 5.
The jurors, all their heads lowered in assent.
Most of us thought as much.
First watch.
He is a marked man. Another girl's plate cut. Wanted. Jack the Ripper. £1,000 reward.
Second watch, awed, whispers.
And in black, a Mormon anarchist.
The crier, loudly.
Whereas Leopold Bloom, of no fixed abode, is a well-known dynamitard, forger, bigamist, bawd, and cuckold, and a public nuisance to the citizens of Dublin. And whereas at this commission of assizes the most honourable...
His Honour Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, in judicial garb of grey stone, rises from the bench, stone-bearded. He bears in his arms an umbrella sceptre. From his forehead arise starkly the mosaic ram's horns. The Recorder.
I will put an end to this white slave traffic and rid Dublin of this odious pest. Scandalous.
He dons the black cap.
Let him be taken, Mr. Subsheriff, from the dock where he now stands, and detained in custody in Mountjoy prison during his Majesty's pleasure, and there be hanged by the neck until he is dead, and therein fail not at your peril, or may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Remove him.
A black skull-cap descends upon his head. The subsheriff, Long John Fanning, appears, smoking a pungent Henry Clay. Long John Fanning scowls and calls with rich rolling utterance.
Who'll hang Judas Iscariot?
H. Rumbold, master barber, in a blood-coloured jerkin and tanner's apron, a rope coiled over his shoulder, mounts the block. A life-preserver and a nail-studded bludgeon are stuck in his belt. He rubs grimly his grappling hands, knobbed with knuckle-dusters. Rumbled, to the recorder with sinister familiarity.
Hanging Harry, Your Majesty, the Mercy Terror. 5 guineas a jugular, neck or nothing.
The bells of George's church toll slowly, loud, dark iron. The bells. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Bloom desperately.
Wait, stop, gulls, good heart, I saw, innocence, girl in the monkey house, zoo, lewd chimpanzee,
Breathlessly.
pelvic basin, her artless blush unmanned me.
Overcome with emotion.
I left the precincts.
He turns to a figure in the crowd, appealing.
Hines, may I speak to you? You know me. That 3 shillings you can keep. If you want a little more...
Hines, coldly.
You are a perfect stranger.
Second watch points to the corner.
The bomb is here.
First watch.
Infernal machine with a time fuse.
Bloom.
No, pig's feet. I was at a funeral.
First watch draws his truncheon.
Liar.
The beagle lifts his snout, showing the grey, scorbutic face of Paddy Dignam. He has gnawed all. He exhales a putrid, carcass-fed breath. He grows to human size and shape. His dachshund coat becomes a brown mortuary habit. His green eyes flash bloodshot. Half of one ear, all the nose, and both thumbs are ghoul-eaten. Paddy Dignam, in a hollow voice.
It is true, it was my funeral. Dr. Finucane pronounced life extinct when I succumbed to the disease from natural causes.
He lifts his mutilated ashen face moonwards and bays lugubriously. Bloom in triumph.
You hear?
Paddy Dignam.
Bloom, I am Paddy Dignam's spirit. List, oh list.
Bloom.
The voice is the voice of Esau.
Second watch blesses himself.
How is that possible?
First watch.
It is not in the Penny Catechism.
Paddy Dignam.
By metempsychosis, spooks.
A voice.
Oh, rocks.
Paddy Dignam, earnestly.
Once I was in the employ of Mr. J. H. Menton, solicitor, commissioner for oaths and affidavits of 27 Bachelor's Walk. Now I am defunct. The wall of the heart hypertrophied. Hard lines. The poor wife was awfully cut up. How is she bearing it? Keep her off that bottle of sherry.
He looks round him.
A lamp. I must satisfy an animal need. That buttermilk didn't agree with me.
The portly figure of John O'Connell, caretaker, stands forth, holding a bunch of keys tied with crape. Beside him stands Father Coffey, chaplain, toad-bellied, wry-necked, in a surplice and bandana nightcap, holding sleepily a staff of twisted poppies. Father Cofoy yawns, then chants with a hoarse croak.
Nemine, Jacobs, full biscuits. Amen.
John O'Connell foghorns stormily through his megaphone. Dignam Patrick T. deceased. Paddy Dignam, with pricked-up ears, winces.
Overtones.
He wriggles forward and places an ear to the ground.
My master's voice.
John O'Connell. Burial docket letter number UP 85,000. Field 17. House of Keys. Plot 101. Paddy Dignam listens with visible effort, thinking, his tail stiff-pointed, his ears cocked. Paddy Dignam.
Pray for the repose of his soul.
He worms down through a coal hole, his brown habit trailing its tether over rattling pebbles. After him toddles an obese grandfather rat on fungus turtle paws under a grey carapace. Dignam's voice, muffled, is heard baying underground. Dignam's dead and gone below. Tom Rochford, Robin Redbreasted, in cap and breeches, jumps from his two-columned machine. Tom Rochford, a hand to his breastbone, bows.
Reuben J. A. Fleurin, I find him.
He fixes the manhole with a resolute stare.
My turn now. Follow me up to Carlo.
He executes a daredevil salmon leap in the air and is engulfed in the coal hole. Two discs on the columns wobble, eyes of naught. All recedes. Bloom plodges forward again through the sump. Kisses chirp amid the rifts of fog. A piano sounds. He stands before a lighted house, listening. The kisses, winging from their bowers, fly about him, twittering, warbling, cooing. The kisses, warbling.
Leo.
Twittering.
Icky licky mickey sticky for Leo.
Cooing.
Coo coo coo. Yummy yum. Wum wum.
Warbling.
Big come big. Pirouette. Leopold Pold.
Twittering.
Leo lee.
Warbling.
Oh Leo.
They rustle flutter upon his garments, a light, bright, giddy flecks, silvery sequins. Bloom.
A man's touch. Sad music, church music, perhaps here.
Zoe Higgins, a young whore in a sapphire slip, closed with 3 bronze buckles, a slim black velvet fillet around her throat, nods, trips down the steps and accosts him. Zoe.
Are you looking for someone? He's inside with his friend.
Bloom.
Is this Mrs. Max?
Zoe.
No, 81, Mrs. Cowan's. You might go farther and fare worse. Mother Slipper Slapper.
Familiarly.
She's on the job herself tonight with the vet, her tipster, and gives her all the winners and pays for her son in Oxford, working overtime, but her luck's turned today.
Suspiciously.
You're not his father, are you?
Bloom.
Not I.
Zoe.
You both in black. Has little Mousie any tickles tonight?
His skin, alert, feels her fingertips approach. A hand glides over his left thigh. Zoe.
How's the nuts?
Bloom.
Offside, curiously they are on the right. Heavier, I suppose. 1 in a million, my tailor, Messias, says.
Zoe in sudden alarm.
You've a hard chancre.
Bloom.
Not likely.
Zoe.
I feel it.
Her hand slides into his left trouser pocket and brings out a hard black shriveled potato. She regards it and Bloom with dumb moist lips. Bloom.
A talisman. Heirloom.
Zoe.
For Zoe? For keeps? For being so nice, eh?
She puts the potato greedily into a pocket, then links his arm, cuddling him with supple warmth. He smiles uneasily. Slowly, note by note, oriental music is played. He gazes in the tawny crystal of her eyes, ringed with kohol. His smile softens. Zoe.
You'll know me the next time.
Bloom forlornly.
I never loved a dear gazelle, but it was sure to...
Gazelles are leaping, feeding on the mountains. Near are lakes. Round their shores file shadows black of cedar groves. Aroma rises, a strong hairgrowth of resin. It burns, the orient a sky of sapphire, cleft by the bronze flight of eagles. Under it lies the woman city, nude, white, still, cool, in luxury. A fountain murmurs among damask roses. Mammoth roses murmur of scarlet wine grapes. A wine of shame, lust, blood exudes, strangely murmuring. Zoe. Murmuring sing-song with the music, her odalisque lips lusciously smeared with salve of swine fat and rosewater.
Skorakan iwenawak, benoith, hir shalom.
Bloom, fascinated.
I thought you were of good stock by your accent.
Zoe.
And you know what thought did?
She bites his ear gently with little gold-stopped teeth, sending on him a cloying breath of stale garlic. The roses draw apart, disclose a sepulchre of the gold of kings and their mouldering bones. Bloom draws back, mechanically caressing her right bub with a flat, awkward hand.
Are you a Dublin girl?
Zoe catches a stray hair deftly and twists it into her coil.
No bloody fear, I'm English. Have you a swagger-root?
Bloom, as before.
Rarely smoke, dear. Cigars now and then. Childish device.
Lewdly.
The mouth can be better engaged than with a cylinder of rank weed.
Zoe.
Go on, make a stump speech out of it.
Bloom, in workman's corduroy overalls, black gansey with red flowing tie and Apache cap.
Mankind is incorrigible. Sir Walter Raleigh brought from the New World that potato and that weed, the one a killer of pestilence by absorption, the other a poisoner of the ear, eye, heart, memory, will, understanding, all. That is to say, he brought the poison 100 years before another person, whose name I forget, brought the food, suicide, lies, all our habits. Why, look at our public life.
Midnight chimes from distant steeples, the chimes.
Turn again, Leopold, Lord Mayor of Dublin.
Bloom, in alderman's gown and chain.
Electors of Arran Quay, Inns Quay, Rotunda, Mountjoy and North Dock, better run a tram line, I say, from the cattle mark to the river. That's the music of the future. That's my programme. Cui bono? But our buccaneering Vanderdeckens in their phantom ship of finance.
An elector.
3 times 3 for our future chief magistrate.
The aurora borealis of the torchlight procession leaps. The torchbearers. Hooray! Several well-known burgesses, city magnates and freemen of the city shake hands with Bloom and congratulate him. Timothy Harrington, late thrice Lord Mayor of Dublin, imposing in mayoral scarlet, gold chain and white silk tie, confers with Councillor Lorcan Sherlock locum tenens. They nod vigorously in agreement. Late Lord Mayor Harrington, in scarlet robe with mace, gold mayoral chain and large white silk scarf.
That Alderman Sir Leo Bloom's speech be printed at the expense of the ratepayers, that the house in which he was born be ornamented with commemorative tablet, and that the thoroughfare hitherto known as Cow Parlour off Cork Street be henceforth designated Boulevard Bloom.
Councillor Lorcan Sherlock.
Carried unanimously.
Bloom impassionedly.
These flying Dutchmen or lying Dutchmen, as they recline in their upholstered poop, casting dice, what reck they? Machines is their cry, their chimera, their panacea. Labour-saving apparatuses, supplanters, bugbears, manufactured monsters for multiple murder, hideous hobgoblins produced by a horde of capitalistic lusts upon our prostituted labour. The poor man starves while they are grassing their royal mountain stags or shooting peasants or partridges in their purblind pomp of pelf and power. But their reign is rover forever and ever and ever.
Prolonged applause. Venetian masts, maypoles and festal arches spring up. A streamer bearing the legend Cead Mille Failte and Mat Bob Melech Israel spans the street. All the windows are thronged with sightseers, chiefly ladies. Along the route, the regiments of the Royal Dublin Fusiliers, the King's Own Scottish Borderers, the Cameron Highlanders and the Welsh Fusiliers, standing to attention, keep back the crowd. Boys from high school are perched on the lampposts, telegraph poles, windowsills, cornices, gutters, chimney pots, railings, rainspouts, whistling and cheering. The Pillar of the Cloud appears. A fife and drum band is heard in the distance playing the Cole Nider. The beaters approach with imperial eagles hoisted, trailing banners and waving oriental palms. The chryselephantine papal standards rises high, surrounded by pennons of the civic flag. The van of the procession appears headed by John Howard Parnell, City Marshal, in a chessboard tabard, the Athlone Pursuivant and Ulster King of Arms. They are followed by the Right Honourable Joseph Hutchinson, Lord Mayor of Dublin, His Lordship the Lord Mayor of Cork, their worships the mayors of Limerick, Galway, Sligo and Waterford, 28 Irish representative peers, Sirdars, Grandees and Maharajas bearing the cloth of estate, the Dublin Metropolitan Fire Brigade, the chapter of the Saints of Finance in their plutocratic order of precedence, the Bishop of Down and Connor, His Eminence Michael Cardinal Logue, Archbishop of Armagh, Primate of all Ireland, His Grace the Most Reverend Dr. William Alexander, Archbishop of Armagh, primate of all Ireland, the chief rabbi, the Presbyterian moderator, the heads of all the Baptist, Anabaptist, Methodist and Moravian chapels, and the honorary secretary of the Society of Friends. After them march the guilds and trades and train bands with flying colours, coopers, bird fanciers, millwrights, newspaper canvassers, law scriveners, masseurs, vinters, trussmakers, chimney sweeps, lard refiners, tabinet and poplin weavers, farriers, Italian warehousemen, church decorators, bootjack manufacturers, undertakers, silk mercers, lapidaries, salesmasters, cork cutters, assessors of fire losses, dyers and cleaners, export bottlers, fellmongers, ticket writers, heraldic seal engravers, horse repository hands, bullion brokers, cricket and archery outfitters, riddle makers, egg and potato factors, hosiers and glovers, plumbing contractors. After them march gentlemen of the bedchamber, Blackrod, Deputy Garter, Goldstick, the Master of Horse, the Lord Great Chamberlain, the Earl Marshal, the High Constable carrying the Sword of State, St. Stephen's Iron Crown, and Chalice, and Bible. 4 buglers on foot blow a sennet. Beefeaters reply, winding clarions of welcome. Under an arch of triumph Bloom appears, bareheaded in a crimson velvet mantle trimmed with ermine, bearing St. Edward's staff, the orb and sceptre with the dove, the curtana. He is seated on a milk-white horse with long flowing crimson tail, richly caparisoned, with golden headstall. Wild excitement. The ladies from their balconies throw down rose petals. The air is perfumed with essences. The men cheer. Bloom's boys run amid the bystanders with branches of hawthorn and wren bushes. Bloom's boys.
The wren, the king of all birds, St. Stephen's his day was caught in the furs.
A blacksmith murmurs.
For the honour of God, and is that Bloom? He scarcely looks 31.
A pavior and flagger.
That's the famous Bloom now, the world's greatest reformer. Hats off!
All uncover their heads. Women whisper eagerly. A millionairess, richly.
Isn't he simply wonderful?
A noblewoman, nobly.
All that man has seen.
A feminist, masculinely.
And done.
A bell-hanger.
A classic face. He has the forehead of a thinker.
Bloom's weather. A sunburst appears in the northwest. The Bishop of Down and Connor.
I here present your undoubted Emperor, President, and King Chairman, the most serene and potent, and very puissant ruler of this realm. God save Leopold I.
All.
God save Leopold I.
Bloom. In dalmatic and purple mantle to the Bishop of Down and Connor with dignity.
Thanks, somewhat eminent sir.
William, Archbishop of Armagh, in purple stock and shovel hat.
Will you to your power cause law and mercy to be executed in all your judgments in Ireland and territories thereunto belonging?
Bloom, placing his right hand on his testicles, swears.
So may the Creator deal with me. All this I promise to do.
Michael, Archbishop of Armagh, pours a cruse of hair oil over Bloom's head.
Gaudium magnum annuntio vobis habemus carnificum. Leopold, Patrick, Andrew, David, George, be thou anointed.
Bloom assumes a mantle of cloth of gold and puts on a ruby ring. He ascends and stands on the stone of destiny. The representative peers put on at the same time their 28 crowns. Joy bells ring in Christ Church, St. Patrick's, George's, and gay Malahide. Myris bizarre fireworks go up from all sides with symbolical phallopyrotechnic designs. The peers do homage one by one, approaching and genuflecting. The peers.
I do become your liege man of life and limb to earthly worship.
Bloom holds up his right hand on which sparkles the Koh-i-Noor diamond. His palfrey neighs. Immediate silence. Wireless intercontinental and interplanetary transmitters are set for reception of message. Bloom.
My subjects, we hereby nominate our faithful charger Copula Felix, hereditary Grand Vizier,
and announce that we have this day repudiated our former spouse and have bestowed our royal hand upon the Princess Selina, the splendor of night. The former morganatic spouse of Bloom is hastily removed in the Black Maria. The Princess Selina, in moon-blue robes, a silver crescent on her head, descends from a sedan chair borne by two giants. An outburst of cheering. John Howard Parnell raises the royal standard.
Illustrious Bloom, successor to my famous brother.
Bloom embraces John Howard Parnell.
We thank you from our heart, John, for this right royal welcome to greet Erin, the promised land of our common ancestors.
The freedom of the city is presented to him embodied in a charter. The keys of Dublin, crossed on a crimson cushion, are given to him. He shows all that he is wearing green socks. Tom Kernan.
You deserve it, Your Honour.
Bloom.
On this day 20 years ago we overcame the hereditary enemy of Ladysmith. Our howitzers and camel swivel guns played on his lines with telling effect. Half a league onward, they charge! All is lost now. Do we yield? No! We drive them headlong. Lo, we charge. Deploying to the left, our light horse swept across the heights of Plevna, and, uttering their war cry, Bona fide Sabaoth, sabred the Saracen gunners to a man.
The Chapel of Freeman Typesetters. Here! Here! John Wise Nolan.
There's the man that got away, James Stevens.
A blue-coat schoolboy.
Bravo!
An old resident.
You're a credit to your country, sir, that's what you are.
An apple woman.
He's a man like Ireland once.
Bloom.
My beloved subjects, a new era is about to dawn. I, Bloom, tell you verily, it is even now at hand. Yea, on the word of a Bloom, ye shall ere long enter into the golden city, which is to be the new Bloom Musalem in the Nova Hibernia of the future.
32 workmen wearing rosettes from all the counties of Ireland, under the guidance of Derwin the Builder, construct the new Bloom Musalem. It is a colossal edifice with crystal roof, built in the shape of a huge pork kidney, containing 40,000 rooms. In the course of its extension, several buildings and monuments are demolished. Government offices are temporarily transferred to railway sheds. Numerous houses are razed to the ground. The inhabitants are lodged in barrels and boxes, all marked in red with the letters L.B. Several paupers fall from a ladder. A part of the walls of Dublin, crowded with loyal sightseers, collapses. The sightseers, dying.
Morituri te salutant.
They die. A man in a brown mackintosh springs up through a trapdoor. He points an elongated finger at Bloom. The man in the mackintosh.
Don't you believe a word he says. That man is Leopold Mantosh, the notorious fire-raiser. His real name is Higgins.
Bloom.
Shoot him, dog of a Christian. So much for Mantosh.
A cannon shot. The man in the mackintosh disappears. Bloom, with his sceptre, strikes down poppies. The instantaneous deaths of many powerful enemies, graziers, members of parliament, members of standing committees, are reported. Bloom's bodyguard distribute Mondi money, commemoration medals, loaves and fishes, temperance badges, expensive Henry Clay cigars, free cow bones for soup, rubber preservatives in sealed envelopes tied with gold thread, butterscotch, pineapple rock, billets doux in the form of cocked hats, ready-made suits, porringers of toad in the hole, bottles of Jay's fluid, purchase stamps, 40 days indulgences, spurious coins, dairy-fed pork sausages, theatre passes, season tickets available for all tram lines, coupons of the Royal and Privileged Hungarian Lottery, penny dinner counters, cheap reprints of the world's 12 worst books, Froggy and Fritz, Politic, Care of the Baby, Infantilic, 50 meals for 7/6, Cullenic, Was Jesus a Sun Myth, Historic, Expel That Pain, Medic, Infant's Compendium of the Universe, Cosmic, Let's all chortle. Hilaric. Canvassers vade mecum. Journalic. Love letters of mother assistant. Erotic. Who's who in space. Asterisk. Songs that reached our heart. Melodic. Pennywise's way to wealth. Parsimonic. A general rush and scramble. Women press forward to touch the hem of Bloom's robe. The lady Gwendolen Dubedat bursts through the throng, leaps on his horse and kisses him on both cheeks amid great acclamation. A magnesium flashlight photograph is taken. Babes and sucklings are held up. The women. Little father, little father. The babes and sucklings. Clap hands till Poldy comes home. Cakes in his pocket for Leo alone. Bloom, bending down, pokes baby Boardman gently in the stomach. Baby Boardman hiccups, curdled milk flowing from his mouth. Ha-ya-ya-ya. Bloom, shaking hands with the blind stripling.
My more than brother.
Placing his arms round the shoulder of an old couple.
Dear old friends.
He plays pussy four corners with ragged boys and girls.
Peep, bo peep.
He wheels twins in a perambulator.
Tic-tac-toe, would you set a shoe?
He performs juggler's tricks, draws red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet silk handkerchiefs from his mouth.
32 feet per second.
He consoles a widow.
Absence makes the heart grow younger.
He dances the Highland fling with grotesque antics.
Leg it, ye devils!
He kisses the policeman.
You pee up, you pee up.
He whispers in the ear of a blushing waitress and laughs kindly.
Naughty, naughty.
He eats a raw turnip offered him by Maurice Butterly, farmer.
Fine. Splendid.
He refuses to accept 3 shillings offered him by Joseph Hines, journalist.
My dear fellow, not at all.
He gives his coat to a beggar.
Please accept.
He takes part in a stomach race with elderly male and female cripples.
Come on, boys. Wriggle it, girls.
The citizen, choked with emotion, brushes aside a tear in his emerald muffler.
May the good God bless him.
The ram's horns sound for silence. The Standard of Zion is hosted. Bloom uncloaks impressively, revealing obesity, unrolls a paper and reads solemnly.
Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Daleth, Haggadah, Tefillin, Kosher, Yom Kippur, Hanukkah, Rosh Hashanah, Beni, Brith, Bar, Mitzvah, Mazov, Azkanazim, Meshuggah, Talith.
An official translation is read by Jimmy Henry, Assistant Town Clerk, Jimmy Henry.
The court of conscience is now open. His Most Catholic Majesty will now administer open-air justice, free medical and legal advice, solution of doubles and other problems, all cordially invited, given at this our loyal city of Dublin, in the year 1 of the paradisiacal era.
Paddy Leonard.
What am I to do about my rates and taxes?
Bloom.
Pay them, my friend.
Paddy Leonard.
Thank you.
Nosey Flynn.
Can I raise the mortgage on my fire insurance?
Bloom, obdurately.
Sirs, take notice that by the law of torts you are bound over in your own recognizances for 6 months in the sum of £5.
J. O'Molloy.
A Daniel, did I say? Nay, a Peter O'Brien.
Nosey Flynn.
Where do I draw the £5?
Pisser Burke.
For bladder trouble?
Bloom.
Acid, nit, hydrochlor, dill, 20 minims. Tinct, nux vom, 5 minims. Extra taraxyl liq, 30 minims. Ac dis ter in die.
Chris Callanan.
What is the parallax of the subsolar ecliptic of Aldebaran?
Bloom.
Pleased to hear from you, Chris K. 11.
Joe Hines.
Why aren't you in uniform?
Bloom.
When my progenitor of sainted memory wore the uniform of Austrian despot in a dank prison, where was yours?
Ben Dollard.
Pansies.
Bloom.
Embellish.
Beautify.
Suburban gardens.
Ben Dollard.
When twins arrive?
Bloom.
Father.
Potter. Dad.
Starts thinking.
Larry O'Rourke.
An 8-day license for my new premises. You remember me, Sir Leo, when you were in number 7. I'm sending around a dozen of stout for the missus.
Bloom, coldly.
You have the advantage of me. Lady Bloom accepts no presents.
Crofton.
This is indeed a festivity.
Bloom, solemnly.
You call it a festivity. I call it a sacrament.
Alexander Keyes.
When will we have our own house of keys?
Bloom.
I stand for the reform of municipal morals and the plain 10 commandments. New worlds for old. Union of all, Jew, Moslem, and Gentile. 3 acres and a cow for all children of nature. Saloon motor hearses, compulsory manual labor for all. All parks open to the public day and night. Electric dish scrubbers. Tuberculosis, lunacy, war, and mendicancy must now cease. General amnesty. Weekly carnival with masked license bonuses for all. Esperanto, the universal language with universal brotherhood. No more patriotism of bar spongers and dropsical impostors. Free money, free rent, free love, and a free lay church in a free lay state.
O'Madden Burke.
Free fox in a free hen roost.
Davy Byrne, yawning. Bloom.
Mixed races and mixed marriage.
Lenehan.
What about mixed bathing? End of Ulysses 15b. Recorded by Anita Roy Dobbs, San Francisco, June 2006. Ulysses 15c, the third of 7 parts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, 15c.
Bloom explains to those near him his schemes for social regeneration. All agree with him. The keeper of the Kildare Street Museum appears, dragging a lorry, on which are the shaking statues of several naked goddesses, Venus Callipyge, Venus Pandemos, Venus Metempsychosis, and plaster figures, also naked, representing the new 9 muses: commerce, operatic music, amour, publicity, manufacture, liberty of speech, plural voting, gastronomy, private hygiene, seaside concert entertainments, painless obstetrics, and astronomy for the people. Father Farley.
He is an Episcopalian, an agnostic, an anything Arian, seeking to overthrow our holy faith.
Mrs. Riordan tears up her will.
I'm disappointed in you, you bad man.
Mother Grogan removes her boot to throw it at Bloom.
You beast! You abominable person!
Nosy Flynn.
Give us a tune, Bloom. One of the old sweet songs.
Bloom, with rollicking humor.
I vowed that I never would leave her. She turned out a cruel deceiver with my tooraloom, 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 tooraloom.
Hoppy Holohan.
Good old Bloom. There's nobody like him after all.
Paddy Leonard.
Stage Irishman.
Bloom.
What railway opera is like a tram line in Gibraltar?
The Rose of Castile.
Laughter. Lenehan.
Plagiarist. Down with Bloom.
The veiled Sibyl, enthusiastically.
I'm a Bloomite and I glory in it. I believe in him in spite of all. I'd give my life for him, the funniest man on earth.
Bloom winks at the bystanders. I bet she's a bonny lassie. Theodore Purefoy, in fishing cap and oilskin jacket.
He employs a mechanical device to frustrate the sacred ends of nature.
The veiled Sibyl stabs herself. My hero God. She dies. Many most attractive and enthusiastic women also commit suicide by stabbing, drowning, drinking prussic acid, aconite, arsenic, opening their veins, refusing food, casting themselves under steamrollers from the top of Nelson's Pillar into the great vat of Guinness's brewery, asphyxiating themselves by placing their heads in gas ovens, hanging themselves in stylish garters, leaping from windows of different stories. Alexander J. Dowie, violently.
Fellow Christians and anti-Bloomites, the man called Bloom is from the roots of hell. A disgrace to Christian men, a fiendish libertine from his earliest years, this stinking goat of Mendes gave precocious signs of infantile debauchery, recalling the cities of the plain with a dissolute grandam. This vile hypocrite, bronzed with infamy, is the white bull mentioned in the Apocalypse, a worshipper of the scarlet woman. Intrigue is the very breath of his nostrils. The stake faggots and the cauldron of boiling oil are for him. Caliban.
The mob.
Lynch him, roast him. He's as bad as Parnell was, Mr. Fox.
Mother Grogan throws her boot at Bloom. Several shopkeepers from Upper and Lower Dorset Street throw objects of little or no commercial value, ham bones, condensed milk tins, unsaleable cabbage, stale bread, sheep's tails, odd pieces of fat. Bloom excitedly.
This is midsummer madness, some ghastly joke again, by heaven. I am guiltless as the unsunned snow. It was my brother Henry. He is my double. He lives in number 2 Dolphin's Barn. Slander, the viper, has wrongfully accused me. Fellow countrymen, Skenelin ban bata koiste gan kapal. I call on my old friend Dr. Malachi Mulligan, sex specialist, to give medical testimony on my behalf.
Dr. Mulligan, in motor jerkin, green motor goggles on his brow.
Dr. Bloom is bisexually abnormal. He has recently escaped from Dr. Eustace's private asylum for demented gentlemen. Born out of wedlock, hereditary epilepsy is present, the consequence of unbridled lust. Traces of elephantiasis have been discovered among his ascendants. There are marked symptoms of chronic exhibitionism. Ambidexterity is also latent. He is prematurely bald from self-abuse, perversely idealistic in consequence, a reformed rake, and has metal teeth. In consequence of a family complex, he has temporarily lost his memory, and I believe him to be more sinned against than sinning. I have made a pre-vaginal examination, and after application of the acid test to 5,427 anal, axillary, pectoral, and pubic hairs, I declare him to be Virgo intacta.
Bloom holds his high-grade hat over his genital organs. Dr. Madden.
Hypsospatia is also marked. In the interest of coming generations, I suggest that the parts affected should be preserved in spirits of wine in the National Teratological Museum.
Dr. Crothers.
I have examined the patient's urine. It is albuminoid. Salivation is insufficient. The patellar reflex intermittent.
Dr. Punch Costello.
The fetor judaicus is most perceptible.
Dr. Dixon reads a bill of health.
Professor Bloom is a finished example of the new womanly man. His moral nature is simple and lovable. Many have found him a dear man, a dear person. He is a rather quaint fellow on the whole, coy, though not feeble-minded in the medical sense. He has written a really beautiful letter, a poem in itself, to the court missionary of the Reformed Priests' Protection Society, which clears up everything. He is practically a total abstainer, and I can affirm that he sleeps on a straw litter and eats the most Spartan food, cold, dried grocer's peas. He wears a hair shirt of pure Irish manufacture, winter and summer, and scourges himself every Saturday. He was, I understand, at one time a first-class misdemeanant in Glencree Reformatory. Another report states that he was a very posthumous child. I appeal for clemency in the name of the most sacred word our vocal organs have ever been called upon to speak. He is about to have a baby. General commotion and compassion. Women faint. A wealthy American makes a street collection for Bloom. Gold and silver coins, blank checks, banknotes, jewels, treasury bonds, maturing bills of exchange, IOUs, wedding rings, watch chains, lockets, necklaces, and bracelets are rapidly collected. Bloom. Oh, I so want to be a mother. Mrs. Thornton, in nurse tender's gown. Embrace me tight, dear. You'll be soon over it. Tight, dear. Bloom embraces her tightly and bears 8 male, yellow and white, children. They appear on a red-carpeted staircase adorned with expensive plants. All the octuplets are handsome, with valuable metallic faces, well-made, respectably dressed and well-conducted, speaking 5 modern languages fluently, and interested in various arts and sciences. Each has his name printed in legible letters on his shirt front. Nasodoro, Goldfinger, Chrysostomos, Maindori, Silver Smile, Silberselber, Vifargent, Panargyros. They are immediately appointed to positions of high public trust in several different countries as managing directors of banks, traffic managers of railways, chairman of limited liability companies, vice chairman of hotel syndicates. A voice. Bloom, are you the Messiah Ben Joseph or Ben David? Bloom, darkly. You have said it. Brother Buzz. Then perform a miracle like Father Charles. Bantam Lions.
Prophesy who will win the Saint Leger.
Bloom walks on a net, covers his left eye with his left ear, passes through several walls, climbs Nelson's pillar, hangs from the top ledge by his eyelids, eats 12 dozen oysters, shells included, heals several sufferers from King's evil, contracts his face so as to resemble many historical personages, Lord Beaconsfield, Lord Byron, Wat Tyler, Moses of Egypt, Mosef Maimonides, Mosef Mendelssohn, Henry Irving, Rip Van Winkle, Kossuth, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Baron Leopold Rothschild, Robinson Crusoe, Sherlock Holmes, Pasteur, turns each foot simultaneously in different directions, bids the tide turn back, eclipses the sun by extending his little finger. Brini, Papal Nuncio, in Papal Zouave's uniform, steel cuirasses as breastplate, arm plates, thigh plates, leg plates, large profane moustaches, and brown paper mitre. Leopoldi autem generatio. Moses begat Noah, and Noah begat Eunuch, and Eunuch begat O'Halloran, and O'Halloran begat Guggenheim, and Guggenheim begat Agendath, and Agendath begat Netaim, and Netaim begat Lahirsh, and Lahirsh begat Jesurum, and Jesurum begat Mackay, and Mackay begat Ostrolopsky, and Ostrolopsky begat Smerdos, and Smerdos begat Weiss, and Weiss begat Schwarz, and Schwarz begat Adrianopoli, and Adrianopoli begat Arandres, and Arandres begat Louis Lawson,
and Louis Lawson begat Ichabudonosor, and Ichabudonosor begat O'Donnell Magnus, and O'Donnell Magnus begat Christbaum, and Christbaum begat Ben Maimun, and Ben Maimun begat Dusty Rhodes, and Dusty Rhodes begat Ben Amor, and Ben Amor begat Joan Smith, and Joan Smith begat Zavorgnanovich, and Zavorgnanovich begat Jasperstone, and Jasperstone begat Vingtatuniemi, and Vingtatuniemi begat Zombathli, and Zombathli begat Virag, and Virag begat Bloom. Et vocabitur nomen ius Emmanuel. A dead hand writes on the wall.
Bloom is a cod.
Crab in bushranger's kit.
What did you do in the cattle creep behind Kilbarrack?
A female infant shakes a rattle.
And under Ballybow Bridge.
A holly bush.
And in the Devil's Glen?
Bloom blushes furiously all over from fronds to nates, 3 tears falling from his left eye.
Spare my past.
The Irish evicted tenants, in bodycoats, knee breeches, with Donnybrook Fair shillelaghs.
Jambuck him.
Bloom, with ass's ears, seats himself in the pillory with crossed arms, his feet protruding. He whistles Don Giovanni, a cenar teco. Artane orphans joining hands caper round him. Girls of the prison gate mission joining hands caper round in the opposite direction. The Artane orphans.
You hig, you hog, you dirty dog. You think the ladies love you?
The prison gate girls.
If you see Kay, tell him he may see you. In tea, tell him from me.
Hornblower, in ephod and hunting cap, announces.
And he shall carry the sins of the people to Azazel, the spirit which is in the wilderness, and to Lilith the night hag, and they shall stone him, and defile him, yea, all from Agendath, Netaim, and from Mizraim, the land of Ham.
All the people cast soft pantomime stones at Bloom. Many bona fide travellers and ownerless dogs come near him and defile him. Mastiansky and Citron approach in gabardines wearing long earlocks. They wag their beards at Bloom. Mastiansky and Citron.
Belial, lame line of Istria, the false Messiah. Abulafia, recant.
George R. Messias, Bloom's tailor, appears, a tailor's goose under his arm, presenting a bill. Messias.
To alteration, 1 pair trousers, 11 shillings.
Bloom rubs his hands cheerfully.
Just like old times. Poor Bloom.
Reuben J. Dodd, black-bearded Iscariot, bad shepherd, bearing on his shoulders the drowned corpse of his son, approaches the pillory. Reuben J. whispers hoarsely.
The squeak is out. A split is gone for the flatties. Nip the first rattler.
The fire brigade.
Plap.
Brother Buzz invests Bloom in a yellow habit with embroidery of painted flames and high-pointed hat. He places a bag of gunpowder round his neck and hands him over to the civil power, saying,
Forgive him his trespasses.
Lieutenant Myers of the Dublin Fire Brigade, by general request, sets fire to Bloom. Lamentations. The citizen.
Thank heaven.
Bloom, in a seamless garment marked IHS, stands upright amid phoenix flames.
Weep not for me, O daughters of Erin.
He exhibits to Dublin reporters traces of burning. The daughters of Erin, in black garments, with large prayer books and long lighted candles in their hands, kneel down and pray. Daughters of Erin.
Kidney of Bloom, pray for us. Flower of the Bath, pray for us. Mentor of Menton, pray for us. Canvasser for the Freeman, pray for us.
Charitable Mason, pray for us. Wandering Soap, pray for us. Sweets of Sin, pray for us. Music Without Words, pray for us. Reprover of the Citizen, pray for us. Friends of all Frillies, pray for us. Midwife Most Merciful, pray for us. Potato Preservative Against Plague and Pestilence, pray for us. A choir of 600 voices, conducted by Vincent O'Brien, sings the chorus from Handel's Messiah, Alleluia, for the Lord God Omnipotent reigneth, accompanied on the organ by Joseph Glynn. Bloom becomes mute, shrunken, carbonized. Zoe.
Talk away till you're black in the face.
Bloom, in caubeen with clay pipe stuck in the band, dusty brogues, an immigrant's red handkerchief bundle in his hand, leading a black bog-oak pig by Sugon, with a smile in his eye.
Let me be going now, woman of the house, for by all the goats in Connemara, I am after having the father and mother of a baiting.
With a tear in his eye.
All insanity, patriotism, sorrow for the dead, music, future of the race, to be or not to be. Life's dream is o'er. End it peacefully. They can live on.
He gazes far away mournfully.
I am ruined. A few pastilles of aconite, the blinds drawn, a letter, then lie back to rest.
He breathes softly.
No more. I have lived. Farewell.
Zoe, stiffly, her finger in her neck fillet.
Honest? Till the next time.
She sneers.
Suppose you got up the wrong side of the bed, or came too quick with your best girl.
Oh, I can read your thoughts.
Bloom, bitterly.
Man and woman, love, what is it? A cork and bottle. I'm sick of it. Let everything rip.
Zoe, in sudden sulks.
I hate a rotter that's insincere. Give a bleeding whore a chance.
Bloom, repentantly.
I am very disagreeable. You are a necessary evil. Where are you from? London?
Zoe, glibly.
Hogs Norton, where the pigs play the organs. I'm Yorkshire-born.
She holds his hand, which is feeling for her nipple.
I say, Tommy Tittlemouse, stop that and begin worse. Have you cash for a short time? 10 shillings?
Bloom smiles, nods slowly.
More hourly, more.
Zoe.
And more's mother.
She pats him offhandedly with velvet paws.
Are you coming into the music room to see our new pianola? Come, and I'll peel off.
Bloom, feeling his occiput dubiously with the unparalleled embarrassment of a harassed peddler gauging the symmetry of her peeled pears.
Somebody would be dreadfully jealous if she knew. The green-eyed monster.
Earnestly.
You know how difficult it is. I needn't tell you.
Zoe, flattered.
What the eye can't see, the heart can't grieve for.
She pats him.
Come.
Bloom.
Laughing witch, the hand that rocks the cradle.
Zoe.
Babby.
Bloom, in baby linen and pelisse, big-headed with a caul of dark hair, fixes big eyes on her fluid slip and counts its bronze buckles with a chubby finger, his moist tongue lolling and lisping.
1, 2, clee, clue, clone.
The buckles.
Love me not. Love me.
Zoe.
Silent means consent.
With little parted talons, she captures his hand, her forefinger giving to his palm the past touch of secret monitor, luring him to doom.
Hot hands, cold gizzard.
He hesitates amid scents, music, temptations. She leads him towards the steps, drawing him by the odor of her armpits, the vice of her painted eyes, the rustle of her slip in whose sinuous folds lurks the lion reek of all the male brutes that have possessed her. The male brutes, exhaling sulphur of rut and dung and ramping in their loose box, faintly roaring, their drugged heads swaying to and fro. Good. Zoe and Bloom reach the door where two sister whores are seated. They examine him curiously from under their penciled brows and smile to his hasty bow. He trips awkwardly. Zoe, her lucky hand instantly saving him.
Whoopsa! Don't fall upstairs.
Bloom.
The just man falls 7 times.
He stands aside at the threshold.
After you is good manners.
Zoe.
Ladies first, gentlemen after.
She crosses the threshold. He hesitates. She turns and, holding out her hands, draws him over. He hops. On the antlered rack of the hall hang a man's hat and waterproof. Bloom uncovers himself, but, seeing them, frowns, then smiles, preoccupied. A door on the return landing is flung open. A man in purple shirt and grey trousers, brown-socked, passes with an ape's gait, his bald head and goatee beard upheld, hugging a full water-jug jar, his 2-tailed black braces dangling at heels. Averting his face quickly, Bloom bends to examine on the hall table the spaniel eyes of a running fox. Then, his lifted head sniffing, follows Zoe into the music room. A shade of mauve tissue paper dims the light of the chandelier. Round and round a moth flies, colliding, escaping. The floor is covered with an oilcloth mosaic of jade and azure and cinnabar rhomboids. Footmarks are stamped over it in all senses, heel to hollow, toe to toe, feet locked, a morris of shuffling feet without body phantoms. All in a scrimmage higgledy-piggledy. The walls are tapestried with paper of yew fronds and clear glades. In the grate is spread a screen of peacock feathers. Lynch squats cross-legged on the hearth of matted hair, his cap back to the front. With a wand he beats time slowly. Kitty Ricketts, a bony, pallid whore in navy costume, doe-skin gloves rolled back from a coral wristlet, a chain purse in her hand, sits perched on the end of the table, swinging her leg and glancing at herself in the gilt mirror over the mantelpiece. A tag of her corselet lace hangs slightly below her jacket. Lynch indicates mockingly the couple at the piano. Kitty coughs behind her hand.
She is a bit imbecilic.
She signs with the wagging forefinger.
Blem blem.
Lynch lifts up her skirt and white petticoat with his wand. She settles them down quickly.
Respect yourself.
She hiccups, then bends quickly her sailor hat, under which her hair glows, red with henna.
Oh, excuse.
Zoe.
More limelight, Charlie.
She goes to the chandelier and turns the gas full cock. Kitty peers at the gas jet.
What ails it tonight?
Lynch, deeply.
Enter a ghost and hobgoblins.
Zoe.
Clap on the back for Zoe.
The wand in Lynch's hand flashes, a brass poker. Stephen stands at the pianola on which sprawl his hat and ashplant. With 2 fingers he repeats once more the series of empty fifths. Florrie Talbot, a blonde, feeble, goose-fat whore, in a tatterdemalion gown of mildewed strawberry, lolls spread-eagle on the sofa corner, her limp forearm pendant over the bolster, listening. A heavy sty droops over her sleepy eyelid. Kitty hiccups again, with a kick of her horsed foot.
Oh, excuse.
Zoe, promptly.
Your boy's thinking of you. Tie a knot on your shift.
Kitty Ricketts bends her head. Her boa uncoils, slides, glides over her shoulder, back, arm, chair, to the ground. Lynch lifts the curled caterpillar on his wand. She snakes her neck, nestling. Stephen glances behind at the squatted figure with its cap back to the front. Stephen.
As a matter of fact, it is of no importance whether Benedetto Marcello found it or made it. The right is the poet's rest. It may be an old hymn to Demeter or also illustrate Coela inerent gloriam Domini. It is susceptible of nodes or modes as far apart as
Hyperphrygian and Mixolydian, and of texts so divergent as priests high hooping round David's, that is, Circe's, or what am I saying, Circe's altar, and David's tip from the stable to his chief bassoonist about the all-rightness of his almightiness. Manon de non, that is another pair of trousers. Je te la gomme, faut que je ne sais pas.
He stops, points at Lynch's cap, smiles, laughs.
Which side is your knowledge bump?
The cap with saturnine spleen.
Bah! It is because it is. Woman's reason. Jew-Greek is Greek-Jew. Extremes meet. Death is the highest form of life. Bah!
Stephen.
You remember fairly accurately. All my errors, boasts, mistakes. How long shall I continue to close my eyes to disloyalty? Whetstone.
The cap.
Bah!
Stephen.
Here's another for you.
He frowns.
The reason is because the fundamental and the dominant are separated by the greatest possible interval which...
The cap.
Which? Finish. You can't.
Stephen, with an effort.
Interval which is the greatest possible ellipse consistent with the ultimate return, the octave, which...
The cap.
Which...
Outside, the gramophone begins to blare, The Holy City. Stephen, abruptly.
What went forth to the ends of the world to transverse not itself, God, the sun, Shakespeare, a commercial traveler having itself traversed, in reality itself becomes that self. Wait a moment, wait a second. Damn, that fellow's noise in the street. Self, which itself was ineluctably preconditioned to become. Echo!
Lynch, with a mocking whinny of laughter, grins at Bloom and Zoe Higgins.
What a learned speech, eh?
Zoe, briskly.
God help your head, he knows more than you have forgotten.
With obese stupidity, Florrie Talbot regards Stephen. Florrie.
They say the last day is coming this summer.
Kitty.
No.
Zoe explodes in laughter.
Great unjust God!
Florrie, offended.
Well, it was in the papers about Antichrist. Oh, my foot's tickling.
Ragged, barefoot newsboys, jogging a wagtail kite, patter past, yelling. The newsboys.
Stop press sedition! Result from the rocking horse races! Sea serpent in the Royal Canal! Safe arrival of Antichrist!
Stephen turns and sees Bloom. Stephen.
A time, times, and half a time.
Reuben I. Antichrist, wandering Jew, a clutching hand open on his spine, stumps forward. Across his loins is slung a pilgrim's wallet from which protrude promissory notes and dishonored bills. Aloft over his shoulder he bears a long boat pole from the hook of which the sodden, huddled mass of his only son, saved from Liffey waters, hangs from the slack of its breeches. A hobgoblin in the image of Punch Costello, hip-shot, crook-backed, hydrocephalic, prognathic with receding forehead, and alley sloper nose, tumbles in somersaults through the gathering darkness. All.
What?
The hobgoblin, his jaws chattering, capers to and fro, goggling his eyes, squeaking, kangaroo hopping with outstretched clutching arms, then all at once thrusts his lipless face through the fork of his thighs.
Il vient, c'est moi, l'homme qui rit, l'homme primogène.
He whirls round and round with dervish howls.
Sieurs et dames, faites vos jeux.
He crouches, juggling. Tiny roulette planets fly from his hands.
Les jeux sont faits.
The planets rush together, uttering crepitant cracks.
Rien va plus.
The planets, buoyant balloons, sail swollen up and away. He springs off into vacuum. Florrie, sinking into torpor, crossing herself secretly.
The end of the world.
A female tepid effluvium leaks out from her. Nebulous obscurity occupies space. Through the drifting fog without, the gramophone blares over coughs and feet shuffling. The gramophone.
Jerusalem, open your gates and sing Hosanna.
A rocket rushes up the sky and bursts. A white star falls from it, proclaiming the consummation of all things and second coming of Elijah. Along an infinite, invisible tightrope, taut from zenith to nadir, the end of the world, a two-headed octopus in ghillies kilts, busby and tartan filibegs, whirls through the murk, head over heels, in the form of the 3 legs of man. The end of the world, with a Scotch accent.
He'll dance the keel row, the keel row, the keel row.
Over the passing drift and choking breath coughs, Elijah's voice, harsh as a corncake's, jars on high. Perspiring in a loose lawn surplice, with funnel sleeves, he is seen, verdure-faced, above a rostrum about which the banner of Old Glory is draped. He thumps the parapet.
End of Ulysses 15C. Read by Anita Roy Dobbs in Boston, June 2007. Ulysses 15, D, the 4th of 7 parts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, 15D.
Elijah.
No yapping, if you please, in this booth. Jake Crane, Crail Sue, Dove Campbell, Abe Kirshner, do your coughing with your mouths shut. Say, I am operating all this trunk line. Boys, do it now. God's time is 12:25. Tell your mother you'll be there. Rush your order and you play a slick ace. Join on right here. Book through to Eternity Junction, the non-stop run. Just one word more. Are you a god or a doggone clod? If the second advent came to Coney Island, are you ready? Florrie Christ, Stephen Christ, Zoe Christ, Bloom Christ, Kitty Christ, Lynch Christ. It's up to you to sense that cosmic force. Have we cold feet about the cosmos? No. Be on the side of the angels. Be a prism. You have that something within, the higher self. You can rub shoulders with a Jesus, a Gautama, an Ingersoll. Are you all in this vibration? I say you are! You once nobble that congregation and a buck joyride to heaven becomes a back number. You got me? It's a life brightener, sure. The hottest stuff ever was. It's the whole pie with jam in. It's just the cutest, snappiest line out. It is immense! Super sumptuous, it restores, it vibrates. I know, and I am some vibrator, joking part aside, and getting down to bedrock. A.J. Christ, Dowie, and the harmonial philosophy. Have you got that? OK 77 West 69th Street. Got me? That's it. You call me up by sun phone any old time. Bumboozers, save your stamps. He shouts. Now then, our glory song. All join in heartily in the singing. Encore. He sings.
Jeru.
The gramophone, drowning his voice.
Jerusalem, you rise.
The disc rasps gratingly against the needle. The 3 whores, covering their ears, squawk. Ah! Elijah, in rolled-up shirt sleeves, black in the face, shouts at the top of his voice, his arms uplifted.
Big brother up there! Mr. President, you hear what I done just been saying to you? Certainly I sort of believe strong in you, Mr. President. I certainly am thinking now Miss Higgins and Miss Ricketts got religion way inside them. Certainly seems to me I don't never see no wusser scared female than the way you been, Miss Florry. Just now as I done seed you. Mr. President, you come long and help me save our sisters dear. He winks at his audience. How, Mr. President? He twigged the whole lot and he ain't saying nothing.
Kitty Kate.
I forgot myself. In a weak moment I erred and did what I did on Constitution Hill. I was confirmed by the bishop and enrolled in the Brown Scapular. My mother's sister married a Montmorency. It was a working plumber was my ruination when I was pure.
Zofanny.
I let him larp it into me for the fun of it.
Florrie Teresa.
It was in consequence of a port wine beverage on top of Hennessy's 3-star. I was guilty with Whalen when he slipped into the bed.
Stephen.
In the beginning was the Word, in the end the world without end. Blessed be the 8 Beatitudes.
The Beatitudes, Dixon, Madden, Crothers, Costello, Lenehan, Bannon, Mulligan and Lynch in white surgical students' gowns, 4 abreast, goose-stepping, tramp, fist-passed in noisy marching. The Beatitudes, incoherently.
Beer, beef, battle dog, Bible, Bissenum, Barnum, Buggerum, Bishop.
Leicester, in Quaker grey knee breeches and broad-brimmed hat, says discreetly,
He is our friend. I need not mention names. Seek thou the light.
He corantos by. Best enters in hairdresser's attire, shinily laundered, his locks in curl papers. He leads John Eglinton, who wears a mandarin's kimono of nankeen yellow, lizard-lettered, and a high pagoda hat. Best, smiling, lifts the hat and displays a shaven poll, from the crown of which bristles a pigtail toupee tied with an orange topknot.
I was just beautifying him, don't you know? A thing of beauty, don't you know? Keats says.
John Eglinton produces a green-capped dark lantern and flashes it toward a corner with carping accent.
Aesthetics and cosmetics are for the boudoir. I am out for truth for a plain man. Tanderagi wants the facts and means to get them.
In the cone of the searchlight behind the coal scuttle, olive, holy-eyed, the bearded figure of Mananawan Mackler broods, chin on knees. He rises slowly. A cold sea wind blows from his druid mouth. About his head writhe eels and elvers. He is encrusted with weeds and shells. His right hand holds a bicycle pump. His left hand grasps a huge crayfish by its 2 talons. Mananawan Maclear, with a voice of waves. Aum, hek walak mor ma, white yogan of the gods. Occult pymander of Hermes Trismegistos. With a voice of whistling sea wind. Punarjanam patsi punjaub. I won't have my leg pulled. It has been said by one, beware the left, the cult of Shakti. With a cry of storm birds. Shakti Shiva, dark hidden father. He smites with his bicycle pump the crayfish in his left hand. On its cooperative dial glow the 12 signs of the zodiac. He wails with the vehemence of the ocean. Aum, baum, paijam. I am the father of the homestead. I am the dreamery creamery butter. A skeleton, Judashand, strangles the light. The green light wanes to mauve. The gas jet wails whistling. The gas jet. Zoe runs to the chandelier and, crooking her leg, adjusts the mantle. Zoe.
Who has a fag as I'm here?
Lynch, tossing a cigarette onto the table.
Here.
Zoe, her head perched aside in mock pride. Is that the way to hand the pot to a lady? She stretches up to light the cigarette over the flame, twirling it slowly, showing the brown tufts of her armpits. Lynch, with his poker, lifts boldly a side of her slip. Bare from her garters up, her flesh appears under the sapphire, a Nixie's green. She puffs calmly at her cigarette. Can you see the beauty spot of my behind? Lynch. I'm not looking. Zoe makes sheep's eyes. No? You wouldn't do a less thing. Would you suck a lemon? Squinting in mock shame, she glances with sidelong meaning at Bloom, then twists round towards him, pulling her slip free of the poker. Blue fluid again flows over her flesh. Bloom stands, smiling desirously, twirling his thumbs. Kitty Ricketts licks her middle finger with her spittle and, gazing in the mirror, smooths both eyebrows. Lipoti virag, basilicogramati, shoots rapidly down through the chimney flue and struts 2 steps to the left on gawky pink stilts. He is sausaged into several overcoats and wears a brown mackintosh under which he holds a roll of parchment. In his left eye flashes the monocle of Cashel Boyle O'Connor, Fitzmaurice Tisdale Ferrell. On his head is perched an Egyptian pshent. 2 quills project over his ears. Virag. Heels together, bows. My name is Virag Lipoti of Zombafeli. He coughs thoughtfully, dryly. Promiscuous nakedness is much in evidence hereabouts, eh? Inadvertently, her back view revealed the fact that she is not wearing those rather intimate garments of which you are a particular devotee. The injection mark on the thigh I hope you perceived. Good. Bloom. Gran papachi, but... Virag. Number 2, on the other hand, she of the cherry rouge and coiffeuse white, whose hair owes not a little to our tribal elixir of gopherwood, is in walking costume and tightly stayed by her sit, I should opine. Backbone in front, so to say. Correct me, but I always understood the act so performed by skittish humans with glimpses of lingerie appealed to you in virtue of its exhibitionisticity. In a word, hippogriff. Am I right? Bloom. She is rather lean. Virag, not unpleasantly. Absolutely. Well observed. In those pannier pockets of the skirt and slightly peg-top effect are devised to suggest bunchiness of hip. A new purchase at some monster sale for which a gull has been mulcted. Meretricious finery to deceive the eye. Observe the attention to details of dust specks. Never put on you tomorrow what you can wear today. Parallax. With a nervous twitch of his head. Did you hear my brain go snap? Polysyllabax. Bloom, an elbow resting in a hand, a forefinger against his cheek. She seems sad. Virag, cynically, his weasel teeth bared yellow, draws down his left eye with a finger and barks hoarsely. Hoax! Beware of a flapper and bogus mournful. Lily of the alley. All possess bachelor's button. Discovered by Raldus Columbus. Tumble her. Columble her. Chameleon. More genially. Well, then, permit me to draw your attention to item number 3. There is plenty of her visible to the naked eye. Observe the mass of oxygenated vegetable matter on her skull. What ho, she bumps. The ugly duckling of the party, long casted and deep in keel. Bloom, regretfully. When you come out without your gun... Virag. We can do you all brands, mild, medium, and strong. Pay your money, take your choice. How happy could you be with either? Bloom. With... Virag, his tongue up curling. Liam, look! Her beam is broad. She is coated with quite a considerable layer of fat. Obviously mammal in weight of bosom. You remark that she has in front well to the fore 2 protuberances of very respectable dimensions, inclined to fall in the noonday soup plate, while on her rear lower down are 2 additional protuberances suggestive of potent rectum and tumescent for palpation, which leave nothing to be desired save compactness.
Such fleshy parts are the product of careful nurture. When coop-fattened, their livers reach an elephantine size. Pellets of new bread, with fenugreek and gum benjamin, swamped down by potions of green tea, endow them during their brief existence with natural pincushions of quite colossal blubber. What suits your book, eh? Flesh hot pots of Egypt to hanker after, wallow in it. Like podium. His throat twitches. Slap bang, there he goes again. Bloom. The sty I dislike. Virag arches his eyebrows. Contact with a gold ring, they say. Argumentum ad feminam, as we said in old Rome and ancient Greece, in the consulship of Diplodocus and Ichthyosaurus. For the rest, Eve's sovereign remedy, not for sale, hire only, Huguenot. He twitches. It is a funny sound. He coughs encouragingly. But possibly it is only a wart. I presume you have remembered what I will have taught you on that head. Wheaten meal with honey and nutmeg. Bloom reflecting. Wheaten meal with lycopodium and syllabax. This searching ordeal, it has been an unusually fatiguing day, a chapter of accidents. Wait, I mean wart's blood spreads warts. You said... Virag severely, his nose hard-humped, his side-eye winking. Stop twirling your thumbs and give a good old thunk. See, you have forgotten. Exercise your mnemotechnic. La causa es santa. Tara, tara. Aside. He will surely remember. Bloom. Rosemary also, did I understand you to say, or willpower over parasitic tissues? Then nay, no, I have an inkling. The touch of a dead hand cures. Nemo? Virag excitedly. I say so. E'en so. Technique. He taps his parchment roll energetically. This book tells you how to act with all descriptive particulars. Consult index for agitated fear of aconite, melancholy of muriatic, priapic pulsatilla. Virag is going to talk about amputation. Our old friend, caustic. They must be starved. Snip off the horsehair under the denned neck. But to change the venue of the Bulgar and the Basque, have you made up your mind whether you like or dislike women in male habiliments? With a dry snigger. You intended to devote an entire year to the study of the religious problem in the summer months of 1886 to square the circle and win that $1,000,000. Pomegranate. From the sublime to the ridiculous is but a step. Pyjamas, let us say? Or stockinette, gusseted knickers, closed? Or put we the case, those complicated combinations, kamenickers. He crows derisively. Kee-kee-ree-kee. Bloom surveys uncertainly the three whores, then gazes at the veiled mauve light, hearing the ever-flying moth. Bloom. I wanted then to have now concluded. Night dress was never, hence this, but tomorrow is a new day will be. Past was is today. What now is will then morrow, as now was be past yester. Virag prompts in a pig's whisper. Insects of the day spend their brief existence in reiterated coition, lured by the smell of the inferiorly pulchritudinous female possessing extendified pudendal nerve in dorsal region. Pretty Paul. His yellow parrot beak gabbles nasally. They had a proverb in the Carpathians in or about the year 5550 of our era. 1 tablespoon of honey will attract, friend Bruin, more than 6 barrels of first choice malt vinegar. Bear's buzz bothers bees. But of this apart, at another time we may resume. We are very pleased, we others. He coughs and, bending his brow, rubs his nose thoughtfully with a scooping hand. You shall find that these night insects follow the light, an illusion for remember their complex unadjustable eye. For all these knotty points, see the 17th book of my Fundamentals of Sexology, or the Love Passion, which Dr. L.B. says is the book sensation of the year. Some, to example, there are again whose movements are automatic. Perceive. That is his appropriate son. Night bird, night sun, night town. Chase me, Charlie. He blows into Bloom's ear. Buzz. Bloom.
Bee or bluebottle, to other day butting shadow on wall dazed self, then we wander dazed down shirt. Good job, I. Virag, his face impassive, laughs in a rich feminine key. Splendid. Spanish fly in his fly or mustard plaster on his dibble. He gobbles gluttonously with turkey wattles. Bubbly jock, bubbly jock. Where are we? Open sesame cometh forth. He unrolls his parchment rapidly and reads, his glowworm's nose running backwards over the letters which he claws. Stay, good friend, I bring thee thy answer. Red Bank oysters will shortly be upon us. I'm the best a cook. Those succulent bivalves may help us, and the truffles of Perigord, tubers dislodged through Mr. Omnivorous Porker, were usurped in cases of nervous debility or viragitis. Though they stink, yet they sting. He wags his head with cackling raillery. Jocular! With my eyeglass in my ocular. He sneezes. Amen. Bloom absently. Ocularly woman's bivalve case is worse. Always open sesame, the cloven sex. Why they fear vermin, creeping things, yet Eve and the serpent contradicts. Not a historical fact. Obvious analogy to my idea. Serpents too are gluttons for women's milk. Wind their way through miles of omnivorous forest to suck succulent her breast dry. Like those bubbly jocular Roman matrons one reads of in Elephantuliasis. Virag, his mouth projected in hard wrinkles, eyes stonily, forlornly closed, psalms in outlandish monotone. That the cows with their those distended udders, that they have been thee known. Bloom. I'm going to scream. I beg your pardon. Ah, so. He repeats. Spontaneously to seek out the saurian's lair in order to entrust their teats to his avid suction. Ant milks aphis. Profoundly. Instinct rules the world in life, in death. Virag, head askew, arches his back and hunched wing shoulders, peers at the moth out of blear bulged eyes, points a horning claw and cries. Whose moth, moth? Whose dear Gerald? Dear that you? Oh dear, he is Gerald. Oh, I much fear he shall be most badly burned. Will some pleashy Persian not now impediment so catastrophics mit agitation of first-class table numpkin? He mews. Puss, 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 puss. He sighs, draws back and stares sideways down with dropping underjaw. Well, well, he doth rest anon. He snaps his jaws suddenly on the air. The moth. I'm a tiny, tiny thing, ever flying in the spring, round and round a ring. Long ago I was a king, now I do this kind of thing, on the wing, bing! He rushes against the mauve shade, flapping noisily. Pretty, 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 pretty petticoats. From left upper entrance with 2 gliding steps, Henry Flower comes forward to left, front, centre. He wears a dark mantle and drooping-plumed sombrero. He carries a silver-stringed inlaid dulcimer and a long-stemmed bamboo Jacob's pipe, its clay bowl fashioned as a female head. He wears dark velvet hose and silver-buckled pumps. He has the romantic Saviour's face with flowing locks, thin beard and moustache. His spindle legs and sparrow feet are those of the tenor Mario, Prince of Candia. He settles down his gophered ruffs and moistens his lips with the passage of his amorous tongue. Henry, in a low, dulcet voice, touching the strings of his guitar. There is a flower that bloometh. Virag, truculent, his jowls set, stares at the lamp. Grave Bloom regards Zoe's neck. Henry Gallant turns with pendant dewlap to the piano. Stephen, to himself. Play with your eyes shut. Imitate Pa. Filling my belly with husks of swine. Too much of this. I will arise and go to my... Expect this is the Steve, thou art in a parlous way. Must visit old Deasy or telegraph. Our interview of this morning has left on me a deep impression, though our ages will write fully tomorrow. I'm partially drunk, by the way. He touches the keys again. Minor chord comes now, yes. Not much, however. Almadano Artefoni holds out a baton roll of music with vigorous moustache work. Artefoni. Si rifletta le rovino tutto. Flori. Sing us something. Love's old sweet song. Stephen. No voice. I am a most finished artist. Lynch, did I show you the letter about the lute? Flori, smirking. The bird that can sing and won't sing. The Siamese twins, Philip drunk and Philip sober, two Oxford dons with lawnmowers, appear in the window embrasure. Both are masked with Matthew Arnold's face. Philip sober. Take a fool's advice. All is not well. Work it out with the butt end of a pencil like a good young idiot. £3.12 you got, 2 notes, 1 sovereign, 2 crowns, if youth but knew. Mooney's and Ville, Mooney's-sur-Mer, the Moira, Larcher, Holes Street Hospital, Berks, eh? I'm watching you. Philip drunk impatiently. Ah, bosh, man, go to hell. I paid my way. If I could only find out about octaves. Reduplication of personality. Who was it told me his name? His lawnmower begins to purr. Aha, yes. Oi, moi, sasa, gapo. Have a notion I was here before. When was it not Atkinson's his card? I have somewhere. Mac somebody. Unmac I have it. He told me about... Hold on. Swinburne, was it? No. Florrie. And the song... Stephen. Spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Florrie. Are you out of Maynooth? You're like someone I knew once. Stephen. Out of it now. To himself. Clever. Philip drunk and Philip sober, their lawnmowers purring with a rigadoon of grasshalms. Clever ever. Out of it, out of it. By the by, have you the book? The thing, the ash plant? Yes, there it is, yes. Clever ever. Out to fit now. Keep in condition. Do like us. Zoe. There was a priest down here 2 nights ago to do his bit of business with his coat buttoned up. You needn't try to hide. I says to him, I know you've a Roman collar. Virag. Perfectly logical from his standpoint. Fall of man. Harshly, his pupils waxing. To hell with the Pope. Nothing new under the sun. I am the Virag who disclosed the sex secrets of monks and maidens. Why I left the Church of Rome. Read the priest, the woman, and the confessional. Penrose, Flipperty, Gippert. He wriggles. Woman undoing with sweet perdor her belt of rush rope, offers her all-moist yoni to man's lingam. Short time after, man presents woman with pieces of jungle meat. Woman shows joy and covers herself with feather skins. Man loves her yoni fiercely with big lingam, the stiff one. He cries, Coactus volui. Then giddy woman will run about. Strong man grasps woman's wrist. Woman squeals, bites, spucks. Man now, fierce angry, strikes woman's fat yadgana. He chases his tail. Piff, paff, popo. He stops, sneezes. Pchp. He worries his butt. Lynch. I hope you gave the good father a penance. 9 glorias for shooting a bishop. Zoe spouts walrus smoke through her nostrils. He couldn't get a connection. Only, you know, sensation, a dry rush. Bloom. Poor man. Zoe, lightly. Only for what happened him. Bloom. How? Virag, a diabolical rictus of black luminosity contracting his visage, cranes his scraggy neck forward. He lifts a mooncalf nozzle and howls. Verfluchte Goim! He had a father, 40 fathers. He never existed. Pig God, he had 2 left feet. He was Judas Iakia, a Libyan eunuch, the Pope's bastard. He leans out on tortured forepaws, elbows bent rigid, his eyes agonizing in his flat skull neck, and yelps over the mute world. A son of a whore! Apocalypse! Kitty.
And Mary Shorthall that was in the lock with the pox she got from Jimmy Pigeon in the blue caps had a child off him that couldn't swallow and was smothered with the convulsions in the mattress we all subscribed for the funeral.
Philip drunk gravely.
Qui vous a mis dans cette fichue position, Philippe?
Philip sober gaily.
C'était le sacre pigeon, Philippe.
Kitty unpins her hat and sets it down calmly, patting her henna hair, and a prettier, a daintier head of winsome curls was never seen on a whore's shoulders. Lynch puts on her hat. She whips it off. Lynch laughs.
And to such delights as Metchnikoff inoculated anthropoid apes.
Florrie nods.
Locomotor a taxi.
Zoe gaily.
Oh, my dictionary.
Lynch.
3 wise virgins.
Virag, ague-shaken, profuse yellow spawn foaming over his bony epileptic lips.
She sold love philters, white wax, orange flower. Panther, the Roman centurion, polluted her with his genitories.
He sticks out a flickering phosphorescent scorpion tongue, his hand on his fork.
Messiah, he burst her tympanum.
With gibbering baboon's cries, he jerks his hips in the cynical spasm.
Hick, heck, huck, hook, hook, cock, cook.
Ben Jumbo Dollard, rubicund, muscle-bound, hairy-nostrilled, huge-bearded, cabbage-eared, shaggy-chested, shock-maned, fat, papped, stands forth. His loins and genitals tightened into a pair of black bathing bagslops. Ben Dollard, knackering castanet bones in his huge padded paws, yodels jovially in bass barrel tone.
When love absorbs my ardent soul.
The virgins Nurse Callahan and Nurse Quigley burst through the ring-keepers and the ropes and mob him with open arms, the virgins gushingly.
Big Ben, Ben, my tree.
A voice.
Hold that fellow with the bad breeches.
Ben Dollard smites his thigh in abundant laughter.
Hold him now.
Henry, caressing on his breast a severed female head, murmurs.
Thine heart, my love.
He plucks his lute strings.
When first I saw...
Virag, sloughing his skins, his multitudinous plumage molting. Rats! He yawns, showing a coal-black throat, and closes his jaws by an upward push of his parchment roll.
After having said which I took my departure. Farewell, fare thee well, Drac.
Henry Flower combs his moustache and beard rapidly with a pocket comb and gives a cow's lick to his hair. Steered by his rapier, he glides to the door, his wild harp slung behind him. Virag reaches the door in 2 ungainly stilt hops, his tail cocked, and deftly claps sideways on the wall a puce yellow flybill, butting it with his head. The flybill.
K.I.I. Post no bills. Strictly confidential. Dr. High Franks.
Henry.
All is lost now.
Virag unscrews his head in a trice and holds it under his arm. Virag's head.
Quack.
Exeunt severally. Stephen over his shoulder to Zoe.
You would have preferred the fighting parson who founded the Protestant error, but beware Antisthenes the dog sage, and the last of Arius Heresiarchus, the agony in the closet.
Lynch.
All one and the same God to her.
Stephen devoutly.
And sovereign Lord of all things.
Florrie to Stephen.
I'm sure you're a spoiled priest, or a monk.
Lynch.
He is, a cardinal's son.
Stephen.
Cardinal sin, monks of the screw.
His Eminence, Simon Stephen Cardinal Dedalus, primate of all Ireland, appears in the doorway dressed in red soutane, sandals and socks. 7 dwarf simian acolytes, also in red, cardinal sins, uphold his train, peeping under it. He wears a battered silk hat sideways on his head. His thumbs are stuck in his armpits and his palms outspread. Round his neck hangs a rosary of corks, ending on his breast in a corkscrew cross. Releasing his thumbs, he invokes grace from on high with large wave gestures and proclaims with bloated pomp, the Cardinal.
Conservio lies captured. He lies in the lowest dungeon with manacles and chains round his limbs, weighing upward of 3 tons.
He looks at all for a moment, his right eye closed tight, his left cheek puffed out. Then, unable to repress his merriment, he rocks to and fro, arms akimbo, and sings with broad, rollicking humour. Oh, the poor little fellow, his legs, they were yellow. He was plump, fat, and heavy, and brisk as a snake, but some bloody savage, to graze his white cabbage, he murdered Nell Flaherty's duck-loving drake. A multitude of midges swarms white over his robe. He scratches himself with crossed arms at his ribs, grimacing, and exclaims,
I'm suffering the agony of the damned. By the hokey fiddle, thanks be to Jesus, those funny little chaps are not unanimous. If they were, they'd walk me off the face of the bloody globe.
His head aslant, he blesses curtly with 4 and middle fingers, imparts the Easter kiss, and double shuffles off comically, swaying his hat from side to side, shrinking quickly to the size of his train-bearers. The dwarf acolytes, giggling, peeping, nudging, ogling, Easter kissing, zigzag behind him. His voice is heard mellow from afar, merciful male, melodious. Shall carry my heart to thee, shall carry my heart to thee, and the breath of the balmy night shall carry my heart to thee. The trick door handle turns. The door handle. Zoe.
The devil is in that door.
A male form passes down the creaking staircase and is heard taking the waterproof and hat from the rack. Bloom starts forward involuntarily and, half closing the door as he passes, takes the chocolate from his pocket and offers it nervously to Zoe. Zoe sniffs his hair briskly.
Thank your mother for the rabbits. I'm very fond of what I like.
Bloom, hearing a male voice in talk with the whores on the doorstep, pricks his ears.
If it were he, after, or because not, or the double event?
Zoe tears open the silver foil.
Fingers was made before forks.
She breaks off and nibbles a piece, gives a piece to Kitty Ricketts, and then turns kittenishly to Lynch.
No objection to French lozenges?
He nods. She taunts him.
Have it now or wait till you get it?
He opens his mouth, his head cocked. She whirls the prize in left circle. His head follows. She whirls it back in right circle. He eyes her.
Catch.
She tosses a piece. With an adroit snap, he catches it and bites it through with a crack. Kitty, chewing.
The engineer I was with at the bazaar does have lovely ones, full of the best liquors. And the viceroy was there with his lady. The gas we had on the Toft's hobby horses. I'm giddy still.
Bloom, in Svengali's fur overcoat with folded arms and Napoleonic forelock, frowns in ventriloquial exorcism with piercing eagle glance towards the door. Then, rigid with left foot advanced, he makes a swift pass with impelling fingers and gives the sign of past master, drawing his right arm downwards from his left shoulder.
Go, 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 I conjure you, whoever you are.
A male cough and tread are heard passing through the mist outside. Bloom's features relax. He places a hand in his waistcoat, posing calmly. Zoe offers him chocolate. Bloom, solemnly.
Thanks.
Zoe.
Do as you're bid. Here.
A firm, heel-clacking tread is heard on the stairs. Bloom takes the chocolate.
Aphrodisiac? Tansy and pennyroyal? But I bought it. Vanilla calms or Nemo. Confused light confuses memory. Red influences lupus.
Colors affect women's characters, any they have. This black makes me sad. Eat and be merry for tomorrow. He eats. Influence taste too, mauve. But it is so long since I... Seems new. Afro. That priest must come. Better late than never. Try truffles at Andrew's. The door opens. Bella Cohen, a massive whoremistress, enters. She is dressed in a 3/4 ivory gown, fringed round the hem with tasselled selvage, and cools herself flirting a black horn fan like Minnie Hauk in Carmen. On her left hand are wedding and keeper rings. Her eyes are deeply carboned. She has a sprouting moustache. Her olive face is heavy, slightly sweated, and full-nosed with orange-tainted nostrils. She has large, pendant, beryl eardrops. Bella. My word, I'm all of a muck sweat. She glances round her at the couples, then her eyes rest on Bloom with hard insistence. Her large fan winnows wind toward her heated face neck and embon point. Her falcon eyes glitter. The fan, flirting quickly then slowly. Married, I see. Bloom. Yes, partly. I have mislaid. The fan half opening, then closing. And the mistress is master. Petticoat government. Bloom looks down with a sheepish grin. That is so. The fan folding together rests against her left eardrop. Have you forgotten me? Bloom. Yes. Yo. The fan folded akimbo against her waist. Is me her was you dreamed before? Was then she him you us since knew? Am all them and the same now we? Bella approaches gently tapping with the fan. Bloom, wincing. Powerful being. In my eyes read that slumber which women love. The fan tapping. We have met. You are mine. It is fate. Bloom, cowed. Exuberant female. Enormously I desiderate your domination. I am exhausted, abandoned, no more young. I stand, so to speak, with an unposted letter bearing the extra regulation fee before the too late box of the General Post Office of human life. The door and window open at right angle, cause a draft of 32 feet per second according to the law of falling bodies. I have felt this instant a twinge of sciatica in my left gluteal muscle. It runs in our family. Poor dear Papa, a widower, was a regular barometer from it. He believed in animal heat. A kind of tabby lined his winter waistcoat. Near the end, remembering King David and the Sunamite, he shared his bed with Athos, faithful after death. A dog spittle, as you probably... He winces. Ah! End of Ulysses 15D. Recorded by Anita Roy Dobbs, San Francisco, June 2006.